Chapter 1. Congratulations to the host on successful conception. In the beast realm, within the depths of the Sanghua forest. The moment Wen Yuan opened her eyes, she was confronted by the imposing figure of a robust young man, his bronze skin revealing prominent veins beneath. A square-jawed face bore a sinister grin. Before Wen Yuan could comprehend the situation, a massive stone axe swung toward her. Instinctively, she rolled aside, as the axe grazed her hand and embedded itself into the earth, sending fragments of rock flying. Shimu observed the small female who had dodged to the side, surprise flickering in his gaze, quickly followed by delight. You're alive? The towering trees loomed above, obscuring the sky, creating an endless expanse of greenery. A primordial forest? Hee hee. Shimu chuckled as he struggled to extract the axe stuck in the mud, only to lose his balance as the weight of the weapon pulled him backward, forming an archway with his body and the axe. At that moment, Wen Yuan sprang into action, leaping onto the man's abdomen, dropping to one knee as she grasped his hair and thrust the branch in her hand forcefully into his eye, warm liquid splattering across her face. Ah, damn beastman female. Shimu howled in pain, rolling onto the ground, clutching his eye. Wen Yuan dared not linger. She abandoned the man and fled. Lacking any sense of direction and unfamiliar with the terrain, she could only run straight in one direction until, after 15 exhausting minutes, she stumbled upon a narrow cave. With no time to catch her breath, she strained to drag a broken branch to block the cave entrance before finally daring to lean against the stone wall, gasping for air. A sharp pain pierced her throat, and her head felt swollen. But at least she was still alive. Yet where was she? Just a moment ago, she had been on her way to work, and now she found herself in this sunless primeval forest? Wen Yuan was engulfed by countless questions when suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice resonated. System binding successful. Hello, host. The childbearing system, Duo, is at your service. Following that, a transparent panel materialized before her, displaying clear black text. Basic information introduction. Name, Wen Yuan. Gender, female. Cause of death, fell to death. Beast realm, true form, snow ferret. Points, 0. Note, giving birth earns points. Points can be exchanged for rewards. The higher the birth level, the greater the quantity and the more points earned. Task. The host is to conceive, immediately count down to termination, 90 minutes. Wen Yuan, terminate? Is this a joke? Who? She tightened her grip on the branch, nervously scanning her surroundings, neglecting the screen before her. In the silent cave, even the slightest sound could provoke a heightened reaction from the narrowly escaped Wen Yuan. Heat, a deep voice whispered, seeming to echo right beside her. Wen Yuan abruptly turned her gaze toward the depths of the cave, clutching the wooden stick tightly. But in the next instant, a tall figure lunged at her, too swiftly for her to react, and she was knocked to the ground. It was a man. His long black hair lay in disarray, and his dreamy green eyes were bloodshot. His handsome, pale face was flushed, and a pair of furry black beast ears stood upright amidst his hair. Rough hands roamed over Wen Yuan's body, the heat of his touch searing against her skin. Hiss! Wen Yuan found herself pinned beneath him, unable to move, feeling a fiery pain sear through her back. Simultaneously, the mechanical voice sounded again. Detected male specimen, greeny black fox, green level intermediate, activating automatic conception assistance. Immediately, a peculiar sensation coursed through Wen Yuan's body, her temperature spiking as if the man's warmth was radiating into her. Her mind began to cloud, turning into a muddled haze. The man buried his head in her neck, his voice low and laced with a certain daze. I'm sorry. As the words fell, it was as if a beast had broken free from its restraints, showering Wen Yuan with a flurry of tender kisses. With each kiss, she experienced an extraordinarily subtle sensation. Damn! Her hands, betraying her will, wrapped around his neck as she caught a glimpse of the panel indicating a countdown of 87 minutes to termination. Breath intertwined in the stillness, temperatures mingled in the darkness, and faint breaths stirred a hint of intimacy. 1 hour later. Congratulations, host, you have successfully conceived. Termination, countdown paused. You have received a pregnancy gift package. Accessing the points shop. As the voice faded, the transparent panel appeared before Wen Yuan, revealing a bouncing gift box. Wen Yuan glanced at the tattered remnants of her clothing scattered on the ground, then at the unconscious handsome man beside her, her voice hoarse as she spoke. Can we discuss this later? No response followed, but the panel disappeared in an instant. Such a sin, such a sin. Wen Yuan realized she had unwittingly borrowed the seed from this handsome man. She was not one to be overly reserved, especially considering how striking he was. Disregarding everything else, She swiftly took the only intact piece of beast skin from the ground to wrap herself and hurriedly exited the cave, fleeing without a backward glance. If she didn't run now, it would be troublesome when he awoke and demanded responsibility. She was not yet prepared for the role of a wife. Unfamiliar with the area and fearful of encountering that madman again, Wen Yuan ventured in the opposite direction, only to finally grasp her situation by the afternoon. In the beast realm, fierce beasts could transform into humans, freely alternating between the two forms, known as beastmen. Male beastmen could cultivate abilities bestowed by the beast god, with diverse species categorized by color levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The man she had just slept with was indeed a green-level intermediate, and her presence here was due to a mishap on her way to work. She had been distracted while responding to her boss message and fell into an under-construction sewer, leading to her death. Her soul had been transported by the childbearing system to this unfamiliar beast realm, and most importantly, she was now carrying a child. As a novice mother, Wen Yuan was overwhelmed with panic. The host need not worry. Zai Duo will provide comprehensive assistance during childbirth, ensuring protection and restoration within a second after delivery. The mechanical voice chimed again, seemingly sensing her emotional turmoil. What should I do after giving birth? Can I return? The only reply was a profound silence. Wen Yuan, a voice echoed from afar as 3 or 4 figures clad in beast skins hurried toward her. Simultaneously, an inexplicable surge of information flooded Wen Yuan's mind. She was a member of the Zealand tribe, who had gone missing after falling down a slope while foraging, and today marked the 2nd day of her disappearance. Indeed, the beast god has blessed us. The leader, Hell, with his dark hair and eyes, gazed at Wen Yuan, who appeared slightly disheveled, with a hint of surprise. As she faced the sudden arrival of several men, a natural instinct for caution arose within her until the familiar scent wafted to her nostrils, allowing her to finally relax. With the tension easing, Wen Yuan slumped backward, fortunate that Hell reacted swiftly to catch her. Leader, there are traces of the beast-hunting tribe nearby. Let's go. Back to the tribe. Hell suddenly transformed into a magnificent golden lion, carrying the unconscious Wen Yuan as he dashed toward the tribe. Chapter 2: Colorful Feathers. In the beast realm, there are fewer females than males, leading to a common practice of one female mating with multiple males for reproduction, while the beastmen belong to several diverse species, broadly classified into 3 major races. The first race is the beastmen, who can freely shift between human and beast forms. The second race is the beast-hunting tribe, who are half human, half beast, and can only transform specific body parts. The third race is the wild beast tribe, lacking intelligence, consisting of ordinary wild animals and fierce beasts that can cultivate, containing beast crystals. The beastmen prey on the wild beasts, while the beast-hunting tribe favors the beastmen. That madman was one of the beast-hunting tribe, and his intent in attacking her was not merely to kill, but to consume her. This information was relayed to her mind during her unconsciousness. A bizarre and surreal world. It also made her acutely aware that returning home was impossible. Zealand tribe. Women bustling about, children playing, the entire scene was exceptionally lively. I can't believe she was truly rescued, truly worthy of a leader. So impressive. Wen Yuan is indeed fortunate, missing in Sanghua Forest for 2 days, yet she returned unscathed. The murmurs subsided as a woman arrived. Leader Hell, I shall personally escort this unfilial daughter to the Red District. Xia approached Hell, bowing slightly, her long snow-white hair flowing, slender figure, and exquisite features radiating an aura of frost. Very well. Hell cast a glance at Wen Yuan before leading the others away. Their brief exchange concluded. Xia approached Wen Yuan, flanked by 2 handsome young males. To the Red District? Wen Yuan could not accept this. The summoning system yielded no results. Gazing around, she observed the bustling crowd, realizing there was no opportunity for escape. Moreover, there were far too many individuals with extraordinary abilities. Even if she sprouted wings and took flight, the Eagle Beast tribe would surely apprehend her. Don't touch me, Wen Yuan shouted, her face flushed. I'm pregnant. As her voice echoed, an uncanny silence enveloped the surroundings. How is that possible? A female with low fertility, pregnant after just 2 days? Even a highly fertile female could not conceive within such a short span. Lies. What a disgrace to the Snow Ferret clan. Whispers erupted once more as the crowd gradually encircled Wen Yuan, countless eyes fixated upon her, some filled with mockery, others with derision. Do not speak recklessly, Xia chided, squeezing her hands, her gaze towards Wen Yuan laden with emotion. Yuaner, come with me to the Red District. I truly am pregnant. Wen Yuan retreated a couple of steps, signaling her refusal. She preferred to relish the servitude of men rather than to serve them. It was a fundamental distinction. Xie halted her steps, and the two males behind her followed suit. Could be true? How is that possible? During the fertility test, so many witnessed it when Yuan received only a white feather. How could she possibly be pregnant? Indeed, the beast god's judgment is infallible. The murmurs of doubt began to stabilize in light of the mention of the beast god, leading to the conclusion that Wen Yuan was fabricating her claim. Wen Yuan, do you understand the consequences of lying? Xie's eyes were shrouded in uncertainty. I do. To evade a visit to the Red District through deceit would result in her expulsion from the tribe. In this world, although females were scarce, not all were deemed precious. Only those with strong fertility were regarded as invaluable and worthy of protection. Then, Nanjian summoned the chief and the clan physician. Xie commanded, closing her eyes. Understood, my lady. The man transformed into a golden leopard, swiftly darting through the crowd. Moments later, the departing chief returned, accompanied by an elderly man. The man approached Wen Yuan directly, his rough palm reaching toward her abdomen. Instinctively, Wen Yuan stepped back, her hands instinctively shielding her belly, her sharp gaze fixed on the man. Do not be alarmed. I mean no harm to the child. The man's voice was weathered, and seeing Wen Yuan's protective stance brought a glimmer of joy to his eyes. Only a pregnant female would instinctively react in such a manner. Wen Yuan, upon hearing this, slowly lowered her hands. The instinctive urge to protect her child left her, as a novice mother, feeling somewhat awestruck. The clan physician's hand, separated by a layer of beast hide, gently rested upon Wen Yuan's belly, and soon, a warm, refreshing energy surged within her. The onlookers remained silent, awaiting the revelation that would expose Wen Yuan's falsehood and lead to her expulsion from the tribe. Shortly, the clan physician withdrew his hand and slightly bowed to the chief, stating, Chief, Wen Yuan is indeed pregnant. This simple declaration sent ripples through the crowd. How is this even possible? A female with low fertility conceiving within 2 days is truly implausible, unless everyone understood the implication of those words. Yet the beast god had never erred. Thus, can I avoid going to the Red District? Wen Yuan inquired, unconcerned about fertility. Ratings her sole focus was this question. After all, she possessed a birthing system. Even without a uterus, she could likely create one, so why worry about not conceiving? You may need to verify once more, otherwise, after giving birth, you will be sent back to the Red District. Hell's astonishment mirrored Wen Yuan's surprise at this outcome. Very well, Wen Yuan acquiesced, resolving to maintain her composure for the present. Should the results prove unfavorable, she would devise an escape plan. The statue of the beast god stood at the heart of the tribe, sculpted from stone. It resembled a tiger, with 2 heads, 9 tails, and the 4 limbs of an eagle. While the hind limbs were human feet to Wen Yuan, it appeared to be a hodgepodge of creatures. Kneel, commanded the clan physician and chief, leading the tribe in worship. They instructed Wen Yuan to kneel upon a mound of grass before the statue. Once she knelt, the crowd behind her fell silent, awaiting the customary 5 minutes. System, can you control the color of the feathers that fall? She didn't require red, even black would suffice. Apologies, host, but the child poses no danger. The incongruous response left Wen Yuan momentarily speechless. So the birthing system only cared for the child, neglecting the mother? Though vexed, her life rested in its hands, so she ultimately suppressed her frustration. Seizing the moment, Wen Yuan opened her pregnancy gift pack, revealing a packet of cabbage seeds, a 2-kilogram bag of flour, 3 kilograms of rice, and a dagger capable of slicing through iron. What splendid items. Truly splendid. Opening the point shop, she found a plethora of goods, yet everything appeared gray and white. Wen Yuan barely had time to examine them before someone gasped. Closing the page, Wen Yuan lifted her gaze skyward. A cascade of multicolored feathers fluttered down, gently landing in her outstretched hands. What is this? How can there be so many colors? My goodness, I've lived my whole life and have never seen feathers like these. What does the beast god mean by this? Does the clan physician know? Hell's gaze fell upon the feathers in Wen Yuan's hands, his handsome brows knit tightly in confusion. Apologies, chief, but there is no record of this in the clan physician's inherited manuals. However, given that Wen Yuan is capable of conceiving in such a short period, her fertility must be exceptional. As the clan physician's words settled, several unmated males in the tribe began to regard Wen Yuan with newfound fervor. Chapter 3. Wen Yuan certainly provoked the stray beasts. She resembled a delectable morsel, having fallen into the den of ravenous wolves. However, the identity of the cub's father remains uncertain. Should it be a stray beast, the offspring would need to be expelled from the tribe. According to the information transmitted by the system, stray beasts were akin to cold-blooded creatures, such as snakes and lizards, preferring solitude and often exhibiting violent tendencies. Some even consumed their own young, displaying little familial affection. It is not a stray beast, Wen Yuan interjected. Oh, do you know who the father is? It should be a greeny black fox. If her memory served correctly, this was the original wording as identified by the system. Nonsense. Saki could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward, her eyes glinting with jealousy as she gazed at Wen Yuan, the center of the tribe's attention. Zeta is my companion. How could he possibly father offspring with you? Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? Is she truly so unfortunate? It is one thing to have her life manipulated by others, but to be coerced into becoming a third party is utterly outrageous. Most crucially, should a female attempt to entice a male who is already taken, she would face punishment, required to remain in the red zone for an entire month. Noticing the expression on Wen Yuan's face, Saki immediately adopted an air of arrogance, her golden curls shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Her bronzed skin and voluptuous figure swaying with each step. This green-eyed black fox may not necessarily belong to Zeta, after all. Furthermore, I encountered him in the Sangwei forest. How could Zeta possibly be found there? Zeta, the future leader of the Black Fox clan of the Zealand tribe, is remarkably capable and handsome, making him the desired mate of many females within the tribe. However, the original protagonist harbored no recollection of him, primarily due to her tendency to keep her head down. Her introverted and timid nature causing her to be oblivious to the world around her, lost in her own thoughts. Since receiving the white feather, her self-esteem had plummeted even further. The following day, she was to be sent to the red zone, and that very afternoon, while foraging, she carelessly tumbled down a slope. After a night spent in sheer terror, she was apprehended by the hunting beast at dawn, meeting her demise until her arrival. To the south of the Sangwei forest, the Zealand tribe is the only one present. Within the Zealand tribe, Zeta is the sole green-eyed black fox. Hell observed Wen Yuan with a scrutinizing gaze. This little female seemed to have transformed somewhat since her disappearance. Wen Yuan, she is indeed fortunate, having encountered only the best of circumstances. If this matter holds any truth, Zeta ought to be exiled. A male who has formed a bond yet remains unfaithful to his partner would be forcefully stripped of his bond mark and subsequently banished from the tribe. As for you, you shall spend a month in the red zone after giving birth. That is not the case. Zeta is loyal solely to me. How could he possibly provoke Wen Yuan? After a brief pause, Saki continued. Zeta has always resided in my cave. He cannot possibly be the father of the child within Wen Yuan's womb. See, as dark eyes swept over Wen Yuan, her voice cold as she stated, Chief, Wen Yuan has been in the Sangwei forest for 2 days. Perhaps her mind is clouded, leading to a misremembering. Wen Yuan remained silent, yet upon noticing the flicker of guilt in Saki's eyes, a sense of certainty dawned upon her. In light of this, why not summon Zeta to clarify matters, Chief? With a smile gracing her face, Wen Yuan turned her gaze towards Saki, unperturbed. Zeta, who had become her mate just last night, was currently resting due to the overwhelming excitement that had left her somewhat lightheaded. It was evident that Wen Yuan had provoked the stray beasts, perhaps even being taken away by them last night. Saki raised her voice, emphasizing the words became mates last night, suggesting that Wen Yuan had fabricated a lie to protect the offspring she carried within her. I believe so too. Zeta and Saki were long destined to unite. How could he possibly fall for someone as delicate as Wen Yuan, who appears ill-suited for nurturing? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, when the beast god bestows colorful feathers, who is to say it is necessarily a blessing? Perhaps it signifies poor fertility. Exactly. I suspect that the child she carries was not conceived through ordinary means. I've heard that the stray beasts possess potions that enhance chances of conception. With a mere glance from Saki, the 3 females who had been trailing behind her stepped forward to echo her sentiments, effectively painting Wen Yuan as a liar. There were even insinuations of her attempting to curry favor with the heir of the Black Fox clan. Life was indeed arduous, Wen Yuan sighed. In this world, the status of females was lamentably low. Go fetch Zeta. Helkin's golden eyes fell upon Wen Yuan, taking in her white, chin-length hair, and the brown animal hide draping her form, revealing her delicate, fair collarbone. Her petite face, adorned with clear, light blue eyes, retained its charming allure. Yet, there was an undeniable brightness about Wen Yuan now, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. No need to search, I am here. Just as Jim had turned, a somewhat husky voice resonated through the air, prompting everyone to instinctively turn toward the newcomer. With dark hair and green eyes, fair skin, a prominent nose, and lips tinted a lovely pink, he was clad in black animal hide covering his lower half, exposing a muscular upper body. His physique, broader at the shoulders and tapering at the waist, exuded an aura of primal masculinity. The black animal hide skirt jingled with polished beast teeth and a string of smooth green beads as he walked. Wen Yuan felt a flush of warmth as she averted her gaze. The sight of this man inevitably conjured certain absurd images, leaving her throat parched. The moment Zeta laid eyes on Zeta again, she became entranced, instinctively grasping the arm of the person beside her. Wen Yuan, I apologize for my tardiness. Ignoring Saki, Zeta strode directly towards Wen Yuan, her slender fingers wrapping around Wen Yuan's hand. as she savored the softness of Wen Yuan's grasp. A smile graced Zeta's face, enhancing her already striking beauty with an added allure. If you hadn't arrived, I would have surely been bullied. Wen Yuan playfully draped herself around Zeta's arm, her voice gentle and soft. With her captivating looks complemented by an air of delicate fragility, she appeared utterly endearing. Zeta, how could you hold her hand? You are my partner. Saki suppressed her inner turmoil and anxiety, increasingly unsettled by Zeta's indifference and Wen Yuan's sudden shift in demeanor. How could she endure this? What was happening? Wen Yuan was being excessively inappropriate. Such a woman, who lured another's partner, deserved to be cast out from the tribe. She should have been sent to the red zone long ago. The crowd began to voice their disapproval of Wen Yuan. When did I ever claim to be your partner? Zeta turned to Saki, her emerald eyes growing icy. Saki, we are not bonded. What? Saki looked at Zeta in disbelief. Zeta, do you realize what you were saying? No. Please. Saki murmured, her gaze pleading as she looked at Zeta. Zeta, we clearly bonded last night, didn't we? It was unmistakable. Zeta narrowed her eyes, holding Wen Yuan's hand firmly as she turned to Samo. Perhaps you should inquire with your daughter about her actions. Zeta. Saki shouted sharply, I have evidence. Look. I bear your mark. Chapter 4. Wen Yuan, please stop touching her. Saki exclaimed, pulling down the beast hide that covered her chest, revealing a small, plump black fox curled up with its eyes closed, its fluffy tail wrapped around its head, sleeping soundly. Upon seeing the fox, Zeta frowned slightly. It was well known that when two bonded, the female would bear the likeness of her partner. Zeta, how could you abandon me for Wen Yuan? Saki wiped away her earlier haughty demeanor, lowering her tone. Zeta, I know it must be that little vixen Wen Yuan who has bewitched you. How else could you forsake me for this lowly creature with diminished reproductive capabilities? I do not blame you, as long as you are willing to return. I shall forgive you. Saki's magnanimity starkly contrasted with Zeta's cold indifference. Saki, you are being excessively kind. A male who is bonded yet still pursues other females deserves to have his partnership revoked and be expelled from the tribe. A friend of Saki's chimed in, casting a venomous glare at Wen Yuan and Zeta. How do you explain this? Hell interjected, halting the endless tug-of-war. I, Zeta, swear to the beast god that I have not bonded with Saki. My partner is Wen Yuan. As Zeta's words fell, her gaze softened towards Wen Yuan. Zeta. Saki cried out fiercely, we grew up together. You cannot treat me this way. If you truly valued our childhood friendship, you would not have drugged me. Zeta radiated an air of coldness, her gaze towards Saki as sharp as a blade. A love potion? My heavens. Such substances are strictly forbidden. Samo glared coldly at his daughter, then directed his piercing gaze at Wen Yuan. Zeta claims you are bonded. Do you bear the mark? Little female. You had best speak truthfully, or my black-spotted leopard tribe will not spare you. Samo, my black fox tribe is not a mere decoration. Zeta shielded Wen Yuan protectively. Samo, regardless of how unfilial this daughter may be, she is still a descendant of the weasel family. Furthermore, the facts have yet to be clarified. Why the urgency? Sia's voice was cool and composed. Since when does the weasel family require a female like you to speak? Samo retorted, unable to counter Zeta's words. And sought a quarrel with Sia. And what about us? Several different species of beast men rushed over, clustering around Sia. Sia, originally a bear, now a true snow weasel with exceptional reproductive capabilities, had 6 mates, each possessing considerable strength. This was why Sia enjoyed favored treatment in the Zealand tribe. Samo's expression darkened as he observed the males flocking to Sia. Wen Yuan extended her hand to pull Zeta aside, stepping in front of him with a bright smile directed at Saki. Indeed, the mark exists, but should I reveal it? What would you do then? Zeta is my partner. Wen Yuan sighed, grasping Zeta's hand and signaling him to transform into Klaus. She then deftly sliced a small opening in the beast's skin at her waist, revealing a small black fox that bore a striking resemblance to the one on Saki's chest. The only distinction lay in the subtle streaks of green fur adorning the fox's cheek, which were inconspicuous due to their limited coverage. However, upon closer inspection, one would certainly notice them. Wen Yuan's fingers grazed the small black fox, her gaze towards Saki imbued with mirth. Look, how splendid my Zeta is. A lethal combination of malice and intent. As Wen Yuan's fingers brushed against the black fox, Zeta instinctively tightened his grip on Wen Yuan's hand. A delicate flush creeping onto his fair visage, his gaze towards Wen Yuan softened, revealing a hint of an unspoken emotion. Zeta is my partner. Yours is but a counterfeit. A mere sham. What makes you think it is a sham? Do you believe that by administering an aphrodisiac to Zeta, you can claim him as your own? Were it not for my influence, would a wretch destined for the Red District like you ever stand a chance? Saki, upon realizing her words had crossed a line, felt her expression shift, lowering her head in silence. The 3 friends nearby instinctively recoiled. In that case, let the leader handle this, Sia declared, casting a glance at Wen Yuan, whose hand was held by Zeta, before turning to leave. Thus, Saki was sentenced to provide half of her sustenance to Wen Yuan during her pregnancy, until the birth of the child was complete. Wen Yuan's eyes flickered slightly as she observed the stark contrast in reproductive capabilities. Were it someone of lesser fertility, they would undoubtedly spend at least 10 days to half a month in the red zone. However, individuals like Saki, endowed with superior abilities, would not squander their potential in such a place. Instead, They ought to focus on procreating with exceptional males to yield even more remarkable offspring. As the crowd dispersed, Sumo suddenly swung his hand, catching Saki off guard with a sharp slap. "Amma, I was wrong," Saki admitted sweetly, yet beneath her disheveled hair lay a simmering resentment. Watching Wen Yuan and Zeta retreating into the distance, Saki realized her defeat, utter and complete. Once a female bonds with a mate, she will sever ties with her family, and the tribe will provide her with a separate dwelling. Similarly, the male who becomes her partner will also leave his family to reside with her, facilitating the propagation and safeguarding of their progeny. That evening, a modest little home was established, although small in size. It was replete with everything due to Zeta's esteemed status. As night fell, Zeta cautiously embraced Wen Yuan from behind, his large hand resting on her still flat abdomen. His voice imbued with tenderness. Yuan, I am sorry. Though this was unexpected, I wish to protect you for a lifetime. Will you grant me this opportunity? There is nothing ambiguous between Saki and me. Can you trust me? I have not laid a finger on her, not even the slightest touch. His words carried an undeniable softness and an earnest desire for her affection. Today marked the first time he stood shielded by a petite female. A sensation both bashful and exhilarating, enveloping him in warmth. All right, Wen Yuan replied, turning to face him. She raised her hand to caress Zeta's smooth face, her fingers tracing the contours of his handsome features, from his gentle, watery fox-like eyes to his straight, bamboo-like nose, finally resting on his slightly pursed lips. With each stroke, a tingling sensation seemed to settle upon his heart. His heartbeat quickened, the vibration stirring a haze of warmth and an atmospheric tension that soared. Yuan, Zeta spoke lazily, unable to conceal his joy, as a pair of black beast ears suddenly emerged from his dark hair, standing upright in excitement. Burying his head in the curve of Wen Yuan's neck, he murmured hoarsely, "My Yuan, you smell divine." Wen Yuan's clear gaze fell upon the pair of suddenly emerged ears, and with curiosity, she reached out to gently pinch them. A suppressed groan escaped from the person in her embrace. Yuan, please stop. I can't bear it any longer," he whined playfully, laced with a hint of affection. Wen Yuan released her grip and extended her tongue to moisten her parched lips. Ah, what a truly innocent little fox she is. With her striking beauty, melodious voice, and remarkable ability to be endearing, how could one not fall in love with her? Chapter 5. Wen Yuan was dazed by a kiss. The climate of the beast world is vastly different from that of the realm in which Wen Yuan had resided. Though it experiences 4 distinct seasons, the conditions vary significantly, categorized into the growth season, rainy season, withering season, and ice season. Each season lasts 4 months. During the growth season, all life awakens, flourishing with vibrant greenery under gentle sunlight. The rainy season brings abundant rainfall, swelling rivers, and lush vegetation. The withering season is characterized by scorching sun, soaring temperatures, scant rainfall, and withered plants. In contrast, the ice season is marked by frigid temperatures, piercing cold, heavy snowfall, and sparse flora. Except for the growth season, the remaining 3 seasons pose formidable challenges for the beast men. Floods, landslides, droughts, hunger, and freezing conditions can claim their lives at any moment, compounded by the ever-watchful predatory clans lurking in the shadows. To survive the impending 3 seasons, the beastmen diligently stockpile sufficient provisions during the growth season, including but not limited to meat, wild fruits, and vegetables. The search for sustenance is divided into hunting and foraging teams. The hunting team, led by the chief Hell, ventures into the Sangwei forest, where it is currently the breeding season for wild beasts, resulting in a significant increase in prey and making hunting relatively easier. The foraging team, led by the female bear Shui from the Black Bear clan, explores relatively safe thickets or orchards in search of easily obtainable food such as wild vegetables, fruits, and mushrooms. Participation in the foraging team is mandatory for every female, except for those who are pregnant, and Wen Yuan is conspicuously among them. When Wen Yuan awoke, Zeta had already donned his animal hide. His dark hair, no longer in disarray, was bound behind him with a brown vine, while a strip of brown leather adorned his forehead, keeping the errant strands at bay to ensure a clear line of sight during the hunt. "Did I wake you, Wen Yuan?" Zeta inquired, approaching the stone bed as soon as he noticed Wen Yuan's eyes flutter open. He gently ruffled Wen Yuan's hair before affectionately nuzzling his head against her neck. The unique, refreshing scent that belonged solely to Wen Yuan filled his nostrils, bringing him a profound sense of contentment. "I'm hungry," Wen Yuan said, lifting her hand to cradle the head that was playfully nudging her. Her eyes still clouded with the remnants of slumber, her voice lazy and hoarse. "Wait," Zeta replied, amusement dancing in his eyes as he withdrew his hand from her head and rose to retrieve a plate of warm meat from a nearby cave. The succulent roasted meat glistened with a light yellow liquid. "Eat up. If that's not enough, there's more." Zeta placed the plate before Wen Yuan, assuring her, "It's not hot anymore." The tender roasted meat, paired with the sweetness of honey, offered a delightful experience. "Not enough." Wen Yuan gazed up at Zeta, her eyes piercing into his. "Zeta, I'm hungry." "Don't fret," Zeta reassured her, plucking a red stone from his animal hide skirt. A green glow emanated from his palm as the stone levitated effortlessly above it. He then leaned down, his lips softly brushing against Wen Yuan's. "What are you doing?" The half-awake Wen Yuan was taken aback by the kiss. Her hunger was both physical and emotional, a blend of desires that felt equally urgent. "Wen Yuan, darling, Open your mouth a little, he murmured in a tender, coaxing tone. Wen Yuan's gaze flickered, and she slightly parted her lips. Soon, a peculiar warmth surged into her throat, flowing down the esophagus and settling in her abdomen. In an instant, the intense sensation of hunger vanished, replaced by an unparalleled sense of satisfaction and comfort. As Wen Yuan pondered this newfound experience in a daze, Zeta produced a bag and offered it to her. Upon opening it, she discovered it brimming with stones of various hues. These were beast crystals. Should hunger return, consuming one would yield similar effects. Wen Yuan, you are expecting a little one. So just stay home and be good. I will go hunting and will return a bit later. What would you like to eat? Zeta spoke, cradling Wen Yuan's face with tender hands, his fox-like eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief, radiating an extraordinary gentleness. He treated her with utmost care, as if afraid that even the slightest pressure might shatter her. Host, the higher the level of the beast crystal, the more beneficial it is for the development of the young one. Additionally, fruits infused with spiritual energy yield similar effects. The mechanical voice of the young one echoed in her mind after a long absence. Fruits infused with spiritual energy? Perhaps you ought to provide me with an encyclopedia. Wen Yuan suggested, timing her request perfectly. The young one's voice fell silent once more. Anything is fine, as long as you return safely. Hunting carries risks, and injuries are commonplace. With your striking looks, gentleness, and attentiveness, it would be a great loss if anything were to happen to you. Wen Yuan would feel a pang of sorrow. My Yuan, truly wonderful. Await my return. Zeta leaned in and tenderly kissed Wen Yuan's forehead. If one finds boredom in the cave, one may venture out for a stroll. With that, Zeta departed. Wen Yuan opened the system interface, discovering that the points mall had been activated. However, unlike its initial state, the images of the gray products now bore point values, and her own points amounted to a mere 0. She closed the page and accessed the acquired space, which was characterized by its stark, gray-white walls, utterly devoid of contents. A brief line of text surfaced in her mind. The space lacked air, possessing preservation capabilities, and could be utilized at will. Grasping a nearby piece of gray beast hide, she focused her thoughts, and the hide vanished from her hand, materializing within the confines of the space. At noon, after finishing the warm meat paste soup prepared by Zeta that morning, she tossed a red beast crystal into her mouth. It crunched like brittle bone, and with a few satisfying cracks, it transformed into a warm current that flowed naturally into her abdomen. The remaining beast crystals were carelessly discarded into the space. Having satisfied her hunger and thirst, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. The spring sunshine was particularly inviting. Wen Yuan arranged 2 soft pieces of beast hide at the cave's entrance and reclined upon them. The bright, gentle light enveloped her, imbuing her with a sense of warmth and unparalleled comfort. Wen Yuan let out a contented sigh. Ever since the passing of her parents, she had been striving alone in the bustling metropolis, enduring a life of toil and hardship. She had longed to carve out a small sanctuary of her own, and never before had she experienced such a sense of comfort and ease as she did now. Life in this world was not as bleak as she had once imagined. As for the child, Wen Yuan gently placed her palm on her lower abdomen and closed her eyes, her thoughts swirling chaotically in her mind. In this world, females are solely tasked with bearing offspring, and once the young are capable of independent nourishment, they are entrusted to the males for rearing or sent to specialized tribal institutions for collective learning of survival skills. By this time, the females can once again prepare for conception. This cycle continues endlessly until the onset of age and decline. It is a grim and terrifying fate. Fear not. For the service of offspring provision is comprehensively offered by the cradle of infants, though one may also choose the path of death. The voice of cradle of infants echoed once more, cold and devoid of emotion, an unfeeling electronic tone. Wen Yuan remained silent until a colossal tome with a black cover materialized in her mind. The annotations read, Encyclopedia of Beasts, encompassing categories of beast tribes, maps of the beast realm, varieties of flora, and introductions to extraordinary abilities. As time languidly passed, just as the light was about to fade, Wen Yuan closed the book. Simultaneously, the hunting party triumphantly returned to the tribe. 3/10 of the personal haul was contributed to the tribe, merely transformed into jerky for preservation, while 7/10 was retained for oneself, serving as sustenance for the daily meals. In this context, the advantages of having multiple beast husbands became apparent. Chapter 6, captured with an abundance of beast husbands, the quantity of hunted game increased, consequently augmenting one's share. Fortunately, Zeta's prowess was commendable, securing a whole longhorn pig. The meat of the longhorn pig is tender and succulent. The rendered fat from the fatty portions is used to fry the meat, sprinkled with a touch of salt and paired with honey, effectively eliminating the inherent gaminess of the meat. Throughout the meal, Wen Yuan was pampered, merely required to sit with her mouth agape. Zeta even meticulously adjusted the size and temperature of the meat, anxious that Wen Yuan might find discomfort in her meal. The days that followed were consistently warm and nurturing. Before long, a month had silently elapsed. The beasts entered a peak breeding season, necessitating the tribe to avert an excessive proliferation of beasts that could lead to mass migrations during the rainy season, posing a threat to the tribe. Thus, the tribe was compelled to organize a hunting party for a 10-day expedition, during which they would not return. A specialized team would transport the spoils back for distribution according to the yield. Participation in the hunting party was mandatory, aside from the guards tasked with protecting the tribe. All young males without partners were required to join, while females with partners were obliged to send half of their mates to partake in the hunting activities to ensure a fair allocation of food. Regrettably, Wen Yuan had only Zeta as her partner. Over the ensuing 10 days, Zeta would need to delve into the Sangwei forest for the hunt. This meant that Wen Yuan would have to spend those 10 days alone. Do not fear, Yuan. I have spoken with the tribe's healer, who will come to check on you daily. Additionally, I have arranged for the males of the Fox tribe who remain in the village to safeguard your well-being. Go now. I shall await your return here. Wen Yuan cradled her prominent belly, her face radiating warmth as she spoke. She held no apprehensions regarding childbirth, for the birthing system ensured her safety. As for the clan physician, her acquiescence was merely to ease Zeta's mind. Otherwise, she would have preferred solitude. Before her, Zeta exhibited a tenderness and meticulousness that starkly contrasted with his frosty demeanor towards others. Who could resist such evident favoritism? Naturally, she found it endearing. Wen. I am sorry. Zeta's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a hint of reluctance and remorse evident in his gaze. He gently enveloped Wen Yuan in his arms, nuzzling his head into the crook of her neck, causing his dark locks to become disheveled. All right, they are waiting for you below, Wen Yuan said cheerfully, lifting her hand to cradle Zeta's face. She rose on her toes, straining slightly to plant a tender kiss upon his lips. With her cerulean eyes sparkling and silver hair cascading to her ears, she urged, hurry along, and do take care. Understood. The group set forth in a grand procession until they vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Wen Yuan felt an unfriendly gaze upon her. Turning her head, she beheld Saki, who also bore a noticeable belly, standing at the cave's entrance, her eyes shadowed with malice. Her tousled golden hair and soiled animal hide accentuated her gaunt visage. It was said that Saki was notorious, having settled for a partner of little merit, which meant sharing her meager sustenance with him, rendering her life rather dismal. Saki cast a fleeting glance at Wen Yuan's rosy complexion before withdrawing her gaze, her lowered eyes concealing a profound jealousy and hatred. If it were not for Wen Yuan, would she have found herself in such a predicament? How could she be carrying the child of Shiling, a lowly orange tier beast man? What would you like to eat, Saki? Shiling inquired cautiously, his voice laced with an eagerness to please. Red berries, Saki replied, lifting her eyelids with indifference. Shiling found himself momentarily at a loss. The presence of red berries invariably attracted poisonous snakes, for they were the favored fruit of serpents. Knowing he could not procure them, he thought it best not to ask. Saki's voice turned icy as she quickened her pace to depart. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shiling glanced around before hastily following after her. Wen Yuan gazed thoughtfully at the retreating figures of the two individuals. In the ensuing days, apart from venturing to the cave entrance each day to collect the food brought by the Fox tribe, she resolutely refrained from stepping outside the cave. The males of the Fox tribe, once relieved of their duties as guardians, would linger near Wen Yuan's cave, leaving their scent to deter any unwelcome intruders. Yet, despite these precautions, she still fell victim to treachery. What have you done to me? Merely a trace of the energy from the slumber fruit. Do not fear. It will only induce a brief sleep. The tribe's healer spoke with an air of indifference, continuously channeling energy into Wen Yuan's body. The sense of weakness grew heavier, and her burgeoning belly restricted her mobility. System, if you do not intervene soon, I shall perish. System scanning. The offspring is currently quite safe. Please do not worry. Host. Wen Yuan, damn. I extend my polite greetings to your entire family. The reliance on external aids is futile. Wen Yuan raised his hand to touch the fox mark at his waist. The bond mark contained a portion of energy from the male beast man, which the female could wield at will. However, the extent of her ability depended on her luck and innate talent. The fox, which had originally closed its eyes, suddenly opened them, and a gust of wind swept through the quiet cave, forcefully flinging the tribal healer open, pinning him firmly against the wall, rendering him immobile. Yet, in the next moment, an immense force emerged from outside the cave, liberating the tribal shaman and once again pinning Wen Yuan to the ground. As that drowsiness-inducing power surged forcefully into his body, Wen Yuan bit her lip to remain alert, conjuring a dagger with her mind and plunging it fiercely into the chest of the clan physician. The blade was sharp, and even with her diminished strength, she easily pierced through, blood quickly gushing forth. The physician furrowed his brow at Wen Yuan, swatting her hand away, extracting the dagger, and discarding it. Without uttering a word, he infused her body with the entirety of the sleeping fruit S energy until she succumbed to unconsciousness. Too slow. A rough voice dripped with disdain as a towering figure bent down, seizing Wen Yuan and hoisting her rudely. Get lost. In this foul-smelling lair of the beastmen. Do you think I wish to linger? The man scoffed, swiftly departing with Wen Yuan in tow. The physician clenched his fists, tidying the area before sprinkling a foul powder to mask the original scent. Meanwhile, in the Sangwei forest, Zeta stood momentarily stunned as a bear's paw narrowly grazed his arm, crashing against the tree behind him with a dull thud. Zeta, have you lost your mind? Hell roared, yanking the dazed Zeta back. Chief, I must return to the tribe immediately. Something has happened to Wen Yuan. In an instant, without waiting for Hell's consent, Zeta sprinted backward, transforming mid-run into a massive black fox, leaping and vanishing into the thicket. As the Fox clan finally concluded their battle and returned to check on the young lord's partner, They were met with an alarming realization. The scent that belonged to Wen Yuan had vanished from the cave. Leaping inside, they found the once cozy cave utterly empty. Quickly, notify the young lord. Wen Yuan is missing. Damn those beast-hunting tribesmen, they shouted. Alert everyone. Check each member of the tribe to see if any other females or younglings are unaccounted for. In the dead of night, several beast-hunting tribesmen had launched a surprise attack on the tribe. Though they managed to fend them off, it became evident that their intent was never to win. The true purpose lay elsewhere. Curse be it. If the young lord returns to find his partner missing, they shall have to answer to the beast god. Chapter 7. Childbirth beep, beep, beep. The childbirth assistance function activated. Childbirth countdown, 30 minutes. Pain levels reduced by half, maternal protection engaged. A series of system notifications chimed. Leaving Wen Yuan dizzy, soon replaced by an excruciating tugging sensation in her lower body, a pressing urge as if she hadn't relieved herself in eons. As if she could conjure a mountain at this very moment. Wen Yuan gripped the grass beneath her with one hand while clutching the nearby tree with the other. Her body drenched in sweat. Her anxious eyes were fixated on Shimu, the beast hunter who she had blinded in one eye, as he circled before her. System. Wen Yuan found herself at the brink of her endurance, desperately fleeing through the forest while suppressing waves of pain. Shimu flitted about her like a headless fly without purpose. But the moment Wen Yuan spoke, Shimu's eyes bulged in alarm as he turned abruptly to face her. Please refrain from speaking. The system's barrier can only isolate the entity and its scent. Auxiliary functions successfully activated. Please follow the rhythm of the music and exert yourself. There are 25 minutes remaining until delivery. No sooner had the voice of the system echoed in her mind than a powerful rhythmic melody surged within her consciousness. Adhering to the guidance provided by the system, Wen Yuan began to exert herself in a rhythmic manner. Thankfully, this flawed system proved somewhat effective, as it alleviated her pain by 50%, bringing it within tolerable limits. Time ticked away, her silver hair drenched in sweat, her delicate cheeks flushed crimson, and her entire being resembled one pulled from the depths of water. 10 seconds remaining. Hold on, host. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Wen Yuan distinctly felt a release in her lower body, a sensation of profound relief washing over her. 2 juvenile samples detected. Specific information as follows. Gender, male. Name, none. Species, 1 snow ferret, 1 green-eyed black fox. Level, high red tier snow ferret, high red tier green-eyed black fox. Ability classification, ice type for snow ferret, fire type for green-eyed black fox. Enhanced skill, 10 immunity to physical damage. Childbirth reward acquired, details as follows. Points, 2,000. Lottery chances, 2. Milk powder, 2 cans. Bottles, 2. Lifespan, 200 days. May I name them? When Yuan conversed silently with the system, her gaze fixed upon the 2 wrinkled children before her, a wave of peculiar emotion surging within her. Very well, let them be named Zeju and Zemion. As the words left her lips, a golden light infused into the foreheads of the children. In the beast realm, only a mother possesses the right to name her offspring. The moment a name is bestowed, it intertwines with the child's consciousness, forging a unique bond with the mother, thereby preventing any potential pairing with others in the event of separation. Let us entrust them to Zeta. When Yuan observed Zeta, who was fiercely engaged in a struggle with Shimu, her gaze resolute. Just 10 minutes prior, as she was in labor, Zeta had tracked her scent to this place, discovering traces of her blood on Shimu, which ignited their confrontation. Speak. Where's Yuan Yuan? Ultimately, Zeta gained the upper hand, her dark claws firmly planted on Shimu's chest, blood gushing forth beneath her grip. Cough. She is dead. I have slain her, chopped into pieces with a stone axe. Haha. Impossible. You seek death. With a powerful thrust, the dark claw pierced through Shimu's chest, extracting his crimson heart along with a deep yellow crystal core. Zeta transformed into her human form, her dark hair swirling as she grasped Shimu by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Where is she? Her expression was grim, her eyes icy, exuding an aura of ferocity. Such a passionate male, how can you truly bear to abandon him? The voice of the little one, Kaiduo, unexpectedly carried a hint of human emotion. It is manipulation. How could I not care? When Yuan lifted her downcast eyes to meet Zeta's fierce gaze, her lips parting softly, he is merely a man. Do not doubt my desire to survive. Do you truly harbor no fondness? If you do, I shall grant you your freedom, allowing you to be with him forever. Would that be agreeable? The enticing voice echoed once more. Fondness? Naturally, I do. Yet, I cherish myself even more. A crackling sound ensued, reminiscent of a machine jamming. Then, what if I make the wrong choice? What will happen? You will die. Exchange for a restoration elixir. Exchange successful, deducting 10 points. Remaining points, 1990. As the voice faded, a round, golden pill appeared in Wen Yuan's hand. Without hesitation, she consumed it, feeling it dissolve instantly, leaving a faint herbal fragrance. Instantly, the pain dissipated, fatigue vanished, and her swollen belly from pregnancy rapidly returned to its original smooth and flat state. Her skin was fair, her features exquisite, her figure graceful, with the curled-up black fox around her waist standing out prominently against her pale complexion. When Yuan's fingers grazed the air as she cast a fleeting glance at Zeta before departing without a backward glance. The mark had been concealed. Even though Zeta and she shared a bond, it was now devoid of any perception. In fact, apart from her, no one could discern this mark. Hululu has been slain. An odd sound escaped from Shimu's lips, akin to the gurgle of blood flooding his throat. Zeta's emerald eyes gradually turned frigid. And with a fierce grip, his heart, along with the yellow crystal core, shattered into dust. He hurled the body high into the air, unleashing countless blades of wind that simultaneously pierced Shimu's corpse, hacking away at it until it was unrecognizable, reduced to scattered fragments. Suddenly, two piercing cries resonated through the air, halting Zeta in his tracks, his head stiffly turning towards the source of the sound. Upon confirming the existence of the cries, a swift movement revealed two younglings, swathed in animal skins, standing before him. These beings bore a humanoid form, signifying their innate rank and talent from birth, an unprecedented occurrence. A faint yellow glow adorned their foreheads, symbolizing the bestowed names. Zeju, Zemion, these names echoed in Zeta's mind, accessible only to the children's father, who could decipher the names granted by the divine. Yet, these details paled in significance. Zeta's focus lingered on the children for a mere 2 seconds before being drawn to the deep crimson blood nearby. He pressed his lips together, his complexion paling in that instant. Crouching down, he trembled as he reached out to touch the blood, which felt cold, devoid of warmth. This was Yuan's blood. Moments later, Zeta rose, cradling the two children, and slowly made his way towards the tribe, his silhouette imbued with solitude, as the curtain fell upon the scene. Zealand tribe. Zeta, you've returned. Hell, upon completing his mission, rushed back to the tribe, receiving word of an attack from the beast hunting clan. After thoroughly inspecting the surroundings, it was regrettably found that the only missing individual was Zeta's partner, Wen Yuan. These are Yuan's and my children. Chapter 8, Linju Tribe. Lottery. Congratulations, host. You have won a lighter. Wen Yuan. Once more. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a wood-based supernatural ability, classified as low-level red. For information on upgrading your abilities, please refer to the Supernatural Encyclopedia's upgrading section. Wen Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction, having finally drawn something pleasing. The Sangwei forest was vast, divided into 4 distinct regions, east, west, south, and north. After departing from the southern end of the forest, Wen Yuan proceeded directly northward, arriving at the Linjiwe tribe, a small wolf clan. Although it was not even half the size of the Zealand tribe, the homogeneity of its members fostered a more harmonious coexistence. By the time she had been there for 4 days, Wen Yuan had feigned injury and amnesia, having been taken in by the tribe's leader. What was her sister's former tribe like? Ling Lang, a cheerful young female yet to reach maturity, was brimming with curiosity about the newcomer. She could not recall. Wen Yuan offered a gentle smile, reaching out to stroke Ling Lang's head with a soft voice. It's getting late. The gathering team is about to depart. Be good and stay at home. I shall bring you some delicious treats later. Okay, sister. I'll be waiting for your return, Ling Lang exclaimed joyfully, rising onto her tiptoes and waving vigorously at Wen Yuan, who had already walked away. Soon, Wen Yuan arrived at the assembly point for the gathering team, a modest square, the most spacious area in the tribe. One by one, several females arrived, and a contingent of 10 females successfully formed, setting out towards their destination. The gathering area consisted of fruit orchards and hills, with a few regions overgrown with thorny bushes. Accompanying the gathering team were 6 males tasked with ensuring the safety of the females. Today's rotation happened to feature the leader, Bai Xiao. Spread out and remain vigilant. Understood. Upon reaching their destination, the 5 males dispersed in 5 different directions, while the central area remained under the watchful eye of their leader, Bai Xiao. This fruit is inedible. It is toxic. I am aware. They say those poison meet a most unsightly fate. Wen Yuan beheld the leader Bai Xiao, who had approached her unbeknownst to her, a charming smile gracing his lips. Her patience was commendable, particularly given his handsome visage, as she remarked, it's beautiful. The fruit of the red mulberry, resplendent in its alluring crimson hue, shimmered with a lustrous sheen, evoking an irresistible illusion of sweetness and juiciness, yet it harbored a deadly poison. Prior to Bai Xiao's proximity, Wen Yuan had discreetly gathered some to store in her space for unforeseen circumstances. Bai Xiao regarded Wen Yuan with a hint of confusion, leaning slightly closer, his tousled bangs partially obscuring his faintly golden eyes. His lips pressed together, leaving him momentarily at a loss for a response to her compliment. Do not wander too far, he finally uttered before turning away, leaping gracefully to the highest tree nearby. There, he rested against the trunk, one hand resting on his bent knee, his eyes closed in serene contemplation. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting intricate patterns of dappled light upon him. The young man sat quietly against the tree, his elongated form appearing strikingly tranquil amidst the shifting shadows. As he tilted his head back, his silvery hair cascaded like a waterfall, his eyes gently closed, with long eyelashes casting soft shadows upon his fair skin. A gentle breeze stirred, causing his hair to dance lightly, emanating an aura of aloofness that suggested he was not to be approached lightly. Wen Yuan lifted her gaze, sweeping over the youthful visage before her, astonishment flickering in her eyes. System, what do you think about having a child with him, rather than being compelled to reproduce? It would be better to choose one whom I truly cherish. The system commenced its evaluation, detecting male specimen, a double-tailed silver wolf, classified as high-grade green. The host may select the specimen as a breeding partner. Retracting her gaze, Wen Yuan turned and walked towards the left, Locating the area she had harvested from the previous day, successfully discovering a patch of blue mist fruit. Small and round, its azure skin, when peeled, revealed a milky white flesh, both sweet and slightly tart, ideal for making jam. The collection time passed swiftly, as the females needed to return to the tribe before sunset. Along the way, Bai Xiao's gaze fell on Wen Yuan, intentionally or not. Recalling their inconclusive conversation from that morning, he felt an urge to express something. Yet whenever their eyes met, his pale blue against hers, he found his throat tightening, the words stuck within, unable to escape. Upon returning to the tribe, many were gathered together, lively and animated, sharing laughter and conversation. The gathering team is back. It's the chief. A group of males parted to clear a path, and soon appeared a massive horned deer, its neck mangled from a savage bite, its crooked lips revealing sharp, elongated teeth. Though its name suggested a herbivore, it was indeed a carnivore, sporting a pair of curved antlers capable of delivering a harrowing flight, and those unfortunate enough could find themselves impaled. Chief, I don't desire the meat. Could you grant me the deer hide? A seemingly earnest male stepped forward, scratching his head with a smile, his gaze landing momentarily on Wen Yuan's face before hastily averting. I wish to craft a leather garment for Wen Yuan. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding tribesfolk instinctively erupted into cheers, with some females playfully nudging Wen Yuan forward. As she stepped into the spotlight, the uproar intensified. Thank you. Wen Yuan replied with a gentle smile, her pale blue eyes resting on the horned deer, her red lips curving slightly. It's exquisite. Then let us have a barbecue tonight featuring the delicious meat of the horned deer. Bai Xiao stepped closer, subtly positioning himself to shield Wen Yuan, interrupting the words of the earnest male. Huh? The male was momentarily taken aback, then anxiously sought to finish his sentence, but as he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, he raised his gaze to meet the chief's light golden eyes, an indescribable feeling prompting him to speak quickly. All right, I shall prepare. He turned, casting a final glance at Wen Yuan, his gaze resolute and filled with anticipation. Envisioning the moment he would present the crafted leather skirt to her and subsequently request to become her partner. With this thought, he felt invigorated in his tasks. The tribesfolk busied themselves, and before nightfall, a colossal bonfire was ignited in the tribal square, illuminating the space with its flames. The male beastmen hastened in their work, distributing fresh deer meat to each female, followed by those males who were without partners. Wen Yuan, the leg meat of this horned deer is the most tender. Do try mine? Wen Yuan, don't listen to him. This piece is from the belly, rich yet not greasy. It's truly aromatic when roasted. It's mine. Taste mine. I have the shoulder cut, which is equally delicious. Witnessing this scene, the tribesfolk stifled laughter, amused by the evident popularity of the new female, as the males vied ardently to become her mate. Thank you, but I cannot consume so much. Wen Yuan maintained her gentle demeanor, her smile resembling that of a small angel, her mere glance astonishing. Chapter 9. Not as good as mine. What are you all doing here? Bai Xiao approached the eager group, carrying a freshly cut piece of meat, his voice cold yet imbued with an unspoken authority. The beastmen exchanged glances, realizing Wen Yuan had accepted their offerings, before cheerfully departing. This is for you. Bai Xiao crouched down, his cool voice resuming. This is the tender meat from the inner side of the deer's spine. After speaking, Bai Xiao seemed to find his words superfluous, closing his mouth and placing the meat on the wooden table before Wen Yuan. As he prepared to rise and depart, he heard the soft, melodic voice of the young female calling his name. Bai Xiao, I'm here. The two words escaped him, leaving Bai Xiao momentarily stunned. Ahem. He cleared his throat. What is it? Thank you for rescuing me. Wen Yuan smiled, her delicate face slightly raised. I mean for bringing me back to the tribe. I have yet to express my gratitude to you in person. Her voice was soft and inviting, like a gentle hook that lingered in his ears. Her pale blue eyes sparkled, reflecting the flame's glow, allowing him to glimpse his own reflection within. No, it's unnecessary. Bai Xiao responded, quickly turning to leave. Wen Yuan rested one hand on her chin while the other rhythmically tapped on the table. Observing the retreating figure of Bai Xiao, her spirits soared. Even the sight of the bloodied meat before her lost some of its repulsiveness. Indeed, the presence of a handsome man could alleviate all discomfort. As the moon ascended to its zenith, the bonfire gathering concluded successfully. Wen Yuan's dwelling is situated in a cave atop the highest point of the tribe, recently hewn from the rock. Ascending and descending proves to be rather cumbersome, necessitating the use of a ladder, compelling her to scramble her way up, all the while envying the swiftness of the orcs. Female orcs are inherently frail, even though they possess the ability to shape-shift into their beast forms. They are innately inferior to their male counterparts, lacking the capacity for cultivation and any extraordinary abilities. This vulnerability renders them objects of protection, and the harshness of their environment has led to the demise of many female orcs, contributing to the disparity in their population. Upon returning to her cave, Wen Yuan kindled a fire and seated herself upon her bed. She retrieved the misty blue fruit she had stored in her space during the day, separating the flesh from the pit. After spending 10 points to exchange for 2 glass vials, she meticulously placed the fruit flesh and pit into their respective containers. Once this task was completed, she stowed the vial containing the fruit flesh back into her space and took out a seed, resting it in the palm of her hand before channeling her wood-based abilities. In the next moment, a gentle green light enveloped the seed, and after a few seconds, a small crack appeared, allowing a tender green sprout to emerge, energetically swaying its leaves. However, that was where the progress halted. Regardless of the amount of energy she channeled, the sprout remained merely a sprout, failing to grow into the fruit tree Wen Yuan had envisioned. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered, she acknowledged that it was not entirely without merit. Having worked late into the night, coupled with the incessant drizzling rain that began early in the morning, Wen Yuan decided to retreat back to bed, burying her head beneath the covers. It was not until midday that she groggily roused herself. She ignited the fire once more and placed a stone pot atop it, securely closing the cave's entrance, while scattering a pouch of pungent powder at the mouth to mask any odors. Subsequently, she exchanged points for a pack of instant noodles, adding water to the pot. Once the water reached a boil, she cracked 2 eggs she had foraged into the pot and added the noodles, creating a simple yet satisfying breakfast-lunch hybrid. After satiating her hunger, she relished the fact that the rainy weather spared her from venturing out to gather supplies. Wen Yuan nestled in the cave, honing his extraordinary abilities until the evening descended and the sun had fully set. A series of firm knocks echoed at the entrance. "Who is it?" "It is I." Bai Xiao, the leader. Wen Yuan cast the sprouting seeds into the space with abandon, then opened the door, revealing the sight of Bai Xiao, whose hair was slightly damp. His sharply defined face was adorned with moisture, while rainwater cascaded down his bare upper body, winding its way into the beast's skin skirt that clung alluringly to his waist. "Is there something you require, Chief? Do you fancy deer hide?" Wen Yuan paused in surprise, then seemed to recall something, leaning against the stone wall by the door, and smiling as he replied, "Why do you ask, Chief? Here you go." Bai Xiao awkwardly extended his hands, revealing a beautifully tailored beast-skin skirt, a stunning golden hue that surpassed the vibrant orange of the horned deer hide from the previous night. "Today, I happen to have a fine piece of horned deer hide at home. So, is this a gift for me, Chief?" "Indeed." Bai Xiao dared not meet Wen Yuan's gaze. His voice muffled as he suppressed his excitement and anxiety, a stark contrast to his seemingly rugged countenance. Wen Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, "But I already possess it." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao's gaze dimmed, and his outstretched hand froze in place. Wen Yuan gazed at him with a smile that radiated warmth, curious to see how long he could endure her scrutiny. This bashful demeanor was truly captivating. His charm paled in comparison to mine. Bai Xiao pressed his lips together, then raised his eyes to meet Wen Yuan's, a serious expression reflecting in his gaze. The handsome young man's face was tinged with a few shades of rosy hue. His ears flushed a deep crimson, and despite the tension in his posture, his hands, rigid and trembling, presented the animal hide skirt toward Wen Yuan. "Since the leader has spoken, I shall graciously accept it. It is indeed beautiful." Wen Yuan extended his hand to receive it. The soft pads of his fingers inadvertently brushed against the back of the other's hand, causing the latter to retract as if scalded. Although his face was flushed to the point of near bleeding, he feigned nonchalance, stating, "As long as you like it." He swiftly turned, approaching the edge of the cave, only to pivot once more, his pale golden eyes fixed intently on Wen Yuan, their gaze both earnest and gentle. "Call me Bai Xiao." "Very well." Bai Xiao remained at the cave's entrance, unmoving. "Bai Xiao." It was not until the soft timbre of the voice once more summoned his name that he sprang downward. Beneath the silver moon, his silvery hair billowing as he descended with a graceful lightness, vanishing in an instant. Once he departed, Wen Yuan gazed at the animal hide skirt in his hand, his other hand inadvertently brushing against a spot at his waist before he turned and entered the cave. A night devoid of dreams followed. On the following morning, the tribal square was bustling with activity as the hunting and gathering teams gathered together. Wen Yuan, yawning slightly, made her way through the crowd, her face bearing the signs of a sleepless night. The girl's short, silvery hair shimmered in the morning sun, casting a radiant glow, while her porcelain skin seemed delicate enough to break with a touch. Her gentle, light blue eyes sparkled with clarity, and she donned a golden-hued beast skin skirt that clung gracefully to her lithe form. As she approached, the interplay of light created an ethereal halo around her, evoking a sense of surreal beauty. "Wow, the beast skin that Wen Yuan wears is truly exquisite. I wonder if it speaks. It must be that Wen Yuan looks stunning in it, but I distinctly remember the deer hide from last night not being this color." A voice broke the reverie. Curiosity piqued as someone stepped forward to inquire, "Did you finish this beast skin skirt so quickly?" Observing Wen Yuan's appearance, they marveled at her beauty. "In our tribe, wearing clothing crafted by your own hands symbolizes acceptance of your courtship. You should approach her," urged an eager onlooker, giving a gentle nudge toward the wooden post. "It is not my handiwork. The hide was just skinned yesterday. It cannot be ready so soon. It is merely being prepared and dried," came the reply. Chapter 10, Bai Xiao. "I am. Ahem. What is all the commotion? Let us set off." Bai Xiao cleared his throat and called out loudly, prompting the hunting team to quickly assemble in order and head towards the Sangwei forest. Bai Xiao walked at the rear, and as he passed by Wen Yuan, he lowered his voice, remarking, "You look lovely." With that, he hastily moved on. Wen Yuan raised an eyebrow and casually walked over to the gathering team, remaining silent despite the persistent nudging of the others. Ju'er leaned in close to Bai Xiao, nudging him with his shoulder and whispering, "Bai Xiao, if I recall correctly, that pelt belongs to you, doesn't it?" Bai Xiao responded with a soft hum. "I knew it. It looked so familiar. You sly one. Secretly claiming a mate for yourself. Don't talk nonsense." "How is that nonsense?" As the leader, you should be well aware of our tribe's customs. Why are you pretending otherwise? I never realized you were like this before. She doesn't know, Juer interjected. Does she not know you don't know? Let me tell you, Wen Yuan is a beautiful little female with a gentle disposition. In our tribe, she has piqued the interest of more than just Pai Mu. Seeing Bai Xiao remain silent, Juer, frustrated, continued, let me warn you, if Wen Yuan is taken by another male first, don't come crying to me. At this, Bai Xiao shot a glare at Juer and swiftly made his way to the front of the group. Juer, arms crossed behind his head, watched Bai Xiao with a smile. How quickly time flies. The little one he had watched grow up now had a female he admired. As the group departed in a grand procession, 5 figures emerged from behind a large tree not far away. The leader appeared to be from the Linju tribe. Was the Wen Yuan they spoke of perhaps Zeta's mate? Hell frowned. Perhaps it's a case of sharing the same name. After all, I personally witnessed the blood of Wen Yuan at the scene. Even if she wasn't dead then. How could an injured female survive alone in the Sangwei forest while giving birth? Moreover, the recent activity of the beast hunting clan in the Sangwei forest has been increasingly frequent. So what do? Do not tell Zeta. He has only just begun to regain his spirits for the sake of the 2 cubs. If he faces another setback, who will care for them? At least wait until the cubs are a bit older. Let us go and investigate the whereabouts of the beast hunting clan. Hell turned and led the 5 away. The gathering spot was initially a small grove filled with fruit trees. To the left lay a thicket of bushes. To the right a small hill, and ahead a clear brook flowed, its water cool to the touch in the growing season. Standing by the riverbank, one could see the fish and shrimp swimming leisurely in the water. You're not thinking of eating that, are you? Lingyu approached Wen Yuan, who stood by the river with her basket in hand. Can't eat it? In this beastly world, the most common food was meat, or wild fruits and vegetables. If all else failed, one could trade for snacks or instant noodles to satisfy cravings. It had been far too long since she had eaten seafood or river delicacies. If it weren't for the exorbitant prices at the exchange shop, she wouldn't be contemplating preparing it herself. After all, she was a confirmed landlubber. Though the water was clear, she couldn't see the bottom. Having been educated on drowning prevention since kindergarten, she was genuinely hesitant to enter unfamiliar waters. Such delicacies appeared appetizing, but were actually quite fishy and bony, unsuitable for females and cubs, and too small and difficult to catch. It would be better to gather some wild fruits and vegetables instead. I have a plan. Wen Yuan smiled, pulling Lingyu closer. Help me weave a small cage. And later, I'll prepare some for you to taste. What do you say? Seeing the earnestness in Wen Yuan's eyes, Lingyu inexplicably agreed. With Lingyu's assistance, Wen Yuan swiftly crafted a fish trap, setting up a mechanism at the entrance that allowed fish to enter but not escape. She then found a cool, shady spot, tossed in a few plump earthworms, and, suppressing her discomfort, wrapped the worms in animal skin and crushed them. Next, she tied it to the fish trap, securing the top with 2 vines, fastening it to a tree by the riverbank to prevent it from being swept away by the current. Is that all? Will the fish really be foolish enough to swim in? Wen Yuan, this isn't palatable. With this time, wouldn't it be better to find some yellow tubers or plant roots? They last longer. The other females, curious about Wen Yuan and Lingyu's activities, had gathered around. After Wen Yuan tossed the fish trap into the water, they couldn't help but laugh at her naivety. What prey would be foolish enough to swim into a trap? However, they merely chuckled and soon returned to their own tasks. Wen Yuan remained unperturbed. For it was her own insatiable craving that led her to seize the opportunity, gathering a plethora of wild seeds into her space, edible, inedible, toxic, and non-toxic alike. All indiscriminately stored away. The wood-based abilities, being of the lowest rank, required nurturing to enhance the cohesion of her powers, thereby elevating their purity and ultimately advancing her level. Additionally, engaging in combat was essential, as it allowed for the mastery of her skills and even the awakening of her latent potential. However, Wen Yuan opted for a relatively safer and more conservative approach. Time slipped by quietly. Soon, the sun began its descent, casting a golden glow over the orchard. It was time to retrieve the fish traps. Although a group of females were skeptical about the prey willingly entering the traps, they could not resist gathering to observe. As 2 male beastmen worked together to haul up the nets, a cacophony of splashes echoed. Lo and behold, there was indeed a substantial catch. The astonished females exchanged incredulous glances with Wen Yuan, unable to fathom whether to commend her cleverness or to deride the foolishness of the fish for so readily falling into the snare. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the hunting party returned triumphantly to the tribe, the aroma of cooked fish wafting through the air. From a distance, they spotted a crowd gathered together. And once the catch was unloaded, the males rushed forward to join the excitement. Bai Xiao, however, showed little interest in the commotion, secretly stroking the fruit in his possession. His gaze scanning the surroundings, yet he found no sign of the one he longed for, causing his brows to furrow in concern. I am here, he instinctively replied, as a girl's voice called out, finally anchoring his wandering gaze. His heart, which had been in suspense, began to ease. Come and taste the fish soup I made, she urged. I'm coming, Bai Xiao responded, stepping forward. As he approached the crowd surrounding Wen Yuan, the beastmen holding wooden bowls automatically parted to let him through. A few males stumbled over their words, their mouths full, and Bai Xiao could not discern what they were saying. Quick, savor the fish soup I personally brewed, she insisted. Her cheeks flushed from the warmth of the campfire, her eyes sparkling with his reflection. Her voice was soft as she held out a steaming bowl towards him, rising onto her toes to present it. Chapter 11. Shall we become mates? In that instant, his heart raced uncontrollably. The joyous laughter and bustling figures around him faded into the background, leaving only Wen Yuan in his sight. Sipping the warm soup, he watched her busily serving others. And a deeper smile tugged at his lips. It seemed that in this moment, Wen Yuan truly regarded this tribe as her home. Previously, she appeared to view it merely as a temporary refuge, perceiving all its inhabitants as transient, including himself. Simultaneously, Bai Xiao felt several gazes directed at Wen Yuan. "I'd like another bowl, Yuan, may I?" He stepped closer, positioning himself to shield her from a significant portion of the onlookers, his head bowed slightly. His tone intimate, as if he had uttered her name countless times before. Upon hearing the address, Wen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. But soon a smile graced her face as she lifted her hand to accept the bowl filled with fish soup from Bai Xiao, subsequently presenting it to him with utmost decorum. Throughout, Wen Yuan adhered strictly to the customs of propriety between the sexes. Bai Xiao glanced at the bowl in his hands, then at the diligently occupied Wen Yuan, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within. Everything seemed right yet somehow amiss. His peripheral vision caught sight of Pai Mu approaching from the direction of the cave, carrying something in his hands. Bai Xiao instinctively grasped Wen Yuan's hand. Yuan," he asked, "may I be your beast husband?" The once lively atmosphere, filled with laughter and banter, fell into a profound silence at Bai Xiao's words, including Pai Mu, who had just arrived at the fringe of the gathering, clutching a beast skin skirt, as if struck by lightning. Was this to be an ending before it even began? Pai Mu surveyed the beast skin skirt in his hands, a hint of reluctance in his demeanor as he stepped forward, offering it with a plea. "Wen Yuan, may I be your beast husband? I can be the second." With Pai Mu's bold declaration, the other males, already harboring fondness for Wen Yuan, were stirred with eagerness. Yet none could produce anything of worth. Yuan, Bai Xiao tightened his grip on her hand at the sound of Pai Mu's voice, yet fearing to hurt her. He quickly loosened it. His voice carried a note of grievance, his silver hair cascading over his forehead, golden eyes filled with anticipation, gazing intently at her as if her refusal would bring him to tears. "All right," with a radiant smile and gentle eyes. Wen Yuan extended her hand to caress Bai Xiao's warm face, softly acquiescing. The long-coveted prey had finally fallen into her trap, and naturally, Wen Yuan was elated. Releasing her hand, she grasped the still-dazed Bai Xiao's, turning her gaze toward Pai Mu. Maintaining her cheerful demeanor, she politely and softly remarked, "I apologize, but your partner should be someone far more exceptional than I." Although Pai Mu felt a pang of disappointment, witnessing the hands of Wen Yuan and the chief intertwined provided him with some solace, at least with the chief leading the way. His own lack of success would not be too humiliating. Furthermore, such a remarkable individual as Wen Yuan deserved the very best, even if it was not himself. Once the fish soup had been divided, Ju'er took on the task of distributing the meat. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night descended, the crowd dispersed, each returning to their own homes. The night breeze of the growing season was refreshingly cool, enveloping the cave within. As Wen Yuan had just closed the door behind her, she was abruptly lifted off her feet by Bai Xiao, who had been longing for this moment. He gently placed her upon the stone bed, which was adorned with fur pelts, and before she could even react, he leaned in and firmly ensnared her beneath him. Warm lips gently pressed against Wen Yuan's forehead, their faint golden gaze imbued with unmistakable affection. In a husky tone, they whispered, Yuan, shall we become partners?" The voice, tinged with a hint of yearning, resonated with a subtle restraint. Her fair skin glowed with a rosy hue, while the warmth of breath cascaded upon Wen Yuan's cheeks, leaving a tantalizing sensation. Such a delicate demeanor was irresistibly enchanting, verging on temptation. Bai Xiao. Wen Yuan gently lifted her hand, tucking the strands of hair that had fallen across the other's face behind her ear. "I am here," came the hoarse voice, the head bowed low. Warm lips incessantly caressing Wen Yuan's neck, evoking waves of delightful sensations. "Even knowing the possibility of my departure, are you still willing to become my partner?" The chaotic thoughts of Bai Xiao momentarily paused as he raised his head, his light golden eyes reflecting Wen Yuan's face, filled with an indelible depth of affection. Yes. A simple word, yet it encapsulated Bai Xiao's days of hesitation and inner turmoil. Long before others expressed their love for Wen Yuan, reason had already crumbled into oblivion. "Can Yuan be my partner?" Bai Xiao's voice was muffled. "All right." Wen Yuan smiled as she leaned in, presenting her soft, crimson lips. The system activated the conception assistance function. Conception assistance function has been activated. Wen Yuan, who was engaged in a mental dialogue with the system, gasped sharply, unable to resist playfully tapping Bai Xiao, her voice sweet yet laced with a hint of desire. "Are you biting? Are you a dog?" Yuan, pay attention." Bai Xiao replied, raising his head in reproach. "And for the record, I am a wolf, not a dog." In that moment, a sudden sharp pain coursed through Wen Yuan's lower body, leaving her too distracted to retort. The rustling of leaves seemed to harmonize with her soft murmurs, while the wind outside howled, bending the branches as it swayed them, akin to a drowning person grasping at floating weeds, rising and falling amidst the waves, enduring one shock after another until utterly exhausted. Congratulations, host, on successfully achieving conception. During the pregnancy, please ensure adequate nutritional intake. Consuming fruits and meats is beneficial for the child's development. Fatigued to the bone, Wen Yuan paid no mind to the system, instead cradling the contented Bai Xiao and drifting into slumber. In the early morning, dew dripped from the leaves, and Wen Yuan, still in a daze, nestled closer to Bai Xiao, seeking warmth. It was still early, and she could afford to sleep a little longer. Bai Xiao gently embraced Wen Yuan, his eyes brimming with tenderness. His gaze fell upon the twin-tailed silver wolf on her wrist, filling his heart with an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. The once empty space within him was now overflowing. Holding Wen Yuan felt akin to possessing everything. Bai Xiao, I am here. I'm hungry. With disheveled silver hair. Wen Yuan irritably tugged at it until it stubbornly remained upright, disregarding it thereafter. It's raining today. I've sent Zhu Er to lead the team for hunting. Bai Xiao kissed Wen Yuan's face, propping himself up to don a leather skirt. Today, I will stay at home with Yuan. What would you like to eat? I might be pregnant. In truth, it was a certainty. The voice of the dog system had been crystal clear in her mind last night, despite her overwhelming fatigue. Bai Xiao halted his movements. What did you say? I'm pregnant. Bai Xiao's expression morphed into one of shock. Just like that, after only a few times? His astonishment was palpable. Even among highly fertile females, conceiving a child after just a few encounters was not guaranteed. How had Yuan managed it so swiftly? What do you wish to eat? Bai Xiao, regaining his composure, inquired. Do you not believe me? Not at all. Bai Xiao shook his head with a chuckle. Bending down to cradle Wen Yuan's face in his hands, his gaze earnest. I simply believe that our child pales in comparison to you, Yuan. So, what do you wish to eat? Wen Yuan's eyes gleamed momentarily as she replied with a gentle smile. Barbecue, the more the merrier. All right. Bai Xiao gently pressed Wen Yuan back onto the bed. Just lie down obediently. It's a bit chilly today. I'll call you once it's ready. Okay. Chapter 12. Wen Yuan faced a direct hit. On the 10th day of her pregnancy, Wen Yuan began to show, gradually shifting from outdoor activities to those within the tribe. After all, carrying a prominent belly made it inconvenient to venture far. Upon learning of Wen Yuan's condition, the tribe members were initially taken aback with joy, soon arriving in droves, bringing gifts to extend their congratulations. In no time, her cave was bustling with visitors, filled with warmth and merriment. With the onset of pregnancy, there were numerous precautions to take. She needed to eat well, rest abundantly, and refrain from excessive movement. Rest assured, with our support, you shall safely bring forth a healthy little one, though one wonders how many you carry. The mothers among the tribe gathered around Wen Yuan, comforting her and engaging in lively discussions about the child growing within her. As Wen Yuan observed the women surrounding her, engaging in cheerful conversation, an undeniable warmth enveloped her heart. In this unfamiliar world, she discovered kindness radiating from individuals beyond just her partner, regardless of their number. Her only wish was for their safety and well-being. All she could do was pray for Zhe Mian, and the child growing within her, hoping they would all remain safe and healthy. Since she could not offer love, she dared not desire anything more. Her sole hope was for their peace and health. After all, she wished for them to remain oblivious to the fact that their mother had brought them into this world driven by a will to survive, rather than love and anticipation. In a few days, when the little ones were more stable, she would find some comfort in being able to venture out, which would aid her in the forthcoming labor. Although there was no tribal shaman, each of them had given birth before and would certainly support her through the process. Ling Yu, with a cheerful demeanor, grasped Wen Yuan's hand, offering reassurance that there was nothing to fear. After all, their Linju tribe was too small to retain a healer, leaving the females to rely on themselves and fortune to bring forth their children. With good fortune, both mother and child would thrive. With ill fortune, it could result in tragedy. With you all here, I have no fear, Wen Yuan smiled gently. Ah, I heard that sister is expecting a little one. Ling Lang's bright voice rang out from the cave entrance as she approached with a basket in hand, skipping joyfully. My father heard I was coming to see sister Wen Yuan, so he asked me to bring these red berries for you. I washed them thoroughly. Would you like to try one? Ling Lang exclaimed, pulling out a vibrant red fruit and offering it to Wen Yuan. Wow, little Ling Lang. You must have gone to great lengths. Surely, your father didn't send you with these? Teased Ling Yu with a smile. I've heard that you've been saving these for quite some time. How come you're so generous with sister Wen Yuan? Usually, you're not so free with us. Humph, that's because sister Wen Yuan treats me well. Every time she goes gathering, she always thinks of me and brings me something to eat. Ling Lang retorted, playfully handing the fruit to Wen Yuan and making a silly face at Ling Yu. The two quickly fell into playful banter, and their laughter echoed throughout the cave, creating a lively atmosphere that could be felt from afar. Wen Yuan leaned against the stone wall, a smile dancing in her eyes as she quietly observed their playful antics. Bai Xiao, while grilling meat and simmering soup, occasionally glanced at Wen Yuan, his gaze tender and warm, his expression brimming with joy. It seemed he had begun to comprehend the happiness his father spoke of. As long as Wen Yuan was by his side, he felt truly content. For the Snow Ferret clan, the span from pregnancy to childbirth lasted a mere 40 days. Under Bai Xiao's attentive care, Wen Yuan thrived. By the 20th day, she was already capable of running and jumping, having navigated through the initial perilous phase. Although her ears still flushed red at the slightest provocation as time passed, Bai Xiao's confidence grew in tandem with their deepening bond. Are you still hungry, Yuan? Bai Xiao's voice was husky as he gently cradled Wen Yuan's head, his face drawing near, his pale golden eyes fixated on her slightly flushed lips. tender from their earlier encounter. That was a consequence of their recent exchange of crystal energy, a moment of indulgence he could not resist. I'm not hungry, Wen Yuan replied. Her mind still foggy from the intensity of their previous interaction. One had to admit, his skills had progressed swiftly. Even the act of transferring crystal energy felt as though he were savoring her entirely, leaving her somewhat overwhelmed. Gazing at the man before her, whose face was tinged with crimson, breath unsteady, and eyes betraying a raw desire, Wen Yuan found herself momentarily engulfed in self-doubt. Was this truly the same handsome man she had first noticed, who blushed so easily? Though he remained handsome, some fundamental aspects had subtly shifted. But I am hungry, she finally admitted. Then go eat the grilled meat. The fire hasn't died down, he suggested. No, she countered. What do you wish to do then? Surely you must know? Bai Xiao, feigning innocence, took her hand and slowly led her away. Unyielding and steadfast, he was relentless. All right, Wen Yuan conceded, realizing his playful persistence. The tables had turned, and now it was she who felt her cheeks warm, momentarily at a loss as Bai Xiao's boldness caught her off guard. Ah Yuan, please help me. Ah Yuan, I asked, the little one is fine. Ah Yuan, stop. Wen Yuan raised her hand to gently cover Bai Xiao's teasing mouth. Then inquired of the system, is this permissible? Yes, host. The system will not restrict your pursuit of happiness. Moreover, with numerous protections in place, even if the sky falls, the little ones will remain safe. The voice of the system, still mechanical and devoid of emotional fluctuation, made Wen Yuan feel a tinge of embarrassment at the bluntness of its words. Wen Yuan, witnessing Bai Xiao about to speak, hastily pressed his head down, forcefully bringing it to her lips, causing her eyes to well up with tears from the pain. Ah Yuan, a kiss will suffice, Bai Xiao coaxed, sweet-talking her. Were it not for his flushed face, Wen Yuan would have doubted whether he, like her, had undergone a transformation within. The fur beneath them became increasingly disheveled, and the sounds within the cave persisted, lingering until the dawn light began to break, the noise eventually dissipating into tranquility. Bai Xiao lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss upon Wen Yuan's forehead, embracing her as he succumbed to a deep slumber. It was only when the sun rose fully that he rose to prepare her meals, leaving with utmost care. In the ensuing days, the females would occasionally visit, and Ling Lang was nearing adulthood, often clinging to Wen Yuan to accompany her on walks. The little one always had an endless stream of chatter and questions, her curiosity about the world beyond the Linju tribe insatiable. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao, aside from hunting and attending to tribal affairs, remained steadfastly by Wen Yuan's side, unwilling to stray even a step away. Time swiftly passed, and soon the day of Wen Yuan's impending childbirth approached. Bai Xiao meticulously counted down the days, requesting leave from Zhu Er, remaining vigilantly by Wen Yuan's side, even more anxious than the mother herself. The females visited more frequently, primarily concerned that Wen Yuan might feel anxious, as the absence of her mark made it difficult to discern that she had given birth. They engaged her in conversation and laughter, aiming to divert her attention and alleviate her tension, and Wen Yuan graciously accepted their goodwill. Perhaps this period would be one she often reminisced about in the days to come. Chapter 13, Bai Xiao's sister chief. Zhu Er has brought back a female from the hunt and wishes for you to take a look. Pai Mu's voice interrupted the merriment within the cave. Picked up a female? Bai Xiao paused momentarily in his roasting, then replied, let him handle it. Can't you see I'm busy? What could be more significant than comforting his beloved? Moreover, Wen Yuan was due to give birth any day now, and he did not wish to leave her side. But Zhu Er mentioned that the little female is somewhat related to you. Pai Mu cast a glance at Wen Yuan, who was seated upon a stone bed, then continued. You should see for yourself. Should I accompany you? Wen Yuan stood, her belly quite pronounced, to the extent that she could no longer see her toes. Before Bai Xiao could decline, she transformed, the white little snow ferret, belly held high, appearing before him. Her fur was thick and as white as snow, her rounded abdomen prominently protruding, and her fluffy tail trailing behind her as she stood, her tiny paws waving at Bai Xiao. He couldn't help but smile, for it was his first glimpse of Wen Yuan in her beastly form, and she was utterly adorable. He bent down, gently cradling Wen Yuan in his hands, then offered an apology to the females in the cave before leading her out. Zhu Er's cave was a fair distance from Wen Yuan's, and as they walked, Pai Mu recounted the events that had transpired. During a hunt, they had come across a black-skinned boar. As they prepared to encircle it, Zhu Er discovered a female beneath the boar's feet, already unconscious but still breathing. To ensure her safety, they had to devise a different strategy, with Zhu Er leading several beastmen to divert the boar's attention while Pai Mu rescued the unconscious female. They later worked together to bring the boar down. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly until Zhu Er saw the little female, at which point his expression changed drastically, insisting on taking her back to the tribe to seek out Bai Xiao, emphasizing that he must bring Bai Xiao along. What is the matter? Bai Xiao inquired. Nothing specific, Pai Mu replied. Just that I was told to bring you there quickly. Tai Mu has gone to summon the clan healer, hoping it's not too late. The little female is gravely injured. At this, Pai Mu couldn't help but sigh. A perfectly innocent little female, destined to be cherished within the tribe. How did she end up in such a dire state? When Wen Yuan overheard the conversation between the two, she gently patted Bai Xiao. It's all right, the latter replied with a smile. The Linju tribe was known for its leniency towards females, a fact Wen Yuan had witnessed on her very first day in the tribe. After all, As an unfamiliar female with uncertain reproductive capabilities, the tribe's members had cared for her with utmost diligence, which was a testament in itself. Had she been in a larger tribe like the Zhe Lin tribe, the revelation of her infertility would likely have resulted in her being cast into the red zone. Injured and alone. In their eyes, the propagation of offspring seemed to outweigh the value of a woman's life. "You finally arrived," Zhu Er said, pacing outside the cave, eagerly anticipating Bai Xiao's arrival, and promptly pulled him inside. "Be careful not to hurt Wen Yuan." "Wen Yuan? It's fine." Bai Xiao lightly tapped Wen Yuan's head, his light golden eyes sparkling with mirth. "There is nothing I should conceal from Wen Yuan." "Very well." Zhu Er glanced at Wen Yuan, who sat quietly in the palm of his hand, and led the two into the cave. Upon entering the cave, Bai Xiao halted. "Do you sense it?" Prepare yourself." "Ah. I fear whether she will awaken is uncertain." "I understand." The seemingly nonsensical exchange between the two heightened Wen Yuan's curiosity as she tilted her little head to peer inside. There lay a bloodied young female, quietly resting on a stone bed, her complexion pale, lips cracked, a hand missing, and her body marred with bruises, an utterly heartbreaking sight. Bai Xiao instinctively shielded Wen Yuan's eyes, yet she grasped his hand with her tiny paws. This scene, while distressing, was still bearable for her. She pondered what horrors the little girl must have endured. "I found her in the Sangyu forest. At that time, her breath was faint. I managed to save her life by giving her a green crystal, but whether she can survive remains uncertain. The clan physician has arrived." Tai Mu entered the cave swiftly, accompanied by an older man, interrupting Bai Xiao and Zhu Er's conversation. As soon as the physician entered, he sat beside the stone bed and began to meticulously examine the condition of the young female. "Is it him?" The moment when Yuan laid eyes upon the man's face, an intense aura of murderous intent radiated from her. "A Yuan?" Bai Xiao gently patted Wen Yuan's head. Sensing her hostility, protectively, he seized the man who was being examined and cast him aside. Subsequently, he leaned down and grasped the man's throat, lifting him high into the air. "Help! Help me!" The clan physician struggled. "Chief, he is the physician of the Zealand tribe." "Bai Xiao, what are you doing?" Zhu Er and Tai Mu were taken aback by Bai Xiao's sudden action. Bai Xiao, Wen Yuan softly tapped his hand, reassuring him, "It's all right. Let him save the person first." Upon hearing her words, Bai Xiao glanced at Wen Yuan, and after receiving her affirmative response, he finally released his grip. The clan physician, upon hearing Wen Yuan's voice, widened his eyes in astonishment. "You are Wen Yuan? She is still alive?" After going missing for so long in the Sangyu forest, and with the chief stating that the pool of blood on the ground was hers, she had actually survived? Focus on saving your patient. Best to keep other remarks to yourself. Wen Yuan cast a sharp glance at the tribal healer before relaxing entirely, nestling into Bai Xiao's embrace. The little female had sustained grave injuries, and I bestowed some of my power upon her, though I truly held no confidence in her survival. The healer trembled as he observed the three individuals encircling him, reluctantly speaking up. Had he possessed the strength to resist, he would not have endured such humiliation. Most troubling was the inexplicable animosity Wen Yuan harbored towards him, and it seemed she might be pregnant again. If she were alive, why did she not return? Zeta had nearly lost his sanity in a search for her, even coming close to killing Saki, had it not been for Hell's intervention. Saki might not have lived to see the day of her delivery. Just focus on healing, Zhu Er pressed, restraining Bai Xiao. In the beast realm, the healer occupied a unique vocation, wielding light-based abilities to ascertain the veracity of pregnancies and mend wounds. It was said that a skilled healer could discern the number of unborn offspring with a mere glance, and could even restore those on the brink of death. Such individuals were exceptionally rare and, according to legend, had only appeared in the vicinity of the fallen forest. The truth of such tales remained to be verified. As energy gradually flowed into her, the female lying on the bed began to stabilize, eventually managing to open her eyes. "This is the best I can do. But the injuries are too severe. If you have anything to say, do so quickly," the healer remarked, withdrawing his hand, feeling his vision fade. Were it not for the fear of being killed by this man, he would have already succumbed. Chapter 14. "You should not have brought her back, brother," the little female exclaimed, her words shocking yet directed solely at Wen Yuan. "How did you end up in such a plight? Where's AMU?" Bai Xiao stood unmoving. "Dead." She trembled as she recalled a horrific thought. "Killed by the beast hunters. They devoured AMU, right before my eyes, bite by bite. And you?" "I barely managed to escape." "Brother, please save me. I do not wish to die." "How can I save you? Was it not you who chose to leave with AMU?" "No. It was not like that." The girl seemed lost in her memories, desperate and frenzied. "How is it not like that?" Bai Xiao's fingers instinctively caressed Wen Yuan's head, his tone gentle. "When AMU left with the beast hunters, I warned you. It is folly for prey to presume to be the companion of a predator. It is a path to ruin. You overestimated your own capabilities, clinging to the delusion that he was different, just as AMU did. The outcome you now face is of your own making." "Bai Xiao," Bai Yao shouted with all her might. "You will not save me. It is not that I will not save you, but rather that I cannot." Upon hearing this, Bai Yao fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes filled with malice, until her sight fell upon Wen Yuan, a sinister smile spreading across her face. "Throw her back to the Sangyu forest." The flicker of hope in Bai Xiao's eyes vanished. Ju'er, you should not have brought her back. Are you certain? Ju'er appeared to have misheard, for Bai Yao was his beloved sister, cherished deeply by Bai Xiao. Do you think a frail female like her could escape the jaws of the beast hunters? Ju'er suddenly awoke from his reverie, turning back to Bai Yao with disbelief. Did you do this on purpose? Ha ha ha. If he does not save me, should I not perish? She retorted. So many of you watched as I left with AMU, yet not one of you intervened. Shouldn't you all bear some responsibility for what I endured? Had any of you attempted to stop us then, how could I have ended up like this? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Her words laced with hatred towards Bai Xiao and the entire Linjue tribe. Ju'er, do you understand now? My fault. I will disperse the crowd at once. Ju'er, filled with regret, turned and hurriedly departed with Taimu, and soon the sound of horns echoed throughout the tribe. Wen Yuan has come to comprehend the situation. Bai Yao is the biological sister of Bai Xiao, who, together with their mother, once departed with the beast hunters, despite Bai Xiao's pleas to remain. Their determination led them to pursue their own path, resulting in one meeting a tragic demise, while the other was severely injured, teetering on the brink of death. Perhaps Bai Yao's survival was not due to her own prowess or mere fortune, but rather through the sacrifices of the entire Linjue tribe, bartering with the beast hunters. Such ruthless resolve is not something the average person can muster. Observing Bai Yao's current state, it is evident that she has endured extraordinary hardships, perhaps even teetering on the edge of madness. Yet, this does not justify her betrayal of her kin. Ah Yuan, close your eyes. The moment Bai Xiao's words fell, Wen Yuan obediently shut her eyes. Subsequently, the cacophony faded away. When she opened her eyes again, Bai Xiao was already at the heart of the tribe. The once desolate square was now teeming with people, with some males still absent, engaged in the hunt within the forest. Ju'er, take a team and escort the females and young ones to safety immediately. The elders should seek refuge in the underground passage. Taimu, you must notify the hunting party to return to the tribe at once. Paimu, go to the other tribes and request assistance. Understood. The three responded in unison. As the crowd dispersed and began their tasks, Bai Xiao called Ju'er back, handing Wen Yuan into his care. Protect her for me, he instructed, his gaze lingering on Wen Yuan as he gently touched her head, uttering each word with gravitas. She is my life. Understood. Ju'er nodded solemnly. Once they are settled, I will return with the utmost speed. Hold your ground. Bai Xiao nodded, then turned to Wen Yuan, softening his tone. I am sorry, Yuan, but I may not be able to accompany you during your labor. It is all right. Wen Yuan shook her head gently, obediently crouching in Ju'er's hands. Even if she possessed extraordinary abilities, they would be of no assistance in this situation. Thus, it would be wiser to depart, lest Bai Xiao be distracted. Most importantly, the system would certainly not permit her to remain in such a perilous environment, as it posed a danger to the child. Bai Xiao, I am here. Bai Xiao halted, turning to face Wen Yuan, his handsome features always adorned with a smile when he looked at her. Stay safe. I will await your return. Listen to Yuan. Wen Yuan tightened her embrace around him. We are about to set off. As Ju'er spoke, he transformed into a gray wolf, leading the way, while Wen Yuan was secured above his neck. To prevent her from being jolted off, Ju'er thoughtfully wrapped her in animal hide, fastening her securely around his neck. Behind Ju'er were 9 female wolves, each bearing their offspring, while several males accompanied them, carrying bags of their own. Thus, the group raced forward, laden with family. Fortunately, the journey was devoid of danger, and they arrived safely at their hiding place, a cave concealed by stones. Though modest in size, it was sufficient to shelter the females and their young. If all goes well, I will personally come to escort you back. If trouble arises, Lingyu, you must lead everyone to a tribe and live well. To everyone involved in this matter, I owe my deepest apologies. It is my fault, Ju'er said, bowing deeply to the females. Return safely. We will await your return. Tell my partner that I will be here waiting for him. Upon hearing these words, Ju'er felt the weight of his departing footsteps, nodding earnestly before blocking the cave's entrance with a large stone. There was no fear of lacking air, for this cave possessed another exit. Not long after Ju'er's departure, Wen Yuan began to feel a familiar pain in her abdomen, a clear sign that she was about to give birth. Indeed, the next moment, the familiar electronic voice resonated. Beep beep beep. Detection of host's impending delivery. The system has automatically activated the birthing assistance function. Pain sensation reduced by half. Music is ready. Childbirth countdown. 29 minutes. Please relax and adjust your breathing to the rhythm of the music. Even with the halved pain, Wen Yuan still felt discomfort. This is it. The conditions here are too dire. We left too hastily and brought nothing. Wen Yuan, do not fear. We have all given birth before. With us here, you shall be safe. The females whispered reassuringly. Please remain quiet. I will manage this. Lingyu, take the young ones a little further away, so as not to frighten them. If the beast hunters discover us, we will all be in danger. Chapter 15. Congratulations to the host on successfully giving birth. Wen Yuan inhaled sharply, a cold breath escaping her lips. Yet this was not her first experience. she refused to be overly sentimental. Amidst the contractions, she remained steadfast in managing the emotions of the females around her, even attending to the newborns. For it was imperative to guard against the potential encroachment of the beast hunters. After all, not everyone was fortunate enough to possess a birthing system like hers. Having given birth once before, she was well acquainted with the process and cooperated fully with the system. As time trickled away, the pain she felt began to numb. Her body felt as if it had been pulled from water, her silver hair clinging damply to her cheeks, and her delicate face flushed crimson. Finally, amidst a wave of agony, Wen Yuan summoned her strength, and a wave of relief washed over her as something was expelled. Simultaneously, the countdown on the transparent panel reached 0, and with the astonished gasps of the females, Wen Yuan knew it was finally over. She had endured another birthing experience. Congratulations to the host for successfully delivering a child. A total of 1 juvenile sample has been detected. Specific information follows. Gender, female. Name, none. Species, two-tailed silver wolf. Level, low orange tier. Ability classification, wind element. Enhanced skill. A 20% increase in the probability of evolving a three-tailed capability. Rewards for childbirth are as follows. Points, 1. 500, lottery, 1 chance. Baby formula, 1 can. Bottle 1. Lifespan, 300 days, total. She named her by Yen. A yellow glow enveloped the newborn's forehead, signifying the successful naming. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed as a bloodied Taimu burst into the cave. Breathless, he regarded the females within, urgency evident in his voice. Come with me quickly. The beast hunters are upon us. What of the chief? What of the other males in the tribe? This is our only sanctuary. Where else can we hide? The females, panic-stricken and pale, clutched their children, their expressions filled with confusion. In their world, the males were the source of strength for the females, and now, with that strength vanished, the approaching beast hunters instilled fear, causing widespread disarray. The chief has instructed me to lead you away first. Fear not, I shall protect you. Wiping the blood from his face, Taimu appeared somewhat terrifying in the dim light. Rest assured, I, Taimu, swear by my life to the beast god that I will ensure your safe arrival at our destination. Hurry, we must leave, or it will be too late. How could the beast hunters know we were here? Before leaving, Ju Air scattered stench powder outside the cave and even used plenty of animal feces. How could they possibly find us? Ling Yu emerged from the cave with the newborns, her heart quaking as she beheld the bloodied Taimu, his features obscured. Once we reach safety, the chief will join us. There is no time for explanations now. We must hurry. Taimu, anxious, reached out to pull the nearest Ling Lang away, but in the next moment, searing pain coursed through him as a deep gash opened on his neck, blood gushing forth. Warm liquid splattered as Ling Long's eyes widened in shock, instinctively about to scream. Fortunately, Ling Yue reacted swiftly, covering Ling Long's mouth with her hand, her pale face shaking its head at the other females. Wen Yuan, what are you doing? He is Taimu. How could you kill him? In the face of this accusation, Wen Yuan calmly drew out a dagger, blood bubbling forth from the wound. Clutching the dagger at her side, she exerted all her strength to hide her trembling hand. The viscous blood dripped down the blade, and the lifeless Taimu collapsed instantly, his eyes wide open, staring into the void. Wen Yuan, he is not Taimu, is he? Ling Yue whispered, releasing her grip on Ling Lang and pulling her behind, her gaze reflecting a hint of fear. Yes, Wen Yuan nodded, taking a deep breath to steady her trembling voice. She then pulled out a piece of animal hide, carelessly wiping the blood-stained face of the man, revealing a countenance that was unfamiliar. His features were unremarkable, devoid of distinction. Yet, despite the blood, the many pairs of eyes present had seen clearly. It was impossible to be mistaken. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Taimu. I have heard of a certain ability that allows one to mimic the appearance of another, even their voice. However, to achieve a perfect imitation, one must consume the heart of the individual being mimicked, thus becoming indistinguishable from them. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the females in attendance grew grim, as a cold wind swept into the cave, whistling through the narrow crevice. The chill penetrated their bodies, leaving them feeling desolate. It must be the beast hunters' kin. Have we been discovered? We may perish, but what of the young ones? They are still so small. What shall we do? The oppressive atmosphere gradually spread, embodying the profound fear that the beastmen harbored towards the beast hunters. Wen Yuan wiped the sweat from her brow, her gaze drifting towards the dimming landscape outside the cave, lost in contemplation. I have several bags of foul powder here. I shall scatter them around in hopes of some efficacy. With that thought, Wen Yuan retrieved the foul powder from her space and stepped cautiously towards the cave entrance. The tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloped everyone, instilling a sense of dread as they succumbed to their own emotions, oblivious to the fact that Wen Yuan, having just given birth, managed to vanquish the counterfeit ironwood and exit the cave unscathed. As twilight descended, Wen Yuan dispersed the foul powder around the cave, ensuring it was not concentrated in one area to avoid arousing suspicion. After completing this task, she surveyed her surroundings and carefully extracted a handful of seeds imbued with a distinctive aroma. Casually, She scattered them upon the ground, then pressed her palm against the earth, releasing a stream of crimson energy. An endless surge of wood-based abilities flowed into the ground, awakening the seeds from their slumber. Tender green shoots emerged, their frail roots burrowing into the soil, growing upwards until they reached a height of 1 meter, beyond which they could not extend. This was the limit of her powers. While she could have induced the growth of 1 or 2 seeds to maturity, the simultaneous stimulation of multiple seeds constrained her to this extent. Nevertheless, these foul trees grew rapidly. Even in their sapling stage, they exuded noxious branches that emitted a pungent odor, deterring any creature with a sensitive nose from approaching. Those who drew near would inevitably find themselves lightheaded from the stench. Let us hope for safety. Wen Yuan cast a final glance around before retreating into the cave. Just as she turned away, a pair of eyes narrowed in the shadows, fixated on her retreating figure until it vanished completely. The stone was sealed by several females working in unison, leaving only a narrow gap for ventilation. In the ensuing hours, the remaining food was divided among them, and they huddled together for warmth, bracing themselves for the arduous night ahead. Fearing discovery, they refrained from lighting a fire, but fortunately, the cave was not damp. They wrapped themselves in animal skins and succumbed to slumber. Thanks to the restorative elixirs, Wen Yuan's recovery was swift. Lacking breast milk, she exchanged some points for hot water to prepare a little milk for the infant Yener. Once the small bottle was emptied, the little one nestled in Wen Yuan's embrace, contentedly drifting into sleep. Chapter 16. I will retrieve Yuan. The silver moon hung high, and the night breeze whispered softly. Wen Yuan stood at the entrance of the cave, casting a glance back at the slumbering figures within, her gaze ultimately resting on the small Bai Yin, swaddled in animal skins. A warning echoed in her mind, admonishing her not to indulge in excessive emotions, for they would only serve as shackles to her survival. How could that be? Withdrawing her gaze, Wen Yuan stretched languidly and walked into the thicket ahead, greeted by the coolness of the night breeze. The nocturnal scenery, painted in hues of gray and white, felt utterly mundane. Ultimately, it was a solitary journey. As the sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the world, the once silent forest seemed to awaken, the melodious chirping of birds filling the air, even the cool breeze carrying a hint of warmth. Wen Yuan had vanished. Had she perhaps been captured by the wandering beastmen? Yet, little Bai Yin remained. The females, waking early, surveyed their surroundings, but found no trace of Wen Yuan. Lingyu glanced at the large jar and a peculiar transparent bottle beside her, both containing the milk powder and bottle spoken of by Wen Yuan. Looking at the wide-eyed, cooing Bai Yin in her arms, she couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps Wen Yuan had her reasons. After all, she had never witnessed a mother abandon her offspring, especially one born with innate abilities. As time ticked by and dusk approached, a fire was cautiously kindled in the cave, for the rainy season was on the horizon, and the temperature would soon plummet. The adults felt prepared, but for the young ones, it would inevitably be a bit chilly. This was our last food. If no one from the tribe came to retrieve us, we would have to hunt for ourselves. The females gazed silently at the food before them. Even the usually lively young ones remained subdued. The forest was undoubtedly perilous for the females. Even an ordinary venomous snake or a wild boar could claim their lives in an instant. Open up. A thunderous voice accompanied the sound of stones being displaced, causing the females to instinctively shield their young ones behind them, trembling like leaves in a storm. Lingyu. One of Lingyu's partners was the one who had moved the stones, and he hurriedly approached her, examining her from head to toe before finally exhaling in relief. His gaze then fell upon the small child in Lingyu's arms, a hint of confusion in his tone. What is this? He had no recollection of Lingyu being pregnant when she left. This child belongs to Wen Yuan. Lingyu looked tenderly at the little Bai Yin, her voice tinged with unmistakable sorrow. This child had entered the world only to be separated from her mother. Where is Yuan? A man suddenly appeared before Lingyu. His voice hoarse and agitated, his pale green eyes sharp, dark hair tousled, and his fair face marred by traces of unwashed blood, exuding an air of ferocity. What are you doing? The Zealand tribe may be here to assist, but they must not harm my partner. Lingyu's partner instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of her, creating a barrier between her and the man. Zeta, let us speak calmly. Hell-bent to enter the cave, his long hair glinting golden in the sunset, his dark eyes carrying the weight of authority, his voice solemn. Speak calmly. Zeta turned to face Hell. If it weren't for your concealment of Yuan's whereabouts, I wouldn't have come here at this moment. And that Saki, damn it. If it weren't for Hell's protection, she would have already been sent to meet the beast god. Hell pressed his lips together. He indeed had acted thoughtlessly in this matter, but he had his reasons. Zeta was so exceptional that finding another female would raise no eyebrows. And moreover, the fate of the untraceable Wen Yuan would not lead to a hasty erasure of her mark. If she were dead, the males could seek new partners. Are you talking about Wen Yuan? Lingyu interjected, unable to contain herself. Where is she? Zeta's gaze snapped to Lingyu, the sudden focus making her pale, instinctively clutching her partner. She has gone missing. Lingyu's eyes fell upon the child in her arms. After giving birth to Bai Yin, she vanished. And I do not know where she went. How could this be? Zhu Er's face darkened as he counted the numbers, with so many present. How is it that only Wen Yuan is missing? What has happened? Zhu Er pressed urgently. Did Bai Xiao not protect her well? Could it be that he failed to safeguard her final wishes? Wouldn't that make him a true sinner? We slept deeply last night, and upon waking early, Wen Yuan was nowhere to be found. Earlier, a beast man posing as Tai Mu attempted to deceive us into following him. It was Wen Yuan who saved us. Could it be that she has been captured by the wandering beastmen? Once such speculation arose, it took root like a sprouting seed, growing uncontrollably. Is this child Wen Yuan's? Zeta's voice grew low, his face paling further as he staggered forward, gazing at the peacefully sleeping child in Ling Yu's arms, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. This little one bore Wen Yuan's essence. But why? Why could he not sense her whereabouts, despite feeling the mark still existed? When Wen Yuan had been discovered by the chief, she had appeared bloodied in the Sangyue forest, having lost all memory upon being brought back. You are Wen Yuan's partner? Upon hearing the word bloodied, Zeta's green eyes dimmed, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. It was his fault. He had failed to protect Wen Yuan. It was also he who had lost her. I will bring Wen Yuan back. After uttering these words, Zeta turned to leave. As he passed by Hell, the latter raised a hand to stop him. Zeta, do not forget that Wen Yuan left behind 2 children. If you leave like this, what will happen to them? My children are not so fragile. Zeta's gaze lifted, coldly locking onto Hell's. During their standoff, a gust of pale green wind surged between them, sending their hair swirling. The eyes before him were fierce and resolute, a stark contrast to the indecisive, gentle Zeta of the past. Hell withdrew his hand, speaking calmly, as a former good brother. I wish you success, but I must caution you. The world is vast, and you may not find her. Zeta did not pause in her stride, resolutely stepping out of the cave and swiftly making her way towards the Zealand tribe, propelled by the wind. Hell observed the anxious departure of Zeta, then withdrew his gaze. Together with the tribe, he collaborated with the Lingjue tribe to clear the surrounding forest before finally departing. Meanwhile, due to the mysterious disappearance of Chief Bai Xiao, Zhu Er was compelled to assume leadership, while the children of Bai Xiao and Wen Yuan were entrusted to the care of the tribe's designated caretakers. As the beast hunters approached with great ferocity, the conflict between the 2 tribes resulted in considerable destruction. After escorting the members of the Zealand tribe away, Zhu Er and his people busied themselves with the reconstruction of their tribe. Despite the loss of their companions and kin, they steeled themselves to persevere and strive for survival. Chapter 17. Protective Cicada Armor. The domain of the serpent beastmen. Gentle rain fell incessantly, and the lush forest, nourished by the downpour, rose shrouded in a milky mist that enveloped the jungle. The uneven ground collected small puddles, while the decaying brown leaves emitted a foul odor. Wen Yuan gazed at the vibrant caterpillar, adorned with glistening droplets, as it crawled upon the lush green foliage. She instinctively tightened the animal hide wrapped around her. And despite donning sturdy leather shoes, the softness of the earth beneath her feet was unmistakable. Opening the map provided by the system, she fixated on the flickering red dot and, with gritted teeth, pressed onward. After a brief interval, she finally discovered a suitable resting place, a naturally formed rocky cave, beneath which lay a small pool of water. Raindrops fell rhythmically upon its surface, creating ripples that spread outward. Crouching down, she procured a slender stick, biting her lip as she dislodged the large leech clinging to her leather shoe. The tension in her brows eased momentarily as the creature was expelled from the cave. Host, you have 10 days remaining. The cold voice of the system's assistant, Kaiduo, echoed in her mind. Ah, how eager you are to urge me on. If only you could teleport me to the man directly, it would save me the arduous journey ahead. The harshness of the beastly world demands resilience, and the frailty of females necessitates rigorous training to enhance their physical well-being. The benefits of rare resources will also be more pronounced. Above all, dear host, please remember, I am the childbirth system, and as of now, you are not pregnant. Therefore, you are beyond my protective purview. Wen Yuan calmly shed the damp beast's skin clinging to her, facing the unprecedented response from the childbirth system without a trace of anger, subservient to another. In her quest for survival, she must meet the other party's conditions. Nothing could be more reasonable. Unless, of course, she was willing to embrace death. Yet, had she been inclined to perish, she could have relinquished her struggle from the very beginning, succumbing beneath the axe of Shimu. The beast realm is merciless, its ecology harsh. Yet she refused to believe that she could not endure in the savage world. After tidying away the grime from her body, Wen Yuan ventured deeper into the cave. The walls were rough, and at the far end lay a small pool, approximately 3 palms wide and about 2 meters deep, the water clear and slightly chilly. To the left of the cave, a smaller cavern branched off, cluttered with various items, though thick layers of dust obscured their identities. The entire cave was shrouded in a grayish hue, with spider webs adorning every corner, suggesting it had long been abandoned. Surrounded by desolation, this was the only refuge available to her. If she continued on this path, she would surely perish in the face of the sudden downpour. Furthermore, the rainy season was less than half a month away, and she needed to devise a plan for her next steps. From her space, she retrieved 2 new pieces of beast skin to lay on the ground, creating a makeshift resting place. Seizing the opportunity to rest, Wen Yuan resolved to utilize the reward of a lottery draw bestowed by the childbirth system. Congratulations, the host has received a set of defensive cicada attire, capable of withstanding all attacks below the yellow level, with an activation duration of 1 hour and a silent period of 10 hours. Level 1. Upgradable. The attire automatically renders the wearer invisible, not interfering with normal activities, and activates defensive functions upon receiving an attack. Would you like to don it immediately? Wen Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. This was indeed a remarkable item. As the system's voice faded, a transparent interface materialized, revealing a bodysuit that appeared on the screen. Its translucent hue was marred by grotesque patterns reminiscent of cicada wings. Below the garment, 2 options presented themselves, yes or no. Wen Yuan, after careful consideration, chose to accept her fate. Though she may not possess conventional beauty, the paramount concern was her survival. In that fleeting moment of decision, a chill enveloped her. And in the next heartbeat, she felt as though she had vanished entirely. She raised her hand to touch her skin, which was as smooth as ever, devoid of any indication of having donned garments. How could one ascend to a higher level? A mere first level could withstand attacks below the yellow grade. If one were to attain the highest level, would that not render them invincible? The host merely needed to procreate abundantly to gain opportunities for a lottery, thereby unlocking the potential for upgrade rewards. Wen Yuan's smile froze, her eyes shifting from delight to derision. She curled up and lay down, draping the beast hide over herself. I do not require your protection, but should danger arise, do remember to alert me. It seems finding a new host would also be quite troublesome for you. After Wen Yuan finished speaking, she heard a soft chime from Zai Duo Duo and finally felt at ease enough to drift into slumber. After several days of traversing the forest, she had not enjoyed a restful night for quite some time. Her breathing gradually became steady, while the sound of rain outside the cave persisted. Within the cave, Wen Yuan curled beneath the animal hide, sleeping soundly. At that moment, a flash of red darted swiftly by, vanishing beneath the animal hide that covered Wen Yuan in the blink of an eye. In her dreams, Wen Yuan felt a sudden chill beneath her arm, murmured a soft word, and then fell back into a deep sleep. The heavy rain did not begin to subside until evening. As Wen Yuan awoke, the sky had already darkened. With bleary eyes, she rose from her slumber, retrieving the prepared firewood and lighter from her space, igniting a fire. The flames illuminated the cave and brought a semblance of warmth to Wen Yuan. As the rainy season approached, the temperature differential between day and night became increasingly pronounced, making one more susceptible to illness. The males, endowed with unique abilities, possessed robust constitutions. Coupled with their frequent hunting practices, they were less prone to sickness. In contrast, the females, delicate and frail, lacked the ability to cultivate, their only distinction from humans being their capacity to shift into beast forms. Beyond that, they were merely regarded as tender and more delectable by the beast hunting tribe. Adding more firewood, Wen Yuan constructed a simple rack beside the fire using a few sticks, draping the damp animal skin over it. Under the heat of the flames, the moisture quickly evaporated. For sustenance, she prepared a simple meal, retrieving some jerky and fruit from her space, and boiling a pot of water. Despite the cave appearing long abandoned, the wilderness around it was fraught with potential dangers, and it was prudent to avoid attracting attention with any odors. Once satiated, Wen Yuan added a few more sticks to the fire and practiced her birthing technique for a while before preparing to settle back into her bedding. However, as she yawned and lifted the animal skin to sit down, a snake, thick as a finger and adorned in a pattern of black and red, suddenly intruded upon her sight. Startled, Wen Yuan flung aside the animal skin and leapt back, the stone wall obstructing her escape. Had it been possible, she would have jumped 3 miles away. No girl could remain composed upon encountering a snake unawares. Why was the little female so astonished? The audacity of intruding into another's dwelling yet exhibiting fear? The snake raised its head, gazing at Wen Yuan, its voice laced with a hint of confusion. Do not approach. Wen Yuan trembled as she picked up the stick from the ground, leaning against the rocky wall of the cave, striving to steady herself and appear less frightened. Her startled mind had begun to shift. She had previously believed this place to be desolate and uninhabited, but it now seemed evident that she had inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the serpent humanoids. Serpents, known for their aloof nature, were among the most common types of wayward humanoids. I acknowledge my transgression in intruding upon your domain. I apologize. I have no intention of contesting territory with you. If it were possible, I would gather my belongings and depart at once. Chapter 18. The quirks of the wayward humanoids depart? It seems that would not be feasible. Qilian transformed, revealing his human form, and stepped forward to stand before Wen Yuan. He seized the bothersome wooden stick with a firm grip, then lowered his gaze. His voice laced with a subtle allure as he intoned, "Little female, you are exceedingly beautiful. Would you consider bearing me a brood of offspring?" His voice resonated with a magnetic charm, imbued with unmistakable temptation. Wen Yuan pressed her lips together, leaning against the wall in silence, her gaze discreetly scrutinizing the man before her. His long crimson hair was intricately braided, cascading over his shoulders as he bowed his head. The tousled strands framing his forehead accentuated his fair complexion, while beneath the gentle allure of his crimson eyes lay an undercurrent of indifference and detachment. His pronounced nose and the subtle curve of his red lips added to his striking features. Dangling from his right earlobe was a golden diamond-shaped ornament, swaying gently with his movements. His appearance and demeanor exuded an effeminate charm, imbued with an unmistakable aura of wickedness, an essence that immediately marked him as a quintessential antagonist. What is this? Is the little female unwilling? His icy fingers grazed Wen Yuan's cheek, the silky softness of her skin invoking a sense of lingering affection within Qi Lian, for he had long desired to do this, following her unrelentingly. He had not anticipated that this little female would willingly wander into his lair. Should she express any reluctance, he would have to reconsider her forthcoming predicament. The cold fingers traced her face, ultimately resting upon her slender, pale neck. His long fingers gently constricted, encircling her throat entirely. His crimson gaze held a hint of intoxication. Yet the words that escaped his lips brimmed with menace. It seemed that at the slightest indication of her unwillingness, those exquisite hands could extinguish her life in an instant. Wen Yuan gazed intently at the man, then gently lifted her hand to grasp his cool one, softening her voice as she spoke. Before we become acquainted, you ought to let me know your name, don't you think? I am Wen Yuan. May I ask what your name is? Feeling a sudden warmth emanating from her hand, Qi Lian instinctively replied, Qi Lian. What a lovely name, Wen Yuan remarked with a faint smile. Now composed, the initial fear and trepidation had long dissipated from Wen Yuan. She had merely been startled. Her fear was not of the snake itself. Moreover, when the snake transformed into a handsome gentleman, that fear had vanished entirely. Is that so? The smile in Qi Lian's eyes abruptly faded, his lips curling back to reveal sharp, pointed teeth, his demeanor turning somewhat ominous. He lifted his other hand to grasp Wen Yuan's chin, leaning closer until their faces were mere inches apart, close enough to feel each other's breath. You would do well to think so, he asserted. Indeed. Wen Yuan exhibited an unwavering composure, her smile remaining intact. System, what is your assessment of this man? The system responded with an analysis, a male specimen, a crimson flame python, possessing fire attributes, classified as intermediate at the azure level, eligible for breeding. With the system's affirmative answer, the sincerity of Wen Yuan's smile deepened. Qi Lian observed the radiant smile on Wen Yuan's face, finding it exceedingly glaring. The females of the Beastman tribe are known for their cunning. If the young female is willing, why not tonight? As he grasped Wen Yuan's chin, his hand, unbeknownst to him, found its way to her waist. Her slender waist was delicate to the touch, soft and fragile, as though a mere exertion of force could shatter the young female he held close. Wen Yuanjiao, with a playful smile, entwined her arms around the other's neck. Rising onto her tiptoes, her crimson lips poised to descend, yet at that pivotal moment, Qi Lian averted his gaze. The warm touch brushed against the corner of her mouth, and the crimson gaze of Qi Lian ignited a surge of fury within him. He abruptly released his grip on Wen Yuan, stepping back as he straightened his posture. Towering over her, with a disdainful and chilling tone, he looked down at the bowed head of Wen Yuan and remarked, Indeed, they are all so frivolous. For the sake of survival, they are willing to forsake anything. With that, Qi Lian turned and strode towards the laid-out animal hide mat. TSK, how truly changeable he is. The temperament of a wandering beastman is indeed rather peculiar. Wen Yuan raised her hand to rub her aching back from the collision, her downcast eyes gazing at the robust and handsome silhouette of the man before her, clarity gleaming within them, imbued with a sense of inevitable triumph. However, in her world, there was no notion that prey willingly offered could escape. Adjusting her injured right hand, Wen Yuan composedly approached the place where he slept during the day, lifting the animal hide as she intended to lie down. What are you doing? Qi Lian's closed eyes fluttered open, his brow furrowing in confusion as he regarded Wen Yuan, who had disturbed his hide. I'm tired. I require rest. This is my territory. If that is the case, then the hide you are sleeping on still belongs to me. Or are you afraid I might consume you? Nonsense. Qi Lian's expression stiffened, turning away to disregard Wen Yuan, his eyes tightly shut, adopting an air of indifference. Wen Yuan raised an eyebrow, displaying no affectation, and reclined herself. The animal hide was already quite small. Accommodating just one person was its limit. Now, with Wen Yuan squeezing in, the narrow space soon became insufficient. Yet, the two stubbornly fell asleep without uttering a word to each other. As time passed second by second, Wen Yuan ultimately could no longer endure and, after a brief word to the system, succumbed to a deep slumber. It was only upon hearing the calm and steady breaths beside her that the rigid Qi Liang shifted slightly away. Upon feeling the hardness beneath, Qi Liang's gaze momentarily faltered. After that, he cautiously rose, propping himself up to gently turn Wen Yuan over. Upon noticing the imprints left on her face by the rough surface, his brows gradually knitted together. The fire crackled, sending sparks into the air, illuminating the cave while simultaneously revealing the form of Qi Liang, who had transformed into a python. Unlike the sight Wen Yuan beheld, Qi Liang's entire body was a vibrant red, with his scales glistening in the firelight, adorned with black stripes as he lay sideways, his crimson eyes reflecting the serene visage of Wen Yuan as she slept. Above his triangular head, a single light brown horn protruded. His massive form occupied half the cave, far from the slender appearance she had previously observed. His long, thick tail gently coiled around Wen Yuan, carefully placing her atop his curled body, before he picked up the animal hide nearby and delicately draped it over her. Then, he rested his enormous head beside Wen Yuan, his vertical pupils fixated on her without a blink, as he sensed the sweet fragrance emanating from her. The rhythmic rise and fall of her breath gradually soothed Qi Liang's previously agitated gaze. his forked, crimson tongue extended, gliding across Wen Yuan's delicate face, eliciting a ticklish sensation that made her mumble softly. Observing this, Qi Liang instinctively closed his eyes, retracting his tongue and remaining still. However, once he perceived Wen Yuan's lack of response, he reopened his eyes, extending his tongue once more to gently caress her cheek. After feeling the warmth and softness, he contentedly withdrew it. Then, when Wen Yuan raised her hand to scratch an itch, he sheepishly closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. This cycle continued until the latter half of the night, when it seemed he grew weary of the game, encircling Wen Yuan's body with his head before finally closing his eyes to sleep. Chapter 19. Only good food and handsome men should not be disappointed after the torrential rain. The sky cleared. The rising sun cast its rays through the forest, the air post-rain imbued with the fragrance of damp earth, while dew glistened like jewels in the sunlight. Qi Liang opened his eyes, his gaze first landing upon the animal hide draped over him. But just seconds later, his massive serpent head shot up, the hide being flung aside, revealing that the person who should have been beneath it had vanished. A deceiver. Indeed, a fraud. His tail lashed out, striking against the cave wall, sending shards of stone flying. Qi Liang charged out of the cave, his crimson eyes filled with barely restrained fury, his entire being radiating a chilling aura. Indeed, the previous night's compliance was merely a ruse to deceive him. That damn female. If he found her, he would surely crush her with his own hands. In a fit of rage, Qi Liang swept through the cave, leaving chaos in his wake, where his tail passed. Everything was in disarray, the extinguished fire scattered, and ashes strewn across the ground. Qi Liang, are you awake? Wen Yuan sat by the water's edge in the lower right corner of the cave, holding a vine in her hand. Upon hearing a sound, she turned her head and beheld the serpentine figure of Qi Lian, noting the creature's restless and agitated demeanor. A subtle smile played on Wen Yuan's crimson lips. As Qi Lian registered Wen Yuan's voice, its movement paused, and it turned its gaze toward her, seated beside the shimmering pool. The soft glow of the rising sun scattered across the water's surface, creating a dazzling display of light. The girl possessed a head of silver hair that framed her face, while a gray bee-skin skirt clung to her bosom, revealing her graceful and pronounced collarbone. Her long, fair legs frolicked in the water, glistening with scales, sending sprays of droplets into the air. With exquisite features, porcelain skin, and a smile gracing her red lips, her light blue eyes sparkled with delight. Wen Yuan's delicate and slender hand lifted, beckoning to Qi Lian with a melodious and tender voice. Come here quickly, I was just thinking of you. Come over and taste the fish I've grilled. I specially caught it early this morning, as a reward for staying at your home last night. Qi Lian's eyes sparkled, his serpentine tail vanishing as his scales transformed, revealing his fair skin. Beneath the taut surface, prominent blue veins coursed, and a vibrant red bee-skin skirt adorned his well-defined waist. His upper body was lean and powerful, boasting smooth curves and broad shoulders, while his strikingly handsome features exuded a charming allure. As he moved, the golden earrings swayed and glimmered in the sunlight. You haven't run away? Qi Lian leaned down, locking eyes with her, seemingly attempting to discern the truth behind her thoughts and words. Why would I run? Wen Yuan was taken aback. This was indeed unexpected. How could a hunter leave before the prey was ensnared? Wen Yuan's simple inquiry left Qi Lian momentarily bewildered. Gazing into Wen Yuan's straightforward and crystalline eyes, Qi Lian found himself at a loss for words. His gaze shifted to the campfire behind Wen Yuan, where the flames crackled and danced, cradling a fish that was perfectly roasted to a golden hue. As Qi Lian took a seat, his eyes returned to Wen Yuan, fixated upon her. What is it? Is there something on my face? Wen Yuan, with a hint of suspicion, raised her hand to touch her own face. Wasn't it said that she would be treated to the fish he grilled? So? Upon hearing Wen Yuan's retort, Qi Lian pressed his thin lips together, lowering his gaze to fixate on the fire, remaining silent. Wen Yuan, taking a damp hide from beside her, she wrapped it around a skewer of grilled fish and presented it to Qi Lian. Here, give it a try. Qi Lian raised his hand to receive it, gazing at the grilled fish in his grasp. After a brief hesitation, he took a bite. The fish was succulent, savory, and tender, the skin rich with a delightful oiliness, accompanied by a hint of numbing spiciness. His eyes sparkled slightly as he silently devoured the fish to the last morsel. How does it taste? Observing the expectation in the other's eyes, Qi Lian licked his somewhat dry lips and leisurely replied, It's quite good. The corners of his eyes lifted, his tone playful, transforming back into the charmingly roguish figure he had been the previous night, a stark contrast to the earlier display of agitation and feigned coyness. This serpent beast man was indeed easy to please. Early this morning, Wen Yuan had thoroughly explored the surrounding environment, within a mile of the cave. There were no beastmen to be found. According to the map provided by Zai Duo, she was at least 10 miles away from the next tribe, currently situated near the heart of the Sangwei forest. The area was enveloped by towering ancient trees, representing the most densely vegetated region. Qi Lian, could you help me retrieve the cage from beneath this vine? Wen Yuan, having satisfied her hunger and thirst, pointed at the rattan tied to the stone beside her. Qi Lian cast a glance at the rattan, then raised her hand and swiftly tugged upward. Instantly, the rattan-woven cage, which had been submerged at the bottom of the pond, was pulled out. As it emerged from the water, the lively fish within the cage splashed droplets everywhere. Wen Yuan procured a wooden stick and deftly pried open the fish, revealing a multitude of crimson creatures before her eyes. Freshwater crayfish, a pair of pincers, a gently curled tail, and elongated red antennae. This familiar silhouette could only belong to the crayfish. However, these specimens were 3 times the size of the ordinary ones, their hues even more resplendent. This delicacy was Wen Yuan's absolute favorite. Spicy crayfish, poached crayfish, garlic beer crayfish, each preparation could entice her to consume several kilograms. The ingredients could indeed be exchanged at the system store, and her points were ample, yet the act of killing them posed a challenge. She was one who dared to relish but not to slay. Her gaze shifted to Qilian, a broad smile gracing her face as she spoke softly. Qilian, shall we make a trade? Half an hour later, Qilian squatted on the ground, diligently following Wen Yuan's instructions. He expertly severed the head of the peculiar creature, stripped away its legs, and extracted its innards, meticulously cleansing the abdomen with the prickly fruit. His movements were fluid, his expression earnest, momentarily veiling a hint of his enigmatic charm. As Wen Yuan meticulously cleaned the ingredients, she couldn't help but admire the handsome man's earnest demeanor, which lightened her previously troubled spirit. What if they pressured her to bear children? If survival was her only option, then she must do so with a sense of comfort. She excelled at finding joy amidst hardship. Indeed, there is a saying that a man's serious expression is the most captivating, especially when he is handsome. In Wen Yuan's world, only exquisite food and attractive men were worthy of devotion. When combined, they promised a life filled with joy and the absence of worries. Life is fleeting, particularly for someone like her, whose existence could be precarious at any moment. Thus, savoring the present was undoubtedly the wisest choice. The oil in the stone pot sizzled delightfully as Qilian skillfully prepared the crayfish, shaking off the excess water before tossing them into the pot. The sound of frying resonated as Wen Yuan deftly stirred with her handmade wooden spatula, preventing any from burning. The familiar aroma wafted through the air, filling her with delight. While adding firewood to the flames, she hummed an unknown tune. Qilian, seated nearby, kept his gaze fixed on Wen Yuan, observing the sudden uplift in her mood. He pondered why this peculiar shellfish, with so little meat, could bring her such joy. Had she been mistreated in her former tribe? Otherwise, why would a mere pile of insects elevate her spirits so? It seemed she must have endured considerable suffering. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to leave. Chapter 20. Yuan Bao, hurry. More. She was so easily satisfied. Perhaps she truly was different from the other female beastmen. Moreover, she hadn't fled that morning. Upon seeing his beastly form, she didn't scream in fear, and even upon realizing he was a stray beastman, she showed no signs of disdain or aversion. Reflecting on this, Qilian's gaze softened as he looked at Wen Yuan. As long as she remained by his side, he thought, he would treat her kindly. All he desired was her company. Wen Yuan remained oblivious to the changes in Qilian, wholly absorbed in the preparation of crayfish. She poured the beer, redeemed with her points, into the stone pot, where it sizzled and released an enticing aroma. This peculiar fragrance instantly captured Qilian's attention. While Wen Yuan had already discarded the beer bottle back into her space. What have you added? Why does it smell so unusual? It is merely a few seasonings, akin to the effect of salt, she replied. Could it be that this little female intends to poison me? Is she seeking an opportunity to escape? Wen Yuan, truly, a pitiable child devoid of a sense of security. Qilian, noticing Wen Yuan's silence, grew anxious and swiftly wrapped an arm around her, locking eyes with her intensely. With a fierce tone, he declared, should you dare to flee, I shall swallow you whole. His crimson eyes brimmed with menace, his voice grave and earnest. The corners of his eyes narrowed, revealing sharp fangs, and his scarlet tongue flicked out, brushing against Wen Yuan's cheek. Every movement seemed to fervently assert that should Wen Yuan attempt to escape, he would indeed devour her. Wen Yuan, there is an impulse to refrain from explanation. Sigh. After all, it is the father of the child I have chosen for myself. Wen Yuan raised her hands, cradling the other's face gently, then stood on tiptoe, softly pressing her lips against his delicate ones. In that fleeting moment of contact, a spark ignited, soothing the previously tempestuous Qilian. Gazing at the small female standing before him, her hands still holding his face, desire surged within his eyes, igniting a fervent heat throughout his body. It was a sensation that danced with a tantalizing tingle. She had kissed him, and to his surprise, he felt no revulsion. It was contrary to what he had anticipated. Qilian lowered his gaze, a slightly hoarse voice breaking the silence. Yuan Bao, I want more. The name slipped from his lips instinctively, and Qilian paused. As if discovering a new world, a smile blooming at the corners of his mouth, making his already enchanting visage radiate even more allure. Yuan Bao, I want more. He reiterated, his tone laced with seduction. Yuan Bao, quickly. I want more. Noticing Wen Yuan's prolonged silence, Qilian wrapped his arms around her waist, tightening his grip. Even daring to squeeze the soft flesh at her sides, seemingly to jolt her back to reality. Wen Yuan's gaze lingered on Qilian, observing the latter's unflinching display of affection, seemingly unfazed as he sought her attention. A delicate flush crept upon her tender cheeks. She raised her hand to rest against Qilian's chest and pushed him away, clearing her throat awkwardly as she remarked, the crayfish is going to burn. A master of flirtation, Wen Yuan found herself most susceptible to the direct advances of a handsome man, igniting within her the chaotic urge to take responsibility despite being a heartbreaker. Oh, Umaba, tranquility brings coolness to the heart. This path must be avoided. Qilian, Slightly aggrieved by Wen Yuan's rejection, pursed his lips, a hint of melancholy gracing his features, with a few stray strands of hair falling over his forehead, partially obscuring his eyes, rendering him pitiably vulnerable. Once Wen Yuan shifted her focus, Qi Lian had no choice but to return to his seat. Yet his eyes remained fixed on her with an air of triumphant curiosity, as if he had uncovered a new world, unwaveringly captivated by her presence. Wen Yuan fiddled with the crayfish, feeling as though someone were boring a hole into her back. "All right, give it a try," she said, serving the crayfish in a wooden bowl fashioned from bamboo-like segments, placing it before Qi Lian. The latter gazed at Wen Yuan with a hint of skepticism, her eyes revealing a measure of doubt. "Wen Bao, must we truly consume these peculiar creatures?" Qi Lian inquired, her brow furrowing in resistance as she regarded the bowl of strange seafood before her. "How will you know if it's unpalatable unless you taste it?" Wen Yuan urged, gently nudging the bowl closer to Qi Lian with a cheerful smile. The crayfish glistened vividly red. Wen Yuan, with a penchant for spice, had generously added chilies and Sichuan peppercorns, simmering them in beer, which released an enticing aroma of pepper and zest. Qi Lian glanced from Wen Yuan to the bowl of odd seafood, picked up a crayfish with her fingers, and swiftly placed it in her mouth, swallowing it with a decisive gulp. "Wen Yuan, what expression is that on your face?" Yuan Bao. "Ahem, could it be possible that this creature requires shelling? Furthermore, how can one discern the flavor without chewing? As a python, it is instinctual for me to swallow my prey whole." Qi Lian's solemn response left Wen Yuan perplexed. Indeed, this creature does not appear in the records of the beast world's cuisine, so it is understandable that Qi Lian would not consume it. Moreover, he is correct. As a python, it is his nature to swallow prey whole. However, to her knowledge, regardless of their original form, beastmen utilize stone tools when in human form, or at the very least, can employ their sharp claws. Considering Qi Lian's evident lack of security and his initial conflicting emotions towards her, both drawn to her curiosity yet repelled by an aversion, alongside his frequent emotional instability, coupled with his current disinterest in food, it seems that eating has become merely a means to satiate hunger. This notion, while valid, contrasts with the behavior of other beastmen, who strive to enhance the palatability of their meals. With these reflections in mind, Wen Yuan found herself increasingly intrigued by Qi Lian. Was his peculiar behavior a result of being a wandering beastman, or had his experiences shaped his habits differently? This curiosity was soon overshadowed by the enticing aroma of the spicy, fragrant crayfish. Wen Yuan taught Qi Lian to eat shrimp, and soon the bowl was empty. At that moment, the sun reached its zenith, radiating its most intense heat. Qi Lian transformed into a beastly form and bowed before Wen Yuan. "Yuan Bao, come here." "Where to?" "I will take you to find something delicious." Wen Yuan ascended the serpent's head, using both hands and feet, with her legs spread apart. She hooked the horn situated above the crimson brow, firmly grasping it with her hands to prevent herself from falling. Wen Yuan's movement caused Qi Lian's steps to falter momentarily. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Qi Lian replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Wen Yuan's gaze flickered as it fell upon the antler she embraced. Shifting her posture, she inched closer, then wrapped her arms completely around the horn, resting its tip against her cheek. In the next moment, Wen Yuan was lifted into the air, landing in a sturdy embrace before she could react. "Yuan Bao, it was you who first enticed me." The gravelly voice, laden with uncontainable emotion, belonged to Qi Lian, who held Wen Yuan upright with one arm securing her waist, pressing her against the tree trunk while the other cradled the back of her head, drawing her closer. Then, Qi Lian leaned down, swiftly covering her lips with his, the soft, warm sensation igniting a spark within him. His crimson eyes brightening as a tingling warmth coursed through his body, causing rationality to slip away with the intimate contact. The chaotic kissing made Wen Yuan frown slightly. This wandering beastman, seemingly inexperienced, fell short compared to Zeta and Bai Xiao. Yet, Wen Yuan was one who relished enjoyment, for her. The physical aspect of such encounters held particular significance. Thus, she decided to take the initiative, gently cupping his face with her hands, cautiously and tenderly embarking on a journey of instruction. Chapter 21. Experiencing combat. This passionate struggle, fraught with reluctance to part, significantly enhanced Qi Lian's skills. An indescribable sensation leaving him somewhat addicted. As silver strands intertwined, when Yuan's breath quickened, her cheeks flushed. For the first time, she realized that this endeavor was indeed a test of stamina. "Yuan Bao, shall we go again?" While soliciting her consent, he pressed down on her hands with a gentle yet firm grip, forcing the momentary respite to give way once more to the battlefield. Thus ensued another prolonged engagement. The forest was lush and verdant, trees standing tall, foliage abundant, as sunlight filtered through the leaves, scattering into fragments that fell like shards of gold upon the winding path. The wind rustled through the woods, whispering softly, while the air was imbued with the fragrance of wild fruits and flowers. Wen Yuan perched upon a grand tree. As a gentle breeze caressed her cheeks, her hair brushing against her skin, evoking a tantalizing tickle. Leaning against the sturdy trunk, her gaze fell upon Qi Lian, who was fiercely battling a group of horned wild boars not far away, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Transforming into the blazing fire python, Qi Lian swung her massive tail, snapping trees asunder, striking the abdomen of a wild boar with a resounding thud. The creature crashed into a tree, collapsing to the ground, its limbs twitching before falling silent after a few grunts. The remaining wild boars, witnessing the swift defeat of their comrade, were suddenly gripped by a sense of trepidation. The leader of the wild boars bore a yellow mark upon its horn, a single mark indicating a low rank, 2 for a mid-tier, and 3 for a high-tier classification. Though the beast clan had not attained sentience, they were capable of cultivation. As they aged, the cores formed within them would naturally evolve, with color denoting rank and the number of marks indicating their stages of development. The higher the rank, the greater the beast's abilities. Yet, the leader of this particular group was merely of the yellow low rank. With a grunt, the wild boar raised its foreleg and stomped down fiercely towards Qilian, causing the ground to tremble with a thunderous roar as a row of earth spikes erupted, advancing menacingly toward her. In a flash, the python vanished, transforming back into her human form. Qilian leaped nimbly into the air, evading the spikes, her hands morphing into claw-like shapes as flames erupted forth, generating a sweltering heat wave. A spherical fireball hurtled towards the wild boar. The wind swirled around her, her red braids dancing in the air, tousled strands of hair fluttering about, while golden earrings shimmered, glinting with every motion. The wild boar emitted a series of grunts, and the previously scattered boars swiftly regrouped, encircling Qilian in a tight formation, launching a barrage of earth spikes and mounds towards her. Each mound, large and small, hurtled in unison, enveloping her completely and forming a colossal earthen sphere. With a thunderous crash, the sphere descended, stirring up a cloud of dust. Following this, the wild boar's grunts echoed triumphantly, as if they were already celebrating their impending victory. Wen Yuan leaned against the tree trunk, utterly absorbed in the scene before her, her dangling feet swaying gently, a smile gracing her lips, her mood seemingly quite splendid. Yuan Bao, how can you remain so composed? Are you truly unconcerned that I might perish just like this? A pair of hands wrapped around Wen Yuan from behind, a chin resting on her shoulder, the voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Indeed, concern should be warranted, however. The object of that concern ought to be directed at others. It appears that Yuan Bao has placed considerable trust in me. Thus, if that is the case, let us enjoy a performance, shall we? Open your eyes wide and observe closely. Qilian descended beside Wen Yuan, rising to his feet, raising a hand. And with a pointed gesture, a thunderous explosion erupted from the previously dust-laden area. With a resounding bang, the grunting of the longhorn pig was abruptly silenced, replaced by the scattered remains of the creatures, emitting steam and launching into the air like cannonballs. A brown-furred, corpulent pig came barreling toward Wen Yuan's face. But Qilian swiftly scooped her up, executing a perfect leap to evade the impending impact. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the swirling dust, and clarity returned to their vision. All around them lay the fallen bodies of longhorn pigs, exuding warmth, some even charred beyond recognition, a truly tragic sight. At the center stood a towering mound of earth, quietly imposing. Suddenly, crackling sounds echoed as fissures appeared on the mound, and chunks began to crumble away, followed closely by a longhorn pig charging toward the two, with its head lowered and horns poised. A mere graze from those sharp appendages would undoubtedly impart the extraordinary sensation of being pierced. Qilian secured Wen Yuan with one arm while wielding the other toward the advancing pig, conjuring a searing flame that compelled the creature to halt in its tracks. With a huff of frustration, the longhorn pig turned to flee. Qilian raised both hands, his lips parting with an air of nonchalance. Fire technique? Encircle with a wall of flames. His tone was lighthearted, brimming with confidence. In the very instant his words left his mouth, flames erupted around the longhorn pig, forming a 2-meter diameter barrier, radiating intense heat and isolating it from the outside world. Wen Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling an overwhelming urge to act. This was her first time witnessing the manifestation of supernatural abilities so vividly. For the sake of caution, she had always practiced in secret and had only just reached the intermediate level of the red rank. Summoning multiple seeds was somewhat taxing for her. Yet when she observed Qilian, a mere snap of his fingers ignited a fiery explosion, and with a mere wave of his hand, the flames danced obediently like a loyal servant. While the spectacle was indeed magnificent, Wen Yuan couldn't help but feel somewhat disheartened. Yuan Bao, did you just witness my technique clearly? She had seen it, but before she could articulate her thoughts, she suddenly found herself within the circle of flames. The longhorn pig, initially charging recklessly as it attempted to carve a path with earth manipulation, executed a flawless twist and turned to attack Wen Yuan. The earth spike shot upward, sharp and menacing, poised to pierce her through. Wen Yuan had no time to utilize her extraordinary abilities, so she could only roll on the ground to evade the attack. Turning her gaze, she caught sight of Qilian standing at the periphery of the flames, with his crimson hair and scarlet eyes. A smile danced upon his lips as he stood there, arms crossed, clearly relishing the spectacle before him. The longhorn pig, sensing that its opponent refrained from launching an assault, intensified its offensive. Though it had yet to awaken its intelligence, surviving to this age in the Sangwei forest attested to its considerable combat experience. Mounds of earth and spikes hurtled towards Wen Yuan in a relentless barrage. As she regained her composure, it dawned on her that Qilian seemed to be aware of her powers. There was no time for further contemplation. Wen Yuan held a prickly fruit in her hand, deftly evading the assault of the longhorn boar while channeling her birthing technique. An incessant flow of wood-based abilities infused the seeds, and when the moment was ripe, she cast them forth. Upon touching the ground, they took root and grew instantaneously. The prickly fruit trees, adorned with sharp spines, appeared diminutive yet compensated with their sheer multitude. A single brush would not create just one hole, but a whole line of them. The longhorn boar, charging towards Wen Yuan, paid no heed to the saplings that had suddenly materialized before it, lunging forward with ferocity, only to be met with a chorus of agonized shrieks. However, the thick hide of the boar, coupled with its bristly fur, rendered the damage superficial at best. Wen Yuan, your current strength, if applied broadly, is insufficient to harm it. Perhaps you should consider concentrating your power for a single, decisive strike, suggested Qi Lian, whose gaze remained fixed upon Wen Yuan. Observing her as she deftly dodged the attacks, hastily matured the seeds, and maintained her composure in the face of peril, he found her increasingly captivating. The secrets residing within Wen Yuan may prove to be far more intriguing than he initially presumed. Chapter 22. You promised to become my beast master. Upon hearing Qi Lian's words, Wen Yuan comprehended that this individual intended to instruct her in the utilization of her supernatural abilities. According to Qi Lian's guidance, she was to concentrate the birthing technique entirely upon a singular seed, then entice the longhorn pig to hover above it. At the opportune moment, she would activate the seed, causing a thorny fruit, as thick as her wrist, to surge forth from the earth, piercing the longhorn pig directly. The potency of the technique would increase exponentially. Well done, Qi Lian remarked, extinguishing the flames and approaching Wen Yuan. How did you come to know that I possess magical skills? It seemed Qi Lian understood her more profoundly than she had anticipated. Perhaps their encounter in the cave was not their first meeting, or perhaps it was not hers. Do you wish to taste sweet fruits, Wen Bao? There is a golden spine fruit ahead that is quite delectable, Qi Lian said, his gaze twinkling with a smile. Though the warmth did not quite reach his eyes, Wen Yuan lowered his gaze, seemingly reluctant to uncover the truth. It mattered little how they had come to know each other. After all, she merely sought to borrow a seed, having been captivated by his appearance. In retrospect, there was nothing worth disputing. The golden pear, which flourished upon towering trees, glistened with a subtle golden hue under the sun. Its oval form exuded a sweet flavor and was abundant in seeds, serving only as a delightful dessert rather than a substantial meal. As Wen Yuan harvested the fruits, she habitually tucked some into her spatial pouch. Fortunately, what she concealed were not bulky items. Otherwise, the 5 square meters would indeed be insufficient for her needs. Each harbored their own thoughts, and after gathering the fruits, Qi Lian returned to the cave, dragging along a long string of horned pigs. As night descended, the temperature in the forest was notably colder than that of the tribe. To ensure Wen Yuan's comfort as she slept, Qi Lian had prepared a stone bed in the afternoon, so she would not have to endure lying on the ground tonight. However, this stone bed was singular. With the moon hanging high in the sky, Wen Yuan, already reclined, gazed at Qi Lian, who remained seated by the fire. She lifted the animal hide and patted the empty space beside her, softly saying, Qi Lian, I'm cold. Why not come up and warm my bed? Her voice was alluring, her tone enchanting. Upon hearing her call, Qi Lian turned to look back. Wen Yuan lay on the bed, propping her head with her hand, her legs elegantly crossed. Her fair skin appeared to glisten against the gray animal hide. The golden animal skin skirt accentuated her slender figure, and with her head propped up, her collarbone became increasingly prominent. Her silver hair fell messily beside her face, obscuring part of her features, rendering her expression somewhat elusive. Her delicate lips and the faint blush in her light blue eyes reflected a hint of red, reminiscent of Qi Lian's crimson hair. Her gaze was clear, her figure graceful. What seemed like an ordinary invitation was, in truth, profoundly enticing. Qi Lian tightened his grip on the fire poker, his throat bobbing as he suppressed his urges. Was Wen Yuan indeed inviting me? His deep voice held a peculiar timbre as he looked at her, striving to control the impulses coursing through him. Isn't it obvious? You should go to sleep. I will keep watch over you. After adding a few more logs to the fire, Qi Lian turned and stepped out of the cave. Warning to the host, you have 8 days remaining. Wen Yuan cast a glance at Qi Lian's retreating figure, then covered herself with the blanket and closed her eyes, drifting into slumber. The night passed without dreams. The following morning, as Wen Yuan was refreshing herself by the water's edge, a stone grazed her head and fell into the water before her, splashing droplets all over her. Wiping away the droplets that trickled down her cheeks, she furrowed her brows and looked up, only to behold a woman, with long, waist-length black hair and a round face adorned with large eyes. The woman's skin appeared somewhat parched. She was of diminutive stature, clad in a gray fur skirt. Are you the female that Qi Lian has hidden at home? The woman questioned with an air of arrogance, her slightly plump arms crossed over her chest as she perched on a stone at the water's edge, surveying Wen Yuan from head to toe with her round, gleaming eyes. So frail and lacking in fullness, delicate and petite, it's evident that you are not fit for childbearing. How can someone as remarkable as Qi Lian tolerate a female who seems incapable of producing capable offspring? You are not even bonded yet, are you? If you possessed even a shred of self-awareness, you would depart sooner rather than later. The woman's words were decidedly unfriendly. Wen Yuan gently brushed aside the damp strands of hair, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, Are you envious? You, the one with such poor reproductive capabilities. What is there for me to envy? Even with your superior fertility, it does not guarantee your place by his side. Hong Yu, pointing an accusatory finger at Wen Yuan, felt her cheeks flush with indignation. After a prolonged silence, she found herself unable to utter a single word, resorting instead to stomping her foot in frustration as she descended from the stone and circumvented the small pond, making her way towards the cave. This straightforward and familiar demeanor clearly indicated that this was not her first visit. Wen Yuan withdrew her gaze, quietly mending the damaged rot-tin cage. Subsequently, she added fragments of earthworms and placed a few stones inside before casting it into the water. Once she had completed these tasks and stood up, a figure swiftly descended at her feet. It was the woman from earlier. Do you require assistance? Wen Yuan stood imperiously, observing the disheveled woman who had evidently been cast aside, a benevolent smile gracing her lips. Hong Yu shot a glare at Wen Yuan, baring her teeth as she rose to her feet. Get lost. I merely tripped and fell. I was not thrown out by Brother Qilian. After declaring this, as if still unsatisfied, she raised her hand to strike Wen Yuan's face. However, before her hand could make contact, it was intercepted by Qilian, who stood tall before Wen Yuan, creating a barrier between them. Hong Yu, I recall having warned you numerous times not to provoke me again. Qilian's gaze sparkled with amusement, and the corners of his mouth curved upwards. Yet, the laughter did not reach his eyes. An aura of icy chill emanated from him. As the hand gently gripping Wen Yuan's back released, the dagger vanished from her grasp. She stepped aside and took a seat, adopting the role of a spectator. Brother Qilian, she does not deserve you. How is this any of your concern? How can it not be? Have you forgotten the words you once spoke to me? You vowed to become my beast husband. Upon hearing this, Qilian instinctively cast a glance at Wen Yuan, only to find her keenly enjoying the unfolding drama, which ignited a surge of irritation within him. Leave. Brother Qilian, is it true you would choose her over me? I possess superior fertility. Only I can bear you exceptional offspring. Think this through. Hong Yue's voice was sharp, her gaze laced with jealousy directed at Wen Yuan. What right does she have to receive Brother Qilian's protection? Only she can be shielded by him. This has been true in the past and remains so in the present. I have no need for offspring, Qilian replied coldly, his tone frigid. If you do not depart, when your father arrives, he will find nothing but your lifeless body. Flames ignited, their searing heat forcing Hong Wei to retreat. Brother Qilian, tomorrow is my coming-of-age ceremony. I will have Qi Yu wait for you at the tribe's entrance. You will come. Won't you? As the flames encroached, Hong Wei shot a glare at Wen Yuan before transforming into a patterned tiger and disappearing into the distance. Qilian pursed his lips, turning to say something, only to discover that the person behind him had long since vanished. I will step out for a moment. My scent will linger at the cave's entrance. Wen Bao, be a good girl and wait for my return, all right? Chapter 23, Encountering Danger, False Qilian, all right. Please be safe. Wen Yuan's gaze was gentle and her tone remained as soft as ever. Qilian furrowed her brows, feeling inexplicably anxious, despite the little female being no different from usual. That person from yesterday, I have no connection with her. Does Yuan Bao trust me? Yes, she does. Wen Yuan spoke without reservation, merely a friend in slumber. Why take it to heart? She paid little heed to Qilian's explanations. Lacking affection, she naturally felt no jealousy, nor sorrow. As for the matter of companionship, she was well aware. Even though in the beast realm, males with partners could not reproduce, and examples existed of males seeking new bonds after dissolving previous ones. In Wen Yuan's worldview, she would never become the interloper in another's romance. She was one who loved freely, indeed a flirt, but her flirtations adhered to a personal code. Of course, the severely diminished status of women in the beast realm constrained her actions. Don't believe me? Skipping the coming-of-age ceremony? Time is not on your side. Hearing Wen Yuan's nonchalant, even urgent words, Qilian's heart raced with increasing anxiety, as if something once within his grasp had slipped away in an instant. He despised this feeling. Taking a few steps forward, he knelt on one knee, lifting his hand to cradle Wen Yuan's face, lowering himself. Yuan Bao, will you wait for me to return and clarify things? Did I not promise? Qilian felt a lingering unease, yet he had compelling reasons to depart. Gently ruffling Wen Yuan's hair, he turned and left, transforming into his beast form the moment he exited the cave, swiftly heading in one direction. As soon as Qilian departed, Wen Yuan followed closely. She had 7 days left, ample time to reach the next tribe. According to the map provided by Zai Duo, she needed only to walk 10 kilometers northwest to arrive at the Lumi tribe, a settlement comparable in size to the Zai Lin tribe. However, after merely a mile, her path was obstructed. Didn't Yuan Bao say she would wait for me at home? His crimson eyes brimmed with sorrow. How could one speak without honor? When Yuan gazed at the man before her, a radiant smile gracing her lips, her voice soft and melodic, did Alian not mention a desire for golden thorn fruit? I was just about to gather some for you, but your return was rather unexpected, and I was still en route. Alian won't hold it against me, will he? Qilian's eyes sparkled, the corners lifting as he took a step closer to Wen Yuan, responding with a smile. How could that be? That is a relief. Was Alian waiting for me? The golden thorn fruit lies just ahead. I shall personally pluck some for you. No need. I know of a place where the fruit is even more delectable. Come with me, Wan Bao. Qilian positioned himself beside Wen Yuan, maintaining a comfortable distance. Upon noticing this, Wen Yuan nodded with a smile. The path through the woods was treacherous. Although it had not rained, the undergrowth was quite dense. Fortunately, Wen Yuan had prepared well before her departure, wrapping herself snugly against the chill of the morning woods, which was bearable. Has Alian clarified matters with Hongyu? It would be wise to limit interactions with such an arrogant and venomous female. Should she dare approach you again in the future? We shall deal with her as we did last time, giving her a sound thrashing before casting her out. You struck Hongyu. No. What I meant to convey is that you were indeed correct. Wen Yuan raised an eyebrow, his hand, concealed beneath the animal hide, tightly grasping a dagger, while the other clutched a seed from the prickly fruit tree. Oh dear. What is it? Qi Lian halted his steps, observing Wen Yuan, who had come to a standstill. A flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. Yet, feigning gentleness and even concern, he approached Wen Yuan to inquire about his condition. Something has gotten in my eye. It hurts terribly. Qi Lian, please bend down and let me see. The voice was laced with a quavering tone, pitiful yet tinged with urgency. Qi Lian frowned. And only when tears began to cascade down from beneath Wen Yuan's hand did he reluctantly bend closer. Just as he was about to pry Wen Yuan's hand away to assess the situation, the petite female unexpectedly reached out, seizing his flowing red hair and yanking it down with force. The excruciating pain instinctively drew him closer, and then a tearing agony pierced his chest, lowering his gaze. He beheld a bizarre, stone-like object, half of which had embedded itself in his torso. Roar. Qi Lian, disregarding everything else, raised his hand and sent the girl flying. Without allowing Wen Yuan a moment to react, several earthen spikes shot toward him, severing the surrounding weeds in their path. Bang, bang, bang. Wen Yuan was struck against the tree trunk, only to bounce back to the ground, barely having the chance to rise before a relentless barrage of attacks ensued. Each resonating with a dull thud. Dust swirled around, enveloped in a shroud of smoke. Beep, beep, beep. Life-threatening conditions detected for the host. The defensive Zen robe activated automatically. Defensive capabilities maximized. Attacks will be repelled at 100%. Remaining time, 57 minutes. Damn it. Qi Lian gazed into the haze, a grin spreading across his face. Revealing his sharp fangs, his eyes gleaming with delight and arrogance. A female so foolish as to earn Qi Lian's favor and conspire to harm Hong Yu. Both of them deserve to perish. One day, Qi Lian would also bring about his demise, but for now, he would first send his companion on her way. Surely, his dear brother would be thrilled to hear this splendid news, losing sleep over the excitement. How he longed to share this delightful tidbit with him. As Qi Yu turned to depart, an unusual movement stirred within the obscured smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Wen Yuan covered her mouth, supporting herself against the broken tree trunk as she rose, unable to suppress her relentless coughing, though her protective Zen attire shielded her from the assault. The swirling dust in the air choked her, provoking a fit of coughs. Not dead? Qi Yu was astonished, although he had tempered his strength. It should have been sufficient to send a fragile creature like her to meet her demise. How could she possibly still be alive? A flicker of impatience ignited within Qi Yu. Her tenacity reminded him all too much of his insufferable elder brother, just as detestable. As the smoke dissipated, Qi Yu rushed forward, his palm open, conjuring a soil spike that materialized in his hand, its pointed tip poised menacingly against Wen Yuan's heart. The moment Wen Yuan's palm lifted from the ground, a cluster of thorny fruit trees sprouted before him, effectively obstructing Qi Yu's path. However, he did not pause for a second. Such trivial tricks were hardly a cause for concern. The earth shield shattered the impediment, advancing relentlessly forward. Wen Yuan bent down, his hand reaching for his waist, as several blades of wind surged toward Qi Yu. The invisible blades swiftly sliced through the air, shattering the earthen spike in his grasp and tearing into the skin on his shoulder, blood gushing forth. Well done. I am eager to see just how many allies' powers you can wield. Qi Yu raised his hand, and countless clumps of earth soared into the air, capable of crushing Wen Yuan with the slightest gesture. Look to the sky. What? Thunder rumbled ominously, lightning striking without warning, heading straight for Qi Yu. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and dodged, but before he could retaliate, two sudden wooden spikes pierced through his feet, pinning him in place. By the time he turned to look for Wen Yuan again, the latter had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the Jiji tribe, stop struggling, Qi Lian. Once tonight passes, you will be mine. Obey, and you shall suffer less. Chapter 24, Have you been drugged with an aphrodisiac? How despicable you are. And what of it? As long as I can possess you. Moreover, it was not I who fed you the aphrodisiac, but your dear brother. Hong Yu raised her hand, her somewhat plump fingers gently tracing Qi Lian's face. Observing his flushed complexion due to the drug, her mood grew delightfully buoyant. Soon, she would have Qi Lian for herself. With a mid-level capability, Qi Lian was considered top tier in the Jiji tribe. Should she bear his offspring, her status within the tribe would undoubtedly ascend. Qi Lian, bound by hands and feet and suspended in the air, wore a mocking smile on his crimson face. You would do well to kill me, otherwise. Do not forget my manes. Your parents once knelt before me, weeping and begging for mercy. This remark struck a nerve in Hong Yu. Raising her hand, she lashed the vine whip across Qi Lian's abdomen with a resounding crack. A red mark quickly appeared on his skin. It is all in the past. Hong Yu gazed at Qi Lian with intense longing, her fingers tracing the red welts left by the whip, her voice tinged with madness. My father killed your parents. And you killed mine. We are even now. Brother Lian, are you in pain? If you would only plead with me, I could help you. Would you not? Qi Lian simply shut his eyes and remained silent. Crack. The whip lashed again against Qi Lian's body, and Hong Yu, somewhat losing her composure, exclaimed, I, Hong Yu, possess superior fertility, and you refuse even to glance my way? What is so special about that little female? Can she ever compare to me? Brother Lian, be sensible. Once my coming-of-age ceremony is over, I can make you my first beast husband. How does that sound? Initially unresponsive. Qilian's eyes snapped open at the mention of the little female, fixing his gaze on Hong Yu as he inquired, "What have you done to her? What could I possibly do to her?" Hong Yu smirked. "But I do wonder, can she truly distinguish between you and Qi Yu? Dare to touch her, Hong Yu, and you will meet your demise." Flames ignited, shattering the vines that bound Qilian, and he fell to the ground with a resounding thud. "Qilian, have you lost your mind? You're trying to force your power while under the influence of an aphrodisiac. You're courting death. To die, one must first face me." Qilian suppressed the raging heat within him, rising to his feet with his disheveled red hair and fierce crimson eyes. Fire technique, cage of flames. The flames engulfed Hong Yu entirely, her screams echoing as the once joyous atmosphere outside the cave was shattered, all eyes turning toward Hong Yu's lair. Those quick to react rushed in, but upon entering the cave, aside from the charred ground, there was nothing. Hong Yu had inexplicably vanished. "What's this? Can't you summon lightning anymore? Or perhaps you could try invoking the wind again." Qi Yu transformed into a sandy-colored wolf dog, stepping forward to block Wen Yuan's path. Wen Yuan instinctively wished to retreat, her entire being bristling with trepidation as the slender form of the ferret paled in comparison to the imposing figure of the wolf dog. "Since you refrain from taking action, it falls upon me." Qi Yu let out a cold snort, and the ground beneath Wen Yuan cracked open, causing her to lose her balance and plummet downward. At that very moment, a crimson serpentine tail emerged, coiling around Wen Yuan and, with a swift release, propelling her upward to safety. She landed securely, gripping tightly onto the large horn, her heart racing as she lingered in the sensation of weightlessness. "I am sorry, my dear Yuan, I have arrived too late." Qilian's voice was hoarse, the serpentine tail quivering faintly. Fortunately, he had come just in time. Were he to be any slower, he dared not contemplate the consequences. Wen Yuan is the first female who does not disdain his identity as a wandering beast. She is also the first to prepare food for him, and the first to share a bed with him. To him, Wen Yuan was a unique and irreplaceable existence. What of the Red Moon? What have you done to the Red Moon? The moment Qi Yu laid eyes on Qilian, he instinctively took a step back. But the thought of the Red Moon halted his retreat. Dead, burned to ashes, nothing left behind. Qilian suppressed the simmering turmoil within, especially as Wen Yuan's delicate hands cradled the crown of his head, her soft, fragile form pressed against him, her cool touch sending shivers down his spine. He was on the verge of losing control. "You seek death." Qi Yu's eyes blazed with fury as he recklessly charged at Qilian, but in the next instant, with a fierce flick of his serpentine tail, the wolf dog was sent sprawling. This blow was executed with all his might. Cough, 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 transformed into human form. Qi Yu clutched his chest, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. The green tear faced the blue tear with no hope of victory. "For the sake of a female, you dare to forcibly wield your power. You are undoubtedly courting death." Qilian's gaze was resolute as he shifted to human form, gently parting Wen Yuan's legs to cradle her in his embrace, supporting her hips, and soothingly patting her back. Wen Yuan found it difficult to absorb the information, which swiftly eluded her grasp. Thus, what is the meaning behind this embarrassing posture? Nevertheless, she resolutely summoned her abilities. Wen Yuan reached out, her hand inadvertently brushing against the other's neck, the searing warmth causing her to pause in surprise. Something was amiss. Qilian raised his hand, and unlike before, the flames that emerged were a deep crimson. "Do not approach." Qilian continued his advance. "Brother, it is I, Qi Yu, your sibling. Are you truly prepared to take my life? Do you not recall what mother instructed you back then? You are not him." Qilian waved his hand, and the flames descended, igniting upon contact. Qi Yu barely had time to scream before he was engulfed, instantly transforming into a fireball, which mere moments later reduced to a pile of ash. My brother, even in his folly, would never raise a hand against me. Yet, he should not have been left in the tribe. Ultimately, it was he who brought about Qi Yu's demise. And the greater folly was that he remained oblivious to the substitution. He is indeed a failed brother. Silent, Qilian embraced Wen Yuan and returned to the cave. After gently laying her upon the bed, his crimson eyes filled with concern as he meticulously examined her, relieved to find only minor abrasions that had drawn blood. In an instant, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, the taut string within him snapped, and Qilian could no longer contain the blood that spilled forth, his skin rapidly turning a shade of red, as though scalded by boiling water. The hue is unsettling. The temperature subsequently rises. Have you fallen under the influence of an aphrodisiac? What appears to be an inquiry is, in fact, articulated with unwavering certainty. This demeanor is strikingly reminiscent of the first encounter with Zeta, perhaps even more pronounced. Yuan Bao, I am in distress. Qilian's eyes, clouded with longing, can focus solely on Wen Yuan, gazing at her with an intensity that is palpable. Please, Yuan Bao, will you assist me? Yuan Bao, I am in great discomfort. Wen Yuan sat silently on the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed upon the passionate Qilian, who seemed almost to cling to her. A smile danced in her eyes, and her expression remained clear and serene. Yuan Bao, I was wrong. I should not have left you. Yuan Bao, will you forgive me? Chapter 25, Joining Together. Memories. Qilian's eyes burned with intensity as he regarded Wen Yuan. When she remained silent, a flicker of anxiety crossed his face. Yet, the sensations coursing through his body became increasingly difficult to suppress. If Yuan Bao were unwilling, he would not force her, after all. The mere fact that she did not despise him was a joy beyond his wildest dreams. Was he unable to contain himself any longer? When Yuan gently lifted Qi Lian's chin, her voice soft as she inquired. Qi Lian's gaze lowered slightly, and in a secluded spot, Wang Niebei unfurled a map, scrutinizing it meticulously to identify the optimal route for their march. After discarding the enemy's military uniform, Wang Niebei hastened to the established second defensive line. The first line had been utterly obliterated under the enemy's artillery, rendering it ineffective. Now, they could only hope that the second line would hold for a while longer. What do you mean? In truth, Emperor Jiacheng had already grasped Shui Tinglang's intentions, yet hesitated nonetheless. Regrettably, Wei Wei was entirely oblivious to these matters. And I was too disinclined to remind her. There is a distinction between having a meal and not, particularly when one's abilities are just beginning to emerge. Determining the extent of their potential. Take your time, there is no rush. Yichu had anticipated Fu Tiantian's thoughts and placed the menu before her. A youthful boy with a cherubic face pressed on, still feeling the sting of a previous misfortune, despite having prepared thoroughly this time. An unease lingered in his heart. For a fleeting moment, I even forgot who I was, oblivious to my surroundings. I could scarcely fathom, nor dare to believe, that this was our fate. I was left with an inexplicable sense of despondency. Thus, on the day Dojuan arrived in Hangzhou, his memorandum and a box of items were presented to Emperor Jiacheng. After a brief observation of his surroundings, the figure emerged boldly from its concealed position. Clad in the camouflage of the Syrian government forces, which bore a striking resemblance to that of the Free Army, there was no concern of being detected by others. Indeed, you have truly surpassed your limits. The tone of Hai Dongqing was imbued with a newfound seriousness. Yun Lao nearly fainted upon hearing the first half of the statement. Initially thinking it was a refusal, only to be taken aback when a charger was requested directly afterward. He wore a look of disbelief as he retrieved the charger from his bag and handed it over. I still recall her visit last week. She exhibited no signs of negativity, instead offering comfort to Su Baidao and taking her sister to the zoo. Although everyone recognized that Qin Haodong's group was the strongest, none anticipated their prowess to such an extent. As he spoke, he extended his slender index finger, gently touching Zhuang Yimin's crimson lips. Her tone was as soft as silk. And due to the proximity to Lu Huiwen's face, her warm breath brushed against Lu Huiwen's cheek, evoking an inexplicable shiver. With a mastery of swordsmanship unparalleled, each strike seamlessly followed the last. The pinnacle of swordplay was manifested thus. Mo Tian, facing the trials of a millennium, dared not be careless and devoted his entire life as sword techniques to the fray, drawing sword techniques, cloud-cleaving swordplay, wind-breaking slash, each unique, enigmatic, or forceful. The aura of a sword master naturally emanated. Caught in the act of channeling her Dan fire, Fang Qianger did not anticipate such a sudden explosion. Leaving her no time to react, she could only shut her eyes. Ning Zhou smiled nonchalantly, then retrieved a cigarette from his pack, placing it between his lips and igniting it. Your shield belongs to the natural system, does it not? Encased and due to corrode lightning, in a sense. It can be deemed the strongest defense. You are indeed a man worthy of my serious consideration. Tang's expression turned grave. Ningzhen's gentlemanly demeanor faltered as he gazed at Pei Ruai, his face reflecting profound disappointment. Chapter 26, Pregnancy, thought there was no choice but to depart. Yet I did not anticipate that my fleeting moment of compassion would directly lead to his demise. Yuan Bao, though not born of the same womb as Qi Yu, bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Many males in the tribe admired the red moon. Yet I had not foreseen that someone would be willing to become another shadow just to remain in his presence. His younger brother, that small child who would joyfully call out to him from afar, was lost forever. When Yuan raised her hand and clasped Qi Lian's hand, devoid of any words of solace, uncertain of how to offer comfort. After all, this world is governed by its own rules, and her attempts at consolation would merely serve to adorn a wound with a beautiful facade. Once removed, the bleeding would persist unabated. However, at this moment, I possess my precious Yuan. Qi Lian wrapped her arms around Wen Yuan from behind, her voice imbued with a hint of sweetness, her crimson eyes sparkling with mirth. Yuan will never leave me, will she? Qi Lian, I am with child. When Yuan turned her head, raising her gaze towards Qi Lian, calmly uttering words that left him utterly astonished. What? Qi Lian released her hand and hurriedly positioned himself in front of Wen Yuan, crouching down to meet her steady gaze upon her still flat abdomen. Are you pregnant? Yes. Qi Lian pondered for a moment, realizing that he had not observed the feathers typically adorning the female members of the Beastman tribe on Wen Yuan, and thus, from the outset, he had been unaware of her fertility. Reflecting on his earlier inquiry, Qi Lian's eyes held sincerity and his tone was earnest. Yuan Bao, you are unlike any other female. My intentions in approaching you are not for the sake of procreation, but rather a pure desire to be close to you. Regardless of whether you are with child or not, I vow that you shall always have me as your sole companion, and no one shall ever dare to mistreat you. The mere thought of Wen Yuan's child brought him immense joy, for it signified that he too would become a father, and at long last, he would have a home once more. With a smile gracing his features and sincerity in his voice, Qi Lian gently placed his hands around Wen Yuan's waist, leaning closer to softly whisper, I will protect both of you. I swear by the beast god, even if it costs me my life. I will ensure your safety and that of your child. I understand. A gentle light flickered in Wen Yuan's eyes as she gazed upon the handsome visage before her. She raised her hand and tenderly placed it upon Qi Lian's head, his soft hair a striking shade of red. Ever since learning of Wen Yuan's pregnancy, Qi Lian had become notably vigilant and cautious, taking it upon himself to personally oversee every matter. He endeavored to ensure that Wen Yuan's days were filled with ease, where she could simply extend her hands for garments and open her mouth for meals. Typically, the Snow Ferret clan requires about 10 days to reveal a pregnancy, implying that aside from consulting the clan's physician, one must rely on nature to confirm the condition. However, the moment Wen Yuan expressed her belief, Qi Lian accepted it wholeheartedly. In recent days, he has gone to great lengths to procure delightful delicacies for her and, unable to trust her to remain home alone, he often kept her by his side. Yet, such a protective stance inevitably restricted his own actions in some measure. Wen Yuan sat in the expansive bird's nest atop the tree, a mixture of helplessness and amusement washing over her as she observed the hunting Qi Lian below. Her gaze shifted to the small, timid bird crouched on the branch beside her, its pitiful expression rendering it immobile. The irony of the situation struck her. As long as the birthing system was operational, her child would remain safe unless she were to die. To put it bluntly, even in the event of her demise, the child might well survive. Days passed, and Wen Yuan found her body growing heavier, movement becoming increasingly cumbersome, yet Qi Lian remained steadfast in his devotion, caring for her with unwavering enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the Jiji tribe, the disappearance of Hong Yu was causing considerable distress for the tribe's leader. What was intended to be a coming-of-age ceremony for the tribe's females had turned into a source of worry. Those of age were to seek out feathers, an essential symbol of the tribe's reproductive vitality. Hong Yu had received a red feather, indicative of superior fertility, yet after acquiring it, she vanished without a trace from her cave. The leader lamented the loss of such a valuable female, having scoured the tribe in vain to locate her. He even dispatched hunting parties to search the nearby Sangwei forest, but to no avail. A person could not simply disappear without a trace. Leader, my sister Hong Yu may be a bit capricious, but she is well-mannered. She would never leave the tribe of her own accord. Many had witnessed Qi Lian's arrival in the tribe, and the charred stones in Hong Yu's cave bore the unmistakable mark of Qi Lian's handiwork. Hong Yu's brother, regarded the leader with frustration. This was his third visit. I understand your perspective, the leader replied, but Hong Yu, you must also recognize that the rainy season is fast approaching. If we confront the one in Sangwei Forest at this juncture, do you comprehend the potential consequences? Regardless of the outcome, I am determined to bring my sister back. Hong Yu's obstinate gaze met the leader's, revealing a bond that was unbreakable. Despite her mischievous nature, Hong Yu's affection for Qi Lian remained steadfast, even after he had harmed their parents. Indeed, Hong Yu is your sister, and your desire to rescue her is commendable. However, Hong Yu, I am not your father. Hong Yu harbors feelings for that individual, which is hardly a secret. Even that little wretch, Qi Yu, has been kept close to protect her, all to curry favor with him. I warned her before. It was her choice to disregard my counsel. Now that trouble has arisen. Your instinct as a brother is understandable, but do not forget that I am the leader. The rainy season is imminent, and you are well aware of his strength. To confront him, we must deploy our strongest males. Do not forget, Qi Yu has also gone missing. We currently lack leverage against him. It is fortuitous he has not retaliated. Do you truly wish to provoke him? Hong Yu, it seems your judgment is clouded. For the sake of your sister, you wish to risk the entire tribe. Do you truly believe that is worthwhile? The leader's barrage of words struck Hong Yu like a blow, leaving him despondent. I understand. Leader, I apologize for the intrusion, he said respectfully before turning to depart. What did it matter if the leader was right? Hong Yu was his sister, and he would find a way to rescue her. How formidable could Qi Lian be? He had heard from his sister that a female had recently appeared in Qi Lian's life, and that Qi Lian had even turned against Hong Yu for her sake. She must be of great significance to him. If he could not reach Qi Lian, surely he could handle a delicate female? Regardless of how vigilant Qi Lian might be, there would inevitably come a moment of lapse. Wen Yuan stood at the cave's entrance, holding a small basket, gazing up at the overcast sky and then down at her gradually protruding belly, letting out a resigned sigh. Yuan Bao, come up. A massive python appeared, its body a deep crimson, lowering its head slightly for her to step on, grasping its long horns. Qi Liang lifted his head and slowly made his way towards the Sangwei forest. Today, they would not hunt. Instead, he intended to take Wen Yuan out for some fresh air. It was a rare cloudy day, and Wen Yuan hoped to gather more plant seeds to store in her space. As the weather remained favorable, Wen Yuan busied herself breaking down the meat from their recent hunt, drying some to make jerky while curing the rest with salt for preservation against the impending rainy season. She even managed to stash some meat in her space. Ever since acquiring this space, Wen Yuan had developed a habit of hoarding, cramming in everything edible and inedible alike. Fortunately, the space was quite intelligent, allowing her to organize her belongings according to her thoughts. Shang Guanfeng cast a few disdainful glances at the shameless Shen Yuanyi. Yet he was her only option. Shen Yuanyi noticed Shang Guanfeng's predicament. He understood she did not wish to accompany him, yet inexplicably, he felt a strong desire to bring her along. Thus, he unwittingly mentioned, and their Sita Yuza, thinking that even if she did not want to be with him, she would surely go if Sita Yuza was present. His first encounter with her was when he followed Wen Yuan to the minister's residence. He was unsure of the purpose behind his elder brother's visit but had followed out of habit. However, once there, he found himself uninterested in his brother's trivial matters, opting instead to explore the residence on his own. Your mother and sister are not here? Madame Wang sneered at Ding Ro, then vigorously wiped the chair with her handkerchief before sitting down. Please, sit. What brings you here? And Ran was well aware that Wang never visited without cause. Her presence certainly indicated she sought something. The old matriarch's expression darkened at the mention of Ding Yi, casting a grim glance at him beside Hao Ling. In her view, few men were unwilling to take concubines. It was merely a matter of whether they had the means to do so. Now that Hao Ling had rejected her proposal, it was likely that Ding Yi had whispered in his ear. Zian shot him an exasperated look, chastising him for speaking so indiscreetly, unafraid of Shang Wan Mingdong's ridicule. Reappearing on the back of the giant crocodile, Wang Yu found himself positioned at the very front. If he continued to bore into the crocodile, this time he would strike at its head. Heavens, how beautiful! After playing with the bamboo demon for years, I never realized it could be so captivating, Yuan remarked, captivated by the promotional video that felt almost three-dimensional. As Jia Sha led his men from Yuhuang Gate towards the evil enchantment palace, the Wanli army and the sun god merely observed from a distance, biding their time for the outcome. Utilizing connections is an art. If done correctly, one could achieve results with minimal effort. It is not always the case that the higher the rank of the individual sought, the better. Often, a captain-level individual suffices. Yet this time, a more cautious approach was warranted. Chang, spare me. Su Qian is nothing but a traitor. He has betrayed us and will not return to the team. Zhang Fa exclaimed in anger. Now that Yun understood the bracelet's ability to control individuals, she was eager to uncover the reason behind it. The memories of despair, panic, and helplessness from her dreams remained vivid, as if she had relived them just the night before. Lying still, she felt as though she were still ensnared in that troubling emotion. However, upon seeing Su Mujin, inexplicably, she found a semblance of peace. Wang Yu knitted his brows. He had not drunk but had set aside his drink. Wu Di, increasingly intoxicated, was reminded that moderation in drinking was essential. His family was quite well off. His father owned a factory yielding an income of around 10 million, a true representation of affluence. Her mood directly influenced him, a feeling he had never experienced so intensely before. Your Majesty, today Minister Song is in charge inside, a guard respectfully reported. In mere seconds, 6 Special Forces soldiers under Wei Jiangwo's command had perished, a scenario no outsider could have anticipated. Chapter 28. The rain is unusual. A group of male beast men fell silent, appearing like quail with their necks drawn in. Ji Jiao cast a cold glance around, scoffing at their lack of ambition. If any had strength surpassing Qi Yang, would he have to endure such humiliation? Go fetch Hong Yu. I want to see who dares to challenge a mid-level green rank with such audacity. It is a death wish that endangers the whole tribe. The master of the red blade was a towering figure, clad entirely in black, with only his eyes visible, his eyebrows concealed beneath a headscarf. Indeed, they have not grasped the essence of double-sided embroidery. What they have crafted lacks spirit. What I am now teaching you is the true artistry of double-sided embroidery. Remember it well, Lu explained calmly. Let go. I'll get your medicine. She shook her hand but couldn't free herself, sighing in exasperation as she looked at him. As Yan'an Prefecture witnessed the flames of war rising, it was clear that once General Yang He arrived, coupled with Emperor Chongzhen's troops and the new army, these rebellious forces would be akin to grasshoppers in autumn, unable to leap for long. Yet, how many would be willing to follow him to India? After what felt like an eternity, Fei Fei finally halted, memories of the past swirling in her mind. Perhaps her father had not provided a wealthy environment, but he had bestowed upon her boundless love. You must not snatch. You are so much more attractive. If you must steal, go for someone even prettier than you, for brother is not as good looking as you. She struggled to find a valid reason, feeling inadequate compared to others. The demon emperor reclined, eyes half closed as he listened to a Zhuo report on Shi Jin and Luo Yunju. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, sharp as a blade. Huh, seeing your confidence, I shall challenge my sisters to make it even more difficult for you. Ding Ning laughed. Of course, it was impossible to comfort Lu Xingzhua. These individuals were merely here to witness his misfortune and mock him further. Seeing the empty ground below, Andrew nearly spat blood. But he recognized that now was not the time for anger. Fortunately, there were numerous priests in the city safeguarding it. It was not too late to offer support. All right. Tanyu, let us return, Beta declared, gathering the scattered items into his hand with a sweep. At this moment, what was he doing? Was he with them? Would they? The 4 young ladies were none other than Liang Xing, Wang Li, Zhou Rui, and Li Yun from the Biological Research Institute on Earth. Thus, the Su family became a scene of Su Mu and Su Qingying engaged in animated conversation while Su father and Qian Mo played chess, tension palpable. He did not answer her directly regarding whether she or the project was more important. Rather, his actions spoke volumes. Lu Zhanyan felt utterly drained and sore. Having been exhausted by him until dawn every night, she had no energy left to even step outside. Zhou Rui and the 3 young ladies sat by the window in silence, each lost in their thoughts. The one paling the most was Zhou Rui, whose once rosy cheeks had become gone after days of hardship. Jishan nodded slightly, acknowledging the situation, and then refrained from mentioning the village any further. Zhang Liang remained silent. The concerns raised by Uncle Zhou mirrored his own apprehensions. The cautionary tale of Song Lu, as recounted by Wei Bao, was not mere rhetoric. However, he found himself at a loss for a more viable solution and thus opted for a seemingly feasible approach. The surrounding waters of the pond were clear and profound, imbued with a deep indigo hue, becoming ever colder as one descended. Mo Chichen struggled to fend off the chill with his true fire. Only Su Xian exhibited a rather peculiar demeanor. Upon encountering a boy, she became genuinely anxious, not in a shy, hesitant manner, but rather in an overtly nervous fashion. Han Mingjing observed her with an odd expression, watching as she ceased her tears to express gratitude to the staff who had just applauded her. He inwardly sighed, feeling distinctly excluded. Chapter 29. Deceit. What is this? The triangular caiman, residing in aquatic environments, boasts sharp, formidable teeth capable of swiftly tearing apart prey. Its powerful tail can drag its catch into the depths, making it a common predator in the waters, often appearing in groups. During the rainy season, they venture ashore, sometimes employing their tails to lure prey and the young of beast men, striking with lethal precision once they are near. If faced with overwhelming odds, they will utilize their remaining strength to escape. The rest were merely relatives of note. According to the customs of Jiangjia village, they would have to partake in 2 additional meals here and keep the fire burning through the night before departing. With the angel's protection, he resolved to inquire thoroughly upon returning. After distributing the slaves in turn, all parties were prepared to head home. Deputy Director Gu, Qin Kai, was acutely aware of Ing Fifan's capabilities. Individuals like Xia Hongyun and others were no match for him. A reckless attempt to breach through the front would only result in more innocent casualties. He began to doubt whether he had truly seen the name on the business card clearly. The face of Dan Chiozai was etched with shock, while deep within Mo Haijiu's eyes lay a profound wariness. Their faces gradually took on a ghostly pallor as they approached Tian by step, extending their hands as if to grasp her throat. After traversing 10 meters, the 2 rabbits were utterly exhausted, trembling and unwilling to advance further. The cloaked figure was pushed back 2 steps, while Qin Kai also retreated a step, his strength evidently superior. Do as you will. I cannot be responsible for that brother of mine. Bu Hongxue waved dismissively, indicating their lack of familiarity, likely having suffered bullying from bourgeoisie in the past. Even within the realm of teamwork, he could not allow himself to become idle, for in a competitive environment, pausing would render him disoriented. In this context, perhaps he should seize the opportunity to challenge Chiumu fiercely. Upon returning, he feared he might lose sleep for weeks. Mascherano and his son felt somewhat embarrassed. Recent news indicated that several companies under Hugo's umbrella were going public, resulting in his wealth soaring to over 20 billion, leading to a perception that he had grown increasingly affluent. Money creates a barrier. While Hugo's life remained unchanged, they felt as though he had become more sophisticated and grand. The brevity of 3 words encapsulated all of Alsa's emotions. Jianna gazed at Alsa, genuinely unable to accept his request. Could this truly be considered amicable? Chuyin observed Shinyu's hair, frazzled like a bird's nest, and felt a mix of amusement and restraint. Kill. The soldiers shouted in unison. Even Jianna in the heart of the formation called out loudly. Alas, no one. Wang Jing remarked, attempting to alleviate the group's sense of crisis. Drawing angry glares from all around him, what was the purpose of such antics at this juncture? I'll keep your secret. How about we split the proceeds 2-8? Jerry casually led Xu Yun to a nearby bar, acting as though they were longtime acquaintances. What is his intention? Hugo fumed. What was Zaymon up to? Anyone could be discarded, yet a few must not be. Hugo could not allow Zaymon to ruin Tony. The nobleman of the sealed lands appeared somber, laden with flowers and white fabrics essential for funerals, silently disembarking from the magical transport and approaching the defensive perimeter formed by the Spirit Beast clan. Just as Wang Jing had taken off, he discarded the recently acquired hair of Ning Kaichen, muttering about the foul strands. To maintain an air of superiority is no easy feat. This fellow has unkempt, oily hair, he thought, letting it drift away with the wind. Wishing to distance himself from any connection to Ning Kaichen. Chapter 30. Ah, truly pitiful. With hair as green as the lush grass, cascading down to her waist, and adorned with golden triangular earrings that feature a smooth green gem below, her emerald eyes fixated on the crimson figure resting upon the tree trunk. A grin revealed her sharp white fangs, excitement radiating from her expression. Help me. Redu gasped, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes clouded with confusion. Catching only a glimpse of that vibrant green hair, instinctively she cried out, driven by a primal fear of death. Yuan Bao, the obedient young lad with the surname Duan, had never honed his swordsmanship and was perplexed as to why the master was so invested in him, even sending senior brother Chi Lai to personally attend to him, seemingly preparing to place him at Lotus Peak. He did not need to consult the god of Adam to discern Gordon's thoughts. The elevated prestige in the system was proof enough, having surged by 5 points upon garnering Gordon's favor. Jean Nanchue blinked in surprise, subconsciously realizing that anyone capable of ascending to the position of Empress Dowager must have endured the harsh trials of court intrigue, yet the individual before her appeared surprisingly youthful, despite the slight puffiness that spoke of indulgence. The words spoken moments ago by Siejin exuded an undeniable authority befitting one of high status. Yet, In a world where opportunities to earn a living were scarce, a mere job was cherished, with little thought given to the implications. And awareness of legal matters was notably lacking. She had long ceased to harbor any expectations regarding her parents and siblings, whom she hadn't seen in a decade. As Zhou Zia finally settled down a bit, Zhou Ziming ushered Zhang Yeye into the room. It was akin to a firefly enhancing his flamethrower, significantly amplifying its power, far surpassing similar weapons available on the market. This was clearly unacceptable. She was destined to reincarnate, though she had not anticipated such a sudden arrival of that day. If she had remained discreet and hidden, it would have sufficed, but since she had chosen to step forward, a show of astonishment was warranted to prevent him from believing he had merely lost to Shenhao. Xiao Songhai's eyes flickered, evidently pondering the title of Qili Yuan Zun, unaware that Yi Qing hailed from a vast world where no trace of her could be found in this realm. Qinro, astute and perceptive, sensed Lin Heng's gaze and immediately deduced his thoughts. As anticipated, upon hearing Li Feng's merciless words, Song's expression shifted dramatically. While Li Feng reveled inwardly, being older than Lu Yinmin, he felt increasingly overwhelmed both mentally and physically as time passed. Wen Yuan understood her eldest son's temperament. Outwardly cool and aloof, he was, in truth, warm-hearted beneath a stoic facade. Faced with the allure of two enchanting ladies from Italy and Mexico, Li Feng steeled himself. Indulging in an evening of passion, though he regretted his impulsive actions in the presence of Johnny and Sharon Stone. Why not give it a try? I think it's quite beneficial for the body, she remarked. The old Yi family had two sons, and Ouyang and Lu Chunyu were eager to foster a harmonious relationship as sisters-in-law. After a hurried meal, Yuan escorted Susu to her room, calling for hot water to wash her face and feet, ensuring her boots and trouser cuffs were clean before instructing her to secure the doors and rest early. Song Qing remarked, then there must also be Tian Zui Tong and Tian Bai Tong, the former for indulgence, while the latter is less than favorable, as a mere sneeze can lead to calamity. This encompassed various facets. He was not a recluse but a regular official, and such matters warranted careful consideration. Yuan Song was unaware of the character of these individuals, and regardless of their merit, he had no capital to gamble with at this moment. Chapter 31. A bunch of unsightly creatures. The pain diminished by half. The music had started. The countdown for childbirth was 30 minutes. The familiar process had commenced. And when Yuan adjusted her position, exerting her strength, outside the cave, Qilian paced anxiously, glancing into the cave. Torn between the advice given by Wen Yuan and the fear of potential dangers during childbirth, should he seek the clan physician? The possibility of endangering Wen Yuan weighed heavily on his mind, plunging him into self-reproach. Are you nervous? Afraid I might catch you? Yi Bai remarked nonchalantly, arms crossed, exuding calmness. The previous surgery had indeed been flawless, both in timing and rhythm, showcasing their utmost proficiency. The outcome would surely be equally remarkable, rendering the victory self-evident. Chu Xiu felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, forcing himself to bite his tongue to regain clarity. Li Huan assented, thinking it was finally time to venture forth and explore. Typically, protagonists amassed wealth through relics, auctions, or scavenging, while the title would not be lost. Shang Guanxie had 100 ways to render the Marquis of Jioding a mere figurehead. Yet, with less than 10 days until the school celebration, the mounting tasks remained unfinished, causing her considerable distress. Upon encountering Shangguan Ruixin, the troublemaker, she lacked the energy to confront him and opted to ignore him instead. Wu Zhiwei cast a silent glance at him, abruptly seizing his thumb and twisting it forcefully in the opposite direction. Gao Hongfei observed the expressions of the prominent figures present, suddenly sensing the air crackling with tension. Qin Hui's shout startled me, throwing me into disarray. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and I dared not switch on the flashlight. Reacting instinctively, I dashed forward, hands flailing in a desperate attempt to grasp Qin Hui. This represented a manifestation of sorrow and grief, perhaps triggered by a poignant memory. Zhao Yuan then recalled that Ling Yuanshan had entered without any communication devices, and no one had reported to him, leaving him unaware of the situation. Yi Jinmu kept her promise, promptly retrieving her phone and dialing a number, activating the speakerphone. Frankly, it is easier to produce masters in the presence of existing masters. There is merit to this notion. In a mere month, kind-hearted individuals had collectively donated over 500 million soft sister coins, despite the financial crisis squeezing their pockets. The emergence of a genuine, publicly acknowledged charitable organization was a beacon of hope. What of it? I like it. Is that a problem? She quipped, planting several kisses that left a glossy imprint on his face. Thankfully, the lip gloss was nearly colorless, rendering it less noticeable. Su Lin casually crossed her arms, smiling as if she were an old hand at this, analyzing the situation. However, her simplistic analysis was met with derision from the gamblers around. Had it truly been such a straightforward principle, the casino would have shuttered its doors long ago. In response, Chen Qi's critique was incisive. He believed Bei Ning was also aware of the gravity of the issue. How much pain had Yi Jinmu endured to be compelled to mature to her current state by the tender age of 15? Previously indifferent to the value of the painting, Su Lin had thought it merely a piece of art, but now she recognized that it could easily belong in the Louvre in France, making her hesitant to accept it. With so many matters at hand, would divulging everything to Lu Jingyu yield understanding? If so, how much could he truly comprehend? If Shen Yuan were to learn of the heart transplant, she would undoubtedly not display the relatively composed demeanor she exhibited moments ago, perhaps due to the protracted blood sacrifice. The familiar scent of her essence has permeated the blood tears, enabling them to sense her peril. Chapter 32. A fierce battle ahead. Crystal stolen behind. Why this tension? Could it be that Oaks, licking his lips with a grin, mused, what secrets lie within that I am forbidden to know? You seek your demise. Qi Lian narrowed his gaze, plunging forward as the flames surged fiercely, compelling Oaks to retreat under the searing heat. Ah, how intriguing. Truly fascinating. Oaks chuckled softly, his green eyes shimmering with a hint of excitement. This is my utmost concession. Otherwise, I would rather hurl you from the arena myself than allow you to retain any advantage. Meanwhile, Cassius continued to articulate his minimal demands. Shin Chantian interjected. I never claimed to be aloof. I merely disdain your miserly ways. I do not accept checks or credit. Only cash will suffice. When conversing with the wealthy, one can dictate the terms. Messages? Did she not request you to bring her back? The Yud, pondering something, wore a peculiar expression. The individual before him was said to have infiltrated the Thief King's estate. Previously, a royal weapon meant for escape, the sun and moon wheel was shattered, showcasing an utterly terrifying prowess. Of course, venturing out together would undoubtedly yield a far better outcome than the preceding circumstances, yet they dared not take the risk. Hai Wenxiang had arrived at this location early, her intention to sink the #1 vessel in the Tsujing, ensuring the annihilation of the entire coalition forces at Whirlpool Island, thus granting the remaining 12 demons a fleeting respite, for which she had resigned herself to certain death. Tropo and Tiz flexed their fists and feet, displaying a readiness brimming with anticipation, although the presence of the crimson sun rendered the demon realm less luminous. Observing the sea from atop, a turtle still offered a unique spectacle. However, Chen Hui found the atmosphere within the military camp rather peculiar. Despite the ongoing battle, it felt as if a celebration were imminent, the mood not tense, but rather imbued with an indescribable exhilaration. System. Have the fragments of the heart of the universe merged with the Thunder Beast? Ronald, uncertain of the Thunder Beast's veracity, sought assistance from the system. This fleeting epiphany washed over her as she formed hand seals, the technique of the Azure Wood Dragon Serpent descending like Mercury. Having amassed a staggering 45 million world points was already a considerable feat, yet one had to remain online for an indeterminate duration to sell them all. It was during that calamitous expedition to the cathedral, where comrades fell victim to the merciless fallen, that he and Amber could only escape in humiliation. He still vividly recalled the perils he faced beneath the jaws of the devouring beast. Yet, at this moment, he no longer feared it, for he possessed the Tao essence and the wings of the divine. Zhang Yanlin, upon hearing this, appeared astonished and promptly demanded a gift back from Li Hao. Chun Feng felt puzzled. How could Aju label the trio as fools in an almost foolproof scenario? He could never forget the moment Lin Yu shattered his entire meridian system, nor could he overlook how Zhong Exine cared for and nurtured him during his most vulnerable times, even willing to bear a child for someone deemed worthless. The audience below immediately clamored to voice their agreement, affirming they had indeed heard the situation as articulated by Mentor Xia Huan. Although the explicit words of affection did not resonate through the microphone, attentive listeners discerned them, with some astute observers even able to identify which judge had spoken. With a swift motion, Rixart's elegy was drawn and plunged again, piercing more than 10 times in a single breath, blood splattering grotesquely, before he hurled the convulsing body into the air. It is no wonder the master suffered 2 consecutive defeats. Facts speak louder than words, and Xiao Xiangjing gazed intently at the chessboard. Chapter 33, Mermaid Island, Wen Yuan. When Wen Yuan awoke once more, it was in a place shrouded in utter darkness. Tentatively, he extended his hands to explore his surroundings. The walls felt slick to the touch, the space exceedingly confined, adorned with a few creases. System, where am I? He inquired, but received no reply. As the system entered a state of complete stasis, before Wen Yuan could comprehend the situation, a narrow fissure appeared in the constricted space, widening gradually as light streamed in, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes. You are awake? A man's voice inquired. Who are you? Where is this? Wen Yuan shut her eyes, still unaccustomed to the sudden brightness. Do not be afraid. You are on Mermaid Island. I am the clan physician here, not a villain. Please, do not feel anxious. The man's voice was warm and imbued with a subtle soothing quality. Gradually, Wen Yuan began to calm down. Once she adjusted to the light, she slowly opened her eyes, only to behold a being that was half human, half fish, with algae green hair cascading down his back. His gentle features were framed by a porcelain upper body. From the waist down, he possessed a striking green fishtail, its scales rounded and smooth, glimmering under the sun's rays. Utterly enchanting, he resembled the fabled mermaids of legend. I have examined you, and your health is robust. Now that you are awake, I shall take my leave. Remember, this is the prince's abode. Please refrain from leaving this house. The physician's tone remained gentle, his gaze towards Wen Yuan exceptionally kind. Wen Yuan nodded, watching the clan physician depart. She then surveyed her surroundings. The wooden structure was somewhat hastily constructed, yet it was undeniably more aesthetically pleasing and comfortable than the caves of the orc tribe. The house was quite spacious. Wen Yuan descended from her bed, Casting a glance back at her slumbering giant shell, she pressed her lips together and continued her exit. Beyond the sleeping quarters lay a space akin to the living room, flanked by wooden shelves adorned with magnificent luminous pearls. Additionally, on either side, 2 windows were draped with creamy white sheer curtains. As Wen Yuan approached and touched them, she marveled at their exquisite texture, light, semi-transparent, and delicately soft. The fine craftsmanship of the curtains was remarkable, and it was no surprise that pearls were haphazardly strewn across every corner of the room, resembling a chaotic yet enchanting display. "Let me in. Open your eyes wide and see who I am," a melodious yet imperious voice demanded, urgently conveying its intent. "I am sorry, but you cannot enter," a man's voice replied, both respectful and distant, tinged with a hint of apprehension. "I will seek Brother Chuan. You two must let me in," she insisted. "If you do not allow me entry, once I become queen, I shall cast you into the waters to feed the ravenous black-tailed fish." "Zhu, it is not that we refuse to let you in. It is simply that the prince is not inside. You would find no one there," another male voice responded, filled with pleading and resignation. "Step aside. The prince is truly not inside. If you do not move, I shall end my life before you," she threatened. "I am the prince's destined companion. Do you dare to harm me? Clear the way." Wen Yuan furrowed her brow, recognizing from the tone that this was no woman to be trifled with. The prince she mentioned had also been spoken of by the clan physician. A fleeting image of the dark-haired man crossed her mind, and Wen Yuan instantly understood the situation. She turned and entered the room, closing the door behind her. Zhu rushed into the house, followed anxiously by the 2 guards at the entrance. After exchanging a knowing glance with one another, one of them hastily departed. "Where is that woman? How dare she entice my brother Chuan? Utterly shameless. If she knows what is good for her, she should come out at once." Her delicate voice sharpened, tinged with a hint of irritation. "Didn't you say you were here to find the prince?" The man stood dumbfounded, observing Zhu's murderous demeanor, feeling utterly unnerved. The prince had explicitly instructed that nothing should go awry, yet Zhu was the prince's designated companion. He found himself caught in a precarious position. The entire island of Mermaid Island was aware that the prince had returned with a female companion. "Do you take me for blind or deaf?" Zhu shot a glare at the man, her gaze then shifting to the closed door of the room. Ignoring the man's attempts to hinder her, she strode forward and pounded on the wooden door with fervor. "You wretched woman! I know you're inside. Hurry up and come out." The sound of her knocks grew louder and more insistent. The man wished to intervene but, daunted by the shell knife in Zhu's grasp, he dared not approach, silently hoping the woman inside would refrain from opening the door. Then, the door swung open. "Man, well, look at you. You dare to open the door." "Why would I not?" Wen Yuan stood in the room, gazing at the girl before her, who, despite her delicate features, possessed an air of arrogance. With a hint of impatience, she remarked, "Firstly, I did not come here of my own volition. Secondly, your allegations of seduction are unfounded. As you are designated as my partner, it implies that we are not yet bonded. And both males and females who have not formed such bonds retain the right to choose. Lastly, you have insulted me with baseless accusations, and I kindly request an apology." Wen Yuan's shoulder-length hair cascaded gracefully, framing her delicate features. Her light blue eyes sparkled with clarity, and her elegantly arched brows were slightly furrowed, exuding an undeniable air of authority that made her seem formidable. Zhu, regaining her composure, scrutinized Wen Yuan's exquisite appearance, her anger reaching a boiling point. The merfolk were renowned for their beauty, so why should an outsider, a mere female, possess a beauty that surpassed her own? This was intolerable. "I shall not allow this. Here, I hold the reins. Should you mar that enchanting visage of yours, I might just consider forgiving your transgression of residing in Brother Chuan's abode." Zhu raised her hand, open palm extended, presenting the pearl knife before Wen Yuan, her stature modest yet her demeanor undeniably haughty. "Wen Yuan, having spent over half a year in this beast world, it is indeed my first encounter with such a peculiar woman. Her beauty, coupled with a self-centered madness, inexplicably evokes a sense of familiarity, akin to meeting a deranged colleague. Words are futile. Explaining to beings of different species is rendered pointless, as their thought processes diverge vastly." Wen Yuan cast a bewildered glance at Zhu before swiftly shutting the door. "You insolent creature! How dare you disregard my words?" Zhu, in a fit of rage, pounded on the wooden door, but it remained unyielding. "What is going on?" a clear voice rang out. And Zhu instantly transformed from a tempestuous woman into a charming young girl, prancing towards the entering Ing Yuchuan. With a thud, Ing Yuchuan silently sidestepped, causing Zhu to unexpectedly tumble to the ground. Hearing the commotion, Wen Yuan reopened the door, her gaze falling upon Ing Yuchuan, her eyes filled with inscrutable emotions. Indeed, it was him, the man who had rescued her from the cave. "Brother Chuan, I've hurt myself from the fall. Will you not help me up?" Ing Yuchuan, however, paid her no heed and strode directly towards Wen Yuan, his eyes reflecting a hint of infatuation as he gazed at her delicate features, a smile gracing his fair visage. "Sha Yuan, you're awake. Do you feel unwell? Is there anything you wish to eat? I shall have someone prepare it for you." This little female truly was exquisite, more so than all his treasures combined. It seems we have yet to reach the intimacy of using nicknames. Wen Yuan glanced at the stunned Zhu lying on the floor, then turned her attention back to the warm and smiling man before her, her tone distant and cold. Chapter 34. I adore collecting beautiful things, Brother Chuan. I am your true partner. Zhu, unwilling to concede, clambered to her feet and stepped forward. Her teeth clenched and a wronged expression upon her face. Zhu, that was merely a jest between my father and yours. I have explained this to you more than once. You ought to seek your own partner instead of orbiting around me incessantly. In contrast to the gentleness he afforded Wen Yuan, Yuan exhibited a growing impatience with Zhu. What do you mean by jest? It cannot be a mere jest. Zhu's eyes widened, brimming with hurt and tears as she pointed an accusing finger at Wen Yuan. Is it because of this vile creature that you cast me aside? How could a being with uncertain reproductive capabilities ever be worthy of you? Brother Chuan, only I, a female of superior fertility, am fit to stand by your side. Zhu gestured towards the red feathers adorning her waist, her demeanor frenzied, her gaze towards Wen Yuan filled with hostility. Wen Yuan observed the flames that seemed inescapable, a sense of resignation washing over her. The lowly status of females in the beastly realm may partly stem from their incessant competition, particularly regarding their reproductive capabilities. How lamentable it is. Host, this male possesses commendable abilities. You may consider him as a breeding partner. Suddenly, the cub, which had feigned silence, spoke up. Could I possibly refuse? Such an act of forcibly seizing someone was rather distasteful to Wen Yuan, especially with the presence of a so-called preordained partner, who was rather charming in appearance. Do you wish to perish? The cub's voice rang cold and unfeeling. Wen Yuan lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes quivering gently. Enough. Take him away. Yuan, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. Two burly male orcs approached hesitantly, but before they could make contact, a resounding slap echoed through the room. The crisp sound reverberated, momentarily freezing the atmosphere. Finally, Yuan shifted his attention to Zhu, observing the grotesque expression on her face, his azure eyes brimming with contempt. Brother Chuan, leave at once. In light of your father's contributions to the kingdom, I am inclined to refrain from violence, he replied, his gaze sharp and his tone frigid. Zhu's face betrayed a flicker of panic as she instinctively took a step back, opening her mouth to speak, yet ultimately fell silent. Furthermore, Wen Yuan is a female I have brought back. Should I discover any disrespect towards her, do not blame me for disregarding our past friendship. When the time comes, even if your father were to kneel on this island, I would show no mercy. With that, Yuan disregarded Zhu's expression and took Wen Yuan's hand, leading her outside. Watching the pair depart hand in hand, Zhu concealed the jealousy and hatred simmering within, clenching her fist in reluctant submission. Once outside, the sunlight was somewhat blinding, yet the long-awaited rays brightened Wen Yuan's mood slightly. What does His Highness require of me? In the small tribe, the hierarchy was not strictly enforced, including within the Zealand tribe. Even though Zeta was the young master of the Black Fox clan, he interacted with the tribe members on equal terms, with distinctions only emerging when interests were at stake. However, here, it was different. You are truly beautiful, Wen Yuan. So? I have a penchant for collecting exquisite items, and you, my dear, are the most beautiful female I have ever encountered. Wen Yuan, I am an orc, not an object. I understand. Yuan gazed at Wen Yuan with a mixture of admiration and obsession. Is there a problem? By the heavens, I have encountered a collector's obsession. Wen Yuan suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and smiled lightly, saying, of course. This individual. One might wonder whether to describe him as Navi or simply possessing a pure heart. She couldn't help but ponder whether their offspring would inherit such traits if they were to have children together. Recalling Duidwa's words, Wen Yuan turned to Yuan and inquired, Your Highness, would you be so kind as to show me around this enchanting mermaid island? It is my first time visiting such a beautiful place. With a charming smile, Wen Yuan effortlessly won over Yuan. Mermaid Island is vast, surrounded by water on all sides, stretching endlessly into the horizon. A veil of mist floats above the distant waters, hindering further exploration of the view. Pearls, pearls, exquisite pearls. Fresh fish, come and see. The clamorous shouts and calls instantly enlivened the atmosphere. When Yuan gazed ahead at the line of bustling stalls, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. This place was indeed more advanced than any she had previously encountered, perhaps merely a glimpse of the vast potential of this beastly realm. Despite the harsh surroundings, the living conditions were not as dire as she had imagined. This was a marketplace, where goods were exchanged for crystal cores or bartered directly. If you desire anything, do let me know, said Yuan, gently taking Wen Yuan's hand and leading her into the market. With the presence of the little one, Wen Yuan found no reason to ponder over how to address him, merely nodding in acknowledgement. As they entered the marketplace, the cacophony of voices abruptly ceased. The crowd rose in unison, their right fist raised to their foreheads, bowing deeply in reverence to Yuan. Greetings, Your Highness. I shall show Yuan around. Everyone else, please continue as you were. The marketplace soon regained its lively atmosphere, although many curious eyes lingered on Wen Yuan, filled with scrutiny and fascination. Wen Yuan feigned indifference as she perused the modest offerings at the market, primarily consisting of underwater treasures such as luminous pearls, rare gems, and fresh seafood, none of which piqued her interest. It was only when she stumbled upon an inconspicuous corner, where a large, ungainly object was bound with dried vines, that her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Did Yuan take a liking to this? Yuan furrowed his brow, casting a disdainful glance at the grotesque item on the ground. Drawing closer to Wen Yuan with a hint of disapproval. Would you like to buy one? Just a third-tier orange crystal core will suffice. The vendor A boy of seemingly tender years, donned tattered gray beast skin and bore various wounds upon his dusty visage, his sea-blue hair tousled and matted. Yet, his striking blue eyes shone with clarity, reminiscent of the azure sea. This child had been here for several days, displaying remarkable tenacity. I believe it's not mere stubbornness. He must be desperate for money, asking for a third-tier orange crystal core for such an inedible monstrosity. Indeed, my exquisite pearl bracelet only requires a first-tier orange crystal core. The murmurs of the crowd grew, and when Yuan turned to Yuan, her eyes brightening. I like it. It's a king crab larger than my head. How could I not? In her previous life as a wage slave, she would not have dared to even glance at such a thing. But now, with an abundance of crystal cores at her disposal, she declared, I will take them all. Really? The boy's eyes sparkled with joy, his excitement palpable. Indeed, she affirmed. Please wait a moment. I shall wrap them for you, he replied. His hands flustered with excitement as he washed them before carefully placing the 3 king crabs into a stitch beast skin bag. When he handed it to Yuan, his gaze resembled that of a devoted disciple before a goddess. No need for change, Yuan interjected, observing Wen Yuan's elated demeanor. He tossed a deep yellow crystal core into the boy's hands and gently tugged Wen Yuan away. Chapter 35. If it were not for Wen Yuan, thank you, Prince. Thank you, sister. Ino watched the pair depart, tears brimming in his eyes as he bowed in gratitude. After wiping his eyes, he hurriedly gathered his belongings and raced homeward. Is this little female the one the prince brought back? She looks so beautiful. What use is beauty? She appears frail. It's evident her fertility is lacking. Indeed. With such a gaunt appearance, how could she possibly bear offspring? In my opinion, Juju is far superior. She possesses excellent fertility and looks well, ensuring healthier offspring. I wonder what the prince is thinking. The murmurs grew, largely casting doubt on Wen Yuan. However, this did not deter Yuan from showering her with affection. These pearls are a gift from the prince. And this exquisite azure silk is also a gift from him. Piles of items were carried into the modest room Wen Yuan had just moved into, filling it to half capacity. One would need to brace themselves upon entering, lest they be blinded by the display. It was no exaggeration. What troubled Wen Yuan was Yuan's apparent desire to see her smile. As he claimed she looked far more radiant when she did. Once the 2 males had finished arranging the items, they took their leave. Look. Here come Gishi and Jelen from that direction. I suspect they are bringing more gifts for that little female. What do you mean, suspect? I saw it with my own eyes this morning. Their load was so heavy they had to carry it between them, and it was all fine quality. Indeed. I heard the prince is sending these items solely to make that little female smile. Recently, the entire Mermaid Island had been abuzz with chatter about the prince's exceptional treatment of the female he had brought back, bestowing her with precious gifts. The treasures he sent were stacked high in her room, leaving no space to step. Such indulgence was overwhelming. Crash. Juju's face turned ashen as she swept everything off the table, even kicking it over in frustration. Damn that despicable female. Relying on her looks to seduce Brother Chuan. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, wishing she could tear her to shreds at that very moment. If you have the capability, go and seize him. What is the point of sulking at home? Lucy entered, immediately spotting his enraged daughter amidst the debris. Father. Juju wailed as she rushed into her father's embrace, her voice choked with tears. Everyone says Brother Chuan is infatuated with that female. Surely he will choose her over me. What should I do? Why cry? If you lack the ability to keep a partner, how can you dare to weep when someone else takes him away? I, Lucy, have fought valiantly all my life. I cannot have such a cowardly daughter. At her father's words, Juju looked up, her face streaked with tears. I want to seize him too, but Brother Chuan is wholly devoted to that wretched female. He won't even spare me a glance. Moreover, he had sent someone to follow Wen Yuan, clearly guarding against her. She had considered this. But she had not seen Brother Chuan for several days. Initially, she hoped Wen Yuan would withdraw, yet she had not even laid eyes on her. If it were not for Wen Yuan, the prince would surely be mine. As this thought crossed her mind, she was overcome with sorrow. She had been the designated partner all along, so why should this inexplicable female take what belonged to her? Since you understand this, why do you still weep? Juju. You are my daughter, Lucy. I have served Mermaid Island honorably and am a respected male, thus, you are the only one worthy of being the prince's partner. Upon hearing this, Juju's eyes filled with determination. Indeed, how could I not have realized? As long as Wen Yuan disappears, the prince's affections will surely return to me. At Wen Yuan's residence, Shama gazed in astonishment at the array of treasures that had been delivered by the prince. Indeed, there was a grain of truth to the rumors circulating outside. If you fancy any of them, feel free to choose, she said. In her previous world, such items might have held some value, but now, Wen Yuan found herself indifferent to them. The only piece of any real utility was the azure soft gauze, which she had already tucked away in her space, contemplating its future use to craft a garment. I cannot possibly take anything, Shama replied, shaking her head. These are gifts from the prince. I lack the qualification to accept them. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan chose not to continue the conversation. In an effort to alleviate her boredom, Yuan deliberately arranged for several female companions to entertain her, and Shama was one of them. Her personality was sincere, and her appearance charming. They seemed to get along quite well. Did you hear that you acquired the peculiar insect from Inyo a few days ago? Shama, noticing Wen Yuan's silence, brought up another topic. The little creature appeared rather pitiable. Indeed, Inuo would not reach adulthood for several more years. His father had been consumed by the beast hunters while out hunting, and the distress overwhelmed his mother, leading her to join him in meeting the beast god. Additionally, there was a sister sent to the red zone, who, after enduring several years of torment, had lost her womb and now lay half alive in bed. At such a tender age, this child was forced to fend for himself. Is there no food allocated for him? Wen Yuan mused, finding the term beast hunter somewhat unfamiliar. There is, but it is only sufficient for him alone. The little one, unwilling to abandon his sister, sacrifices a share for her and then ventures out to seek sustenance. Is that so? She replied, reflecting on how his sister, having lost her womb, had consequently lost her purpose, devoid of even the ability to alleviate his burdens, and thus would naturally be forsaken. It is indeed a cruel reality. Let us not dwell on this any longer. I have heard that a welcome banquet is to be held for you in a couple of days, proposed by Lu Shi, and the king has consented to it. The venue will be at the royal court. Who is Lu Shi? Wen Yuan delicately toyed with the pearls in her hand, her curiosity piqued as she posed a question. She had never heard of this name before. Lu Zhu, the daughter of Zhu. Shama gathered the scattered pearls into a box and looked at Wen Yuan, saying, although Zhu may be difficult to get along with, everyone accommodates her due to her father's reputation. Her father is a valiant male of the beast hunting clan, even honored by the king. Speaking of Lu Shi, Shama couldn't help but express a bit of admiration. It was no wonder Zhu was so headstrong yet managed to coexist peacefully. After all, she had a formidable father backing her. Wen Yuan, I may be overthinking this, but I feel it necessary to caution you. Zhu is one who holds grudges. She has always regarded the prince as her mate. Now that the prince holds such affection for you, she surely will not let you off easily during this banquet. It would be wise to keep your distance from her. Grateful for Shama's kind intentions, Wen Yuan accepted with a smile, selecting a larger luminous pearl from the pile of gifts to present to her. I can't possibly accept this. Shama shook her head in refusal, as her fondness for Wen Yuan was simple. After all, who wouldn't he be drawn to beautiful things? If you gift it to me, it is mine to give to whomever I please. Please take it as a token of my gratitude for your warning. Very well. Seeing Wen Yuan's insistence, Shama smiled and accepted the pearl. Chapter 35. I do not wish to hand you over to another. Yuchuan, the little female you brought back is truly stunning. When do you plan to bond with her? In the water, Kaka gazed at Yuchuan, jesting with a grin. His brother had never shown such interest in a female before. It was amusing to learn that she was even taken back forcefully. Bond? Why would I want to bond? Yuchuan frowned, looking at Kaka with confusion. Little Yuan is so beautiful. She should be cherished and safeguarded, not treated as a partner. That would be a desecration. You don't intend to bond? Kaka's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he think the young man had finally come to his senses, only to retract his thoughts halfway? No way. If you don't plan to bond, could you let me have her? Kaka's eyes glinted mischievously. Such a beautiful female, even without the ability to bear offspring, I would still cherish her. Hearing Kaka's words, Yuchuan's handsome brow furrowed slightly. Without a second thought, he replied, absolutely not. Not at all? That seems rather unfair. You neither cherish her nor allow her to seek a partner. What is that about? It's fine now, but you're set to inherit the throne. If you find your own partner later, what will happen to her? Females without the ability to bear offspring are sent to the Red District. Kaka's words tightened Yuchuan's brow further, the membranes on his ears trembling slightly. His gaze fell, and in the next moment, with a powerful flick of his tail, he plunged into the water, disappearing from sight. TSK, and he claims not to care for her. He has already prepared to give his entire fortune to the little female. Kaka saw through the facade but chose to remain silent, pitying the little female for encountering such a peculiar and awkward fellow. As night fell, little Yuan, Yuchuan stood at the door, poised to enter, but recalled Wen Yuan's previous words. He raised his hand, knocking gently on the wooden door. The prince has arrived. I shall take my leave. I will come to find you tomorrow, and we shall join the gathering team together. Oh, and Wen Yuan, there are some things you need not take to heart. The clan physician also enjoys a lively atmosphere, as long as the prince is willing to protect you. You shall not be sent to the Red District. Shama winked at Wen Yuan, then opened the door, saluting Yuchuan before dashing away. May I enter? Yuchuan bit his lip, his gaze fixed on Wen Yuan as he softly inquired. Please come in. What brings you here, Your Highness? I dislike being addressed as Your Highness. After a brief pause, Yuchuan stepped inside, standing before Wen Yuan. He leaned closer, asking gently, would you call me Yuchuan instead? Wen Yuan gazed curiously at the suddenly approaching Yuchuan, uncertain of the intentions concealed within this enigmatic individual. Nevertheless, she smiled and called out to him, prompting an immediate expression of joy on his face. Sha Yuan, I am indifferent to your ability to bear children. So? Wen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Ever since the clan physician had examined her, rumors regarding her fertility had begun to circulate throughout Mermaid Island. Initially, it was merely said that her reproductive capabilities were uncertain. Yet, within a mere span of 6 or 7 days, the narrative had evolved into one declaring her incapable of bearing offspring, labeling her as a female devoid of fertility. Such gossip did not concern her, after all. The reproductive system was in place, and she was acutely aware of her own potent capabilities in this regard. Then let us form a bond, shall we? Brother. Your sudden desire to bond with me is rather perplexing. Do you harbor feelings for me? Indeed, Ing Yuchuan replied without hesitation. I do not wish to relinquish you to another, not even to Kaka. The mere thought of Kaka caused Ing Yuchuan to frown. That fellow seemed to be pursuing Wen Yuan with earnest intent. The very notion made Ing Yuchuan uncomfortable. While he might have reservations about other females, he felt no aversion towards the idea of bonding with Wen Yuan. Very well, he conceded. After all, the reproductive system had given its directive. Although Ing Yuchuan occasionally appeared somewhat daft, he was undeniably handsome, and engaging with him would not be a loss. As for whether his feelings were genuine or feigned, Wen Yuan was indifferent, for she had no intentions of remaining in this place for long. However, observing Ing Yuchuan standing before her, blushing like a ripe peach, left Wen Yuan somewhat puzzled. Didn't we agree to bond? What are you doing standing there? Do you think merely standing will suffice? Then, here I come. Ing Yuchuan declared, waving his hand to close the door behind him before lunging towards Wen Yuan. His warm lips unexpectedly met hers. The temperature soared rapidly. Yet Wen Yuan felt a certain discomfort. My heavens, my grandmother, my second aunt, my uncle. Who can tell her who this creature is that is incessantly gnawing at her? Reflecting on their time together, it appeared that this individual had indeed encountered some difficulties in matters of the heart. Helpless, the master of action direction, Wen Yuan once again took charge. Soon, the small cabin echoed with sounds that caused one's cheeks to flush and heart to race. Wen Yuan, there, that is unacceptable. Why is it unacceptable? The voice of Ing Yuchuan was both tantalizing and restrained, laced with an undercurrent of hidden delight. Ding. Male specimen detected, by Chiing Yu. Moderate level of blue grade, activating conception assistance functions. In the first half of the night, the man's voice was restrained, while in the latter half, the woman's voice was alluring and enchanting. I want to find the prince. Lu Zhu gazed at the two males obstructing her path, her irritation palpable. The prince is not here, Green replied, his patience wearing thin. Do you dare stop me? I am the future partner of the prince. Lu Zhu's eyes widened. It's dark now. Where could the prince possibly be? What does that concern you? Gushi scoffed, unable to hold back his retort. Were it not for Lu Shi's influence, he would have considered striking her. She was perpetually trailing after the prince, loudly proclaiming herself as the future queen. Despite the prince's repeated rejections, she remained obstinate, truly irksome. How dare you speak to me like that? Enraged, Lu Zhu raised her hand as if to strike. But recalling her father's words, she shot Gushi a glare before turning to leave. Has Lu Zhu turned over a new leaf? I doubt it. It was utterly perplexing. Though she possessed superior reproductive capabilities, with her temperament, it seemed no one on the island would dare to partner with her. All right, let us speak less. Regardless. Her father is Lu Shi, so one must consider Lu Shi's reputation. With a sullen expression, Lu Zhu walked down the path, clutching the fish soup she had prepared. Suddenly, Lu Zhu halted, casting her gaze towards the small cabin across the way, her eyes darkening before brightening with realization. Did Wen Yuan actually manage to chase away the two males guarding the door? How foolish. However, this presents a splendid opportunity for me. Setting the fish soup down, Lu Zhu surveyed her surroundings, silent and still. Then, she tiptoed cautiously closer, clutching a pouch of aphrodisiac powder in her hand. She could hardly believe that if the prince were aware that this wretched female had been forcibly paired with multiple males, he would not scorn her. In that moment, standing alongside Wen Yuan, the prince would undoubtedly choose her, not that wretched female. As she indulged in these thoughts, excitement surged within Lu Zhu. She envisioned herself as the envy of all on the island, standing proudly beside the prince. However, as she approached the door, her entire being froze. Her complexion turned ashen, and she raised a hand to cover her mouth, suppressing the urge to make a sound. Lu Zhu could hardly fathom that within were Wen Yuan and the prince. Yet the intermittent sounds that filtered through pierced her ears, rendering her incapable of deceiving herself any longer. Wen Yuan, that wretched harlot. How dare she entice the prince into an alliance behind her back? Cursed be it. In this moment, the jealousy and fury within Lu Zhu erupted like a volcano. Her hand clutching the alluring powder trembling slightly in anger. Her resentful gaze seemed capable of penetrating the wooden door before her, aiming to utterly obliterate Wen Yuan. Yet, ultimately, Lu Zhu could only depart in disgrace. The sounds from the wooden cabin gradually subsided only as dawn broke. Congratulations, host, you have successfully conceived. The countdown of life has ceased. In the early morning light, Ing Yuchuan gazed at the utterly exhausted Wen Yuan in his arms, gently brushing his fingers across her delicate brows and eyes. Her already exquisite visage was tinged with a rosy hue, emanating a unique beauty that ensnared him completely. This beauty captivated him, leaving him entranced. His gaze wandered, eventually resting upon the intricate design adorning her fair wrist, a smile unconsciously blossoming in his eyes. Don't disturb me. Let me sleep for a while. Wen Yuan raised her hand to swat away the mischievous hands that had been troubling her, furrowing her brow and murmuring in annoyance. Ing Yuchuan gazed at her, seemingly dazed. He had not anticipated that once he grasped this aspect, it would spiral out of control, keeping him entangled with her throughout the night. Were it not for the supportive functions of the childbirth system, Wen Yuan feared she would be utterly worn down. Ing Yuchuan reclined, drawing Wen Yuan into his embrace, their hair, his shimmering with a blue sheen, hers silvery, intertwined. The two indulged in slumber until the sun hung high in the sky. Only then did Ing Yuchuan hastily depart from Wen Yuan's quaint wooden abode. his hurried steps suggesting a sense of urgency. Many witnesses observed this, giving rise to a new wave of gossip. Wen Yuan paid them no heed, instead caressing her abdomen, pondering the number of offspring she might carry this time. Uncle Wen, how could Brother Chuan treat me this way? Lu Zhu lamented. Arriving at the royal court early in the morning, tears streaming as she voiced her grievances. You once declared that I was to be Brother Chuan's future partner. How could she, Wen Yuan, act in such a manner? To seize another's male, she ought to be cast into the red zone. Uncle Wen regarded Lu Zhu, who sat across from him, heartbroken and weeping profusely, and sighed. Zhu, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, however. Yu Chuan has already bonded with Wen Yuan. You know the customs of our kind. How can a female without reproductive capacity compete with me, a being of superior fertility? If a partner cannot bear children, the male is permitted to cast her aside in search of another. Lu Zhu could hardly contain herself. She yearned to see Wen Yuan eliminated immediately. Ever since she overheard their exchange the previous night, she had been unable to sleep. Rushing to the royal court at the break of dawn, Wen Yuan, a female devoid of reproductive capability, stands in stark contrast to her. It matters not that Brother Chuan is beguiled by that wretched woman's appearance, as long as Uncle Ing stands by her side, Wen Yuan shall stir no tempest. Brother Chuan is most obedient to his father's wishes, and in the end, the victor shall undoubtedly be herself. Zhu, I have conferred with your father, and soon. An auspicious mate selection ceremony shall be held on the island. You should participate. The bond between you and Yu Chuan was merely a childhood jest. Uncle has repeated this notion to you more than once. It was hoped that should you earn Yu Chuan's approval, it would be ideal. Yet now you see that both you and Yu Chuan have reached adulthood. It would be inappropriate for Uncle to meddle excessively, wouldn't it? Lost in her beautiful reveries. Lu Zhu paused. Disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Yingpu, her voice sharp. What does Uncle mean by this? Are you siding with Wen Yuan? In response to Lu Zhu's inquiry, Yingpu withdrew some of his warmth, his tone now gentle yet firm. Zhu, I have already shown you enough kindness. Do not act foolishly. What do you mean by foolishness? Have you not tacitly allowed me to approach Brother Chuan? How can you now align yourself with an outsider? Uncle, Wen Yuan is merely a barren wretch. How could she possibly stand beside Brother Chuan? Observing Lu Zhu, who seemed unable to comprehend, Yingpu's expression turned cold. He rose, looking down upon her. Lu Zhu, Wen Yuan is already with child. I am quite pleased with this prospective daughter-in-law. The entire island knows how I have treated you over the years. Should you continue this folly, even your father will be unable to protect you. This was a warning. Lu Zhu's face turned pale as she sat on the ground, gazing at the man who had once shown her kindness, bewildered. Why? When she felt Brother Chuan was within her grasp, had she arrived at this juncture? And Wen Yuan is pregnant? How could that be? The clan's physician had personally verified her infertility. How could she possibly conceive overnight? This is precisely what she herself would not dare to assert. If she, Wen Yuan, could not conceive, then neither could she. Liars, they are all liars. It is Zhu who has erred. Uncle, do not be angry. I shall return now to reflect upon my actions. With a pale face, Lu Zhu departed. Sama, you are closest to Wen Yuan. I saw the clan physician visit her this morning. Is she unwell? What illness? The commotion from Wen Yuan's small cabin last night was unmistakable. It only ceased this morning. Has the prince truly chosen Wen Yuan, a barren female, as his mate? Does the king not care? What do you mean by barren? Sama set aside her tasks. Initially reluctant to engage, but Wen Yuan is indeed a remarkable female, pleasant to be around. The physician visited her early today because she is pregnant. Do not spread rumors about her supposed infertility. Sama's words fell like a bombshell. Pregnant? That wretched Wen Yuan cannot possibly be with child. A barren wretch. As Lu Zhu passed by, she shouted at the crowd. Sama was taken aback, retreating to her seat in silence. Lu Zhu was not someone to be trifled with. Feeling ignored, Lu Zhu stormed back home. Upon entering, she was struck to the ground by a slap. Father? You hit me. Lu Zhu looked incredulously at her father. Lu Shi, filled with disappointment, glared at his daughter on the floor, gritting his teeth. I urged you to find a way, to show some spirit, yet here you are. While they have already formed a bond, you go seeking the king. Are you afraid that others do not know you have been cast aside? The king has told me that for the next few days, you are to remain indoors and patiently await the upcoming mate selection ceremony. Lu Shi's eyes were filled with disappointment for his daughter. Father, no. I want no one but Brother Chuan. Lu Zhu clung to Lu Shi's leg, weeping inconsolably. Now that Wen Yuan and the prince have united, and Wen Yuan is with child, having gained the king's approval, how can you hope to become his mate? I will find a way. I will. Father, trust me. Chapter 38. The Females of the Red Zone. An apology. You are granted one final opportunity. Should you fail to meet expectations, you will participate in the mate selection ceremony regardless. Lu Shi cast a cold glance at his daughter, shaking off her grasp and turning away. The day after the pregnancy, the little cabin of Wen Yuan began to buzz with activity. Numerous females approached her, inquiring about the nature of her constitution that allowed her to conceive in a single night. They speculated whether the prince possessed exceptional prowess. Some even sought intricate details, eager to discern if there was any aspect they had neglected that might explain their prolonged inability to conceive. Wen Yuan was utterly bewildered. The orcs, in this regard, exhibited no reservations. Discussing such matters was as commonplace as daily conversation, reminiscent of his time in the Zealand tribe. Late at night, the sound of murmured voices would intermittently drift from all directions. Initially, Wen Yuan would feel his cheeks flush and his heart race, but eventually he grew accustomed to it, even finding it soothing enough to serve as a lullaby. This experience fortified his inner strength. Was it inappropriate to disclose? The tall female, with her sun-kissed skin and a pair of sparkling, inquisitive eyes, gazed at Wen Yuan with palpable anticipation, as if eagerly awaiting a response from his lips. It was not that it was inappropriate to disclose. Wen Yuan coughed lightly and remarked, "Perhaps the prince is simply too formidable. When faced with the inexplicable, it is easier to deflect blame." Indeed, Mina felt a tinge of disappointment. "Why not try seeking out a couple more partners?" suggested Shama, lifting her gaze from a heap of pearls to address Mina. "I'll consider it. Gomai and the others have decent abilities, so why can't they conceive?" Mina sighed, her striking features contorted in frustration. In matters such as these, Wen Yuan felt equally powerless. "Have you heard? A caravan is set to pass through our tribe soon. It will surely be quite lively," Nia exclaimed excitedly. "Is that true?" Mina inquired, her eyes wide with delight. "Where did you hear such news?" "The royal court hasn't relayed any information. I happened to overhear Lu Zhu mention it, though I'm uncertain of the exact timing," Shama replied, only to realize after the fact that she had inadvertently mentioned an inappropriate subject. "Speaking of which, I haven't seen Lu Zhu around these past few days," Wen Yuan remarked, glancing at Shama and subtly suggesting they refrain from discussing Lu Zhu further. "She is hardly a rival worth concerning ourselves over. It is rumored that she has been confined at home by Lu Shi. I heard she went to the royal court to seek an audience with the king. If it weren't for her father, how could she even gain entry to the royal court?" A male who lives next door to Lu Zhu had mentioned that on the day of her visit, her father scolded her soundly, the commotion audible to all nearby. The females began to engage in animated discussion, each contributing their thoughts. Wen Yuan threaded the pearls, quietly listening without uttering a word. Wasn't Lu Zhu's father, Lu Shi, known for his deep affection towards her? How could he bear to chastise his only daughter? May I join you?" As the discussion grew fervent, a sudden presence silenced the crowd. "Who is this?" Wen Yuan broke the awkwardness with her inquiry. "The most popular female in the Red District, Selida." Shama leaned closer to Wen Yuan's ear and whispered, "She usually prefers solitude. We have invited her to join us in gathering before, but she seems to relish her independence." Thus, a solitary female had unexpectedly sought their company. I mean no offense. If it's not possible, I shall withdraw," Selida stammered, her face flushing crimson. Resembling a boiled shrimp, her hands clasped over her leather bodice, her head gradually bowing in shyness, her actions betraying her evident insecurity. "You may come in," Wen Yuan replied with a smile. The small wooden cabin was her abode, and the decision of who could enter rested solely with her. "Please, sit here." Shama enthusiastically patted the empty space beside her. "Oh, all right," Selida nodded, her cheeks still tinged with color, as she moved to sit beside Shama. "Join me in stringing pearls. I have heard that a passing merchant caravan will arrive on the island in a few days. Perhaps they will take these pearls with them." Shama eagerly shared her pearls with Selida, inviting her to partake, and the once reserved Selida gradually began to relax. Laughter and cheerful chatter filled the small wooden cabin. Wen Yuan consistently maintained her gentle demeanor, responding to any inquiry with grace and kindness. The sole distinction between the females here and those on land lies in the nature of their daily tasks. The island's flora lacks the richness of the forests, and the abundance of sustenance comes from the sea. The females, unable to venture into the ocean, could only gather edible treasures along the shore, and aside from that, they engaged in crafting handmade goods to barter with the merchant caravans. With a stroke of fortune, they might even exchange these for some low-grade orange-tier crystals. In her pursuit to assimilate into this environment and cultivate a better circle for her future offspring, Wen Yuan diligently participated each day. Gradually, the locals began to congregate around her quaint wooden cottage. Despite the island's rain, the warmth persisted, and the prince, renowned for his kindness towards Wen Yuan, had personally used his extraordinary abilities to conjure ice within her abode, naturally lowering the temperature. Just as the atmosphere grew more amiable, an unexpected visitor arrived at the cottage, a weary-looking Lu Zhu. "Do you need something from me?" Wen Yuan inquired, observing how her entrance had rendered the previously lively atmosphere silent, her presence darkening Lu Zhu's countenance further. At that moment, the hunting party had returned, and for reasons unknown, a crowd began to gather outside the wooden cottage, most of the males craning their necks to glimpse inside. Indeed, the inclination to witness a spectacle seems ingrained in their very nature. "I have come to apologize," Lu Zhu's voice rose unexpectedly. "I am sorry, Wen Yuan. I should not have spoken ill of you or laid hands on you. It was my fault. Please forgive me." With that, Lu Zhu stood firm, bowing deeply to Wen Yuan without uttering another word. The pallor of her once weary face seemed to brighten with this admission. "My heavens. It appears to be the first time Lu Zhu has ever offered an apology, and it's all thanks to Wen Yuan's influence." What does it mean that she has such influence? One need only consider her partner, our prince. However, I find myself admiring Lu Zhu for this gesture. I've heard that a mate selection ceremony is to be held on the island soon, and I do hope she will be chosen. I quite like her spirit. Outside, The onlookers could hardly restrain themselves from commenting. It must be said that Lu Zhu's actions garnered her considerable favor among the males. It's all right. I never took it to heart, Wen Yuan replied, her expression unchanging in the face of Lu Zhu's sudden display. She even rose from her seat, approached Lu Zhu, and gently helped her to her feet, smiling as she said, I am likely older than you, so I have always regarded you as a younger sister. Let bygones be bygones. Now that Yuan is also my partner, it is you who should not harbor resentment. There is no need for your apology. Wen Yuan's words were both sensible and reasonable, solidifying her image as gentle and understanding. After all, during this period, Lu Zhu had indeed caused her no small amount of trouble, both overtly and covertly. Chapter 39. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhu was moved to tears. I knew you would not hold it against me. Of course, Wen Yuan replied. You will attend the banquet the day after tomorrow. Won't you? It is a gathering held specifically to welcome you, and my father has even requested to host it at the royal court. Lu Zhu embraced Wen Yuan's arm joyfully, saying, at that moment, I will sincerely apologize to you in front of everyone. In truth, her affections for the prince had been overwhelming. After all, they had grown up together. However, now that they were partners, she naturally chose to bless their union. Lu Zhu's explanation inadvertently cast Wen Yuan as the one who had taken away someone else's partner. Yuan had informed her that it was indeed his fault for not clarifying the initial misunderstanding in a timely manner, and thus, this matter should not be blamed on her. Wen Yuan reciprocated the embrace, her smile particularly sweet. As for the banquet, she assured, I will not disappoint the king's good intentions. No mention was made of Lu Xi and Lu Zhu. She excelled at playing the saintly role, having had the fortune of participating in a television drama during her lifetime. Although the show ultimately did not air, her acting skills were nonetheless recognized. The scene of Wen Yuan and Lu Zhu shaking hands in reconciliation exuded a mutual tenderness and kindness, yet it also attracted the attention of several males. One possessed superior reproductive capabilities, while the other could conceive overnight, at least demonstrating exceptional fertility. As the males surrounded the wooden cabin, leaving no escape, Yuan broke through the crowd and rushed to Wen Yuan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Only after confirming her well-being did he let out a sigh of relief. All was well, all was well. His fair chest bore traces of water yet to dry, and his hair, with deep blue tips, was still dripping, as was the beast's skin covering his lower half. It was evident that he had just emerged from the water, his blue eyes fixed on Wen Yuan, his face reflecting unmistakable concern. He was genuinely worried about her. Wen Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, and just as she was about to speak, Lu Zhu interjected, Brother Chuan, I have already apologized to Wen Yuan. My previous actions were indeed inappropriate. Now, we have reconciled, so what could possibly go wrong? Look at your worry. Lu Zhu wore a radiant smile, even going so far as to display her clasped hands with Wen Yuan, seemingly to attest to the truth of her words. Here you go, Wen Yuan. Yuan produced a vibrant red plant from where it was secured on his leather skirt and presented it to Wen Yuan. The deep purple leaves were round and delightful, adorned with a delicate golden rim along the edges. The plump, purplish-red stem was soft and tender. And though the plant was no larger than the palm of a hand, it appeared lush and succulent, with a smooth texture. My heavens! This is the purple gold grass found only in the deep sea. Such a specimen could scarcely be acquired for even a third-tier yellow crystal nucleus. And it was exceedingly difficult for our merfolk to harvest. The prince's affection for Wen Yuan is palpable, providing her with nothing but the finest. Upon seeing the item in Yuan's hand, gasps of admiration filled the air, with many males expressing their respect, and not a single female present was devoid of envy. Wen Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. This was indeed a rare treasure among the gifts of heaven and earth. She had merely mentioned it the night before. Yet this individual had truly managed to procure it. Observing the drenched Yuan, Wen Yuan took his hand and, addressing the gathering of people both inside and outside the room, declared in a clear voice, It is getting late. Let us reconvene tomorrow. Very well, see you tomorrow. The females departed with an understanding nod. Selida cast a brief glance at Wen Yuan, a silent farewell, before lowering her head and exiting, leaving little impression behind. In fact, few present paid her any heed. Yuan, let us also go inside. I have prepared a nourishing bone broth that has been simmering since early morning. Wen Yuan withdrew her hand from Lu Zhu's grasp, then wrapped her arms around Yuan's, guiding him further inside. Everything that Xiao Yuan prepares is delectable. Yuan swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on Wen Yuan, and as a thought crossed his mind, the intensity of his stare grew fervent. Xiao Yuan is also delightful. Just listen to the words you speak. Wen Yuan's face flushed suddenly, as if the speed of the car surpassed even her own. The fervor of a novice driver was palpable. Observing the two, engrossed in their own world, she felt utterly invisible, akin to mere air. Lu Zhu's entire being was consumed by discomfort, her fingers digging into her palms until they bled, a tempest of jealousy raging within her. Brother Chuan, she instinctively called out, yearning to capture Yuan's attention. As anticipated, he turned, his tousled blue hair shimmering in the twilight, his cerulean eyes resembling an unfathomable icy abyss, sharp and frigid, as if capable of piercing one's very soul. The chill emanating from his gaze made Lu Zhu tense involuntarily. The corners of his tightly pressed lips lifted slightly, forming a sardonic smile, as a deep, oppressive voice emerged from his throat. Should there be a next time, I will kill you. Lu Zhu recoiled, stunned. her eyes fixed on Yuan. Moments later, she abruptly turned and fled, her retreating figure a portrait of disarray. Only when she reached a secluded spot did she dare to halt and catch her breath. His eyes, icy and piercing, radiated an abhorrence devoid of any tenderness, stripping away even the previous semblance of tolerance. A wave of dread washed over Ruju. In that moment, Yuan had indeed harbored the intention to take her life. But why? Was it solely because she had interacted with Wen Yuan? Regaining her composure, she returned to her abode with a tumult of emotions. Later that night, after dinner, she heard his deep, slightly hoarse voice, laced with yearning. Xiao Yuan, come here for a kiss. His blue eyes brimmed with longing. Since becoming a couple, Yuan had moved an array of belongings into Wen Yuan's quaint little cabin, which had been specially renovated and expanded. Feeling the warmth radiating from the man embracing her, Wen Yuan turned to behold the captivating sight before her. She reached out to caress his brow and eyes, smiling as she asked, do you want it? Yes. Yuan's gaze brightened, but quickly dimmed again as he buried his face in her hair, inhaling deeply. But the clan doctor said that Xiao Yuan is pregnant. We cannot act recklessly. Wen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, realizing the truth. Yuan, I am unlike other females. I can engage in intimacy even during pregnancy, and it will have no adverse effects on the child. Really? The dimness in her eyes brightened once more, her voice rising slightly in excitement. Wen Yuan instinctively raised her hand to cover his mouth, signaling him to lower his voice. She then nodded and said, of course it is true. I am the mother of the little one. I would never jest about my child. If it were not the case, he should be beneath the bed, rather than on it. With the assurance provided by the system, Wen Yuan felt emboldened to act recklessly. After all, this was the only amusement she had left. As soon as Wen Yuan's words fell, a warm sensation enveloped him, followed by a tingling and numbing feeling that spread throughout his entire being. It must be said that Yuan is an exceptionally quick learner. Throughout the night, Wen Yuan felt as if he were drifting upon the sea, swaying with the currents, experiencing an ineffable pleasure amidst the ebb and flow. Chapter 40. What makes Wen Yuan so adored by all? The banquet held in honor of Wen Yuan commenced in the divine beast god garden situated behind the royal court. The scene was a vibrant tapestry of flowers, and the array of food was nothing short of magnificent. Freshly caught and expertly prepared fish glistened among a variety of fruits, while some early arriving beast men bustled about, meticulously arranging the setting to an exquisite perfection. When Wen Yuan and Yuan arrived, the crowd was sparse. However, as more guests trickled in, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. The orcs gathered in small clusters, engaging in lively conversation. Those present at the banquet hailed from the more esteemed families on the island, each possessing substantial influence. Wen Yuan, do try this, Shama said, extending a shell in her hand with a cheerful smile. These are pearls from the deep sea, and their flavor is crisp and sweet. Upon tasting, the burst of juice was indeed refreshingly delightful. This is merely to satisfy your cravings. Wen Yuan, you must sample this. Kaisi chimed in, her round belly prominent as she beamed while pulling Wen Yuan closer, eagerly offering her a piece of fruit. It's tangy and sweet. Perfect for someone in our condition. I have something amusing to show you, Mina said, cautiously taking Wen Yuan's hand and leading her to a small platform beneath the statue of the beast god. There lay a variety of seashells and conch shells, some of which were quite peculiar. Mina, what are these? Wen Yuan inquired. These are creations of mine from leisure hours. The sounds they produce are quite enchanting. The king has even permitted me to perform shortly, Mina added, a hint of shyness in her voice. I've heard that many of the males returning from the island are back. Perhaps if I find a more formidable beast husband, I might soon bear a child. You will undoubtedly succeed, came the encouraging reply. Wen Yuan smiled encouragingly. I love listening to you speak. Mina grinned as she picked up an item from the small table and handed it to Wen Yuan. Here, let me teach you. All right, came a cheerful response. The other females gathered curiously around the food stall, clamoring to try as well. Yuan leaned against the large tree in the courtyard, gazing softly in Wen Yuan's direction, a smile evident in his eyes. The distance was neither too far nor too close, providing Wen Yuan with ample space while offering her protection. Who is this female? She seems quite popular, Asinu remarked, his eyes fixed intently on Wen Yuan with palpable interest. Don't be fooled. She's the new female on the island, named Wen Yuan, brought back personally by the prince. The clan physician lazily observed his friend beside him, teasingly adding, What, have you taken a liking to her? She's beautiful and captivating, Asinu replied. Even if she's beautiful, you have no chance. Wen Yuan is already mated with the prince and is expecting a child. The clan physician glanced at Wen Yuan and joked. Indeed, she is quite alluring, and her reproductive capabilities seem to surpass the ordinary. After all, becoming pregnant overnight was something he had never encountered in his years as a clan physician. Is that for real? Asinu appeared skeptical, believing his friend's words were exaggerated. How many females have you seen who can conceive overnight? The clan physician shot Asinu a disdainful look. Do not compare your ignorance with my expertise. Ah, that makes it interesting, Asinu mused. The difficulty of bearing offspring was well known in the beast world. If Wen Yuan truly possessed extraordinary reproductive abilities, perhaps. Asinu's gaze upon Wen Yuan grew fervent. What are you thinking? The clan physician felt compelled to temper Asinu's enthusiasm. Do you see the prince over there? If you dare approach Wen Yuan, the prince will certainly come after you. He is not the same prince you once knew. He dotes on Wen Yuan, providing her with anything she desires. Who knows? AC knew, undeterred by the clan physician's warning, felt a thrill at the prospect of competing with the prince for a mate. Moreover, the prince's high status did not mean his partner could only have him as a single mate. At most, he would be her primary consort. Everyone, please feel at ease. The purpose of this gathering is to introduce my son's partner, Wen Yuan, and to welcome her to our mermaid island. We also eagerly anticipate the arrival of my grandchild, Ingpu announced from a high vantage point. His brief speech made it clear that he was pleased with his daughter-in-law, and when he mentioned his grandchild, his face lit up with joy. As the banquet commenced, Mina took the stage to perform. Although her melody was somewhat off-key, it was refreshing enough to capture the attention of several males. Xiao Yuan, are you hungry? Ing Yuchuan approached Wen Yuan, wrapping an arm around her waist and leaning down to ask softly. I'm fine. I had a crystal core this morning. Shall I roast some meat for you? Ing Yuchuan led her to a nearby bench and inquired. Glancing at the fresh meat in the large shell, Wen Yuan unconsciously swallowed, her previously unhungry stomach stirring. All right. Ing Yuchuan affectionately ruffled Wen Yuan's hair before starting to grill the meat, the fresh slices sizzling and releasing savory aromas over the charcoal. Prince, A Xinu approached Ing Yuchuan. Yet his gaze never strayed from Wen Yuan. When did you start doing such menial tasks? Ing Yuchuan cast a sidelong glance before returning his focus to grilling the meat. Wen Yuan remained fixated on Ing Yuchuan, not sparing even a glance for Isinuo. The initial attempt to capture attention faltered. Isinuo, observing that both individuals disregarded him, noted how Wen Yuan's gaze was fixated on the roasted meat held by the prince, with a distinct look of longing gracing his delicate features. Finding the scene both amusing and endearing, little female, would you care to try this? A vibrant orange fruit was presented before Wen Yuan. The fruit, about the size of a fist, was plump and glistening, its brownish patterns hinting at the tender, ginger-hued flesh beneath its thin skin, resembling a ginseng fruit. Thank you. Ing Yuchuan offered the neatly sliced meat to Wen Yuan, then seized the fruit from Isinuo's hands, rubbing it against himself before presenting it to Wen Yuan. Xiao Yuan. A fresh mist fruit. Would you like to taste it? Once again, Isinuo felt overlooked by the two. With a sense of resignation, he departed. You brought this upon yourself, the clan doctor jested as he stepped forward. This is merely the beginning. Who says I want to have my chance? Isinuo declared, eyeing Wen Yuan with determination. The prince must occasionally be absent, right? TSK, just wait until you get beaten. Don't come whining to me later. The clan doctor, seeing Isinuo's persistence, couldn't help but deliver a discouraging remark. Fear not, such a gentle little female could never harm anyone. Isinuo dismissed the clan doctor's words entirely. The clan doctor pressed his lips together. While it was true that Wen Yuan was not prone to violence, the same could not be said for the prince. At that moment, Lu Zhu, positioned behind the beast god statue, fortuitously overheard their conversation. Grasping the plate tightly in his hands, a flicker of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Why should it be so? What is it about Wen Yuan that earns her the affection of all? This Asinu was arranged for her by her mother. Should this endeavor fail, Asinu would become her first beast husband during the partner selection ceremony. Yet now, Lu Zhu cast a dark gaze towards Wen Yuan, who was being fed by the prince. Even her escape route had set its sights on Wen Yuan. Chapter 41. Lu Zhu goes offline. Wen Yuan. I have finally found you. Lu Zhu composed herself, carrying a plate as she approached Wen Yuan from behind, her voice brimming with delight. As Wen Yuan was in the midst of savoring her meal, she paused, turning to see Lu Zhu's sparkling eyes filled with joy. Swallowing her food, she smiled and asked, What do you need me for? Oh, are you here to apologize? Lu Zhu stiffened, her smile wavering on her face. What transpired with Wen Yuan? Wasn't it agreed that she would no longer hold grudges? Moreover, she had already apologized to my face. Truly, she is a woman with a heart as venomous as a serpent, relishing in deceit, relying solely on her modest beauty. I intended for you to savor the barbecued meat I personally prepared as a token of my sincere apology, Lu Zhu remarked, pushing the plate towards Wen Yuan. No need. Wen Yuan turned her head. Yuchuan is barbecuing for me. You must have exerted considerable effort to prepare this. Keep it for yourself. Lu Zhu frowned slightly, her outstretched hand freezing in midair. Then, surveying her surroundings, she suddenly raised her voice. Wen Yuan, I knew you would never forgive me. Those words I spoke earlier were surely insincere, were they not? I know you harbor resentment towards me, but I genuinely wish to apologize. Why must you treat me this way? Oh dear, is this turning into a performance? Leave me be, Ing Yuchuan interjected coldly, wiping his hands with a damp hide. Does even my brother Yuchuan doubt my sincerity in apologizing? Lu Zhu's voice trembled, her round face appearing woeful, sounding utterly wronged. What I mean is, I've already had my fill. When Yuan observed the increasing number of beast men gathering around and suddenly leaped into Ing Yuchuan's embrace, her voice choked with emotion. Yuchuan. Why doesn't she believe me? If only I could eat more, I would not want to diminish Zhu's goodwill. Besides, I have long since forgiven her. Both were pitiful, tears glistening like pear blossoms, yet Wen Yuan outshone Lu Zhu in this moment. Lu Zhu, I did indeed see Wen Yuan consume quite a bit earlier. It is only natural that she cannot eat more now. Shama intervened to diffuse the situation. Indeed, Wen Yuan has a gentle disposition. She certainly did not mean it. Mina, after her performance, approached Wen Yuan's side. How about you give it to me for now? And later I will return it to Wen Yuan? Casey, her large belly protruding, attempted to take the food from Lu Zhu's hands, but the latter deftly dodged, leaving Casey's hands empty, creating an awkward moment for her. Lu Zhu, I, Ing Yuchuan's partner, do not require your offerings. Ever since Lu Zhu repeatedly sought to harm Wen Yuan, Ing Yuchuan had not spoken to her kindly again. As he spoke, he took Wen Yuan's hand and led her away, for the banquet was nearing its conclusion. Lu Zhu could no longer maintain her smile. Her fingers gripping the plate turned pale, the hatred in her eyes barely concealed. Why? Why does everyone rally around Wen Yuan? In the distance, Lu Shi, engaged in conversation with Ing Pu, heard the commotion and turned towards the center of the tumult. Lu Zhu, upon hearing her father's voice, Lu Zhu seemed to lose her sanity, hurling the shell plate far away, the barbecued meat spilling everywhere. Wen Yuan, Lu Zhu screamed, causing Wen Yuan to immediately alert, pulling Ing Yuchuan to run forward, only daring to look back after sufficient distance was achieved. At that moment, a packet of brown powder soared through the air, descending upon the very spot where Wen Yuan had stood, fluttering down like autumn leaves. Due to the proximity of many who had been standing near her, a number of females were inadvertently affected by the falling powder. Oh no, it's the love powder. The clan doctor, who had been wandering in the garden, suddenly charged towards Lu Zhu as if awakened by a genetic instinct. What? Love powder? Males, flee. Protect your partners. Instantly, the scene erupted into chaos. Wen Yuan furrowed her brows, acutely aware that Lu Zhu intended to target her, yet she never anticipated that this woman would resort to such insidious methods. The aphrodisiac powder was far more potent than any stimulating potion. The latter affects only a single individual and requires ingestion, whereas the former, upon mere contact with a female, would cause any male beastman who inhaled it to immediately lose their sanity, transforming into a creature driven solely by primal desire. Given the multitude of male beastmen present at the banquet, should this powder come into contact with her, the outcome would be dire. Lu Zhu aimed to ruin her reputation completely. After all, many of the male beastmen present already had partners. Roar. Ah, help. As Wen Yuan pondered, several nearby male beastmen had already succumbed to their primal instincts, rushing towards the females tainted by the aphrodisiac powder. The situation seemed to spiral out of control. Ing Yuchuan, restrain them. Shama and the others are implicated because of me, Wen Yuan urged, shaking Ing Yuchuan's arm, surveying the chaotic surroundings. Ing Yuchuan first escorted her to safety before plunging into the fray. A chilling aura coalesced in his hands, and blue eye spikes materialized, shooting forth towards the rampaging male beastmen. With Ing Yuchuan's intervention, the situation was swiftly brought under control. The clan doctor methodically cleansed each individual until the aphrodisiac powder was entirely purged, leaving no trace of its scent, and the male beastmen quickly regained their senses. Wen Yuan, be careful. Shama, having finally regained her composure, scanned the area for Wen Yuan. Upon spotting her, she gasped in horror, her eyes widening. Wen Yuan, die. If you perish, everything will revert to how it once was. Lu Zhu, wielding a sharp bone spike, glared at Wen Yuan with malevolence as she lunged forward to strike. Xia Yuan, little female. Ing Yuchuan's complexion turned pale as he dashed towards Wen Yuan, conjuring countless ice spikes that shot forth in a flurry. Eisner raised his hand, unleashing a blade of wind with unwavering resolve directed at Lu Zhu. Wen Yuan, in a state of utter panic, swiftly turned around and, hidden from the gaze of the crowd, retrieved a dagger, plunging it fiercely into the heart of her adversary. Simultaneously, blades of wind and icy spikes arrived, instantaneously transforming Lu Zhu into a veritable scythe. How could this be possible? Wen Yuan's complexion was ashen as she trembled, drawing out the dagger with shaking hands. There was no time to wipe away the blood before she stowed it away into her space, gazing at the crimson staining her hands. Wen Yuan pressed her pale lips together tightly, clenching her trembling fists to conceal her quaking. This was her first act of taking a life. Yet it would certainly not be her last. Wen Yuan gazed at the lifeless body of Lu Zhu sprawled on the ground, taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart. She had once offered her a chance. They were of the same origin. Why the urgency to bring harm upon one another? As women, they should have supported each other, yet she too had her limits. Since the other party sought her life, any further hesitation would be foolish. Do not fear, I am here. Ing Yuchuan rushed to Wen Yuan's side, swiftly enveloping her in his embrace. His expression troubled. With gentle motions, he patted her back, his voice a soothing murmur in her ear. Though he endeavored to be gentle, his hold grew ever tighter. He was not only comforting Wen Yuan but also himself, finding solace in the warmth of the person in his arms. With a profound sigh of relief, he felt the weight of his earlier terror lift. Heaven knows how frightened he had been in that fleeting moment. Chapter 42. How about we have a child together? Wen Yuan buried her head against Ing Yuchuan's chest, gradually emerging from her earlier emotional turmoil. I am fine now, she said, lifting her head from his embrace. A smile gracing her lips, her voice trembling slightly, though her complexion remained pale, slightly improved from before. Ing Yuchuan, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently patted Wen Yuan's head and then firmly clasped her hand in his. The softness of her petite hand within his offered a sense of tangible reality. At that moment, Lu Shi approached Wen Yuan. I apologize. Lu Zhu is my daughter. and I must take responsibility for her actions. I am sorry for the fright she caused you today. Please allow me to express my apologies on her behalf." With that, the middle-aged Lu Shi bowed slightly before Wen Yuan in front of the gathered crowd. "I will arrange for some gifts to be sent to you as a gesture of goodwill for the distress you experienced. However, I ask that you also understand my grief over the loss of my daughter." As he spoke, Lu Shi cast a heavy gaze toward Wen Yuan, a figure of strength, his eyes now brimming with tears. Lu Zhu is Lu Shi's only child, a fact well known within the tribe. After the tragic loss of his partner at the hands of the beast hunters, Lu Shi had chosen not to seek another companion, dedicating himself instead to raising Lu Zhu. In his relentless pursuit of vengeance against the encroaching beast hunters over the years, he had somewhat neglected Lu Zhu, inadvertently fostering her spoiled and unruly nature. "I can only express my regrets regarding your daughter," he continued. "Yet, it remains true that she sought to take my life. She could not possibly show mercy to one who wished her harm." Upon hearing this, Lu Shi fell silent, merely bowing to cradle the lifeless Lu Zhu in his arms before sorrowfully departing from the banquet. "Is everyone all right?" Wen Yuan inquired with concern as she approached Shama and the others. "We are fine, just startled. Thankfully, it was controlled in time. We just need to rest," they assured her. "That is a relief," Wen Yuan replied, finally exhaling as she watched the females leave with their partners, grateful that she had not inadvertently caused them distress. "Thank you for your help earlier." Wen Yuan sincerely expressed her gratitude as she approached Ice Snow once the crowd had thinned. She had not been mistaken. She had sensed two distinct powers, ice and wind. The ice belonged to Wen Yuan, while the wind was emanating from the man before her, Ice Snow, whom she had not encountered during her time on the island. "It was my pleasure," Ice Snow replied with a smile, leaning closer to Wen Yuan. "How about this? Once you have given birth to your child, you can also bear one for me." "I already have a partner," she replied gently. Wen Yuan expressed her affection for Wen Yuan, stating that he treated her well. Once she gives birth to this child, she intends to visit the Fan tribe, having heard that larger tribes tend to flourish. Then she plans to continue her journey northward. "Ah, what a pity," sighed Ice-Sinuo. "How could such a splendid female not be attracted to him? You are simply too unattractive." "Of course, Xiao Yuan would not take a liking to you," Wen Yuan remarked, seemingly snapping back to reality after receiving compliments from Wen Yuan. Ice-Sinuo retorted, "What? Am I ugly? And you think you're handsome? You brainless fool." Ice-Sinuo cast a disdainful glance at Wen Yuan, this annoying fellow who instilled an immediate urge to retaliate upon their first meeting. What an eyesore. Such a fool. You bicker like a schoolchild, yet somehow manage to create sparks. It's quite remarkable. Xiao Yuan the female, who do you think is right between us? Their eyes sparked with intensity for a moment before they turned in perfect harmony, declaring in unison. Wen Yuan often finds herself at a loss for words, feeling an inexplicable urge to distance herself from everyone. Following the banquet, a relentless downpour persisted for 15 consecutive days, with intermittent rains causing the coastal waters of Mermaid Island to rise steadily. The females were prohibited from venturing out to gather resources. Concurrently, the island's inhabitants grew increasingly anxious, as this marked the period when the nearby beast hunters would launch their offensive. Wen Yuan also became occupied but managed to carve out considerable time to accompany her. He frequently mentioned that certain ethereal substances were beneficial for the development of the young, thus he brought back various precious materials to her. In Wen Yuan's absence, Wen Yuan secretly honed her abilities, recognizing that this was her trump card for survival. Fortunately, her diligent efforts bore fruit, elevating her powers to a medium-level orange tier. Although the beast hunters occasionally attempted incursions, they ultimately failed to land, each assault being repelled, with Lu Shi's contributions being the most significant. Lu Shi's reputation as a valiant male soared even higher. Since the rain began, Wen Yuan has seldom ventured outdoors, her large belly making her reluctant to move. However, Shama and a few others have consistently delighted in visiting her for conversation, occasionally bringing pearls for crafting. "Wen Yuan, do you remember Celida?" "I do," she replied, recalling how shy and timid she was, forever leaving a deep impression as a resident of the Red District. She was taken home by Lucy, reportedly in hopes of conceiving again, yet her body had long been ravaged in the Red District, initially drawn there due to her low fertility. How could she possibly become pregnant again? Shama sighed. Perhaps Lucy finds her pitiable. Kaisi interjected, shifting her rounded belly. "I actually think Lucy is quite decent. He has sought a mate in all these years and has always been at the forefront of hunting the beast tribes." Mina nodded in agreement. "Not necessarily," Wen Yuan murmured, lowering her gaze as she threaded pearls onto white string. Lucy gave her an impression that seemed at odds with his outward demeanor. Particularly when he looked at her, there was an unsettling aura. After all, to Lucy, Lu Zhu was someone he felt responsible for losing. Perhaps this was the reason? In any case, Wen Yuan believed it was best to keep her distance from him. "Ah, it hurts," Kaisi exclaimed, scattering the white pearls across the floor. "I think I might be going into labor." Kaisi's face paled slightly as she furrowed her brow in discomfort. "Don't panic. I will fetch the clan physician immediately." Shama set down her wicker basket and hurried outside. Wen Yuan instructed the other female members to assist Casey onto the bed in the small room. The clan's healer arrived promptly and subsequently ushered Wen Yuan and the others out, leaving only his young apprentice, a diminutive child barely reaching Wen Yuan's chest, who had recently awakened their light-based abilities and was taken under the healer's wing. After approximately an hour, the commotion within the room subsided, and Casey successfully gave birth to a male offspring, utterly adorable. Mina, unable to tear her gaze away, fixated on the small creature wrapped in animal hides beside Casey. Her eyes glued to it in sheer fascination. When Yuan stood amidst the crowd, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the swaddled infant, which bore the semblance of an animal, a golden-hued fish. It was her first encounter with a beastly baby, and she couldn't help but feel a profound sense of dissonance. She silently thanked her fortunate stars for having given birth to a human-shaped child. Otherwise, the sight of such an unusual creature emerging from her own body would have been quite difficult to accept. The little one was sleeping soundly. Shama lowered her voice, speaking softly. It has indeed been a trial for Casey. I hope he grows up safely. Casey, with his pale visage, smiled gently as he raised his hand to tenderly caress his offspring, his eyes brimming with affection. When Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the words, inadvertently recalling the few little ones from earlier, she wondered how they were faring now. Chapter 43. The Birth. When Yuan's thoughts drifted far away, while the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly lively. In the evening, Casey's companion returned her home and graciously offered Wen Yuan several fish and some beast crystal cores as a token of gratitude. Later that night, Wen Yuan embraced Wen Yuan from behind, his voice deep and resonant. I've been quite busy lately and have neglected you, Xiao Yuan. It is for the safety of the tribe. Wen Yuan harbored little affection for Wen Yuan. She merely found him somewhat pleasing to the eye. Moreover, his absence allowed her greater freedom to cultivate her skills. As she spoke, Wen Yuan felt an ever-deepening sense of guilt. Xiao Yuan. Once this child is born and the rainy season has passed, shall I take you back to find your previous children? When Yuan was taken aback, why do you say that all of a sudden? It was indeed my error to disregard your wishes and bring you back. I can imagine that the snake and the lizard must have been quite concerned for you. Wen Yuan's voice was heavy with emotion, although a hint of jealousy lingered. He was genuinely admitting his mistake. Initially, he was captivated by Xiao Yuan's beauty and, driven by selfish desires, wished to take her home. Lizard? What lizard? As Wen Yuan's mind drifted, an image of a green lizard perched upon a branch emerged, its tongue flicking out to ensnare a hapless insect. Emma. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Had it not been for your two beastly suitors engaging in a quarrel, I would never have had the opportunity to whisk you away. They were so consumed by their desire for your affection that they paid no heed to your safety. In my estimation, they are hardly noble beings. Qilian, perhaps, but what on earth is a lizard? Wen Yuan, still feeling the effects of the concoction, refrained from elaborating. Merely muttering, let us discuss this once the rainy season passes. In just over 10 days, she would also be giving birth. The birthing assistance feature has been activated. Maternal protection is now in effect. Countdown to childbirth, 29 minutes and 45 seconds. Do not fear, little Yuan. I shall be by your side, Wen Yuan said. His face etched with concern as he observed Wen Yuan, who was drenched in perspiration, his grip on her hand trembling ever so slightly. He appeared more anxious than she. The one about to deliver. Do not worry, your highness, the child is quite healthy. Wen Yuan has been well cared for under your watch, and her constitution is strong. There are no issues, the clan physician reassured, chuckling at the sight of the fretful Wen Yuan. We appreciate your hard work, esteemed physician. Wen Yuan steadfastly remained beside Wen Yuan, his gaze still fraught with tension. As the pains began to follow a more regular pattern, Wen Yuan, having learned from previous experiences, gradually found herself able to endure the discomfort and consciously synchronized her breathing with the music. She had hoped for a pain-free birthing aid, however. The system cautioned against the absence of sensation, as it would hinder her ability to push effectively. The physician placed his palm against Wen Yuan's abdomen, channeling a steady flow of energy, enveloping her lower body in a warm embrace that alleviated some of the discomfort. This marked the first time a clan physician had assisted her in childbirth, and the duration was unexpectedly reduced by 5 minutes. 2 offspring samples detected. Specific information as follows. Gender, male X2. Names, none. Species, white-winged fish X2. Level, orange level low rank X2. Ability classification, water type X1, ice type X1. Enhanced skills, luck increased by 50%, water affinity increased by 30%. A birthing reward has been granted, comprising points, 2,000. Lottery chances, 2. Formula milk sets, 2. Lifespan, 36 days total. It appears there is no surprise gift for childbirth this time. Before Wen Yuan could ponder further, the physician's astonished voice broke through her thoughts. Goodness. They are humanoid offspring. The physician gazed in disbelief at the 2 newborns, incredulity evident in his tone. Suppressing his astonishment, he carefully cleaned the 2 squirming infants, swaddling them in soft animal hides. After once more channeling his energy to Wen Yuan, he gently touched the foreheads of the infants, a gentle glow illuminating the room. The physician's eyes widened in awe, and his gaze towards Wen Yuan grew fervent. Your Highness, the 2 infants possess innate talent levels, now classified as orange level low rank. My word, this is astonishing. After years of practice, such a phenomenon was unprecedented. Could it be that Wen Yuan is the favored daughter of the beast god? In contrast to the excitable physician, Wen Yuan, the nominal father of the infants, remained remarkably composed. His azure eyes glanced at the crumpled children before he lowered his gaze. meticulously wiping Wen Yuan's body with unwavering focus, entirely shedding his earlier anxiety. Are you not going to take a good look at the children? Wen Yuan croaked. Observing Yin Yuchuan's delicate ministrations. You will need to care for them personally. Should you not familiarize yourself with them? They are quite unsightly, Yin Yuchuan replied. Barely lifting his eyelids, his attention fully devoted to Wen Yuan, his touch growing ever gentler. The physician, cradling one infant in each arm, was taken aback by Wen Yuan's remark, his eyes widening in disbelief as he questioned whether he had misheard. Wen Yuan felt somewhat helpless, having forgotten that this fellow was utterly obsessed with appearances. However, she never anticipated that even her own child would be subjected to disdain. It was truly unprecedented. In a few days, the little one would blossom, with a cherubic face blushing with pink, exuding cuteness to the utmost degree. The clan physician attempted to salvage the scant affection of Yin Yuchuan, yet alas, Yin Yuchuan paid no heed, offering not even a fleeting glance. He merely paused in his actions, then fixed his earnest gaze upon Wen Yuan. Rest assured, Xiao Yuan, I shall care for the child with utmost diligence. They are more precious to me than my own life. Though, I must admit, they are rather unappealing at present. After all, he is quite handsome. And you are most beautiful as well. Very well then. Wen Yuan was somewhat at a loss, caught between laughter and tears. After the clan physician swiftly examined Wen Yuan and the children, he hurriedly departed, eager to convey this delightful news to Wang. Have you understood? Wen Yuan gazed at Yin Yuchuan, cradling one of the little ones in her arms, a bottle of prepared formula in hand, as she fed the child nestled against her. Yin Yuchuan perfectly mirrored her actions, checking the temperature before imitating Wen Yuan, offering nourishment to the eagerly awaiting infant. The sight of the small creature, eyes closed and suckling contentedly on the nipple, was utterly charming. Gradually, Yin Yuchuan found himself thinking that this rather unattractive little one seemed to acquire a touch of beauty. These supplies were procured from the merchant caravan. This is the formula, akin to breast milk. Alas, I lack the capacity to nurse. Yet this is sufficiently nutritious to ensure the little ones do not go hungry. In the future, you must prepare it at this temperature. Furthermore, it is essential to clean the bottles promptly after feeding. Wen Yuan chattered incessantly, while Yin Yuchuan sat quietly, cradling the child. Once Wen Yuan finished her lengthy account, she spoke. Xiao Yuan, you have yet to name them. This is a privilege unique to a mutt. One by one, she gently caressed the faces of the two children, as the yellow light enveloped their foreheads, signifying the successful bestowal of names. May they grow up healthy and safe. Wen Yuan exuded a gentle warmth, her voice a soft caress. Her words were laced with a hint of affection. Please take them out. I find myself somewhat weary. Very well. I shall prepare a meal for you. Yin Yuchuan gently adjusted the animal skin draped over Wen Yuan, bestowing a tender kiss upon her forehead before lifting the two children and gracefully exiting the room. Chapter 44. The Bulow Merchant Caravan. Exchange for Restoration Elixirs. The exchange was successful, deducting 10 points, leaving a balance of 2,980 points. After enjoying the breakfast that Yin Yuchuan had prepared, Wen Yuan relished the rare opportunity to bond with her children, their tender, velvety skins still adorned with a subtle blush. Wen Yuan's heart softened. After all, it was flesh of her flesh. How could she not feel affection? Xiao Yuan, this morning a merchant caravan arrived on the island. The stalls should be set up by now. Since the sun has finally come out, shall I take you for a stroll? I've heard there are many new styles of animal skin garments brought from afar. Yin Yuchuan carefully combed her hair with a wooden comb crafted by Wen Yuan. What about the child? We can place them in the cub paradise, where experienced females will take care of them. They are seasoned mothers who have raised numerous offspring. Setting down the wooden comb, Yin Yuchuan deftly gathered a section of hair by her ear, twisting his fingers to create a simple yet elegant style that revealed her delicate pink ears. A few pink pearls adorned her hair, making her look exquisite. Very well. Although I've used the caravan as an excuse, I've yet to see a true merchant convoy. After sending the two children to the cub paradise, Yin Yuchuan led Wen Yuan to the location where the caravan was stationed. Tall canopies were erected, supported by animal skins and wooden poles to shield against the sun, while men clad in brown, plush animal skins busily attended to their stalls. An array of goods lay on wooden countertops, showcasing a dazzling assortment of items, many of which were entirely new to Wen Yuan. Little female, what are you interested in? One of the robust male beast men approached with enthusiasm, wearing a knee-length animal skin skirt and a thick piece of hide draped from his shoulder, covering his chest and back, leaving one shoulder and one arm exposed, reminiscent of traditional ethnic attire. I'll take a look first. Wen Yuan responded with a smile, while Yin Yuchuan remained closely by her side, his gaze never straying from her. Well then, feel free to look. All of these are treasures. The masculine orc grinned widely, his cheeks slightly flushed as he admired Wen Yuan's beauty. He raised a sturdy hand to affectionately ruffle her hair, embodying a rather earnest demeanor. This one. He pointed to a vibrant red piece of beast hide, fluffy and soft, styled like a little camisole on the upper half, while the lower half resembled a rather ordinary skirt. Yet, its exquisite texture, devoid of any prickliness, and its striking color captivated Wen Yuan. Big brother, I want this one. A resonant voice rang out, drawing Wen Yuan's attention to the speaker, Celida, the female orc under the patronage of Lucy. Unlike her initially timid demeanor, Celida now appeared vibrant. Adorned with a lustrous strand of white pearls around her neck, her complexion radiating health, banishing any trace of frailty. In just a few days, she had gained a bit of weight, her face glowing with vitality, and her voice carried a newfound resonance. Selida? Wen Yuan marveled at her transformation, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. It seemed Lucy treated her quite well. Selida cast a dismissive glance at Wen Yuan, striding past her towards the masculine orc with an air of pride. I want this one. How many crystal cores? 10 second-tier orange-grade beast crystals, the orc replied cheerfully. Is that a demand? This is the most affordable price around. Done. Selida's eyes remained unblinking as she tossed a beast hide pouch onto the stall. 15. Yuan produced the requested number of second-tier orange-grade beast crystals and presented them to the stall owner. 20. I'll take it, Selida declared, stepping forward and forcefully swatting Wen Yuan's hand aside, her gaze brimming with hostility. Selida, naturally tall, appeared even more imposing as she held her head high, exuding confidence. Not necessary, you can have it, Wen Yuan said, taking the items from Yuan and pulling him away, who seemed about to protest. Sister, this is for you. Just a few steps further, a small figure appeared before her, blocking her path. Wen Yuan recognized the little boy, recalling his name. Yes. Beamed at the acknowledgement, extending a handful of purple gold grass towards her. Sister, I picked this with great difficulty. It's for you. You gathered this? Yuan leaned closer, inquiring about the purple gold grass in Ino's grasp, then exclaimed in surprise, Did you go into the water? Prince, I didn't mean to. No. I didn't go. Ino stammered in explanation, but his flustered attempts only muddled the situation further, momentarily forgetting the prince standing beside the beautiful sister. The deep sea is perilous. You are too young, and it's dangerous below. Yuan sighed. I understand you wish to look after your sister. But haven't I been sending you supplies every few days? What supplies? Ino's initial joy at conversing with the prince faded into confusion, seemingly genuine in his bewilderment. You haven't received them? Yuan furrowed his brow. Every 3 days or so, I have someone leave food at the door of your wooden hut. There is nothing there. Ino shook his head vigorously. Were you not aware that I was sending them secretly? Yuan nodded. He was destined to inherit the throne. There were not only one such female on the island. If he were to make it public, it would be perceived as favoritism. Could it be that someone else took it? Wen Yuan interjected, then turned to Ino, gently ruffling his little head with a smile. This can be sold for money. You can trade it for some food. As for me, Yuan will bring me supplies. Also, take this back, and please refrain from putting yourself in danger. You must understand that if anything were to happen to you, your sister would truly have no one to care for her. A female who had lost her utility. If her only kin were to suffer misfortune, would find herself utterly isolated. I can't accept this. Ino gazed at the beast hide pouch in his hands, momentarily stunned, before shaking his head vigorously in realization. Take it. I have matters to attend to, but I'll come by later to play with you, Wen Yuan said. Patting Ino's head, her enthusiasm for browsing the market having waned, she hurriedly pulled Yuan away. Once they reached a secluded area, Wen Yuan opened the beast hide she was holding, revealing a message inscribed in the beast world's specialized script. The birthing system had updated her language comprehension upon bringing her to this place, allowing her to read and understand effortlessly. After reviewing the matter, Wen Yuan furrowed her brows. Take a look at this, she said, handing the leather strip to Yuan, whose eyes reflected disbelief. Impossible. How could he, who harbors such hatred for the beast hunters, possibly commit such an act? It was a reflexive defense. If it were true, everyone would be in peril. Wen Yuan gazed at Yuan and spoke calmly. Chapter 45, The Beast Hunters Strike. Sha Yuan, you should return home first. I must make a trip to the royal court. All right. The two parted ways. By midday, 2 hours had elapsed since Yuan left for the royal court. Wen Yuan, Shama rushed into the room, forgetting to knock, a light sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead from her hurried pace. What happened? Wen Yuan stowed away the exchanged infant toys, casting a puzzled glance at Shama. You're drenched in sweat. Why not indulge in some chilled fruit? The ice from Yuan this morning is exceptionally fresh. We have no time for that. The beast hunters have arrived. As Shama bent down to pick up a child, she continued, the Buluo merchant caravan is merely a fade. They are all members of the beast hunters. We must find a place to conceal ourselves. Should we be captured, we would become mere sustenance. Have they come so swiftly? Can't we just hide at home? Every little wooden cabin on the island has a basement. This time, it may not suffice. The other females have already rushed to the royal court. I feared you would not trust others, hence I came to escort you personally. The beast hunters have an insatiable appetite for females and tender younglings. Now, let us proceed. Wen Yuan picked up another child and hurriedly followed Shama to the hidden chamber beneath the royal court. At that moment, the chamber was already teeming with people. Women clasped their offspring tightly, their faces etched with anxiety. The children seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, nestled in their mother's arms, wide-eyed and silent. As time ticked away, an unsettling silence enveloped the outside world. A contingent of males remained concealed within the royal court. Should the outer sentinels falter, or should any beast hunter slip through, they would serve as the last bastion of protection for the females. As time wore on, some children began to grow restless, their playful nature ill-suited to the dim surroundings. The sounds of murmurs and cries gradually filled the air. Do not weep. If you attract the monsters, we shall all perish. Quiet now, keep silent. Enough of the noise. Tend to your own children. Do not endanger us all. When Yuan surveyed the increasingly boisterous surroundings, a slight frown furrowing her brow. If this continued, calamity was inevitable. She opened the points exchange marketplace, sifting through the food section, ultimately spending 600 points to acquire some small biscuits and pacifiers. I possess items that can soothe the children's emotions. The younger ones may take the pacifiers, while the older ones can enjoy these biscuits. Rest assured, they are all procured from other trading caravans and are devoid of toxins. Some of the females remained skeptical of Wen Yuan, particularly in light of the beast hunters, who had been wreaking havoc in the tribe. Having infiltrated the island disguised as the Buyuo trading caravan, it is safe, you may all be assured. Wen Yuan first produced a pacifier and placed it into the mouths of Ying and Ding Huai. Subsequently, she unwrapped a packet of biscuits, took out a round morsel, and savored it, chewing and swallowing it with gusto. Wen Yuan would never endanger anyone if the beast hunters were to discover our presence. It would not only jeopardize us, but also the kin who were safeguarding us outside. Shama was the first to seize a packet of biscuits, mimicking Wen Yuan's actions, tearing it open and offering it to her child. Upon witnessing this, the other females approached to take some, expressing their apologies for their initial distrust of Wen Yuan. After all, their fear was genuine. With the biscuits and pacifiers, tranquility returned to the underground passage, and the males stationed outside exhaled deeply in relief. Do not rejoice too soon. Remain vigilant, for we have been entrusted with a most crucial task, Eisner remarked, casting a glance at the depths below, his brow furrowed. Understood. The other males responded in hushed tones. This marked our second descent into the royal underground passage since the king's ascension. Shama cradled her child, a gentle and endearing little girl, softly patting her back to soothe her emotions. Was it during the time of Lu Zhuam's demise? Wen Yuan inquired, holding one child against the earthen wall. Indeed, that time, blood flowed like a river, and many perished. Yet I was still young and cannot recall much. I only know that after that incident, the island was placed under strict martial law. What happened to Lu Shi's partner? In a bid to protect Lu Zhu, she was captured by the beast hunters and devoured alive. Shama recounted, her complexion paling. Fear not. So many are guarding outside. We shall be safe. When Yuan gently patted Shama's shoulder, her soft voice offering solace, though she herself felt uncertain. After all, among equals, the beastmen were superior to the orcs, placing the latter at a disadvantage in battle. Ah, a remarkable find. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the stillness of the underground passage, and for a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Yet, this stillness was abruptly shattered by a piercing scream, followed closely by the overwhelming scent of blood. Run! With a piercing cry, Wen Yuan urged the nearest female to flee from the cave's mouth. Although those inside were anxious, they passed their offspring to the female ahead and resolutely turned back, attempting to resist the sudden onslaught of the beast-hunting tribe with their feeble mate marks. The outcome was inevitable. Help! Help! The beast-hunting tribe is here. The females who had escaped first stood at the center of the royal court, calling for aid. The previously concealed male orc swiftly emerged into the public eye. Where is the beast-hunting tribe? Eisno urgently grasped the female who attempted to run outside, inquiring frantically. Inside, the captured female initially screamed, but upon recognizing Eisno, she trembled and pointed toward the ground. Calm their emotions. We cannot let them escape. Eisno instructed, then hurriedly made his way toward the entrance of the underground passage. When Yuan, a young female, had yet to emerge, that foolish Ying Yuchuan had sent him to the rear, intending for him to safeguard Wen Yuan. He could not afford to make a mistake. Just as he reached the cave's entrance, a figure suddenly collided into his embrace. Upon closer inspection, it was Wen Yuan, cradling two children, her expression fraught with panic. Isinuo, the beast hunters are inside. Quickly, there are other females in there. Do not fear, you go out first, and I will venture in to investigate, Isinuo declared, plunging into the underground passage. Before long, anguished screams and the sounds of combat erupted. It was not until the last female fled, bloodied and battered, that the others outside regained some composure, forming a circle on the ground, their faces pale and expressions frantic. The slightly older children wept in fear, held tightly by their mothers, who reassured them with trembling voices, striving to instill a sense of safety through their embrace. As the group's emotions began to stabilize, 15 males remained outside to protect them, while another 5 rushed towards the underground passage to assist Isinuo. The cacophony of battle grew increasingly intense, causing the females to shiver, while the males remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Hee. So much food, how delicious, how delightful. A strange, raspy voice echoed from above. In the next moment, the roof was shattered, and a colossal figure descended from above, landing with a resounding thud. Chapter 46, A Display of Power. The roof's collapse sent wooden debris crashing to the ground. A stooped middle-aged man slowly rose from the floor, his Mediterranean-style hair framing a pair of golden eyes that darted about before settling on the females. Beneath his robust muscles, thick veins coursed through his light brown skin. His downturned mouth and long, slender fingers, more delicate than those of the beastmen, clenched into fists that cracked ominously. 3 yellow lines adorned his smooth forehead. He was a third-tier yellow-level beast hunter. The path to cultivation was arduous. Barring a few exceptionally gifted individuals, beastmen generally progressed slowly, relying on combat to accumulate strength. In contrast, the beast hunter clan merely needed to consume beastmen, The higher the level of the beastmen devoured, the greater the power gained and the swifter the ascent. Be cautious. This fellow is not to be underestimated. The remaining 15 beastmen formed a semicircular formation, shielding the females behind them. Bang. Behind us. There are foes to the left. Help. Foes to the right. The entire roof was hollowed out, as countless figures leapt down from above, dramatically shifting the odds from a minority facing a majority to a majority confronting a minority. A dozen beast hunters leered ominously at the females, their damp gazes sending chills down spines. The rain began to fall, the cold droplets causing the already terrified females to tremble, forcing them to huddle closer together. This is dire. With so many against one, why isn't he emerging? The numerical disadvantage weighed heavily on several male beastmen. Charge. Whoever seizes it first claims it. How much you can consume depends on your prowess. The first descending man spoke with a sinister grin. In an instant, all the beast hunters unleashed their assault. Various octopus-like tentacles emerged. Some transformed their lower bodies into tentacles, while others turned their limbs into writhing appendages, slick with a viscous, transparent liquid. Like arrows released from a bow, they pierced through a female's forehead with alarming speed, leaving her no chance to summon her partner's strength. In that instant of penetration, the blood was swiftly siphoned away before it could even spurt forth. A chorus of horrified screams ensued. Wen Yuan clenched her fists, refraining from taking action, lowering her head in an effort to diminish her presence. As a mid-level orange rank, even with the assistance of her emu spirit heart, she could only barely manifest the strength of a high-level orange rank. However, the predatory beast clan she faced comprised individuals of no less than yellow rank, rendering her protective cicada garment ineffective. At present, she held 2 children in her grasp. As long as they remained within her reach, the little one, Duo, would surely act at a critical moment. Yet, as the chilling cries echoed in her ears, her resolute heart wavered for an instant. Little one. So delicious. A bizarre, raspy voice exuded exhilaration, its sticky tendrils writhing in the air. Do not harm my sister. Get away. Ino, with her tiny frame, stood defiantly in front of Ishue, arms outstretched to protect her sister. Despite her trembling legs, she steadfastly refused to flee. Attracted by the sound, Wen Yuan's gaze fell upon the resolute figure, and she could no longer restrain herself from taking action. With elemental technique, vines of ensnarement, deep green tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring the advancing male with a firm grip, and subsequently enveloping him into a verdant sphere, utterly immobilizing him. Shaman was taken aback, as many of the females turned their attention towards Wen Yuan. The power she unleashed was indeed formidable. I have not only had one partner. This was the justification Wen Yuan found for her extraordinary abilities. Do not scatter. Everyone stay together, with the cubs at the center and the females on the outside. Utilize your strengths, regardless of their magnitude. Aim for his chest and forehead. Seizing the moment while the vines remained unbroken, Wen Yuan coordinated the group to regroup. Following her directives, they encircled the young ones at the innermost part. Take good care of my children. Wen Yuan entrusted 2 little ones to the immobile Ishue. Then cautioned Inua, do not leave your sister's side. All right, beautiful sister. Inua nodded solemnly, carefully sitting beside her sister, gazing at the 2 exquisitely crafted children in her embrace, and then at the beautiful sister moving outward. Inua's eyes sparkled. This was the second time the beautiful sister had come to his rescue. This feeble power is so weak. The vines were torn asunder, fragments cascading down as Uda's sinister visage emerged, veins bulging beneath his beige skin, fingers tipped with long, sharp claws. The sound of cracking echoed as he flexed his fingers. The tentacles writhed in excitement, golden eyes swirling, fixating on the prey before him. Let me see. Whom shall I devour first? This interrogative tone sent shivers down the spines of the females present. Meanwhile, the male beastmen, anxious yet powerless, found themselves ensnared, unable to lend a hand. Are you ready? We are ready. With elemental technique, binding, vines burst forth from the earth, instantaneously constraining Huda, rendering him unable to move. Now is the time. Wen Yuan shouted, her hands gently resting upon her partner's mark. A kaleidoscope of colors and diverse powers surged towards Hood. The wind blades sliced through flesh, drawing blood. Flames seared the skin, causing blisters to form. Too weak. Too feeble. I shall devour you all. Hood's tentacles elongated, severing the vines with ease as tiny droplets of water emerged, transforming into delicate threads, resembling countless transparent strings. His fingers curled slightly, and the fine strands grazed the cheeks and arms of the onlookers, leaving thin lacerations from which blood flowed. Though the wounds were minor, their multitude rendered many females immobile. We shall continue. Wen Yuan wiped the blood trickling down her cheek, her voice cold. We have no way to retreat. If we do, our young ones shall perish. She could have fled, yet one is not merely a plant. Who among us can be devoid of emotion? Perhaps she should have escaped long ago. Yet now, it was too late for regrets. This time, I will ensure your demise. Hood's tentacles writhed, and thicker strands of water materialized simultaneously. Should they pierce the heart, the eyes, or the head, death would be inevitable. With elemental technique, vine cage, the cage soared upwards, enveloping everyone within its protective embrace. One of the partners possessed wood-based abilities, channeling their strength into the barrier, perhaps allowing them to endure for a while longer. Wen Yuan continuously infused strength into the atmosphere, while the female onlookers, upon hearing her words, infused a fraction of their own power, though it was negligible. The other females, witnessing this, appeared despondent. Yet when glancing behind them, their expressions turned resolute. Tear it apart. Tear it all apart. Come forth. Come forth. The water-based abilities and tentacles struck the cage in succession, causing the vines to shatter and fall. However, for every vine that broke, another sprouted anew, rendering the entire cage seemingly unbreakable. Chapter 47. How dare you touch her? You seek death. Glancing at the ring formed by the ethereal spirit of Imu on her finger, which flickered with a greenish luminescence, and feeling her stamina gradually waning, Wen Yuan pressed her lips together. She exchanged a restoration pill from the system space and, while others were distracted, quickly placed it into her mouth. Soon, her near-exhausted stamina swiftly recovered, but her abilities remained depleted. It appeared that the restoration pill did not aid her powers. Bang! No matter how much ability was lent, the cage ultimately shattered. In that instant of explosion, a crimson tentacle lunged directly at Wen Yuan's head, aiming to kill her outright. Get away! Aisna surged from the cave, summoning a blade of wind that severed the tentacle, swiftly following with a kick that sent the severed appendage flying. How dare you touch her? You seek death. Aisna landed, shielding Wen Yuan behind her, her light blue hair billowing, her upper body marked with bruises that made her appear terrifying. Blood gushed from her right hand, the thick red liquid dripping from her fingers. She was gravely injured. Your opponent is me. Aisna's gaze was sharp as she charged forward, not sparing a glance back at Wen Yuan, engaging in a fierce struggle with Hood. Xiao Yuan. A familiar voice rang out, and Wen Yuan turned to see Ing Yuchuan, bloodied and wielding an ice blade, rushing toward her with urgency. Who hurt you? Seeing the multitude of wounds marring Wen Yuan's body, Ing Yuchuan's exquisite brows knitted together, a hint of menace in his tone. Are you injured? The bloodstains were so numerous that Wen Yuan could not discern whether they belonged to her or others. I'm fine. Ing Yuchuan gently patted Wen Yuan's head, then turned to the approaching individuals, commanding, protect them well. With that, he plunged into the fray. His blue hair whipped about him, his form light and agile. With a swift motion, he dispatched a tentacled creature in mere moments. We are saved. Thank the beast god for their protection. The females embraced each other in tears, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Wen Yuan. Had it not been for her, they would have succumbed to fear and never persevered this far. With the addition of Ing Yuchuan and Aisna to their ranks, the battle concluded swiftly. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. Hood trembled beneath Ing Yuchuan's foot, his eyes fixated on the ice blade and wind blade mere inches away. Without hesitation, the wind blade pierced Hood's heart, and with a cold expression, Ing Yuchuan crushed Hood's skull, leaving not even a corpse behind. Clap, clap, clap. The little cub has grown, showing some prowess. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Lucy appeared, smiling and clapping, flanked by countless beast hunters. Their appearances were grotesque, yet each possessed the ability to partially transform, creating a striking visual impact. Ah, little female, we meet again, Lucy said, looking at Wen Yuan amidst the group of females, his tone familiar, as if conversing with an old friend. Lucy, you are a beast man. How can you assist the beast hunters in harming your own kind? Ing Yuchuan interposed himself to shield Wen Yuan from Lucy's gaze, who said, I am of the beastman tribe. Lucy sneered, his stubbled face brimming with excitement. You are truly foolish. After all these years, I have lurked here undetected. As he spoke, in a manner reminiscent of a sci-fi film, a pale hand with sharp nails emerged from his belly, as if unzipping it, revealing a skin-like exterior that was peeled away. A completely unfamiliar man appeared before the crowd. The onlookers were all astonished by Lucy's skin-shedding technique. It is the mimicry technique. Taimo and Chiyu were similarly affected. Taimo had spent time with her, and the imitator's tone was so clumsy and riddled with flaws that she recognized it immediately. No wonder you could kill my daughter. You are far more astute than those foolish beings, Lucy remarked appreciatively toward Wen Yuan, his words laden with admiration. Yet, Wen Yuan could only feel revulsion. Such a vile and evil magic that requires the living heart of another is utterly disgusting. Ing Yuchuan's ice blade moved, exuding an overwhelming chill, instantly attacking Lucy. Yet the latter merely waved his hand, dissipating the cold as if it had never existed. Aisna, observing this, furrowed her brow, subtly shifting to stand beside Wen Yuan, focusing her attention on their surroundings. Ing Yuchuan, being of medium-level strength, was clearly outmatched, as the opponent could effortlessly neutralize attacks with a mere gesture. Why waste your reproductive abilities here? Come with me to the beast hunters and bear offspring for us. How about it? Lucy regarded Wen Yuan with fervent intent, hardly acknowledging Ing Yuchuan's presence. Why not take a look at yourself in the water? Ugly as sin, yet you think highly of yourself. Wen Yuan wore a look of disdain, repulsed by such vile things, as if he took her for a fool. If she were to follow him, her past and present life would be rendered meaningless. Thus, she resolved that a direct confrontation was the only option. Lucy narrowed his eyes, pressing his pale hand downwards. Advance, eliminate them all. Keep Wen Yuan, she shall be taken back. Understood. The beast hunter clan surged forward. The females had already been relocated to the underground passage from the very beginning. Wen Yuan stood at the cave's entrance, hesitant to descend, as a multitude of repugnant creatures were approaching her. Should she venture inside, the young ones would be in peril. In the chaos of battle, no one could afford to be concerned for them. Yuan and Aisnu firmly shielded Wen Yuan, unwilling to budge an inch. The icy winds and razor-like blades struck incessantly, as if they would never tire. Yet, having already endured one battle, both were clearly showing signs of fatigue, gradually losing the effortless grace they had at the onset. The esteemed prince of the Yingyu clan, is this all he can muster? After all, he is a merman heir. Why is he weakened? The prince of the Yingyu referred to Yuan, whose true form was the white-winged fish, while the merman heir referred to Aisnu, whose true form was the blue-scaled fish. Unfazed by the taunts, the two continued to protect Wen Yuan. No effect? Lu Shi's gaze sharpened. This poses quite a dilemma. I have gone to great lengths to annihilate your merman island, masquerading as food on this island for years, even sacrificing my beloved partner. All of this is your fault. You would do well to meet the beast god and accompany my partner in death, rather than being stubborn like your obstinate father and forcing my hand. Upon hearing the word father, Yuan's actions momentarily paused, just as a tentacle surged toward his chest. At a critical moment, a vine ensnared his waist, pulling him back just as a peculiar object appeared, swiftly severing the tentacle. In a state of panic, Wen Yuan, having mistakenly grasped a kitchen knife, looked at the viscous substance clinging to it with utter revulsion. All right, I can no longer bear to look at this knife. Water technique. Water prison. Lu Shi raised his hand, conjuring water out of thin air to form a whirlpool that encircled Aisnu and Yuan. The rapidly spinning water obscured their movements and vision, resembling a miniature prison that confined them within. Chapter 48. The ex-husband's friends have arrived now. No one can save you. Lu Shi sneered, extending his fingers, which morphed into 5 red, suction-cupped octopus tentacles, lunging toward Wen Yuan. As the water whip swept through, the 5 tentacles were cleaved into segments, writhing grotesquely upon hitting the ground. Who is it? Lu Shi clutched his bloodied hand, his face flushed with pain. How dare you touch my chosen one? With hair billowing, golden triangular earrings swaying gently with his movements, and green eyes sparkling with mirth, a faint smile danced at the corners of his lips. From his outstretched fingers, a crystalline water whip extended, trailing along the ground. Uxus, how did you get here? Lu Shi, nursing his injured hand, instinctively took a cautious step back. What's wrong, you repugnant creature? Are you both blind and deaf? Uxus halted, casting a disinterested glance at Lu Shi. His tone light and airy. Lu Shi did not respond, merely maintaining a vigilant stare at Uxus. As Wen Yuan gazed at the man approaching her with measured steps, she furrowed her brow and took a slight step back. This man seemed devoid of any hostile intent. Unbeknownst to him, her hand discreetly grasped a dagger concealed behind her. Oaks, I care not for your purpose here, but this female has been reserved by me. It would be prudent for you to refrain from intervening. Lucy, staunchly staunching his bleeding, cast a menacing glare at Oaks and threatened, I am not intimidated by you. The orcs on this island are my quarry, and that includes this female. You would do well to ponder the consequences of offending our beast hunters for the sake of one female. In an instant, the water whip lashed out, sending Lucy hurtling through the air. Blue rank. That azure glow was unmistakable. Wen Yuan realized that this man possessed the strength of a blue rank. Casting a glance at his handsome visage, she began to contemplate her chances of winning him over. Since when can a worthless wretch like you instruct me? The water whip dissipated, and Oaks disdainfully flicked his wrist before stepping before Wen Yuan, gently brushing the still-drying blood from her face. His voice brimmed with excitement. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Wen Yuan, goodness, could it be yet another collector? If this skin were to be peeled away, it would undoubtedly reveal exquisite beauty. Are we truly playing at such grand stakes? A layer of goosebumps instantly arose on Wen Yuan's arm. Indeed, the beings of this beastly realm were an enigma that eluded her comprehension as a time traveler. What a jest! The beauty of existence is only meaningful when it thrives, is it not? Wen Yuan retreated. Oh, that is a valid point. Her emerald eyes sparkled, imbued with mirth, yet the laughter did not reach the depths of her gaze. In contrast to Qilian's unpredictable moods, this individual radiated a constant shadow, devoid of light. Whether in appearance or tone, he could easily embody the archetype of a malevolent antagonist in any narrative. Remove your filthy hands. A chilling voice resonated, as a blaze nearly grazed Aox's hand. What right do you, a wandering beast man, have to speak of him? It is merely a case of mutual culpability. The voice, laced with magnetism, dripped with sarcasm as he coldly scoffed. What distinguishes you from this serpent beast man? Are you not both the architects of Yuan Bao's misfortune? With silver hair billowing, the gentle tone belied the accusatory words. When Yuan was momentarily startled by a familiar voice, her entire being frozen in place. A sense of foreboding began to rise within her. She mechanically turned her head, and indeed, there they were. Disheveled black hair, flamboyant red locks, and lustrous silver strands. Goodness. Her ex-husband's friends had come knocking. Damn. Yuan, I have finally found you. Yuan Bao, I am sorry, it is all my fault. Yuan, I have arrived late. The 3 handsome men gazed at her with tender expressions, despite having been at odds just a moment before. Wen Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, akin to the trepidation of being caught in an affair. Indeed, her lack of callousness was the source of this unease. Just as she was about to speak, a figure lunged towards her. It was a fallen member of the beast hunter tribe. Hey Yuan, Yuan, Yuan. Yuan Bao. Three men rushed towards Wen Yuan in unison. The one who had been closest to her was Oaks, but the previous burst of flames had created a distance between them as he turned away. Wen Yuan was poised to dart aside when suddenly, she was swept up in an embrace. Are you injured? Ing Yuchuan inquired, gazing down at Wen Yuan with a hint of concern evident in his eyes. His dark hair, damp and glistening, bore traces of moisture, and the arm that encircled her tightened slightly. I'm fine, Wen Yuan replied. Had she managed to move aside, she could have evaded the situation. However, Wen Yuan raised her gaze to the white wings behind Ing Yuchuan, momentarily taken aback. It is worth mentioning that the mermaids she was familiar with did not possess wings. Little Yuan, I am Ing Yu, distinct from mermaids. Upon awakening our extraordinary abilities, we are born with wings. They symbolize our lineage. The white feathers fluttered as Ing Yuchuan's voice resonated, deep and melodious. Observing Wen Yuan's astonished expression, he gently touched her forehead, saying, those are your beast husbands. Are they not? Indeed. In that case, I shall entrust you to them. Be good, little Yuan. Mike can still require my presence. Once I have tended to my duties, I will seek you out. Without awaiting Wen Yuan's response, Ing Yuchuan placed her amidst the three men, folded his wings, and directed a piercing glance at them, commanding, take good care of her. With that, he spread his wings and soared towards the beast hunting clan. Wen, he is your beast husband? Zeta bent down, meeting Wen Yuan's gaze. Well, while you are quite handsome, who are you? Wen Yuan cautiously edged closer to Bai Xiao, casting a wary glance at Zeta. Her expression was one of unfamiliarity. Wen, both Xiao Yu and Xiao Mian miss you dearly. Zeta's eyes softened as he took a step closer to Wen Yuan. I truly do not know you. This is not how one initiates a conversation, Wen Yuan replied, shaking her head and grasping Bai Xiao's hand, firmly denying any recognition. She found herself in a predicament. If her amnesia were to be revealed, it would surely lead to complications. I have stated it clearly. A Yuan remembers nothing. Bai Xiao declared, pulling Wen Yuan close while casting a cold stare at Zeta. How could you possibly be a suitable partner for A Yuan and abandon her in Sanghua Forest? Zeta glanced at Wen Yuan, rendered speechless. Indeed, had he sought her out back then, perhaps Wen Yuan would not have departed. Observing Zeta's expression of guilt stirred something within Wen Yuan, yet she ultimately refrained from speaking. Too slow, Oaks noted as he approached Wen Yuan, eyeing the fierce battle unfolding before them with disdain. Oaks, how dare you lay a hand on me? Do you not fear that my beast hunting clan will become the second to pursue you? Lucy struggled to his feet, bloodied and battered, advancing towards the group with a grotesque visage, his tentacles writhing, covered in suction cups the size of fingers, eliciting a wave of discomfort in Wen Yuan. Utterly hideous, Oaks frowned, appalled by the existence of such a creature. I despise being threatened by unsightly beings. Therefore, I wish for you to perish. With that, Oaks lunged forth, summoning a water whip in an instant. Chapter 49, Contest for Affection. Oaks, you are forcibly unleashing your power. Should you strike again, those above will soon locate you. Fear not. You shall walk in front of me, Oaks retorted, unfazed by Lucy's warning, attacking with full force. As the water whip lashed out, blood splattered, and chunks of flesh fell, the cacophony ceased, and his eyes narrowed in satisfaction, watching the fierce combat before him. Upon hearing this, I could not help but smile. Ji Manru had yet to wed, yet she conducted herself as if seasoned by countless battles. I let out a cold laugh as I stepped through the doorway. He had just begun to display a charming smile to acknowledge the cheers from the crowd when Han Yuxuan suddenly leapt onto him. It turned out that Zhang Qiming wielded a bronze knife with remarkable finesse, effortlessly dispersing the barrage of crossbow bolts as if retrieving a fallen item, raising no suspicion. However, Yun Xian found it odd that he not only remained in the office but silently followed him, leaving him bewildered. Perhaps it was due to his current appearance not resembling Hua Xuanji, he thought, swallowing hard to console himself. Do you not seek to elevate your realm? I can assist you. Before Sun Yingxiong could respond, Lin Yu's words shifted the elders' attention. Given their status, most had already reached the pinnacle of their capabilities and wished for their students to at least not fall short of their achievements. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyang's expression darkened. He understood well the significance of the cleansing ritual. Noticing Chan'er's reluctance to elaborate, Qi Yu had no choice but to comply. However, he was curious about the circumstances described by Master Zhao San and decided to observe the scene firsthand. With time still on their side, Qi Yu led the Qiao sisters, Qiao Yi and Qiao Shui, along with Chan'er, towards the riverbank. Of course, were it not for Nagasawam Mo's watchful presence, Feng Shui might not have mustered the courage. Having spent several nights together with Qi Yu, she was incensed yet helpless. At that moment, Qin Juanqi paid no mind to the astonished Qingya, furrowing his brow as he inquired about Duan Yuqing. Thus, beings like Han Julong, who had lived for over 20,000 years yet retained the demeanor of a youthful adolescent, were not uncommon throughout the Six Extremes universe. The golden toad, gasping for breath and stained with blood, lacked the strength to utter a word, silently observing those who had nearly cost him his life. Suddenly, a realization struck him. There is still one more. Time had swiftly passed, and Qing Pui's mental energy was nearly depleted. Her face resembled a blank canvas, drenched in perspiration. Yet, even in her exhaustion, she exhibited no sign of urgency. Methodically wearing down the resolve of the new moon. Amidst the atmosphere, an overwhelming sorrow permeated, affecting even the many spectators who felt an unbearable pang in their hearts. The effects of alcohol had slightly clouded her mind, but she still recognized her surroundings, choosing not to call for a ride. The cool night breeze, so liberating, was a sensation she rarely experienced. At that moment, Liang Xiao questioned whether it was merely his imagination, as he detected a hint of joy in the second young master's voice. Yet, all of this remained contingent on fate. Should they cross paths, it would be splendid. But if not, Lao He would dispel the curse and personally safeguard the urn. Though she still wore a mask, it had not deterred at least 5 young men from approaching her for her contact information. Chao Qiudao, having lost his broadsword, resorted to his iron sand palm to contend with Ji Chun, his hands appearing dark, akin to iron claws, effectively neutralizing all of Ji Chen's assaults. Chapter 50. The Master of Water Pouring, who is the first? Came the chorus of voices. Wen Yuan hesitated for a moment, then solemnly declared, in my heart, you all hold the top position. His expression was grave, and he spoke with utmost seriousness. The men exchanged glances, and then, right before Wen Yuan's eyes, they reconciled. They then commenced a discussion on who would be deemed first and who second. Wen Yuan pondered. Had she, the principal party involved, become a mere outsider? Ahem. Where are the children? Her gaze swept across the several men present, and thus far, she had not laid eyes on a single child. Aside from Yin Yuchuan, the 2 little ones were soundly asleep in the inner room. They were all at the Linju tribe's children's paradise, which had been rebuilt in a more secure location, tended by trustworthy individuals, allowing Yuan to rest easy. Bai Xiao replied, they are all safe. Indeed. Zeta and Qi Lian nodded in affirmation. We encountered them during our search for you. The little ones are still too young, and given the rainy season, it would be unwise for them to accompany us. We did not feel comfortable leaving them with others, so we entrusted them to Bai Xiao's tribe. Qi Lian elaborated. Are you not planning on returning? Wen Yuan inquired tentatively, observing the men. Of course we intend to return, Bai Xiao said, taking Wen Yuan's hand with a smile. However, we have agreed that one of us must remain by your side for protection. The rainy season poses dangers, with wild beasts and the hunting tribes frequenting the area. How could we possibly leave you alone out here? Wen Yuan fell silent, listening to the gentle patter of the rain outside. Once the rainy season has passed, I shall depart. If time permits, I will return to visit you all. I yearn to see my father's homeland. Upon hearing that Wen Yuan intended to leave alone, Zeta and the others were filled with concern. Yuan, Bishi hails from the western continent, a place far more intricate than our own. As your companions, how can we allow you to venture forth alone? Wen Yuan extended her hand, and the essence of which surged forth, causing a seed to sprout instantaneously. I possess the ability for self-preservation. With a faint smile, Wen Yuan addressed them. Unlike other females, my aspirations lie in the vast expanse of the world, rather than being confined to a singular domain. Perhaps this statement is somewhat inappropriate. Wen Yuan organized her thoughts and continued. Every individual's perspective is unique. Although Xie is my mother, she must balance the beastmen and other children, treating me, a child without a father, with equal consideration. In her eyes, it is equality. In mine, it equates to abandonment. My father is a gentle soul. Even before reaching adulthood, I long to visit his abode, a thought that has persisted with me. Though this may merely be her excuse, Xie, as a mother, is typically tough on the outside but tender within. She can sense that she does not truly dislike the original owner of my body. However, the original owner remains oblivious, which is why, upon learning of her diminished fertility and impending relocation to the red zone, she became anxious about her future and inadvertently tumbled down the slope. Very well. Bai Xiao stood up and gently tousled Wen Yuan's hair, his voice soft. Follow your desires, Yuan. Qilian paused momentarily before adding, Yuan, if you wish, pursue your ambitions. I will await your return. Ing Yuchuan remained silent, merely taking Wen Yuan's hand, expressing his support. Yuan, if you wish to venture forth, you must possess strength. Zeta's voice was soothing. During this rainy season, we shall take turns aiding you in enhancing your abilities. All right, Wen Yuan nodded, considering it the best outcome. Zeta and the others were commendable, yet she did not intend to linger. For what lay ahead might be even more promising. Such thoughts may seem somewhat selfish, but she was inherently self-prioritizing. Her life and love were incomparable. To her, men were merely instruments for survival and procreation. In the subsequent days, Ing Yuchuan busied himself with restoring the tribe, reconstructing the homes that had been ravaged, while simultaneously teaching Wen Yuan how to harness her abilities through the partner mark. Bai Xiao and the others returned briefly to the tribe to check on the young ones, imparting a few instructions before leaving one behind and taking 2 back. It was agreed that Qi Lian would remain first, with Zeta taking his place after 5 days, followed by Bai Xiao and another 5. To conceal any anomalies from them, Wen Yuan spent 100 points to temporarily unveil her hidden mark through the little cup. Duo, Ice technique, ice spike. Crystalline water surged from the sea, flying towards Wen Yuan. In the next moment, water splashed down, and Wen Yuan was swept away by Ying Yuchuan's embrace, leaving the ground where she had stood soaked. Another failure. Wen Yuan sighed. This marked her 25th attempt. The power of the partner mark was limited. It was best to specialize in a singular technique to enhance her offensive capabilities. The ice spike was an attack-oriented technique chosen for her by Ying Yuchuan. Do not be disheartened. Ying Yuchuan gently set her down, his wings fluttering as he comforted her. When my father taught me, I was far slower than you. Father. Wen Yuan was momentarily taken aback as she turned her gaze towards Ying Yuchuan. She had almost forgotten that his father had perished in the recent battle while attempting to protect a forsaken child, falling victim to the hands of the beast hunters. Like all other orcs, Ying Yuchuan was not raised by his father. His mother had sacrificed him during an attack by the beast hunters, pushing him away to divert attention and fleeing herself. Tragically, he had witnessed his mother being devoured alive by the beast hunters. This harrowing experience left him unable to face females, and as for Lu Zhu, it was due to Ying Pu's affection for her that he held a certain leniency towards her. Lu Zhu was the offspring of a female whom Ying Pu cherished. After the death of Lu Zhu's mother, Lu Shi underwent a drastic change in temperament, developing a deep-seated hatred for the beast hunters. In his fervent focus on combating them, he somewhat neglected Lu Zhu, and Ying Pu's indulgence towards Lu Zhu only further softened Ying Yuchuan's stance towards her, sparing her from fear or aversion. Yet, this unique circumstance, combined with childhood antics and Ying Pu's favoritism along with Lu Shi's insinuations, led Lu Zhu to harbor an almost obsessive notion towards Ying Yuchuan. Ultimately, she too was a pawn in a larger game. Lu Shi sought to control Ying Yuchuan through the prospect of him becoming Lu Zhu's mate, aiming to bring the entire Fishman Island to its knees without a fight, transforming it into a continuous source of sustenance for his clan. I am sorry, Yuchuan. I have overlooked you, Wen Yuan said, embracing Ying Yuchuan, her voice muffled. Let us leave it at this for today. What's wrong? Ying Yuchuan was somewhat taken aback by Wen Yuan's affectionate gesture. Ever since the beastmen had approached her, he had felt an unsettling anxiety, fearing that she might abandon him to join them, especially since he had won her over by force. I merely wish to remind you that, regardless of what transpires, you still have your kin, your offspring, and me. Wen Yuan tightened her grip around Ying Yuchuan. She understood the pain of losing family but was uncertain how to provide comfort, as she had always endured her struggles alone. An orphan from a young age, she was raised by her grandmother, who scavenged to support them. Though her childhood was fraught with hardship, it was still filled with joy. Yet, after her grandmother's passing, she found herself devoid of kin, navigating through a bleak period alone. Thus, she comprehended the anguish of loss but was at a loss for words to console him. Upon hearing her words, Ying Yuchuan held her even tighter, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having encountered Wen Yuan and being blessed with adorable offspring. He longed to remain by her side eternally, yet he recognized the selfishness of such a desire. Wen Yuan had her own pursuits, and he could not bind her to him, nor could he evade the responsibilities he bore. The second teacher for Wen Yuan was Zeta, whose ability lay in the effortless manipulation of the winds, a power that could silently extinguish lives. It was said that wind-based orc warriors could kill their targets with merely a glance. You can condense the wind into blades for attack, correct? Zeta gazed at Wen Yuan with a tenderness that seemed poised to overflow. Yes, Wen Yuan nodded. In her leisure moments, she pondered over these matters, not only concerning her own abilities, but also the fragment of energy carried by the mate's mark. After all, adhering to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Wen Yuan found no reason to give up. Despite the few females capable of wielding their mate's power for self-protection, which often only served mundane purposes. For instance, fire abilities could ignite a flame, wood abilities could germinate a seed, and water abilities could conjure a drop of water when parched. Today, let us explore a different aspect of wind manipulation. Zeta spoke gently, maintaining a respectful distance from Wen Yuan, worried that she might feel uncomfortable with proximity, especially since she did not yet remember him. Though she had accepted the reality of being his mate, he wished to take their relationship slowly to avoid scaring her away. All right, wind is formless. First, you must learn to capture it. Once you have grasped it, you will wield it at will. We need not focus on complex techniques. Today, I want to teach you how to use the wind to control others' movements. For instance, confinement. Zeta instructed, stepping back a pace, his light green eyes fixated on Wen Yuan. Wind technique, confinement. His eyes narrowed slightly, captivating yet perilous. In the next moment, Wen Yuan felt as if her feet were bound by stones of immense weight, rendering her immobile. Wen Yuan, do you sense it? Yes, I cannot move my legs. This is confinement. I control the wind around you, binding your legs. How is this achieved? It requires continuous practice to condense the wind, akin to merging 10 blades into one. Purification? Zeta paused, then smiled. That sounds quite close. My Wen Yuan is truly clever. The term purification aptly described this skill. Wen Yuan felt her cheeks flush at Zeta's sincere praise. It was somewhat embarrassing to be complimented for merely borrowing a term. Shall I try? Zeta inquired. Yes, Wen Yuan affirmed, earnestly attuning herself to the sensation of the sea breeze, closing her eyes as a soft orange glow emanated from her hands. In that moment, the world seemed to quiet. The flow of the wind materialized before her, an extraordinary sensation. It felt as if all the winds around her had taken form, and she could accurately capture them. Wind technique, confinement. Her light blue eyes opened, and as the spell was cast, Zeta distinctly felt one of his hands being confined, though the sensation was fleeting. So subtle that had he not been attuned to the winds, he might have missed it entirely. Indeed, success could not be achieved in a single attempt. Rather than feeling disheartened, Wen Yuan was invigorated, encouraged by her previous experience with water-based techniques, which gave her a foundational understanding of her learning capabilities. You've done remarkably well. Zeta approached her, bending down to ruffle her hair gently, his voice soothing. Wen Yuan, there's no need to rush. We shall take our time, all right? The final note of his sentence rose slightly, his handsome face close at hand. Yes, all right. Wen Yuan's heart raced, for as a person enamored by beauty, she found his striking appearance overwhelming. Zeta was meticulous and gentle, making their interactions quite pleasant. Due to Wen Yuan's unforeseen obligations, she spent most of her time with Zeta, resulting in her rapid advancement in wind manipulation. 5 fleeting days passed, and Zeta reluctantly departed from Fishman Island, needing to replace Qi Lian. Wen Bao, I miss you so much. Upon stepping onto the island, Qi Lian leapt into Wen Yuan's embrace, nuzzling against her, eager to reclaim the lost 5 days. Qi Lian, stop it, Wen Yuan said with exasperation. The mere thought of spending the next 10 days with Wen Bao filled him with joy. His vibrant red hair and radiant smile transformed his once somewhat delicate features into something fervent. Good. Just be careful with fire. It can be very dangerous. So, we must exercise caution in controlling the intensity and distance. If one inadvertently sets fire to a forest or tribe, one would surely face condemnation. Qi Lian smiled radiantly. However, with my guidance, my Yuan Bao shall undoubtedly become the finest fire controller. At this point, Qi Lian exuded a sense of pride in Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan touched his nose, hoping that he could maintain such a positive mindset in the days to come. Yuan Bao, perhaps you must first learn to control the fireball, mastering its size and form. As he watched Wen Yuan repeatedly fail, Qi Lian stepped forward to offer comfort. Wen Yuan fell back in exasperation. This is so difficult. Fire seemed far more challenging to control than his other skills. No worries, Yuan Bao, we have plenty of time. Don't rush, with me by your side. You will surely succeed. His unwavering pride was evident, and even Wen Yuan found himself admiring him. Fire magic, blazing flames. After countless days of effort, Wen Yuan finally managed to execute the skill, albeit not as impressively as Qi Lian, yet it was still a significant achievement. Gazing at the flames flickering before him, Wen Yuan exhaled in relief. He had finally made some progress. Yuan Bao, you are amazing. Qi Lian cheered, showering him with exuberant praise. Wen Yuan summoned water with her hydromancy, pouring it haphazardly over the flames, extinguishing them. She then turned to Qi Lian with a smile and remarked, "Isn't it all thanks to my dear Qi Lian's excellent teaching?" "Indeed," he replied. "Let us be on our way. It's getting late, and we should return home." Wen Yuan grasped Qi Lian's hand, and after the flames had completely extinguished, she turned and walked toward the quaint wooden cabin. The rainy season had granted a rare moment of sunshine. As the sun descended, the horizon blazed with fiery hues, casting long shadows of the two figures hand in hand. When the time came for Qi Lian to depart, Wen Yuan had already mastered the fire-based skills he had imparted. Next came Bai Xiao, and this time, Wen Yuan felt a sense of anticipation, curious about what knowledge Bai Xiao would bestow upon her. Chapter 52. The lottery and rewards. The following day brought torrential rain, with fine droplets cascading down, creating a rhythmic patter on the rooftop. Wen Yuan waited for 2 days, yet neither Zeta nor Bai Xiao made an appearance. Zeta could have remained, but his concern for his offspring compelled him to return and check on the child. However, Qi Lian chose to stay behind. Just as Wen Yuan could no longer contain his urge to seek out the two, silhouettes gradually emerged from the curtain of rain, drenched by Xiao and Zeta. Upon entering the dwelling, Wen Yuan hurriedly fetched clean animal skins for them to change into and prepared a bowl of ginger tea to prevent them from catching a cold. Although the physical constitution of male beast men was robust, it was prudent to take precautions against unforeseen circumstances. In the spirit of fairness, Wen Yuan also poured a bowl for Wen Yuan and Qi Lian, who were watching eagerly from their seats. The result was that both men fell silent after taking a sip. "I apologize, Bai Yuan, for causing you worry." Bai Xiao spoke first after finishing the ginger tea. "There was a minor incident in the tribe. A male was injured while hunting, and I took him to the Zealand tribe." The name of the Zealand tribe was all too familiar. Wen Yuan felt a momentary daze, as she had never intended to leave that place. Nevertheless, it was all in the past now. To maintain the facade of amnesia, she concealed any signs of abnormality on her face. Zeta, who had been observing her expressions, could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, Yuan still could not recall him. Witnessing Zeta's sorrowful demeanor, Wen Yuan found herself on the verge of explaining. Yet the words remained unspoken, stifled in her throat. "This is the price of deceit," a single lie necessitates countless others to sustain it. Thus, unless absolutely essential, one must exercise caution in the art of lying, lest they unwittingly plunge themselves into an abyss. At that time, Wen Yuan had not anticipated that Zeta would seek her out. After all, in this world, for male beast men, a partner was far less significant than offspring. In the animal kingdom, do not males long to spread their progeny far and wide? Perhaps, before her departure, she should find an opportunity to confide in Zeta. Is everything all right? Wen Yuan inquired, coming to her senses. Thanks to the ministrations of the tribal healer from the Zaylin clan, there were no serious issues. Bai Xiao continued, that little girl Lin Lang misses you dearly. In 3 days, she will celebrate her coming-of-age ceremony, during which she will receive blessings from the beast god. She has asked me to convey a message, hoping that a Yuan will attend her ceremony. The blessing from the beast god also served as a fertility test. Very well, Wen Yuan replied with a smile, recalling the cheerful and sunny little girl. The only individual who might be displeased with Wen Yuan's decision to return to the tribe was Yu Chuan, as he had become the king of Mermaid Island and could not possibly leave. Protecting Mermaid Island had become his solemn duty. The rain continued to pour, transforming the training grounds from outdoors to indoors. Bai Xiao, a lightning ability user, could inflict tremendous damage in an instant. It was said that formidable lightning users could summon thunder at will, capable of incinerating a person in a flash. Lightning technique, thunder summoning. As the intricate power of lightning flickered and crackled, Wen Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment when it abruptly vanished. A Yuan has performed admirably. Responding to the call of lightning so swiftly, Bai Xiao remarked, his eyes wide with praise, which left Wen Yuan feeling a touch bashful, yet immensely gratified. After all, who does not appreciate being lauded? While practicing the techniques taught by Zeta and his companions, with the assistance of the emu spirit, Wen Yuan swiftly elevated her wood-based abilities to a low yellow tier and exchanged points at the marketplace for a cultivation manual on wood abilities. The book was meticulously detailed, chronicling various wood techniques, including cultivation methods and usage precautions. That night, as the 2 little ones felt unwell, Wen Yuan administered some free medicine provided by Zai Duo and kept vigil by their side. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to utilize the 2 lottery draws awarded for her previous childbirth. Lottery, both at once. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 uses of the bathroom in the house. This is a consumable item and cannot be upgraded. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 memory foam mattress, a permanent item that cannot be upgraded. A mattress. Memory foam. Goodness, her luck was extraordinary this time. Heaven knows how much of a blessing this mattress would be for someone like her, who preferred sleeping on her side. Although laying animal skins on the bed was not uncomfortable, it certainly lacked ease. How does one use the bathroom in the house? Could it be that it functions as she imagines? The host merely needs to summon it with thought, the cold, mechanical voice of Zai Duo explained. Casting a glance at the already slumbering children, she reached out to gently caress their plump cheeks and smooth foreheads. Not feeling any heat, Wen Yuan securely closed the door and bolted it before confidently summoning the bathroom with her mind. Upon entering the bathroom, as soon as the idea took shape, Wen Yuan immediately felt a shift in temperature. Opening her eyes, she found herself in a modern bathroom. The walls were adorned in white, with a large showerhead at the front, connected to a solar water heater beside it. Adjacent to the shower, in the corner near the window, was a stainless steel rack holding various bottles and jars. A pink bubble bath ball hung beside the shower, and 3 towels of differing colors were draped on a towel rack embedded in the wall. The floor contained a squat toilet and a red bucket. While the setup appeared rather simple, for Wen Yuan, it was nothing short of a heavenly oasis. Previously, she had often scorned her own bathroom for its simplicity and lack of aesthetics, yet now she cherished the convenience and cleanliness it offered. It was truly surprising how Zai Duo had managed to procure a bathroom from her rented dwelling. If only, Wen Yuan turned, her gaze fervently fixed upon the door before her. With a delicate motion, she raised her hand and cautiously placed it upon the doorknob, her excitement causing her fingers to tremble slightly. Perhaps all that surrounded her at this moment was but a dream. The sound of the doorknob being twisted echoed, causing her heart to leap into her throat. Yet, no matter how forcefully she pulled, the door remained obstinately shut, as if it were welded to the wall. The host truly was Navi, a deceased soul daring to yearn for the past. Although the door did not yield, it was met with the scornful taunts of a voice. A warning echoed, "Do not dwell on the futile, for your life now hangs by a thread. Only 15 days remain. If you do not hasten to conceive, your demise will be most tragic." This admonition extinguished the flicker of joy that had briefly ignited within Wen Yuan. Indeed, the voice was rather unkind. After turning on the shower, she found the water pleasantly warm, and she set aside her fur garments to indulge in a soothing bath. When she re-emerged into the room, the rain had lessened. Glancing at the slumbering child, she gently checked the temperature of his forehead, reassured that all was well. And then she lay down beside him. Chapter 53. Wen Yuan may have been controlled by some unseen force. The relentless downpour had rendered the earth loose. and the paths within the woods were dotted with puddles that splashed with each step. The rain had cloaked the forest in a veil of mist, obscuring the landscape ahead. Wen Yuan, be careful, Zeta cautioned, clearing away the branches that obstructed their path before turning to extend a hand towards Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan cautiously placed her hand down and carefully stepped over the puddle. How much longer will this rain persist? Occasionally, a gentle drizzle might reveal a different kind of beauty, yet when the rain intensifies, it becomes a disaster. Take this path, for instance. Had the rain not submerged the low-lying trail, they would not have had to navigate the higher ground. It seems that this year, the rainfall exceeds that of previous years. Zeta responded, gently guiding Wen Yuan forward, and when faced with a particularly deep puddle, he effortlessly lifted her, placing her upon his shoulders. If this downpour continues, even the forest may struggle to endure. From her elevated vantage point, Wen Yuan gazed into the distance, where a vast expanse of white mist obscured much of the treetops. Once the rainfall becomes excessive, mudslides, floods, and collapses can occur with alarming ease. Just days before her tragic fall, a surge of rain had caused a roadway to collapse, claiming many lives. Reinforced concrete could not withstand such forces, let alone the ancient forest. A distant rumble echoed, though its source remained unclear. What could that sound be? Wen Yuan furrowed her brow, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Could it be that fear manifests itself in ominous ways? Let us go. Bai Xiao transformed into a white wolf and, taking a few steps forward, lowered his body slightly. There is something unusual ahead. We must depart swiftly. Without hesitation, Qi Lian and the others climbed onto Bai Xiao's back. If it truly was a natural disaster, their strength would be as futile as a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. Trees collapsed, stones tumbled, and a torrent of ginger-colored water surged forth with unstoppable momentum. The deluge was immense, swift, and widespread, leaving no time to react as several individuals were swept into the flood. The water scattered them, rendering them unable to discern directions. At the moment of immersion, Wen Yuan felt a surge of panic, even swallowing several mouthfuls of water in her struggle, but she quickly regained her composure. She retrieved a water-repellent pearl from her space, placing it in her mouth. Instantly, the sensation of suffocation dissipated, and a protective barrier enveloped her, separating her from the frigid river water. Subsequently, she donned the scales gifted by Yu Chuan, and a soothing warmth seemed to emanate from the once chilling water. In the next instant, her feet transformed into a fish tail, pink scales shimmering into existence. As she swayed her tail, the water surged around her, and Wen Yuan experienced what it truly meant to be in her element. Host, since you do not intend to bear offspring with them, you may leave now, the voice of Zhuo Duo echoed in her mind, momentarily halting Wen Yuan's movements as she swam toward the riverbank. What do you mean? She inquired. You should seek a worthy partner to produce offspring. Casting a glance toward the riverbank, Wen Yuan's eyes flickered, and she replied coldly, understood. Yuan. Zeta emerged first from the waters, standing atop a rise, his anxious gaze scanning for Wen Yuan's figure. However, the flood had uprooted numerous trees, and the surface was littered with debris, making it nearly impossible to spot her. He could faintly perceive through their bond that Wen Yuan was unharmed, but the next moment, the connection weakened significantly. He could ascertain that the bond still existed but could no longer sense her location. Cough, cough. Has Yuan Bao been found? Qi Lian emerged from the water, drenched, his red hair matted with yellow mud, coughing as he approached Zeta. No, Zeta replied, his expression grim. The bond had again become unclear. Bai Xiao leapt down from a tree, his once pure white fur now soaked and mired with yellow mud, appearing quite disheveled. Last time, Yuan went missing in a similar manner, Zeta remarked, his eyes serious as he looked at Bai Xiao. How could this happen? In contrast to Bai Xiao and Zeta, Qi Lian exhibited greater urgency, as the sensation gnawed at him, leaving him with a profound sense of unease. Yuan may have been coerced by something, Zeta mused. His long eyelashes damp, his pale green eyes filled with worry. However, Yuan has never mentioned anything to me. Could it be that amnesia caused her to distance herself from him? I do not know, Bai Xiao replied gravely. Perhaps one could say she is under control. Yuan Bao is not the type to leave without a word. Though Qi Lian was uncertain of their conversation, he interjected, I can tell that, rather than seeking popularity, Yuan Bao prefers the communal life of the tribe. I will search eastward. Zeta transformed into a giant black fox. Bai Xiao head west. Qi Lian, you are swift in your beast form. Go downstream. Regardless of whether we find her or not, we shall regroup at Linju tribe in a day. Understood. Bai Xiao dashed westward. Qi Lian morphed into a massive crimson flame python, quickly slithering downstream with flicking tongue. Meanwhile, Wen Yuan had already emerged from the floodwaters downstream, clambering onto the shore, glancing coldly at the source of the flood before turning to leave. Fortunately, she had prepared adequately, with ample supplies in her space. She changed out of her animal skins, carelessly tossing them aside, and made her way into the depths of the forest. Uncertain how long she walked, she eventually discovered a modest cave that, though small, sufficed for a night's rest. This time, She meticulously inspected the area and found no signs of habitation by beastmen, nor any traces of large animal droppings nearby. She took out rice to rinse, retrieved the stone pot she had ground, and prepared a pot of rice. Then, using her points, she exchanged for some fresh vegetables, pulling out pre-cut meat from her space, igniting a fire, and preparing to stir-fry. Although the environment was rudimentary, Wen Yuan had no intention of depriving herself. After a hearty meal, she sought a relatively dry spot, cleared the ground, laid down a layer of animal skin, and then pulled out a large mattress from her space, placing it atop the skin. Wen Yuan luxuriated in a warm bath in the restroom, subsequently donning the soft fur sleepwear crafted by Qi Liang as per her request. With contentment, she reclined upon the mattress. Ever since she established a perilous alert agreement with the creature dodo, which cost her 100 points, Wen Yuan no longer needed to inquire repeatedly. Once she drifted into slumber, Dodo would automatically activate its vigilance feature. On a rainy night, the rhythmic patter of raindrops served as the finest lullaby for Wen Yuan. And within minutes, she succumbed to a deep sleep, for she was undeniably fatigued after the day's exertions. By the riverside, when Qi Liang arrived, only a set of Wen Yuan's damp garments remained on the bank. Chapter 54. A male beast man falls from the sky. Qi Liang did not dwell on the matter, grasping the soaked clothing and proceeding to seek out Bai Xiao and Zeta. The wet attire's presence by the riverbank at least confirmed that Xiao Yuan was safe. However, she seemed disinclined or unable to meet them at that moment. Perhaps, we must grow stronger. Qi Liang handed the garments to the others, addressing them. Indeed, Zeta softly echoed. Who will notify that fellow from Mermaid Island? Bai Xiao glanced at Qi Liang and then at Zeta. I haven't returned to the tribe for several days. I must go back. Little Yin must be missing me. A tender affection surfaced in Bai Xiao as he mentioned his daughter. I shall not go. Were it not for that fellow, Yuan Bao would not have left me. Qi Liang huffed softly, transforming into a great python, coiling around Wen Yuan's discarded clothing, and with a swift motion, vanished from sight. Consequently, Zeta was left with the task. On the following day, the sky cleared. The azure heavens, washed clean by the rain, invigorated her spirit as she stood at the cave's entrance, inhaling deeply. After a restful night, she rose early to prepare a meal, roasting meat and crafting a vegetable soup from the leftover greens. With a remaining supply of 1.5 pounds of rice, she found no other provisions readily available, thus resorting to exchanging points at the points marketplace. Had it not been for her recent expenditures, she would not have felt so miserly regarding her points. Upon this reflection, Wen Yuan couldn't help but lament the wretchedly frugal dodo, exclaiming that all her hard-earned points had ultimately been squandered on it. As she gathered her belongings and prepared to depart, something suddenly plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the ground before her and creating a considerable crater that emitted a wisp of smoke. Startled, Wen Yuan instinctively retreated. A meteorite from the sky? After waiting for a while with no sign of movement, she cautiously stepped forward. However, recalling something, she turned and ran to a safe distance before pausing, climbing a tree with the aid of vines to observe the crater from above. The distance was not great, and from her elevated position, she discerned the situation within the crater. A charred entity lay curled at the bottom, exuding smoke, obscuring its original form. Yet, it was evident that this being posed no threat. In fact, Wen Yuan felt she could easily dispatch it with a single slap. Once assured of its harmlessness, Wen Yuan descended from the tree. Her curiosity piqued as she approached the crater. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a beast man, his skin blackened and curled up, rendering him unrecognizable from afar. Having satisfied her curiosity, she turned to leave, only to be startled by Dodo's sudden announcement. Male specimen detected, flame golden phoenix, blue level, medium. Suitable as a breeding candidate. Blue level points lottery, upgrade life. Wen Yuan, who had already begun to depart, swiftly returned to the edge of the crater, gazing down at the charred figure with a gentle smile and a soft tone. Hello, may I ask if you are still alive? After a prolonged silence, there was no response from the figure. Could it be that you are dead? Wen Yuan felt a twinge of reluctance. Cautiously, she descended and crouched down, raising her hand to wave away the persistent smoke, pinching her nose as she raised her voice. Are you dead? Silence ensued. Observing the dark figure before her, Wen Yuan furrowed her brow and reached to check the man's neck, feeling a faint pulse beneath the charred skin, which brought her a sense of relief. It appeared he was still alive. Struggling, she climbed back up and managed to haul the nearly 6-foot-tall man into the cave. Wen Yuan felt fortunate to possess her unique abilities. Otherwise, transporting such a large man would have been quite a challenge. As she examined his soot-covered skin, she hesitantly took out some animal hide, dampened it with water, and began to clean him. Some areas were scorched, genuinely blackened, while most were merely stained, resembling a large piece of smoked meat. Once she finished cleaning, a remarkably handsome and pristine young man emerged in Wen Yuan's line of sight, though his tousled black hair slightly marred his appearance. After tidying up, she gazed at the man, who showed no signs of awakening, and began to fret. With only about 10 days of life remaining, would he awaken in time? Even if he did, Wen Yuan's gaze descended as she contemplated the possibility of the object being functional after such a tremendous fall. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became that it was beyond salvage. An impulse to cast him back into the abyss surged within her. Fortunately, fate smiled upon the determined. For on the fourth day of her struggle to cast him into the pit, the man awakened. Yet, was there anything amiss? Wen Yuan raised her hand, gesturing in front of the man, surveying him from head to toe, and couldn't he help but marvel. Even with his messy hair, he exuded an air of cleanliness and chill, clearly indicating that he was indeed handsome. His amber eyes shifted, focusing intently on Wen Yuan. Her snow-white hair, delicate skin, sparkling eyes, and crimson lips spoke words of concern for him. Even her clear blue eyes brimmed with care for his well-being. The female before him was strikingly beautiful. "I am Feng Jin, and I thank you for saving me. What would you like in return?" As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Wen Yuan, as if contemplating how she might repay this life-saving female. "Would offering myself suffice?" Wen Yuan's eyes shone brightly. Her gaze fixated on the other, as if she were eyeing a delectable feast. Feng Jin momentarily froze, her eyes flickering before she chuckled softly and nodded in agreement. "Is that a yes? However, I am currently injured and will need a few days before I can bond with you." Feng Jin spoke with a serious tone, looking earnestly at Wen Yuan. There's no need to rush," Wen Yuan replied, diverting her gaze, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Why was this awkward conversation drifting toward such a cringeworthy direction? Nevertheless, it was just a breeding partner. He looked decent, had a good physique, and a month would pass quickly enough. "Very well," Feng Jin nodded with a gentle smile. Her eyes mirrored Wen Yuan's in their clarity and purity. "Then it's settled. I will take care of you in the coming days." Wen Yuan set down a bowl of water. "If you need anything, just call for me." "Understood," Feng Jin nodded, obedient and compliant. "Also, my name is Wen Yuan. Remember it." Feng Jin nodded again. "Wen Yuan, a lovely name," she remarked. Her voice cool, yet exceptionally sincere. "I think so too," Wen Yuan replied before turning to leave. With the presence of another, Wen Yuan could no longer freely use the items in her space, so she needed to go hunt. Capturing large beasts was out of the question, but small ones posed no challenge for her at this moment. As she returned to the cave, dragging 2 large-eared rabbits, she found Feng Jin already able to rise, holding a charred beast hide in her hands. The sight was all-encompassing. Though it hung loosely, it was still enough to make one's heart race. Due to her slight bend, Wen Yuan could even catch a glimpse of her abdominal muscles. Chapter 55. Your physique is truly remarkable. Wen Yuan stood motionless, clutching the rabbit, gazing intently at Feng Jin. Feng Jin held his skirt, his expression stiff as he stared back at her. The two remained rooted in place, locked in a silent standoff. "Ahem, could you possibly turn around?" Feng Jin stuttered, a crimson hue creeping across his cheeks, accentuating the fiery phoenix emblem on his forehead. You have a lovely figure." Wen Yuan attempted to alleviate the awkwardness, but her words only deepened the discomfort. Observing the man opposite her, whose face was turning as red as a lobster, Wen Yuan raised a hand to touch her nose and, dragging the rabbit, turned to leave. As she walked away, the flush on Feng Jin's face vanished, replaced by a glimmer of intrigue in his amber eyes. He tossed aside the charred beast skin skirt and donned a clean one before stepping out of the cave. At that moment, Wen Yuan was grappling with a beautifully crafted knife, contemplating the lifeless rabbit sprawled on the ground. She knew how to kill a rabbit, but the delicate task of skinning it was beyond her abilities. After all, such precision was challenging for someone who had only recently learned to take a life. In her world, she could purchase live animals and request that the vendor handle the slaughtering, even asking for them to be chopped up. Yet here, adhering to her belief in self-sufficiency, she had resolved to learn this skill. Indeed, under the persistent encouragement of her companion, she had become somewhat of a wanderer. "Are you looking to process the hide?" Feng Jin's voice broke through her thoughts, and she turned to see the man whose warmth still lingered on his cheeks. "Can you do it?" "Yes, I can," Wen Yuan replied with a nod. "But you have yet to recover from your injuries." Her gaze swept over him, noting the numerous burns that still needed tending. Although the beast folk healed remarkably quickly, these wounds required several days of proper care to mend. It would be counterproductive for Wen Yuan to delay his recovery for the sake of skinning a rabbit. "Never mind, you can sit quietly and direct me. I must learn this skill sooner or later." She resolved to clandestinely acquire the knowledge. "Very well," Feng Jin conceded, his intention to speak further dissipating upon meeting Wen Yuan's determined gaze. "Make a circular incision 1 to 2 inches above the rabbit's hind claws," Feng Jin instructed clearly. Seated on a stone at the cave's entrance, earnestly imparting his knowledge to Wen Yuan. Upon hearing the words, Wen Yuan first cast a glance at Feng Jin, and then grasped the dagger to follow suit. Subsequently, she traced 2 lines along the openings, directing them towards the inner thighs and converging beneath. Her voice remained steady, and to ensure Wen Yuan could comprehend more clearly, she deliberately slowed her pace. Wen Yuan gazed at the blood on the blade, continuing to follow the instructions. Behind her, Feng Jin urged her on, and Wen Yuan complied. By the time the entire rabbit skin had been meticulously stripped away, she was drenched in sweat. This task was not only physically taxing, but also mentally exhausting. In the past, had she witnessed another performing such an act, she would have undoubtedly remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "How could one eat such an adorable creature as a rabbit?" Yet, when faced with the reality of consuming a rabbit, those words failed to escape her lips. Eschewing any notions of vegetarianism, which might indeed sustain one, was futile in this harsh world of beasts. Without consuming meat, survival was impossible. In this realm, one was either the prey or the predator. Thus, Wen Yuan had set aside her so-called compassion from the outset. Sympathy could not fill her belly. Rather, it would leave her vulnerable in a world where, when she became another's quarry, she might find herself unable to flee. With her initial experience behind her, Wen Yuan handled the second rabbit with evident proficiency, no longer requiring Feng Jin's guidance. Observing her swift and adept movements, Feng Jin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A gentle breeze tousled her dark, loose strands of hair, revealing the vivid crimson phoenix emblem upon her forehead. Her amber gaze remained fixed upon Wen Yuan, brimming with curiosity and admiration. Once completed, Wen Yuan evenly coated the meat with the spices she had gathered, securing it onto a wooden stick and placing it upon the prepared grill. As she began to gather kindling, preparing to ignite it with her fire starter, Feng Jin snapped her fingers. In an instant, the wood ignited with a resounding crackle, and a fierce flame leapt into the air. Wen Yuan was taken aback, turning to Feng Jin and inquiring, "Are you endowed with fire abilities?" "Indeed." Feng Jin responded with a soft affirmation. "Then how could you sustain burns?" She was aware that those who possessed fire abilities typically had a high tolerance to heat, rendering them impervious to flames. "I cannot recall," Feng Jin replied earnestly, wearing an expression of innocence. "Is it amnesia?" Wen Yuan merely cast a few glances at Feng Jin, not overly concerned with the veracity of his words. Once the fire had extinguished, she moved the grill over to the glowing embers, and with a slow rotation and a brush of seasoning, her creation was complete. "Care to try?" Wen Yuan offered the grilled meat to Feng Jin. Although her technique was somewhat lacking, resulting in parts of the exterior being charred, the aroma, enhanced by spices, was still quite appealing. Gazing at the unevenly cooked meat before him, Feng Jin pressed his lips together, initially reluctant to extend his hand. However, upon meeting her expectant gaze, he inexplicably accepted the offering. As he held the meat, a myriad of emotions flickered in his eyes. After what seemed like a momentous decision, he brought it to his lips and took a bite. Crispy, fragrant, and delightfully spicy. The flavor was surprisingly exquisite, a taste he had never encountered before. Feng Jin's eyes brightened, and he took another bite, discovering a flavor he thoroughly enjoyed. Watching him eat the grilled meat in small bites, she noted how delicate he appeared, yet his eyes sparkled with the innocence of youth. As he gnawed on the meat, Wen Yuan felt an unusual uplift in her spirits. Indeed, it was true what they said. Handsome men and delicious food could cure all sorrows. Alas, she had inadvertently charred some of it. But as a novice in grilling rabbit meat, she felt a sense of satisfaction. The next day, the torrential rain persisted, creating a dense curtain that obscured the view of the opposite side. Due to the intensity of the downpour, Wen Yuan remained in the cave all day, boredom reaching its peak. She enlisted Feng Jin to play a game of 5 in a row. Feng Jin was exceptionally clever, grasping the rules quickly. However, he consistently lost to Wen Yuan, which bolstered her confidence, leading her to entertain the illusion of being unbeatable. After a few games, her initial pride began to wane as she faced a series of defeats, losing spectacularly. To her chagrin, the winner wore an innocent expression. "Wen Yuan, shall we play another round? I didn't mean to win. I simply made an inadvertent mistake. Don't be upset. Let us play again, and I'll let you win." "Shall I?" Feng Jin's seemingly placating words only served to infuriate Wen Yuan. "I'm done," she exclaimed, flinging aside her red stone in frustration. "It's quite an amusing game, Wen Yuan. Would you indulge me for a while longer? I shall offer you a reward." With that, Feng Jin produced a heavy bag from seemingly nowhere and handed it to her. Suspiciously, she glanced at him, and upon his encouragement, she opened the bag to find it brimming with dazzling, multicolored beast crystals. Chapter 56, An Unexpected Encounter. Confirming their shared gaze, it was evident he was a man of wealth. Wen Yuan accepted the bag, resolved to engage in another 300 rounds. Although she had been defeated every time, she found joy in the process. As the saying goes, one gets paid for their efforts. As night descended, Wen Yuan awoke from her slumber to find a fire crackling in the cave. "Would you care to taste the soup I have prepared?" Feng Jin offered her a bowl. The soup was seasoned to perfection and pleasantly warm. "Its flavor is delightful. I did not anticipate that you possessed such culinary skills," she praised sincerely. In this realm, the orcs generally held modest expectations regarding food. As long as it was palatable, they would accept it. Many, including the wandering beasts, relished raw meat, indulging in the primal act of tearing flesh and drinking blood. Thus, Wen Yuan expressed a mild curiosity about Feng Jin's culinary prowess. "I hold a low status within the tribe and am unable to partake in the hunting missions, which burdens me with guilt." In an effort to demonstrate my contribution to the tribe, I began to explore the art of cooking. To my surprise, I discovered I possessed a modicum of talent in this area. Consequently, when my kin ventured out to hunt, I would prepare a sumptuous feast to reward them, thus fulfilling my role within the tribe. Feng Jin took a generous sip of the soup and gazed at Wen Yuan with clear eyes. Do you think I am utterly ineffectual? Your culinary skills are remarkable. Had I not been so lacking in strength, unable to even defeat a red-tier, third-level beast, I would not have resorted to studying food. Given my shortcomings, do you still hold affection for me? Are the words I spoke earlier still valid? Wen Yuan, what is the matter with this man? She gazed at Feng Jin with suspicion, observing his size and his profoundly self-deprecating demeanor. Wen Yuan felt somewhat speechless. What a performance! One must truly excel to match his act. Had it not been for the incessant babble of the little one, she might have been entirely deceived by his acting prowess. It is indeed a farce. Wen Yuan set down the empty soup bowl, her expression serious as she gazed at Feng Jin, taking his hand with a tender grip. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I found myself enamored, she declared. Regardless of your abilities, I am resolute in my desire to be your partner. Yes, indeed, this bond is destined to be forged. Acting is Wen Yuan's forte, and she weaves lies with effortless ease. For the sake of entertainment, dear audience, do not emulate her. Upon hearing her words, a blush crept across Feng Jin's handsome visage, and he cautiously tightened his grasp on her hand, his gaze dropping shyly, embodying the image of a bashful gentleman being playfully teased. Wen Yuan, this performance has certainly gone a bit overboard, my brother. Due to Feng Jin's injuries, which have not yet fully healed, Wen Yuan is compelled to hunt personally. Yet, a certain man insists on accompanying her, claiming he cannot bear the thought of Wen Yuan being alone outdoors. This insistence directly leads to Wen Yuan, who originally intended to resolve matters swiftly with her extraordinary abilities, having to resort to the most primitive methods. Wen Yuan, how much deeper must this pit be dug? Holding the stone hoe crafted by Wen Yuan, Feng Jin, drenched in sweat, straightens up and gazes at Wen Yuan, who sits leisurely on a nearby rock. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Wen Yuan's gaze scrutinized the perspiring Feng Jin, raising her hand to gesture, her red lips curving slightly, perhaps a tad larger and deeper than the pit you fell and created. Upon hearing this, Feng Jin's expression stiffened, his grip on the hoe tightening. He then nodded with a hearty voice. All right, I shall dig it well. Thus, he immersed himself in diligent labor once more. Observing the man exerting himself, Wen Yuan's smile widened. This dog of a man, so fond of theatrics, would not be worn out so easily. His wound, given his prowess, should have healed within a few days. Yet here they were on the 4th day, and it remained unchanged. If she were to claim there were no tricks involved, she would not believe it. More troubling was the implication that his expression when she mentioned the pit suggested that perhaps even that was part of his performance. If so, when had she become the focus of his scrutiny? At present, it seemed devoid of malice. At least, if he intended to act against her, he would not have waited this long. All right, Wen Yuan, come take a look. Is my digging deep enough? Just as Wen Yuan was lost in contemplation, Feng Jin's voice brought her back to reality. She stepped towards the edge of the large pit, gazing down at Feng Jin, who looked up at her with an innocent expression from the bottom. A twitch at the corner of her mouth revealed her thoughts. You have truly worked hard. This pit, to catch prey, or even a person, is indeed sufficient, especially considering it is deeper than you. How could one call this hard work? If I could assist you, I would be elated. Were it not for my limited abilities, would I need you to hunt? Ultimately, it all circled back to her inadequacy. As Feng Jin spoke, his head drooped in self-deprecation. Standing at the edge of the pit, Wen Yuan remarked, all right, I see you can act. I didn't realize you could perform such a variety of roles. She chided, what are you saying? Come on up. Feng Jin climbed from the pit, brushing off the mud that clung to him. However, due to the rain the previous day, the more he tried to wipe it away, the larger the area of mud became. Observing his mud-streaked legs, Feng Jin fell silent. Here, wipe it off. Unable to bear the sight, Wen Yuan offered him a piece of animal hide. Thank you, Wen Yuan, Feng Jin said, touched, as he accepted the hide, wiping the mud from his legs while expressing, you are truly the kindest to me. Unlike before in the tribe, where I would prepare sumptuous dinners for their return, I was still ridiculed as useless. As he spoke, a sense of grievance welled up once more. Wen Yuan, in the future, I shall be here for you. Her expression was one of gentle warmth. Go on, perform. Let it be something exceptional. Wen Yuan truly was remarkable. Feng Jin was visibly touched. With a naturally handsome and clean appearance, he exuded the aura of a good person, making it easy for others to believe whatever he said. Of course, except for her. The two, each harboring their own thoughts and exchanging polite smiles, engaged in conversation. They meticulously covered the pit with sharp wooden sticks, concealing it and erasing any trace of odor before retreating to a distance. With the weather shifting from rain to sunshine, the forest was particularly conducive to the growth of mushrooms. Although the variety of mushrooms in her home was limited, she had the fortune to visit a land abundant with mushrooms, where an array of peculiar shapes and types flourished. The occasion had been a team-building trip. What made this memory so indelible for Wen Yuan was a colleague who, through a moment of carelessness, consumed a poisonous mushroom and nearly faced death. Consequently, their group underwent a rigorous educational session, dedicating an entire day to the study of mushroom knowledge. Wen Yuan had always harbored the desire to return to her hometown, where she once lived with her grandmother. Once she had saved enough money, she envisioned refurbishing the old house and spending her twilight years there. Thus, she took a keen interest in acquiring knowledge, diligently learning, hoping to apply it in the mountains someday. However, fate took an unexpected turn. Instead of using her skills for a peaceful retirement, they became relevant in her current predicament. Wen Yuan, though I may be of little use, unable to protect you or assist in your hunting endeavors, must you truly resort to such cruelty as to poison me? As she watched Wen Yuan crouched on the ground, rummaging through the underbrush and placing peculiar mushrooms into her basket, Feng Jin could not help but speak up. Chapter 57. My affection for you. Upon hearing Feng Jin's words, Wen Yuan paused her foraging, turning to gaze at Feng Jin, whose eyes were clouded with uncertainty. Are these mushrooms safe to eat? Besides, how could I bear to poison someone I care for so deeply? Feng Jin squatted down, scrutinizing the clusters of purple fungi in Wen Yuan's hands. While the earlier round, brown mushrooms appeared somewhat credible when she claimed they were edible, these peculiar, vividly colored specimens sparked doubt within him. Coral fungus is consumable and has a tender texture. What about this one? He inquired, pointing to another. Porcini mushrooms are edible and flavorful. And this? The green cap, can it be eaten? After a moment's contemplation, Wen Yuan responded, yes, but it can be lethal if not cooked properly. For safety's sake, she chose not to place it in her basket, instead securing it in a separate leather pouch, intending to discreetly store it away when Feng Jin's attention waned. This was indeed a treasure. How do you possess such extensive knowledge? Feng Jin tilted his head, curiosity evident in his expression. Knowing a bit more can prevent one from starving in the wild, Wen Yuan replied, placing the mushrooms she had gathered into her basket. Smiling as she added, after all, I am a female, and my capabilities are equally limited. Feng Jin, upon hearing this, rubbed his nose in silence, dutifully assisting Wen Yuan in her mushroom gathering. All right, it's about time we head back and see what awaits us. With a basket full of mushrooms, Wen Yuan felt both satisfied and fatigued. The hour was indeed getting late. Very well, Feng Jin said, rising and taking the basket from Wen Yuan's hands. Noticing her puzzled expression, he explained, I'll carry it for you. If I do nothing, I would feel remiss. Amidst Feng Jin's constant theatrics, Wen Yuan accompanied him with a hint of exasperation. You think too much. I am genuinely happy to cook for you. Happy? Hardly. I'm even a bit weary, she thought, wishing she could shoo away this dramatic character if not for her survival. Feng Jin displayed an expression of deep emotion. Yet, as soon as Wen Yuan turned away, the look of sincerity vanished, replaced by an enigmatic demeanor, his gaze towards her becoming both dangerous and alluring. The originally vibrant patterns on his forehead morphed into something more enchanting, reflecting the shift in his aura. Wen Yuan, oh Wen Yuan, how utterly fascinating. Why the delay? Shouldn't you hasten your pace? Wen Yuan turned her head, her silver hair flowing gracefully, her light blue eyes brimming with curiosity. Ah, here they come. Feng Jin resumed his innocent demeanor, lengthening his strides to easily keep pace with Wen Yuan. As he cast his gaze downward, observing Wen Yuan by his side, his eyes grew increasingly profound. One cannot deny the exquisite beauty of Wen Yuan. Her silken silver locks cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, while her fitted leather attire accentuated her slender figure. Her fair skin was delicate and smooth, almost ethereal to the touch. Her soft crimson lips, complemented by a petite, well-defined nose, and her clear, refreshing blue eyes, rendered her an epitome of refinement. Alas, it is unfortunate that the only catch today is a mere rabbit, which means you shall have to endure a few more days of feasting on this humble creature. Wen Yuan sighed softly as she gazed at the lifeless rabbit at the bottom of the pit. This little creature ranks among the lowest of beasts. Its beast crystal pitifully small. Fear not, I shall prepare a meal for you. She recalled the rather gruesome rabbit she had initially roasted for herself, a memory that evoked a tinge of sympathy. Wen Yuan exclaimed with excitement, that is truly wonderful. I have been waiting for your words. Upon returning to the cave, the sun had only just begun its descent in the west. It must be said that Feng Jin possesses remarkable culinary skills. She had managed to consume half of a rabbit with great determination. After satisfying her hunger, Feng Jin once again urged Wen Yuan to engage in a game of Go. Unfortunately, Wen Yuan, feeling weary, longed for slumber and had no desire to exert her mind. It was only when the affluent Feng Jin produced a bag of beast crystals that Wen Yuan's spirits were instantly revived. If this was how the game would proceed, she would need to take it seriously. However, the outcome remained the same, resulting in yet another crushing defeat. Let us conclude for today, Feng Jin remarked, her enthusiasm undiminished. We shall continue tomorrow. Wen Yuan. From this moment forth, she harbors a disdain for all highly intelligent creatures, and subsequently climbs into bed, surrendering herself to slumber. A beauty sleep is indispensable. After all, one must nurture their exquisite visage. As time progressed to the 6th day, only 3 days remained until Wen Yuan's demise. At this juncture, Feng Jin's injuries began to show signs of gradual recovery. Indeed, what a performance he is putting on. The healing capabilities of beast men are remarkable. The higher their abilities, the swifter their recuperation. This individual is merely acting for her benefit. Wen Yuan, I have recovered. Let us bond as partners. Feng Jin gazed earnestly at Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan accepted the piece of meat he offered, remaining silent. Wen Yuan, are you truly contemplating a change of heart? Though I acknowledge my shortcomings, you once assured me that you would not disdain me. My memories now flicker like a dying flame, and I can scarcely recall the path back to the tribe. If you choose to forsake me, I might as well leap into the river and drown. As she spoke, she feigned a rush to escape, only to find that the very person who should have stopped her was seated on the ground, quietly gnawing on a bone. Feng Jin exclaimed, Wen Yuan, do you truly detest me so? I am on the brink of despair, and you do not even attempt to restrain me. It appears you are no different from the others. You have all deceived me. Tears welled in her eyes, her tone laden with accusation. How could that be? I am not one to utter falsehoods. If Feng Jin's grievances had reached the depths of her heart, Wen Yuan's tone might have carried a greater sincerity. Then you must disagree. Feng Jin's gaze was piercing as she fixed her eyes on Wen Yuan, awaiting her response. Her eyes shimmered, her lips pressed tightly together. Would you not step outside the cave and gaze upward? It is daylight. Wen Yuan found herself at a loss for words. It was not merely a question of the day. More pressing was the fact that their dinner for the evening remained unresolved. Was it not possible to address this during daylight? Feng Jin continued to feign grievance, her enchanting eyes gazing at Wen Yuan with a pitiful expression. If your intention is to starve me to death in bed, then, by all means, proceed. Feng Jin was taken aback, falling silent. She then rubbed her nose and said, Well, I shall venture out to hunt. Given your limited abilities, it is best you refrain from such endeavors, lest you fall prey to wild beasts. Wen Yuan replied with a grave countenance. Ahem, I merely intend to gather some wild fruits and mushrooms, she added before darting away. A moment later, Wen Yuan stood at the cave's entrance, observing Feng Jin, who was huffing and puffing as she dragged a long-horned pig into the cave. Wen Yuan was at a loss for words. Wen Yuan. Upon seeing her, Feng Jin raised her hand in cheerful greeting. Do not tell me that you found this long-horned pig. As Wen Yuan gazed at the green stripes adorning the pig's forehead, she fell into contemplation. Initially, she had thought this individual would give up the charade, but she had underestimated her audacity. Wow, Wen Yuan is so clever. You were able to deduce that. Excellent. One day, I shall wander through the forest as well, in hopes of discovering a green-level, 3rd-tier longhorned pig. Wen Yuan might give it a try. After all, this creature was rather foolish. Feng Jin offered encouragement, while Wen Yuan remained speechless. Truly, she was well-fed and indulging in a dramatic performance with this thespian. Chapter 58. Bonding and pregnancy. Once sated, she tended to the fire. Illuminated by its glow, Feng Jin sat beside Wen Yuan, turning to her with a gaze that burned with intensity, as if she wished to devour her whole. Wen Yuan, have you had your fill? Feng Jin nestled closer, her tone laced with an air of longing. Wen Yuan lifted her gaze towards a man who appeared impatient. The flickering flames danced, casting a warm glow upon him, illuminating his fair skin. His exquisite features were striking, and the vivid red fire phoenix emblem on his forehead seemed to come alive. In his enchanting phoenix eyes, Wen Yuan's reflection could be seen, filled with eager anticipation. Observing Feng Jin's demeanor, a playful impulse stirred within Wen Yuan. She leaned in closer, delicately lifting his chin with her index finger, and in a lowered voice, she teased, Feng Jin, do you have any other females? In the realm of beasts, the principle of one female with multiple males was widely accepted, with the notion that the beast gods would not pardon males who betrayed their females. Yet, this was merely a means to restrain the lower-tier beastmen. For a blue-tier beastman like Feng Jin, the existence of multiple females was tacitly permitted, provided they did not form a bond. Unless, of course, his partner was a female endowed with exceptional fertility. Such females were rare, and those possessing superior reproductive capabilities were even more scarce. Once a female's fertility became apparent, she would be fiercely sought after by various factions, potentially igniting conflicts over her. Ultimately, she could find herself burdened with an overwhelming number of males and an uncountable progeny. This was the fate of such females. Moreover, forming a bond required the male beastman's consent, as the bonding mark necessitated the male to contribute a portion of his strength for the female's use. Although Wen Yuan had yet to encounter many capable of wielding such power, as long as there was no willingness and the mark was not imprinted, they would not become partners. No, Feng Jin replied with utmost seriousness, fixing his gaze upon Wen Yuan, enunciating each word. Not even one, not even half. Wen Yuan's eyes glimmered slightly as she was about to speak, but unexpectedly, Feng Jin interjected, Wen Yuan, how could you ever doubt me? My abilities are so meager that I cannot even slay a lowly rabbit. How could any female desire me, were it not for you? I would surely be destined to become a lonely old orc. Wen Yuan, continue your charade. A blue-tier male orc, if released among the females, would undoubtedly be a sought-after figure, wouldn't it? However, Wen Yuan had no intention of exposing the truth, as she remained blissfully unaware of the reality. Could it be? Does Wen Yuan harbor feelings for me? Feng Jin, filled with a sense of injustice, looked on with eager anticipation, ready to turn the tables. Wen Yuan smiled gently and remarked, of course. Releasing her hand from her chin, her delicate fingers grazed the crimson pattern, her voice ringing like the chime of jade, clear and melodious. As long as you remain this captivating, my affection for you shall endure. Feng Jin was momentarily taken aback by her words. Soon after, a deep, warm laughter escaped him. Grasping the mischievous little hand that played upon his face, Feng Jin softly replied, it seems I must take utmost care of this visage. Otherwise, should I incite your disdain, I may truly find myself leaping into the river. Wen Yuan hummed in agreement, a playful note in her tone. Now, returning to the subject at hand, have you had your fill? Barely, he admitted. This lad possesses quite the culinary skills. And Wen Yuan had indulged in a fair amount of meat, to the point of feeling slightly overfull. In that case, isn't it my turn now? Feng Jin blinked innocently, his handsome face exuding an air of charming naivety. I have not taken a single bite while attending to your needs. How pitiable, truly pitiable, he lamented. Wen Yuan raised an eyebrow. If you are hungry, I can roast something for you. The fire has yet to die down. She spoke in a manner that was deliberately obscure. Feng Jin, feeling exasperated, retorted, Wen Yuan, you are teasing me. Not at all. You know precisely what I mean. I apologize, but I truly do not comprehend. Never mind. I shall prepare the food myself. Self-sufficiency breeds abundance. With that, Feng Jin lifted Wen Yuan into his arms, gently encircling her waist and neck. What are you doing? I am hungry. Hungry for meat. But I wish to consume you. Beep, beep, beep. Male specimen detected. Fiery golden phoenix. Blue level medium. Activating conception assistance function. As the long night unfolded, the silver moon hung high in the sky. A gentle breeze rustling the leaves in a soft whisper, while time slipped away imperceptibly. Yet, the sounds within the cave persisted unabated. Congratulations, host. Conception successful. Lifespan dilation initiated. Remaining lifespan, 3 days. Commencing childbirth countdown, 42 days. During the gestation period, please consume nutritious foods, including rare celestial treasures. With the voice of the little one echoing in her mind, Wen Yuan peacefully drifted into a deep slumber, finally granted a temporary reprieve from death. This sleep extended until the following afternoon. Upon awakening, an overwhelming sense of hunger engulfed her, banishing her drowsiness in an instant. Feng Jin, what is it? Feng Jin, with a stone knife in hand, peered into the cave from outside, his expression gentle and inquiring. I am so hungry, extremely hungry. I need food right this moment. As Wen Yuan spoke, she frequently swallowed, feeling as though she could consume an entire cow in her current state of hunger. It will be ready soon, Feng Jin remarked, his gaze flickering momentarily before he turned and exited the cave. Moments later, Feng Jin returned with several pieces of prepared meat, thoughtfully cut into small portions for Wen Yuan's convenience. It's a bit hot. Take your time eating. Observing Wen Yuan eagerly grasp the plate and devour the food ravenously, Feng Jin's gaze subtly shifted to her abdomen. Wen Yuan, she replied, her mouth full of meat, chewing as she acknowledged him. Are you pregnant? Though posed as a question, his tone unmistakably conveyed certainty. Wen Yuan paused in her consumption of meat, and after finishing the contents of her plate, she turned her gaze towards Feng Jin, exclaiming, truly, my beast husband, you are astute. She continued, I still feel an insatiable hunger. If this meat continues to be available, I could indulge in an abundance. Is there any extraordinary treasure from heaven or earth that could enhance my strength? Indeed, indulge for now. I shall venture out to gather some for you, Feng Jin replied, rising to fetch another plate of roasted meat before departing the cave. Wen Yuan gazed at the retreating figure of Feng Jin, lost in contemplation. Zitai and Ing Yuchuan were astounded by her ability to conceive overnight. However, in stark contrast, Feng Jin exhibited no surprise whatsoever, as if he had anticipated this revelation all along. Perhaps he was even more adept at feigning ignorance than she had imagined. Or perhaps some information regarding her fertility had leaked. If that were the case, she would need to exercise caution moving forward. While she relied on childbirth to prolong her life, not just anyone could suffice. She had her own criteria. Moreover, it would be preferable to seek out someone formidable, as this would yield greater longevity and rewards. The thought of relying on someone of lesser stature left her feeling rather grim. Clearly, it was imperative to devise a strategy to extract some information. Feng Jin returned swiftly, just as Wen Yuan finished the last morsels on her plate, bringing with him some items. Chapter 59. The bamboo hairpin. Is it true that all of these were scavenged? Wen Yuan raised an eyebrow, gazing at the celestial treasures that Feng Jin had presented to her, and playfully remarked, how is that even possible? Feng Jin chuckled in response. I was fortunate enough to encounter a male orc who had just harvested these. Consequently, I spent some beast crystals to procure them. Otherwise, given my abilities, how could I have gathered so many and returned so swiftly? Ah, I see. Wen Yuan maintained a calm facade, yet her heart was fully aware. Let us consume these quickly. If they prove insufficient, I shall seek opportunities elsewhere. Feng Jin meticulously washed the fruits in his hands before offering them to Wen Yuan. Once she consumed a spiritual fruit, her hunger was somewhat alleviated, yet she instinctively nibbled on a crystal core. This time during her pregnancy, the sensation of hunger was more intense than before, surging forth with vigor. It seemed that the better the potential of the offspring, the stronger the hunger pangs would become. Raising her hand, she instinctively caressed her still flat abdomen, filled with anticipation for the surprises that this pregnancy might bring forth. Rest assured, though my abilities may not be formidable, I will never allow you and our child to go hungry. My skills may be lacking, but I possess beast crystals. Do not look down upon me. Noticing Wen Yuan's silence, the illustrious Feng Jin promptly shifted into performance mode, attempting to recapture her attention. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan's thoughts were disrupted, and she shot him an irritated glance. Speaking of which, I have yet to witness your extraordinary abilities. Wen Yuan initiated the conversation. What is your elemental affinity? Feng Jin, upon hearing this, momentarily lowered his gaze, a glimmer of light flashing within his eyes, before responding with a faint smile. Did you not recall the last time when I ignited a flame? Have I been forgotten, or do I not occupy a place in your thoughts? Wen Yuan, good. Your lips are truly sealed. On the 10th day, Wen Yuan's pregnancy gradually became apparent, as her once flat abdomen began to swell slightly. Fortunately, it did not hinder her movements. Wen Yuan, come and see what I have brought for you. The voice of Feng Jin arrived before his presence. Wen Yuan was not surprised by this. Have you ventured to the tribe again? Indeed, luck was on my side today. I encountered a small merchant caravan that had journeyed from the western region, bringing with them an array of rare treasures. I specifically selected one for you, Feng Jin remarked, presenting an item to Wen Yuan. It was a crimson bamboo hairpin, elegantly simple in design, adorned only with a single red bamboo leaf at its top. It's quite exquisite. I adore it, she replied. Wen Yuan reached out to take it, cradling it in her hands as if utterly enamored. As long as you like it. Feng Jin smiled gently, extending his hand. Come, let me put it on for you. All right. Wen Yuan's short hair was deftly woven and pinned up at the back of her head, with a crimson hairpin nestled among her silvery strands, creating a striking contrast. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Could you roast some meat for me? Wen Yuan raised her gaze to Feng Jin, adding, I've grown averse to the scent of smoke lately. Would it be all right if you cooked outside the cave? Upon hearing this, Feng Jin expressed no doubt, merely leaning closer to Wen Yuan, planting a soft kiss on her cheek before turning to gather a bundle of firewood and stepping out of the cave. Once she confirmed Feng Jin had departed, Wen Yuan reached up to touch the hairpin adorning her head. Indeed, within it resided an exceptionally pure essence of fire. This was not something one could merely procure with beast crystals. Perhaps it was possible, but Wen Yuan was inclined to believe it was a token from Feng Jin himself. The power within felt intimately familiar. Now, carrying Feng Jin's child within her, he would not be foolish enough to harm her. Thus, it could only serve the purpose of her protection. Yet, why present it now of all times? Coupled with the recent events, suspicion began to creep into Wen Yuan's mind. Of course, it could also be that she was overthinking. Wen Yuan, what are you pondering so deeply? Feng Jin entered the cave, bearing a plate of honey-glazed roasted meat. Immediately noticing Wen Yuan lost in thought as she sat on the bed. Could it be that he had been overly restrictive with her? But isn't a pregnant female typically delicate? This was his first child. After all, anxiety was to be expected. It's nothing. Accepting the meat Feng Jin offered, Wen Yuan took small bites. A trade caravan has been stationed at the Quan Nai tribe these past few days. Would you care to go and see? Will you take me? Wen Yuan retorted. After all, this fellow had been so anxious since her pregnancy that he had not allowed her to leave the cave. He took charge of everything, from hunting and cooking to bathing and grooming her, diligently attending to her every need. Even Wen Yuan found herself becoming a bit complacent under his care. It was evident that no matter the circumstances, Feng Jin placed great importance on the child growing within her. Now that the baby was stable, it would be beneficial to take her out for a stroll. Feng Jin grasped Wen Yuan's hand, saying, Wen Yuan, do not hold it against me. I was merely overly anxious and did not intend to confine you. I admit my mistake. I failed to consider your feelings. Can you forgive me? I do not blame you, she replied, for she had enjoyed being pampered, and her reluctance to venture outside was something she could accept. I knew it. My Wen Yuan is the most understanding person, Feng Jin exclaimed joyfully, gently embracing her, his voice brimming with happiness. However, you must also understand that I fell from the heavens. Although I do not remember much of my past, it would be prudent for us to alter our appearances. If those who conspired against me discover that I am still alive, they will undoubtedly come after me again. My death is inconsequential, but I cannot allow any harm to come to you or the baby. Whatever you say, she replied. There exists a rare plant capable of temporarily changing one's appearance. It is entirely black and generally unavailable to ordinary trading caravans. It thrives in extremely dark locales, teeming with snakes, insects, and rodents, making it difficult to harvest. Yet, this plant is a treasure. In addition to altering one's appearance, it can also mask one's scent for a time and serves as a potent tonic, replenishing strength. The only drawback is its exceedingly bitter taste. So much so that Wen Yuan could not help but grimace in pain. Even the herbal concoctions from the old physician were not as bitter as this. "Open your mouth," he commanded, and as his voice fell, a sweet morsel, resembling rock candy, was placed in Wen Yuan's mouth, something she had never encountered before. Feng Jin always seemed to possess curious objects, many of which bore a striking resemblance to items from her previous world. It appeared that his dwelling was more advanced than the area surrounding the Sangwa forest. The Quanai tribe was a mid-sized tribe, comparable in size to the Zealand tribe. Yet it boasted a diverse array of races, with over 50 distinct types of beastmen, making it a relatively prosperous tribe of late. In theory, outsiders were not permitted to enter the tribe. Nevertheless, Feng Jin boldly led Wen Yuan inside, and the guards at the gate did not even attempt to stop them. Wen Yuan gazed at Feng Jin, who responded with a gesture for silence. The bustling tribe, already lively, became extraordinarily noisy with the arrival of the merchant caravan. The transformed and untransformed younglings frolicked and chased each other with gleeful laughter, while the females hurriedly carried baskets filled with their wares, occasionally revealing a few patrols marching in orderly fashion. Chapter 60. Rumors, the Divine Female. Unlike the merchant caravan she encountered on Mermaid Island, which was merely a guise adopted by beast-hunting tribesmen, the stalls here were distinctly separated, each offering a dazzling array of goods in various shapes and colors, accompanied by exuberant calls from the vendors. The tribe's females exchanged their handcrafted trinkets or high-quality tanned hides with the stall holders, engaging in lively trade. The scene was so vibrant that it transported Wen Yuan back to the familiar atmosphere of a marketplace in a small town. "If you desire anything, feel free to take it. I shall cover it with beast crystals," Feng Jin said, bending down and taking Wen Yuan's hand, his deep voice resonating in her ear. Very well. She had never been one to refuse such an offer. "Little female, come and see the latest design in beast hide pleated skirts. This style is newly developed and quite precious. Little female, take a look at these exquisitely polished beast crystals. Wearing them is simply splendid and will surely elevate your status. I offer the finest delicacies here. Do come and taste." The stallholders were predominantly middle-aged male beastmen, each cheerfully promoting their goods with fervent enthusiasm. Wen Yuan's gaze fell upon the black pleated beast skin skirt, momentarily captivated. She then strode over with purpose and inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask where this exquisite pleated beast skin skirt was obtained?" Wen Yuan raised her hand, pointing at the black pleated beast skin skirt hanging nearby, her tone slightly agitated. Feng Jin was being pulled along, his other hand poised to retrieve a beast crystal. "Does the little female like it?" The stall owner, a kindly-looking male beast man, gazed at Wen Yuan with sparkling eyes. "It is quite beautiful." Wen Yuan complimented politely before inquiring, "May I ask where you acquired this beast skin skirt?" These trading caravans, like the vendors of old, procure their goods from the original source and then transport them elsewhere to sell. The little female is unaware. This type of beast skin skirt is immensely popular in the western regions. As for its origin, I am not entirely sure. The man chuckled before attempting to sell it to Wen Yuan. "How much for it?" "A flat price of 180 orange-level beast crystals." "How exorbitant!" Wen Yuan exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "A beast skin skirt sells for such an astronomical price." "Deal." Feng Jin did not bat an eyelash as he produced a pouch of beast crystals, handed over the payment, and promptly took the beast skin skirt, pulling Wen Yuan away. Gazing at the pleated skirt in her hands, Wen Yuan could not help but sigh. To think such a simple garment could fetch 180 orange-level crystal cores, a price so outrageous. If only she could create and sell the various styles of skirts and garments she envisioned in her mind, she could easily earn millions in no time. Alas, she simply lacked the time to pursue such endeavors. Have you heard? Recently, in the vicinity of Sangwa Forest, there has emerged a being with an extraordinarily fortunate constitution, supposedly approaching the legendary divine female. A divine female? The kind that never misses? Do not speak so carelessly. Such a thing cannot possibly exist. Ever since the beast god delivered divine punishment a century ago, the number of females has drastically diminished, and divine females have vanished overnight. In the past 100 years, there has been no mention of their existence. I am not speaking carelessly. This news is absolutely true. If a divine female were to truly appear, it would be quite the calamity. Various tribes would surely vie for dominance in a deadly struggle. You are thinking too narrowly. Procreation has always been of utmost importance. Not only tribes, but even those reclusive elites, who among them does not have a singular lineage. If a divine female truly exists, how could these elites refrain from involving themselves? Now that you mention it, I have noticed that Sangwa Forest has become quite lively lately. At least 5 or 6 caravans have arrived in this area. It seems a storm is brewing. Let it brew. If I had such luck, I too would wish to be involved. The legendary divine female is akin to the daughter of the beast god. What male could resist being stirred? Wen Yuan stood before the stall, entranced. Listening intently to the conversations of several individuals at the food table, it became increasingly clear to her that the divine female they spoke of might very well refer to her. This posed quite a dilemma. Just then, Feng Jin, seemingly oblivious to Wen Yuan's unusual demeanor, purchased the beast crystal necklace she had been toying with, then took her hand and leaned in, suggesting, "It's getting late. Shall we return?" All right. Snapped back to reality. Wen Yuan nodded, her gaze dropping as her thoughts drifted once more, allowing Feng Jin to lead her away. As they passed the food stall, Feng Jin's eyes darted, surveying a group of jovial male beast men with a chilling intensity. What's wrong? Noticing the change in his demeanor, Wen Yuan looked up at Feng Jin. Nothing, just spotted something intriguing. Feng Jin replied with a smile, before effortlessly lifting her into his arms and hastening their departure. Upon returning to the cave, Feng Jin, as was his custom, ventured out to hunt, soon returning with a variety of food acquired through various means. This included fruits fallen to the ground, a rabbit that had perished in a pit, a long-horned pig purchased from another, and even a rather absurd catch, an unfortunate horned sheep he had accidentally collided with. Wen Yuan has grown accustomed to this. The Kuonai tribe. After Wen Yuan and his companion departed, the tribe remained as lively as ever. It was afternoon, and the sun of the dry season blazed down with an intensity that caused many to flush and sweat profusely. At the food stalls, several male orcs were engaged in light-hearted banter regarding the latest rumors. Suddenly, a towering inferno erupted, sending waves of scorching heat through the air, accompanied by the agonizing screams of male orcs. 1, 2, 3, 5 male orcs were engulfed in flames. Help! Oh my! How could this happen? Ah, it hurts. Please, someone save me. Notify the chief. Get back. Everyone, step aside. This fire is peculiar. Do not let it touch you. Is there anyone with water abilities? Quickly save them. The 5 male orcs writhed in agony, rolling on the ground, frantically running and calling for help, desperately trying to extinguish the flames. The scene descended into chaos. Water technique, summon. Water technique, coalesce. Numerous male orcs possessing water abilities attempted to use their techniques to quell the flames engulfing their comrades, but their efforts were in vain. The fire not only raged on but intensified, with the crackling sound of burning audible even to those at a distance. At that moment, a man with long black hair, flanked by supporters, stepped into the fray, his gaze fixed on the fleeing individuals, his eyes narrowing. Water technique, water prison. Water technique, summon. A square surface of water rose, ensnaring the fleeing orcs tightly, compressing the space until a torrent emerged from the water barrier. The roar of the water dragon echoed ominously as it spiraled around the figures, gradually extinguishing the flames. The escapees collapsed, oblivious to their fate. Chapter 61. Those who covet her shall perish. It's too late, chief. These individuals have perished in the flames. Withdrawing his hand from his nose, a man respectfully returned to the black-haired figure, hesitating as he spoke. Moreover, the one who initiated this attack possesses formidable abilities, certainly above the blue tier. It is unclear how these individuals provoked such a deadly response. The corpses of the male orcs lay charred, their skin blackened, hair vanished, the animal hides they wore reduced to ashes, rendering them unrecognizable. They lay exposed on the ground, grotesque and dripping with murky water, the white mist rising indicating the extreme heat from which they suffered. Clean this up and bury them. The leader, Ying Yi, said coldly. This matter must not be disclosed. Understood, chief. My kin nodded, signaling to several male orcs who promptly approached to remove the lifeless bodies from the scene. This is none of our concern, exclaimed the hurried chief, anxiously wiping the sweat from his brow as he glanced at Ying Yi, striving to distance himself from the incident. Whether or not this involved your tribe depends on how well the chief can prove his innocence. Ying Yi sat casually on the stone steps, leaning back against the stones, exuding an air of laziness, yet his tone was far from friendly. You are overstepping your bounds. The chief, initially intending to explain, found Ying Yi's words insinuating that without evidence, the blame would fall on his tribe. Is this overstepping? Ying Yi looked down at the man below him, a smile curling his lips. The incident occurred in your tribe, and my people are the ones who perished. Tell me, what should I do? Shall I kill you for my relief? Upon hearing Ying Yi's words, the chief felt a tightness in his chest, struggling to breathe. Known for his arrogance, he had not expected such a blatant disregard for justice. You, instead of challenging me here, you ought to use that feeble brain of yours to provide an explanation. Ying Yi's cold gaze pierced through the chief. Do not forget, it was your tribe that sought my presence. The chief, incensed by Ying Yi's words, fell silent. Indeed, he had invited Ying Yi into the tribe, but with the recent rumors circulating, unrest was inevitable. While the rumors did not implicate him directly, he feared that certain tribes might seek to exploit the situation. He was not alone in this concern. Many trading caravans had been invited, and he could not afford to lag behind. Moreover, Ying Yi had a reputation for being tyrannical and immensely powerful, and with him stationed in the tribe, Few would dare to target his territory. Yet, the situation had devolved into chaos. Anger aside, the chief ultimately had no choice but to endure and investigate, for he lacked the strength to confront Yi. After the chief departed, unease lingered among the crowd, yet the stalls continued to operate. The chief increased patrols, though the atmosphere was no longer as vibrant. The raucous children had been taken away, but transactions persisted. Inside a cave, my kin spoke solemnly. Chief, this presence. It must belong to that individual. Upon mentioning the name, a shiver coursed through him. As it is said, water and fire cannot coexist. The conflict between that individual and his chief had been fierce and unresolved. Oh, Yi chuckled lightly. What? Are you so frightened that you cannot even utter the name? And no, not at all. My kin stammered, glancing at the grinning leader, feeling an inexplicable chill. I merely heard that Feng Jin has been missing for some time. I was curious how he could appear here. My kin forced a smile. Oh, the gods of beasts. One is as innocent as they come, yet strikes fiercely, while the other is unruly and fearless. When they clash, it's like flint striking steel, igniting sparks. Yet, I am the unfortunate one, powerless and unable to offend either. My kin could only pray to the beast gods that Feng Jin, the madman, would keep his distance. Yi's gaze flickered, and he snorted disdainfully. Truly, your mind has been muddled. This fool actually believes such nonsense. Perhaps it is no surprise, given his delicate appearance. Chief, my kin looked at Yi, whose smile seemed unervingly bright. For the time being, you shall remain here with your men, ensuring the safety of the Kwanai tribe. If there are any issues, signal me. But, Chief, where are you going? My kin felt a sense of impending doom. He knew that whenever Feng Jin, that madman, was involved, the chief would act unpredictably. I am going to deal with that troublesome individual. With that, a gust of wind swept through, and Yi vanished from sight. Great. Once again, he has left the trading caravan to me. My kin lamented. Nightfall enveloped the landscape, with the silver moon hanging high above and the shadows of trees dancing gracefully. The night breeze, laden with the remnants of a withered season, carried a warm restlessness, rustling through the leaves and casting ominous shapes upon the path. Under ordinary circumstances, such an atmosphere might have instilled a sense of fear in Wen Yuan. However, this evening, she hardly paid it any mind. Having exchanged 150 points for a concealment talisman, she stealthily trailed behind Feng Jin. This fellow had been venturing out frequently during the night, leaving traces of his presence at the cave entrance while she slumbered, only to depart for an extended period. Curiosity gnawed at her. What could he possibly be up to? After an indeterminate duration of following, Feng Jin abruptly halted, his voice slicing through the air with an icy sharpness. Show yourself. Wen Yuan was taken aback, shrinking behind the tree, paralyzed with fear. Had it not been for her unwavering belief that the system produces nothing but excellence, she would have already stepped out. Indeed, there were formidable experts present. A sharp voice reverberated through the woods, echoing in a manner that obscured the source. Feng Jin remained silent. Clearly, a divine female had emerged. Otherwise, how could so many adept individuals be drawn to this desolate forest? It was said that recently, this fellow had slain numerous orcs in close proximity. Let me venture a guess. Is the divine female in your possession, or not? The piercing voice escalated in pitch, causing Wen Yuan to cover her ears in discomfort. If this voice were to be used for singing, it would rival the most thunderous dolphin calls. Why the silence? Have I hit the mark? Ha! I am not like those petty rascals. If you are willing to relinquish the divine female, I can spare your life. TSK, such an unpleasant tone. Feng Jin scoffed. And in the instant her voice fell, she vanished, only to reappear with a hand raised high, firmly grasping an individual. Wen Yuan cautiously peered out from behind the tree, observing the scene ahead. Feng Jin, this was indeed his true strength. How could this be? The man, grasped by the neck, spoke with a voice that was somewhat hoarse, his hands futilely attempting to pry away Feng Jin's grip, lacking even the most basic strength. His pupils constricted as he gazed in disbelief at Feng Jin, who had suddenly appeared and seized him. Those who dared to covet her were deserving of death. In a gentle tone, she uttered words that sent chills down the spine. Chapter 62. Indeed, there exists a divine female. Feng Jin, observing the man's terrified expression, maintained an impassive demeanor as he exerted force. Soon, the man's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, and he breathed his last. Releasing his grip, the lifeless body fell to the ground. Feng Jin descended alongside it, her gaze lingering on the corpse with evident disdain. In an instant, flames erupted from the body, casting a brilliant light that was particularly blinding beneath the shadows of the trees. Wen Yuan withdrew her head and silently departed. Needing to return to the cave before Feng Jin, Wen Yuan hurriedly rushed, even harnessing the power of Zeta, yet remained oblivious to the fact that Feng Jin had once more been delayed. Water technique, condensed water sphere. Feng Jin's forward motion halted, and in a swift turn, he raised his hand with a flourish, summoning feather-shaped flames that evaporated the water sphere instantly. Ah, it has been a while since I last saw you. Your tricks remain as effeminate as ever, truly deserving of the reputation of the notorious pretty boy from Wudong Island. A colossal eagle spiraled down from the heavens, transforming into a black-haired youth upon landing. The boy was tall and slender, with ink-black hair cascading freely over his shoulders, slightly curled to enhance his wild demeanor. His deep, black eyes were reminiscent of the vast sea, twinkling like the most brilliant stars in the night sky, radiating a cold and piercing light, exuding an air of arrogance. Beneath a prominent nose, his thin lips curved slightly, and his facial features were chiseled with precision, every angle perfectly defined. Yet, to Feng Jin, he was utterly detestable. Wishing for death? Such desires are easily fulfilled. Yang laughed with abandon, his tone shifting. Unfortunately, with your effeminate techniques, you cannot hope to contend with me. Humph. Feng Jin scoffed, a flash of crimson light flickering in his gaze. Instantly, the temperature in the small grove rose noticeably. Waves of heat surged forth, causing the surrounding flora to curl their leaves, drooping entirely. Flames erupted and gradually coalesced into a blazing fire phoenix. It is rare to see you take this seriously. I shall reluctantly indulge you in a playful duel, Yang exclaimed with excitement, as countless droplets of water ascended, swiftly gathering to form the initial shape of a formidable dragon head. In the blink of an eye, the fire phoenix soared forth, and the water dragon ascended, colliding with a thunderous roar, releasing a torrent of heat that morphed into white mist, enveloping the grove in an instant. Pretty boy, for my next move, I shall truly be earnest. Yang's voice brimmed with enthusiasm, his fighting spirit palpable, eager to engage. Yet, he awaited a response that never came. Pretty boy? Little girl? The echoes of his taunts faded into an eerie silence. Yang furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Wind technique, hurricane. With his words, a gust swept through, dispersing the dense fog in an instant, silver light cascading down, casting vague shadows of trees, yet revealing no sight of Feng Jin. Yang's irritation transformed into laughter. A cunning individual. To think he would flee. How cowardly. The more he contemplated, the more agitated he became. He knew something was amiss. Typically, if he insulted Feng Jin, the latter would explode in anger, yet after his prolonged tirade, there was no reaction. He initially thought his attack had vanquished him. Yet this pretty boy had learned to escape. It infuriated him. A piercing cry resonated through the stillness of the grove. Yang's eyes brightened as he lifted his arm high. A black and gray eagle landed precisely on his forearm, its feathers rich and full, and its claws sharp and powerful. The eagle leaned in close, whispering in Yang's ear before presenting a fragment of beast hide it had clutched in its beak. Yang raised his hand, catching the fragment in his palm. A strange scent wafted forth. It is female. How intriguing to encounter a divine female. Yang tucked the fragment into a pocket on his beast hide skirt, gently stroking the eagle's smooth feathers. Go, keep an eye out for me. Find the location, and I shall reward you. The eagle, upon hearing this, nuzzled its head against Yang's, then took flight, vanishing into the darkness of the night in an instant. How fascinating. His dark eyes gazed upon the silver moon hanging high, a smile gracing his lips. Things are about to get lively. Yang spread his arms wide, his muscular limbs transforming into wings, the obsidian feathers glimmering under the cool moonlight. The enormous eagle reemerged, its wings stirring a hurricane that obscured much of the moonlight. Moments prior, Wen Yuan was unexpectedly attacked by a mysterious eagle. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, she would have lost not just a piece of her animal skin skirt, but perhaps a chunk of flesh as well. Fortunately, she returned to the cave unscathed. To prevent Feng Jin from noticing anything amiss, Wen Yuan deliberately donned an identical animal skin garment before lying down on her bed. Initially, she intended to feign sleep, but gradually, her breathing became steady and prolonged, and she drifted into a deep slumber. When Feng Jin returned, he found her in this state. He approached the bedside and sat quietly, observing the peacefully sleeping Wen Yuan, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Soon, this complexity morphed into restlessness. He gently placed his hand on Wen Yuan's slightly rounded belly, feeling the tiny life growing within. It was his child. His agitation diminished somewhat. If he could just wait a little longer, the little one would soon make an appearance. As for Wen Yuan, Feng Jin's gaze flickered. He was uncertain how to handle the situation. Initially, he had been skeptical upon hearing the news of the divine female's emergence. But confirmation from the beast hunting clan had changed his mind. He even managed to locate her, to alleviate her fears. He pretended to have been injured and fallen from the sky, feigning weakness to gain her trust. Ultimately, he succeeded in winning her confidence, leading her to conceive his child. However, he withdrew his hand, slowly lying down beside Wen Yuan. He gently pulled her, who was facing away from him, into his embrace, inhaling her familiar scent, and closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep. The following day, when Wen Yuan awoke, Feng Jin had already returned from hunting, and the aroma of bone broth wafted throughout the cave. How delightful! Wen Yuan propped herself up and walked over to Feng Jin, inhaling deeply and remarking, "This fellow truly has awakened the skills of a divine chef. The food is exquisite, with some dishes that only require me to explain once for him to master them. Truly a chosen culinary talent. Go wash your face." I'll serve you a bowl to cool down, Feng Jin replied, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face, his tone softening. All right. The water was fetched by Feng Jin in a wooden bucket and placed at the cave entrance. Wen Yuan picked up her toiletries and made her way to the entrance to wash. The sun of the dry season had risen early, casting golden rays through the treetops, where the Tyndall effect rendered the sunlight tangible, with fine dust particles floating within the golden beams. After washing up, Wen Yuan heartily consumed 2 bowls of soup, gnawed on 10 large bones, and indulged in a few spirit fruits and 2 beast crystals, finally managing to quell her hunger. Rubbing her round belly, she grabbed a small basket, preparing to forage for mushrooms, as she knew that if left in the sun for another couple of days, the moist mushrooms would turn into dried ones. She was accustomed to being prudent and preparing for the future. In this perilous, beastly world, danger could emerge at any moment from wild beasts or the hunting clan. Her points could prove crucial in a critical moment, so she aimed to conserve as much as possible. Chapter 63, The Pretty Boy versus the Chick. Now, there remained 1,480 points. In the points shop, even a single bomb cost 500 points, and that was for the less potent version. The more powerful ones, with a larger blast radius, could cost thousands upon thousands. Wen Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment. Her meager points were merely a trifling amount. Such formidable weaponry would stand as her greatest asset aside from her extraordinary abilities. Although she could not employ them at the moment, accumulating points was an unstoppable, pressing necessity. After all, once those rumors found their way to her as the central figure, a tempest of turmoil was inevitable. At the very least, she desired the means for self-preservation before that day arrived. The forest remained cool in the morning, but as noon approached and the sun ascended to its zenith, its rays would become increasingly harsh. Wen Yuan. The mushroom gathering. Wen Yuan looked up, her face etched with confusion. What is it? If one day I were to vanish without a trace, what would you do? Feng Jin's words lingered in the air as he fixed his piercing gaze upon Wen Yuan, his eyes riveted on her face, seemingly unwilling to miss a single nuance of her expression. He was fervently eager to discern her response. And I? Wen Yuan said earnestly. You might take your child and marry another orc? Well, when the time comes, let your child call him father. If you don't mind, I may even consider changing the child's surname. Wen Yuan spoke with utmost seriousness, and with each word she uttered, Feng Jin's expression darkened further. Eventually, unable to contain himself any longer, Feng Jin interjected, his teeth clenched, exclaiming, absolutely not. Wen Yuan found it quite amusing. It is entirely normal for females to have multiple partners. Moreover, you have already abandoned me. Should I then languish in that desolate cave, waiting for your return? Alas, I inadvertently spoke the truth. Wen Yuan felt a twinge of annoyance, contemplating a desire to silence her own tongue. Yet, upon witnessing Feng Jin's sullen expression, a sense of delight washed over her. This savage realm epitomized a stark gender inequality. Nay, it was more accurate to assert that there existed a pronounced hierarchy among women. Those blessed with exceptional fertility were afforded extraordinary treatment, while those lacking such prowess were relegated to the harsh realities of the red zone, trampled by throngs. In contrast, males, possessing formidable strength, could claim numerous females. As long as they refrained from forming bonds, their liberties were virtually unbounded. Fortunately, she had reminded herself from the outset that beauty was paramount. After the encounter, one must flee. She yearned for the exhilaration of companionship with handsome men, rather than the mundane existence shared with a partner amid the trivialities of daily life. In a world where monogamy could incite turmoil and discord, Wen Yuan found it hard to believe she could wield the eloquence to engage in a battle of wits with many. Wen Yuan had come to terms with her situation. Yet Feng Jin succumbed to melancholia. In the following days, he wore an air of despondency, resembling a forsaken soul, casting forlorn glances at Wen Yuan, as if such gazes could coax her into providing him with answers anew. However, Wen Yuan remained oblivious to his plight. It was evident that his initial approach towards her was perhaps motivated by the child, though she too harbored similar intentions. Yet it did not prevent her from feeling a sense of discomfort. Despite his sorrowful demeanor, Feng Jin continued to venture out each night to confront intruders within his territory. With each excursion lasting increasingly longer, Wen Yuan felt a twinge of concern. Was it truly safe to rely solely on Feng Jin? As it turned out, before overwhelming strength, all manner of monsters and demons must yield. It was the 25th day of her pregnancy. Wen Yuan began to experience some mobility difficulties. As the season of withering approached, the days grew increasingly sweltering. Aside from taking strolls in the morning and evening, Wen Yuan spent the remainder of the time within the confines of the cave. Wen Yuan, I have returned, echoed the voice of Feng Jin outside the cave. Wen Yuan propped herself up and rose to her feet, making her way to the mouth of the cave. There, she beheld Feng Jin, who was dragging a horned goat towards her. With her usual curiosity, she inquired, pray tell, my esteemed beast husband, how did you acquire this quarry today? Was it once again a matter of it colliding with an obstacle, as it did previously? In response, Feng Jin, with a playful glint in his crimson eyes and an unruffled demeanor, replied, indeed, It is true. The prey these days has become astonishingly foolish. I initially ventured out merely to test my luck, yet to my surprise, I stumbled upon a second one. Would you not agree that such folly is remarkable? Wen Yuan's lips twitched as she gazed at the other party's innocent and sincere visage. The words she nearly uttered to expose the truth twisted and emerged instead as, "It's rather foolish, isn't it? You must think so too, Wen Yuan." Feng Jin's eyes sparkled with mirth as he replied, "It's quite hot outside. I shall take care of this and come find you. I'll prepare some stew for you this evening." "Very well." Feeling the genuine concern radiating from Feng Jin, Wen Yuan gently caressed her rounded belly before turning and retreating into the cave. By the riverside, Feng Jin had just skillfully skinned the sheepskin when footsteps approached from behind. "If you wish to live, I suggest you leave swiftly," he remarked, his hands continuing their work, the sharpness of his long nails akin to a knife, effortlessly slicing through flesh and severing the sinews connected to the bone. In no time, the sheep was reduced to neatly cut pieces of meat. "I had no idea this pretty boy would someday serve others," Ingyi called out, leaning against a tree trunk, his voice booming. His slightly curled black hair veiled his forehead, revealing a pair of keen hawk-like eyes. With arms crossed and shoulders slouched against the tree, he appeared rather nonchalant. "How could you compare to someone like me? A rough and uncouth individual?" Once Feng Jin had tidied the meat, he waved his hand, causing the lamb to vanish from sight. Rising, he turned to face Ingyi, delivering a retort without hesitation. "TSK, it seems I didn't notice last time, but after all this time, you remain as unsightly as ever." "Me ugly?" Ingyi exclaimed in disbelief. "Have your phoenix eyes gone blind so quickly? You merely called me ugly, yet you seem quite agitated." Feng Jin raised an eyebrow, taking a few steps forward, his tone growing colder. "Little chick, do not follow me, or I shall take your life." With that, Feng Jin brushed past Ingyi, his long hair billowing behind him in the gentle breeze like silk. "Halt! How dare you call me little chick? Are you tired of living, you pretty boy?" Feng Jin remained unfazed, continuing his distance. "Huh, don't think I'm unaware of the little female you have hidden in the cave. She must be the rumored divine female, right?" Boom. A fiery explosion erupted, engulfing the area where Ingyi stood. "You truly seek death," Feng Jin remarked, slightly turning his head, his once dark eyes now glowing red, flames dancing within them as he calmly observed the explosion, a fierce expression adorning his fair, pristine face. Cough. Cough, cough. Ingyi leaned against the tree, one hand pressed to his mouth as he coughed violently, as if trying to expel his very lungs. His face was grimy, hair disheveled, and his appearance was undeniably wretched. "Oh, you're still alive?" Feng Jin's eyes flickered with crimson light, the air where Ingyi stood becoming scorching hot. Fire erupting once more. "You really came here, didn't you? Don't think I fear you," Ingyi declared, his spirit ignited, embodying a fearless bravado. Both were of medium blue rank, their strengths nearly equal. Ingyi felt the combat instincts within him stirring with excitement. Fear dissipated. Perhaps engaging this pretty boy would yield unexpected breakthroughs. After all, this was not his first time in such a predicament. As he contemplated this, he realized he had been stagnating at the medium blue rank for quite some time. Chapter 64. The three intruders. Just as Ingyi was poised to make a move, the originally fierce Feng Jin suddenly vanished in a flash, reminiscent of their last encounter. "Ah, clever boy, have you now learned to escape silently?" Ingyi mused, undeterred by the bright daylight as he set off in pursuit. He could hardly believe that a cooked duck could fly away from him in broad daylight. Time rewinds to half an hour prior. Wen Yuan reclined beneath the shade of a grand tree, resting on a lounge chair meticulously crafted for her by Feng Jin. Basking in the sun's warm embrace, the expansive, verdant leaves filtered much of the sunlight, allowing only a gentle cascade of rays to touch her skin, creating an exceptionally pleasant ambience that lulled her into a sleepy haze. A cold voice interrupted her reverie. "Warning, host, someone approaches." Startled, Wen Yuan abandoned her chair and swiftly retreated to the cave. The presence detected by the cold voice, known as Kai Duo Duo, was likely that of someone with ill intentions. Otherwise, her hard-earned 100 points would have been for naught. Exchanged for a concealment talisman, the transaction was successful, deducting 150 points, leaving her with a remaining balance of 1,330 points. As Kai Duo Duo's voice faded, a talisman materialized in her hand. Without hesitation, she pressed it to her forehead. Shortly thereafter, the voices of several individuals emerged from outside the cave, their tones sharp and strained, as if they were speaking through clenched throats. "Why has the scent vanished here?" Male 1 questioned, perplexed. "It hasn't vanished, rather, it has ceased here. To put it another way, the divine female may reside in this very location," Male 2 asserted confidently. "This dilapidated cave?" Male 3 scoffed, surveying the small and unremarkable entrance with disdain. "If she truly lived here, wouldn't she be overjoyed to leave with us? Lured by the promise of a grand residence and servitude, there would be no need for capture." As Male 1 spoke, his face lit with excitement, the loose skin around his eyes quivering in anticipation. He envisioned the prospect of acquiring the divine female and siring a brood of offspring, elevating his status among the males. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. Do not let your enthusiasm cloud your judgment. Have you not detected other scents? Male 2 replied with caution. Recently, no beastmen have returned alive from this area. Indeed, what 2 says holds merit. We must remain vigilant. Something powerful must be guarding this place, as evidenced by the many beastmen who have vanished without a trace. The aura here is unmistakably formidable. However, it seems the individual is not present at the moment. Let us search carefully and retrieve the divine female without causing a disturbance. Male 3 concurred, beginning to allocate tasks. Brother, you scout outside. I and Brother 2 will investigate within. Exercise caution, make no sudden movements. We cannot conceal our presence for long. And the beast man guarding the divine female will not stray too far. Let us proceed swiftly. Understood. The other 2 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Wen Yuan stood at the cave's entrance, listening to the conversation of several individuals, relieved that he had exchanged for a concealment talisman. Though its duration was brief, it would undoubtedly buy him some time. Feng Jin was likely tending to the corner sheep by a nearby stream. The task would not be cumbersome, and he merely needed to endure until Feng Jin returned. 2 male orcs stealthily entered the cave, their furtive demeanor eliciting a suppressed laugh, were the atmosphere not so grim. In such a confined space, one could see the end at a glance. There was nothing of interest. Let us leave, grumbled male orc 2, disdainfully surveying the cave. He had anticipated that, despite its small exterior, there would be at least a narrow passage upon entry. Instead, he found it truly to be just a single chamber. The cave was saturated with the scent of females, marking it as the dwelling of the divine female. However, male orc 3 was reluctant to depart so easily. Instead, he meticulously examined every item within the cave. The vastness of Sanghua Forest housed numerous females. Who could say if the divine female resided here? Furthermore, how could such a noble being possibly inhabit such a meager abode? Male orc 2 expressed his dissatisfaction, even pinching his nose, his disdain palpable. Brother, you must reconsider. Once we acquire the divine female, our status will ascend dramatically. If we can then leverage her to ally with formidable orcs, controlling the divine female would equate to controlling those powerful beings. At that point, a mere word from us could send tremors through the orc world. Male orc 3's excitement grew with each word, prompting a noticeable shift in male orc 2's attitude. Yet here, we can see clearly, there is nothing to be gained. Why waste time here? Have you forgotten my abilities? Male orc 3's eyes gleamed with an enigmatic light as he scanned the surroundings. I can sense that someone is within this cave. However, male orc 2 looked around, finding the space utterly vacant. Yet, seeing the confident glint in his brother's eyes and recognizing his abilities, he silently closed his mouth, even mimicking male orc 3's actions by extending his hand to explore the cave's entrance, seemingly hoping to touch the divine female. Wen Yuan stood upon the bed, observing as the 2 individuals groped along the wall, a sense of vigilance washing over her. Her gaze fixated on the third male, her eyes laden with scrutiny. Their recent conversation had revealed that this man possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of transcending the system to perceive her presence. Dear little one, surely the items in your point shop are not inflated? How is it that this beast man can sense my existence? The system, crafted with precision, must surely be impeccable. Without error. A mere 12 words served as a response to Wen Yuan, a rarity indeed. Wen Yuan chose to disregard Zai Duo, perceiving it as a futile endeavor. At this moment, Feng Jin had yet to return, undoubtedly encountering some sort of complication. Rather than remaining idle, she resolved to venture out in search of him, believing it would yield swifter results. Wen Yuan cautiously prepared to descend from the bed, striving to utter not a single sound, even suppressing the very rhythm of her breath. Her bare feet softly grazed the fur beneath her, making scarcely a noise, while both individuals were engrossed in their own world, meticulously reaching out to explore their immediate surroundings. Seizing this opportunity, Wen Yuan quietly stepped down from the bed and then, with measured strides, made her way towards the mouth of the cave. She was merely a hair's breadth away, just a few steps from freedom. Wen Yuan cast a glance behind him, where 2 figures converged, one approaching from the left wall and the other from the right, both intently groping their way towards the center. It should have been an exceedingly amusing scene. Yet Wen Yuan found no mirth, his nerves fraying. He sidestepped to avoid the oncoming duo, pressing himself against the wall as he attempted to exit the cave. Just as he was about to escape, a man suddenly burst in, colliding forcefully with Wen Yuan and sending him sprawling to the ground. Stifling a cry, the young one instinctively triggered a protective response, sustaining only minor discomfort from the fall. Ouch! The first male orc, similarly knocked down, landed heavily on the ground, letting out a wail that resonated with anguish. Chapter 65. Counterattack. Bomb. What just happened? The third and second male orcs turned sharply to look at the first, their expressions a portrait of shock. A tumble on flat ground? Is that even possible? Are you all right? Brother, you managed to fall on level ground? The second orc, straightforward and candid, voiced his thoughts without hesitation. Wen Yuan gently rubbed her waist as she rose to her feet. Seizing the opportunity while the other two were distracted, she cautiously leaned against the wall and began to inch her way outside. "Hurry and help me." The first male groaned in agony, his face contorted in pain, trembling uncontrollably. His complexion paling, large beads of sweat trickling down. This sudden change startled the other two, who abandoned their search for the divine female and rushed to the first one's side, each grasping a hand in an effort to lift him. As the second male approached from the left, he came perilously close to bumping into Wen Yuan, causing her to instinctively rise onto her toes, pressing her body tighter against the wall in fear of contact. If only she were alone. She would have relished the idea of sending these three to meet the Grim Reaper with a single explosive device. However, explaining herself to Feng Jin afterward would be quite the challenge. This individual was not like Zeta and the others, striving to remain as quiet as possible. Wen Yuan painstakingly maneuvered her way outward, feeling the urgency to hasten her pace without making a sound. The tension was unbearable. "Ugh, you fools. Are you trying to kill me with pain? Oh my backside." Accompanied by the first male's wretched scream, the second and third exchanged alarmed glances. Then with a steely resolve, hoisted him up. Curious, the second male glanced at his elder brother's rear, and to his shock, he discovered a sizable tear in the beast-skin skirt, with a stone the size of a fist lodged within, half of it protruding out. "Brother, there's blood." Due to the lifting, the stone had been pressed painfully, and crimson blood trickled down in a steady drip. The third male, upon hearing this, looked in disbelief at his brother's injury, instinctively clenching his own behind, fully aware of how excruciating it appeared. "Brother, just hang in there, shall I pull it out?" The second male trembled as he reached out, but as soon as his hand grazed the stone, the first male could no longer contain his anguish and retaliated with a punch directed at the second male. The impact left the second male seeing stars. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." He spun around, slamming his hand against the stone wall behind him, instantly howling in pain while jumping about, momentarily disregarding the throbbing ache in his face. Wen Yuan beheld the trio, feeling a mix of astonishment and delight. Could it be that the heavens had sent these three jesters to amuse her? Holding back her laughter proved quite a challenge, yet fortunately, she was merely a step away from the cave's entrance. With her hand resting against the stone at the threshold, Wen Yuan took a bold step forward, while the three continued to howl in excitement. Taking a small breath, she retracted her hand. However, as she released her grip, a fragment of stone tumbled down to the ground, the size of a fingernail, producing a resonant thud as it fell. When Yuanxin mentioned the throat, with no time to look back, she fled at once. "Stop, stop, stop," cried the third, observing the stone that rolled to his feet, and furrowing his brow as he sensed that the invisible presence in the cave had vanished. "What happened?" the leader asked, a look of frailty upon his face. "What is your name, third?" The second, clutching his hand, appeared utterly bewildered. "Catch up." With a sudden release of the leader's hand, the third dashed forward. Without anyone to support him, the leader promptly slumped down, his anguished cries resonating throughout the small cave. "Ah, brother, it's all gone inside. All of it." The second, in shock and terror, helped the leader up while not forgetting to give him a thumbs up. "Damn it, you fool. Hurry and help me get it out." The leader lamented. "Just don't slap me, all right?" The second replied, raising his hand repeatedly, unable to contain himself. "Why are you so full of chatter? Didn't you hear what the third said? He must have discovered the divine. Fool, move quickly. What pain have I not endured?" The stone was forcibly extracted, warm blood and some unknown matter spraying onto the second's hand. Gazing at the fist-sized stone, the second looked at his brother with admiration, hardly noticing the yellow substance smeared on the stone. Slap. In the next moment, as the pain subsided, the leader retaliated with a resounding slap, the sound echoing. The stone slipped from the second's hand, striking the leader's foot, causing him to howl in agony. The latter spun around, his hand crashing against the stone wall, letting out a scream. Brother, didn't we agree not to resort to violence? I know you are there. I won't harm you. Come with me, and I will ensure you are well fed and comfortable." The third, relying on intuition, relentlessly pursued Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan gazed at the man running alongside her, suppressing the urge to scold him for his folly. If only she could voice her thoughts. Did he perceive her as a mere child of 3, in need of coaxing? With the wind swirling beneath her feet, she pressed forward, yet ultimately fell short of Bu Huai's pace. As she continued to run, she could not help but gasp for breath. "Behave yourself, or I shall take action," came the threatening words from the man's lips. Wen Yuan pressed on with unwavering determination. In the next moment, the earth before her heaved dramatically. Had it not been for her quick reflexes to halt her advance, she would have surely tumbled headlong. She veered to the side and continued her sprint, her mind filled with curses directed at the man's lineage. The earth manipulation technique, landslide. As the incantation left her lips, Wen Yuan found herself swaying precariously. No, it was the ground that began to tremble violently. With swift dexterity, she grasped a nearby tree, stabilizing her stance and preventing a fall. The little one, Duo, had ceased to intervene after initially shielding her abdomen, primarily because there was as yet no immediate threat to the child. Wen Yuan raised her hand, channeling her wood-based abilities into the earth as thick, thorny vines silently emerged behind the third male. Bind, she whispered softly, bringing her hands together, and in an instant, the vines ensnared the third male. Wen Yuan ran without a glance back. Yet, the restraints were shattered in an instant, as the man's strength surpassed that of Wen Yuan. Continuing to flee would be foolish. Should any harm befall you, do not blame me, for it is your disobedience that has led to this. The third male spoke coldly, and perceiving the stillness around him, he acted again. Earth technique, earth spikes. The ground trembled, coalescing into numerous earthen spikes of varying sizes, their pointed tips thrusting forward with great ferocity. Here it comes again. Wen Yuan pressed her lips together, no longer hoping for Jin to rescue her. Instead, she spent 500 points to exchange for a small bomb, igniting it, and just before it detonated, she hurled it forcefully in the direction of the man while calling out, "Catch me quickly. I will follow you." Upon hearing this, the third man was momentarily elated, instinctively raising his hands to embrace the object flying towards him without discerning what it was. Boom. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was obliterated, reduced to charred remains scattered across the ground. The two male orcs who arrived later, supporting each other, were greeted by the horrifying sight of their younger brother dismembered into pieces. The deafening sound of the explosion resonated in their ears, blood unable to spatter as the life was extinguished. Chapter 66. Jin, they are bullying me. Third brother, they exclaimed in unison, disbelief etched on their faces. The eldest, already pale, turned ashen, his lips trembling yet unable to utter a word. The second brother fared worse. He released the elder's hand and staggered forward, gazing at the scattered remains, momentarily at a loss as to which piece to retrieve. The eldest lost his balance and collapsed to the ground, his lips a ghostly white, trembling with pain throughout his body. Wen Yuan dared not look back. After discarding the bomb, she fled, her pace quickening upon hearing the anguished cries of the two behind her. Second brother, capture that venomous female. I shall dismember her into 8 pieces. Understood, elder brother. The third male orc, with a grim expression, rose to his feet, fixing his gaze upon the fleeing female. With a swift motion of his hand, several tendrils surged forth, darting towards Wen Yuan with remarkable speed. Moreover, the once barren landscape began to sprout thickets, towering trees, and vines, impeding her advance. Just as Wen Yuan prepared to grit her teeth in exchange for a second bomb, she was suddenly propelled into the air. Beneath her feet, a colossal vine erupted from the ground, clawing menacingly towards her. Yet, suspended in the air, Wen Yuan remained unperturbed. A dagger as sharp as iron gripped firmly in one hand, while the other conjured a bomb, igniting it before hurling it towards her pursuers. Boom! The thunderous explosion erupted, filling the air with a deafening roar as thick smoke billowed upwards. With the protection of her companion, Zai Duo, Wen Yuan landed safely. Not daring to pause, she pressed forward. The small river was merely 3 kilometers from the cave. Normally, this distance felt trivial, a mere leisurely stroll after a meal, but now it seemed interminable. Given the caliber of her pursuers, who were at least of the green rank, she, merely at the orange rank, felt as though she were a mere ant in comparison to an elephant. Were it not for the 2 bombs she had cast away, she would have undoubtedly been captured by now. That wicked female has quite a few tricks up her sleeve. Once I catch her, I shall make her pay. From the billowing smoke, 2 figures emerged. Wood element technique, dance of the demons. The second male orc's palm gathered slightly, and with a fierce shout, a pale azure light surged forth from his hand. Wen Yuan felt the plants around her quiver as if responding to the man's command. Just as he had indicated, one plant after another began to grow wildly, all surging towards Wen Yuan. The foliage shimmered with a mysterious azure glow, creating an eerie spectacle. Wen Yuan pressed her lips together and raised her hand to touch the fox mark at her waist. Wind elemental technique, confinement. The expression of the second beast man, once filled with pride, suddenly stiffened. His hand became immovable, as if ensnared by some invisible force, pressing down with great effort. Damn that female. Wood elemental technique, rising cage. At that moment, the leader, who had been sitting on the ground, seemed to have regained his composure. He leaped and transformed into a great tiger, and with that, the wood-based powers surged forth, intertwining countless vines in the air. Soon, an impenetrable cage was meticulously woven, swiftly following Wen Yuan's movements, waiting patiently for the opportune moment to descend. Wen Yuan gasped for breath, feeling utterly overwhelmed. As she watched the cage above her descend, a sense of bitterness engulfed her. She should never have placed her hopes in Jin, nor in anyone else. Ultimately, she was simply too weak. Curse it, Wen Yuan. Jin gazed down at the prostrate Wen Yuan, his eyes aflame with a crimson hue. With a swift motion of his hand, the fire phoenix surged forth, incinerating the cage entirely, leaving only charred remnants to cascade down. Wind technique, gentle breeze. A gust swept through, carrying away even the blackened debris. Yet this time, it was accompanied by an unfamiliar voice. With a sudden turn of her head, Wen Yuan's gaze brightened upon seeing Feng Jin. Her eyes soon filled with tears as she struggled to rise, stumbling into Feng Jin's embrace. Her voice trembled. Feng Jin, they are bullying me. She appeared utterly aggrieved and pitiable. Her fair face bore traces of blood, marred and dirty, while her pale blue eyes brimmed with sorrow. Fixated on Feng Jin with an expression of deep distress, her lips turned downwards in a heart-wrenching pout. Eagle Yi descended, his gaze landing on the petite female in Feng Jin's arms, his eyes shimmering with interest. Moments ago, he had witnessed the little female's woeful plea to Feng Jin, her pitiful demeanor evoking an instinctive desire to cradle her in his hands. Such a delicate and soft creature, he found her utterly endearing. Two male beastmen, under the glaring light of day, bullying a fragile little female. Such behavior was a disgrace to their masculinity. Eagle Yi reluctantly averted his gaze, frowning as he regarded the two male beastmen, his tone reflecting his displeasure. Wen Yuan shivered, her hands tightly holding onto Feng Jin, desperately leaning into his embrace. Her concealed face bore a clear gaze, tinged with a hint of ferocity, her voice trembling slightly. Feng Jin, they intend to kill our offspring. Will you eliminate them for me? These two had already glimpsed her face. They could not be allowed to live. Feng Jin raised his hand to envelop Wen Yuan, attuned to her accelerated heartbeat born of anxiety and fear, while observing the myriad of bloodstains covering her body. His eyes turned frigid, and with a fierce gaze, he directed his focus toward the two men ahead, his murderous intent palpable enough to seem tangible. You seek death. With a swift motion, flames erupted, a colossal fireball forming and surging toward the two men with searing heat. What elemental technique? Shield. Trees gathered in dense rows, standing resolutely before the men. As the fireball approached, the trees combusted with a thunderous crack, flames climbing the trunks as thick smoke billowed into the air. At that moment, a majestic eagle soared above, circling in the sky. Wen Yuan heard its call and glanced up, her brow furrowing slightly. It was the very eagle that had suddenly attacked her. Yet it had caused her no harm, merely snatching away a piece of her clothing. In the next instant, the eagle swooped down, folding its wings as it landed gracefully upon the arm of a man beside Feng Jin. The man raised his elbow, allowing the eagle to settle securely. His long black hair fell in gentle waves, with loose strands brushing against his pronounced brows. His eyes were sharp and defined, and a slight smirk graced his red lips, exuding an air of disdain. His upper body was bare, revealing well-defined muscles, and a few black and white feathers were caught in his loosely tied hair, fluttering softly in the breeze. The eagle chirped near his ear, and with a slight frown, he shook his hand to send the bird aloft before stepping closer to Feng Jin. He first offered a friendly smile to Wen Yuan, then addressed Feng Jin. Pretty boy, if you don't unleash your full strength soon, someone will take notice. The Sangyue forest has become quite perilous lately. Apart from my team, there are no fewer than 6 other parties around. Feng Jin's brows knitted together as he twisted his wrist, causing the fireball to swell dramatically. The trees were utterly insufficient to withstand it. Even as new trees sprang up to block the flames, they were reduced to ash in the blink of an eye. The scorching fire surged forward, the intense heat palpable as it approached, causing hair to crackle ominously. Second brother, get back. The elder brother, hindered in movement, rushed forward, pushing his younger sibling aside, only to be struck by the flames himself, rolling several times and enveloped in smoke. Elder brother. The younger brother's eyes widened in horror as he hurried to assist him, checking for signs of life. After confirming he still breathed, his voice trembled with a mix of despair and relief. Chapter 67. Resolution and relocation. I will fight you to the end. The second male orc, witnessing his elder brother's dire state, radiated a fierce azure glow. Oh, looks like you're on the verge of a breakthrough, the eagle-eyed man commented, narrowing his gaze. Yet, you still fall short compared to me. Fire elemental technique, Phoenix Rising. Feng Jin cast a fleeting glance at the eagle-eyed man, then swiftly lifted Wen Yuan into his arms, murmuring softly. Wen Yuan raised her gaze, observing the transformations around her. In the next moment, a magnificent fire phoenix emerged, its wings unfurled, head held high as it let out a resounding cry. A clear and vibrant avian call echoing through the air. The flames enveloped the phoenix, radiating an astonishing heat that Wen Yuan could feel even from a distance. Yet, this was not the full might of Feng Jin. With magic, absolute kill. Sharp vines twisted together like a lethal blade, ultimately forming a colossal sword that swung ferociously toward Wen Yuan and her companions. However, in the blink of an eye, the fire phoenix tore through the massive sword, its verdant form disintegrating into a cascade of black ash that fell gently to the ground. The phoenix surged forward, piercing through the man's body with relentless force. Cries of horror erupted as the second male orc, surrounded by a glowing azure aura, gradually dimmed, and with anguished screams, he swiftly turned to a pile of dust. The elder, lying on the ground, watched helplessly as his brother was reduced to ashes, his voice rising in frantic despair. Yet, in the next instant, the fire phoenix screeched, effortlessly grasping him and hurling him upward. Then with a fierce dash, it penetrated through his chest. Wind magic. Hurricane. The voice of Ing Yi rang clear. And in the next moment, a powerful gust swept through, lifting the charred remnants from the ground and scattering them far and wide. Even the fragments of flesh were carried away, dispersed across the landscape. Ing Yi stepped forward, rummaging through a pouch at his waist, and produced a packet of powder. With a shake, he scattered the white substance, and the formerly scorched earth instantly sprouted tender shoots, followed by a thicket that concealed all traces of the devastation. The hurricane swept past, leaving not a single scent behind. "Thank you," Feng Jin said, turning her eyes toward Ing Yi, her lips pursed in gratitude. "It's truly a rarity to hear you express thanks, you pretty boy," Ing Yi teased. Feng Jin chose to ignore him, instead cradling Wen Yuan as they prepared to depart. Caw! The cry of the eagle resounded once more. Wen Yuan raised her gaze and indeed spotted the eagle circling above, just as before. The eagle gracefully landed on Ing Yi's arm, cooing softly. "Little white face, follow me. This place is no longer safe," Ing Yi declared as he reached out to pull Feng Jin, only to be met with a frown as Feng Jin evaded him, glancing at Ing Yi with evident disdain. "I'm a bit injured, but it's nothing severe," Ing Yi remarked. "If you die, it's none of my concern. The little female cannot perish." With that, a flash of crimson flickered in Feng Jin's phoenix eyes. "Who has arrived?" "Lord Gear from the Gear family, Sim Sha from the Sim family, Zhan Yu Luo from the Zhan Yu family, and a few others I couldn't identify. But even just these few are somewhat overwhelming. You ought to realize that Lord Gear is not a benevolent figure. The females who have perished at his hands number in the dozens, if not the hundreds. His methods are notoriously brutal." Feng Jin remained silent for a few seconds before coldly inquiring, "Where to?" Upon hearing this, Ing Yi's eyes brightened as he gazed at Wen Yuan and grinned. "The most perilous place is actually the safest. We shall head to the Quanai tribe. However, you'd best disguise yourself. I will eventually seek retribution for the death of my team member." Feng Jin shot Ing Yi a glance, tightening her hold on Wen Yuan. "You don't even know the character of your own subordinates. What a feudal leader you are." Ing Yi felt the familiar sensation of being stifled once again. It was truly infuriating. His gaze shifted to Wen Yuan's sorrowful countenance, and he unconsciously softened. Fine, I'm in a good mood today. So I want to hold it against you." As they conversed, the trio had already traveled a considerable distance. 10 minutes later, a golden-haired man descended, his long hair flowing in the breeze, the sunlight reflecting off it with a blinding radiance. His golden eyes scanned the surroundings, yet nothing was captured. "Damn, they've escaped." Lord Gear huffed impatiently, electricity crackling in his hand, causing the ground to erupt in explosions. "I truly dislike your irritable temperament. Were it not for my family sending me on this errand, I would prefer not to be in your company," Sim Sha remarked, his dark hair tousled. His pallid face pinched as he held a piece of white beast hide over his nose. Sim Sha looked at Lord Gear with disdain, creating a thin layer of mist around himself to avoid any debris that might fall upon him. Not a speck of dust touched his shoulders. "You truly are as detestable as that little white face from Wudong Island." Lord Gear grumbled irritably, his temper flaring. "Do not compare that brat to me. What right does an almost extinct race have to be mentioned in the same breath as me? If it weren't for the slight power of the Fire Phoenix clan, such a race would have long ceased to exist. However, extinction is near. I've heard that the Fire Phoenix clan hasn't produced fresh blood in a millennium." Sim Sha chuckled darkly. "Let them die. It's better if all those women perish." Lord Gear, agitated, retorted, "Didn't they mention a divine female? Why haven't we even seen a lowly female? Who knows?" Gear Mu covered his nose, watching Gear wreaking havoc with explosive fury, clearly displeased. With a cry, a blue phoenix descended, its smooth azure feathers shimmering, the tail feathers particularly vibrant and exquisite. Perched upon the blue phoenix stood a man clad in a white beast-skin skirt, his long white hair cascading to his waist. A black mole adorned the corner of his eye, his gaze scanning the area with calm indifference. The blue phoenix called out again, flapping its wings as if ready to depart. "Zhan Yu Luo, are you leaving just like that?" Lord Gear shouted in frustration. The blue phoenix lingered not, and Zhan Yu Luo merely cast a fleeting glance at him, his long white lashes casting a shadow over his features. The indifferent gaze momentarily tempered Lord Gear's fury. As the blue phoenix flew away, a bolt of lightning struck, shattering a nearby tree into splinters. Sim Sha instinctively frowned, disdain evident on his face. This fellow remains as filthy as ever. Why engage with him? Sim Sha sneered. With his temperament, merely coming out here must have been his family's coercion. I heard his grandfather nearly hung himself at his doorstep to compel him to come. Humph, Lord Gear snorted, falling silent. Let us leave. Since we've found nothing, I have no desire to linger in this filthy place. The longer I stay, the harder it becomes to breathe. This lower realm is utterly disgusting. Even the air feels suffocating. Sim Sha covered his mouth and nose, vanishing in the next instant. Damn, what a waste of a trip. Lord Gear couldn't help but curse as he rushed after him. Chapter 68. The well-meaning Ing Yi, the Quanai tribe, was bustling with a diverse populace, lively yet fraught with numerous hidden dangers. To manage the tribe effectively, Chief Wang He mandated that each race maintain a meticulous record book, strictly documenting their population, relationships, names, and genealogies. Wen Yuan and Feng Jin, as unfamiliar faces, were naturally barred from entering the tribe. The last time they ventured in was through Feng Jin's clever tactics. Now, with the need for a prolonged stay, a more straightforward approach was essential. Fear not. Although the tribe's numbers have increased slightly, you are under my protection, and a mere nod from the leader will suffice. Eagle Wild observed the downcast Wen Yuan, mistakenly believing her demeanor to be one of fear, and instinctively began to reassure her. Thank you, Wen Yuan replied, regaining her composure and offering a smile. Not at all, Eagle Wild responded, his cheeks tinged with a hint of color. It brings me joy to assist you. However, in the next moment, a towering figure obstructed Eagle Wild's view. As Feng Jin positioned himself protectively in front of Wen Yuan, Eagle Wild's smile dimmed slightly, his gaze meeting Feng Jin's with an air of challenge. An understanding only males could grasp. She is mine, Feng Jin stated, his brow furrowing as he fixed his gaze on Eagle Wild, his tone laden with gravity. Does that mean she cannot belong to me? Eagle Wild raised an eyebrow, retorting, the truth is, you alone cannot ensure her safety. It is not you who requires my assistance. Rather, it is Wen Yuan. Eagle Wild chuckled lightly. This time, Feng Jin refrained from arguing, for he comprehended the veiled meaning behind Eagle Wild's words. Someone is approaching, Wen Yuan whispered, gently tugging at Feng Jin's sleeve. She had overheard their exchange and discerned that Eagle Wild possessed considerable strength, likely on par with Feng Jin. His appearance was also quite commendable. Once she bore this child, it was conceivable that she could bear another. After all, procreation was inevitable. Who were these two? Wen rushed over, quickly spotting Eagle Wild accompanied by a male and a female at the entrance of the tribe. The male was tall and robust, a scar marring his visage, exuding an intimidating presence with his dark skin. The female appeared slight and frail, her skin a waxy yellow, her body swathed in animal hides, with only a strand of silver hair visible, suggesting she would be a challenging burden to nurture. They are my newly recruited team members, and they will be accompanying me upon departure. According to protocol, I wanted you to become acquainted with them, Eagle Wild said, shifting aside to allow Wen a closer look. After a brief inquiry, Wen permitted Eagle Wild to escort them away. Upon entering the tribe, the cacophony of voices enveloped them. As Eagle Wild had indicated, the merchant caravan's stay would be brief, yet sufficient for them to remain inconspicuous for a time. Soon, he would disseminate news of the divine female's departure from the Sangua forest, allowing for a period of tranquility. You shall reside here. I will have provisions sent over later. Eagle Wild directed them to a simple grass hut, exchanging a few words with Wen Yuan before departing. The structure resembled a tripod, its roof laden with dried grass, while windows were fashioned on either side for ventilation. The interior was modest, housing a wooden bed covered with animal hides, clearly arranged by Eagle Wild's instructions. Besides that, the small dwelling was remarkably tidy. Before departing, Feng Jin returned to the cave to gather some belongings. Once he had arranged his possessions, the small abode appeared more vibrant, exuding a sense of life, as if it were truly inhabited. Wen Yuan was quite content. As long as there was no exposure to the wind and sun, it seemed to be quite satisfactory. Observing Wen Yuan sitting at the edge of the bed, Feng Jin's gaze faltered, his tone tinged with a hint of inquiry. Do you not have any questions for me? No. Wen Yuan produced a spiritual fruit, wiping it on the animal hide with a smile, and remarked, what I ought to know will inevitably come to me. If you wish to tell me, you shall do so. What I should not know, I shall not inquire about. Curiosity killed the cat, and I am well aware of that. It was merely a fleeting romance. He desired offspring while she sought survival, each fulfilling their own needs without unnecessary entanglements. She could sense that Feng Jin felt similarly towards her. Listening to Wen Yuan's words, Feng Jin pursed his lips, unsure of how to respond. A vague discomfort stirred within him, yet its source eluded his understanding. Knock, knock. The wooden door was rapped upon, interrupting the charged atmosphere between the two. Come in, Feng Jin said as he approached Wen Yuan, his voice low. Sister-in-law. A youth entered, balancing a platter of colorful fruits. Upon opening the door, his gaze instantly landed on Wen Yuan, and he exclaimed with excitement. Did you call for me? The sudden address of sister-in-law nearly caught Wen Yuan off guard. Who else would I call? The boy, slightly perplexed, mumbled. Isn't it right to call the partner of the eldest brother sister-in-law? Hurry, bring the things in, he urged, turning to shout back outside. The door swung open wider, revealing 4 or 5 men carrying various items. One after another, they entered the small room, which suddenly felt somewhat cramped. Sister-in-law, these are exquisite wild fruits. They were personally picked by our eldest brother. The youth emphasized eldest brother with admiration. He then pointed to the plates behind him, introducing each item. This is meat roasted by the eldest brother himself. This is a hide he selected for you. Choose whichever you like for him to make into a garment. These are some new trinkets he scavenged for you to alleviate boredom. And this is fragrant body oil gifted to you by the eldest brother. It not only smells delightful, but also enhances your skin, worth several hundred beast crystals if sold. With each introduction, Feng Jin's expression darkened, and by the end, his already somber face seemed as if it could drip with rain. Lu Ji looked at Feng Jin, pouting. What kind of look is that? This is a gift from my eldest brother to sister-in-law. Even if you are her partner, it has nothing to do with you. With Lu Ji's words, Feng Jin's expression soured further, his face clouded with displeasure. Wen Yuan is my partner. What does it have to do with Yi? His voice was heavy as he scanned the items, growing increasingly irked. What kind of reasoning is that? Which fertile female does not have multiple partners? I must say, your inability to accept others is quite disappointing. As a partner, one must possess self-awareness. My eldest brother is handsome and powerful, while you, well, your physique is barely tolerable. How could you compare to my eldest brother? If sister-in-law had met him first, she would never have looked your way. Lu Ji, not a child anymore, spoke with rising irritation, his words quick and unyielding, punctuated by his serious demeanor, making him all the more exasperating. Feng Jin clenched his fists, ready to rise, but Wen Yuan timely grasped his hand, lifting her gaze to Lu Ji, and gently said, I appreciate the gifts. Please thank your eldest brother on my behalf. Moreover, please deliver this to Yi and tell him I will express my gratitude in person when time permits. Chapter 69. He wants to take her back to Wudong Island. This is something the eldest brother said to give to sister-in-law. Lu Ji, once brimming with pride, froze upon seeing the bag of beast crystals Wen Yuan handed over. Stammering, he began to explain, after all, if I mess this up, my eldest brother might skin me alive, although I truly don't understand why he would take a liking to a frail little female. However, what the eldest brother favors must be the best. After all, Yi is not my partner, right? Besides, he helped us. We ought to express our gratitude rather than accept so many gifts without reason. Upon hearing Wen Yuan's words, Feng Jin, guided by her hand, obediently sat on the bed. His previously dark expression brightening instantly, even blossoming into a faint smile as he looked at the others and said, Aren't you all leaving? Little people are ambitious. Lu Ji respectfully nodded at Wen Yuan before leading the others out. Wen Yuan, I'm sorry. Once Lu Ji departed, the cheerful expression on Feng Jin's face vanished. Why say sorry? This should be mine to give to you. Feng Jin gently grasped Wen Yuan's hand, squeezing it lightly. Once the child is born, I will take you home. It's unsafe outside now. I can protect you, but you are fragile during your pregnancy. Are you not pretending anymore? Wen Yuan raised an eyebrow, her smile radiant as she looked at Feng Jin. I was wrong. Please don't hold it against me, Wen Yuan. Feng Jin nervously glanced at her, fearing a negative response. Throughout their time together, Feng Jin initially had ulterior motives, but as time passed, curiosity grew, and this enchanting little female unknowingly nestled into his heart. He desired to take her back to Wudong Island. Seeing Wen Yuan remain silent, he decided to confess everything. He was the young master of Wudong Island, and upon hearing rumors of a divine female in the Sangyue forest, he secretly left home to search. Originally intending to find a mate for the Fire Phoenix clan, after observing Wen Yuan, he resolved to take risks and test the waters himself. Feigning injury to capture her attention, he was taken aback when Wen Yuan turned to flee. Just as he thought she would escape, he witnessed her climb a tree, watching him intently for a long time before descending and coming to his side, rescuing him. Such a Wen Yuan intrigued him and filled him with wonder. Once Wen Yuan became pregnant, his plan was to take the child back home after birth, believing Wen Yuan was not necessary as a weakness. This thought was one he dared not voice aloud. Now, however, he had changed his mind. He wished to be with Wen Yuan forever. I certainly won't blame you. After all, she was merely intending to borrow a seed. Feng Jin's eyes sparkled upon hearing her words. Yet, unexpectedly, Wen Yuan's next statement plunged him into despair. But I won't return to Wudong Island with you. She would not abandon a forest for a single tree. It was not her style, especially since the system would never permit it. Why not? Feng Jin asked, puzzled. Wudong Island is my home. Once there, no one would dare to covet you, she replied. You also mentioned that it is your home. Wen Yuan gazed intently at Feng Jin and declared, I abhor constraints. I cherish freedom. Above all, I have my own endeavors to pursue. Yet, this was merely a pretext. To return with him? Absolutely not. Wen Yuan was not the type to settle down with a single individual. If she were, many suitors in the present world would have led her to marriage and motherhood long ago. Feng Jin, once I have accomplished what I wish to achieve, I shall return to see you. I firmly believe that you will make a wonderful father. As she spoke, Wen Yuan placed his hand upon her abdomen. Therefore, you will respect my wishes, will you not? Wen Yuan gazed at Feng Jin, her voice gentle, embodying both inquiry and subtle probing. Should Feng Jin insist on taking her back forcefully, the disparity in their strengths would require her to exert considerable effort, or perhaps, as in the past, she might choose to depart without a word. Yet, Wen Yuan was reluctant to follow that path again. Feng Jin pressed his lips together, a hint of disappointment flickering across his features. Upon hearing Wen Yuan's comforting words, he glanced at his palm, then at Wen Yuan's noticeably rounded belly, his gaze softening as he softly acknowledged her with a gentle hum. Did the little female truly speak thus? Yingya's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed. Lu Ji, observing her superior, pondered for a moment before, unable to restrain herself, quipped, "Boss, with your exceptional qualities, what female could you not attract? That partner of hers is rather unappreciative. You see, she is deserving of me." Yi retorted with a smirk, revealing his sharp canines, and playfully tapped Lu Ji on the head, adding with a chuckle, "One always possesses a sense of ownership over what they cherish. The fact that the female has multiple partners is merely a reality." Lu Ji struggled to comprehend this, even attempting to counter his assertion. Yi simply smiled and refrained from further comment, allowing her to depart. Watching Lu Ji's retreating figure, he shook his head, realizing that the little one he had taken under his wing still had much to learn. After all, he was still quite young, barely on the cusp of adulthood. How could he possibly understand? Rules are rules, yet the instinct of possession is inherently selfish. Were it not for their environment, how could those who genuinely cherish their partners ever accept the notion of their beloved having others? However, Yi remained seated on the rooftop, the wind tousling his hair as he turned his gaze towards Wen Yuan's direction. That fellow Feng Jin had indeed become entangled. It was not easy for one so lacking in romantic finesse. Yet, considering his partner was Wen Yuan, it seemed only natural. After all, a female who could captivate even him must possess remarkable qualities. Have you heard? A divine female has emerged in the Sangwei forest. Wen Yuan paused, furrowing her brow as she glanced at several females not far away. According to the information revealed by Feng Jin, this news should only be known to the prominent families. How could it have become common knowledge in just a few days? The divine females? One of the females scoffed, "Impossible, they are beings long thought to have vanished." Ixia, do not doubt it. Recently, the leaders have prohibited us from gathering, as rumors of the divine females have attracted many skilled individuals, all eager to seize the opportunity. It is also possible that the news is false, Ixia replied, pursing her lips in rebuttal. Do not be skeptical. I have heard that the divine female shares your silvery hair, and she is said to be exceptionally beautiful. The female continued, yet, we have never seen her. So if you claim it to be untrue, there seems to be no solid grounds to refute. Upon hearing this, Ixia raised her hand to touch her long, silver hair. Falling silent. Soon, the females shifted to other topics, passionately discussing who among the Eagle's mercantile team was the most formidable. Many flushed with excitement, declaring it to be the team leader, Yi. In fact, numerous females entertained the notion of having him as a partner. The conversation grew increasingly fervent. Wen Yuan tugged at the brim of her hat, shielding her face as she turned back, no longer intending to seek out Yi. She didn't even plan to step outside until after the birth. It was understandable that the few male beast men who had been burned earlier knew, after all. They were traveling merchants, naturally well informed. But now, it seemed, far too many were privy to the news. Days passed, and with them, Wen Yuan's belly grew steadily larger. As for Yi, ever since receiving Wen Yuan's beast crystal, he made a point of appearing before her multiple times a day, never once empty-handed. Each of his visits inevitably triggered Feng Jin's jealousy, transforming the usually composed man into a seething vat of aged vinegar. And so, the two clashed once more. This is my gift for Yuan. What concern is it of yours? Yi glared at Feng Jin, irritation plain on his face. Wen Yuan is my mate. There's no need for your excessive concern, Feng Jin retorted, his sharp gaze equally vexed. Pretty boy, your audacity grows by the day. If you can't provide for Yuan properly, does that mean no one else can treat her well? Yi's words pricked Feng Jin like thorns, grating on his nerves, yet he found no rebuttal. After all, this wasn't Phoenix Island. What he could offer Wen Yuan was limited. Watching Feng Jin's expression darken visibly, Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. But the next moment, Wen Yuan, you don't despise me, do you? Feng Jin turned to Wen Yuan, his tone laced with unmistakable grievance. Yi, fine. So that is how they were playing it. Wen Yuan savored the broth brewed from celestial ingredients when she heard the voice of Feng Jin. Habitually lifting her gaze, she commenced her performance. How could that be? With such striking looks, how could I ever find you displeasing? Feng Jin received her answer, feeling immensely satisfied, even displaying a hint of pride in front of Yi. The smile upon her face was radiant, and Yi found it particularly glaring. Subsequently, he turned his head, his eyes ablaze as he gazed at Wen Yuan. Yuan, am I not handsome? What does this pretty boy have that surpasses me? Yi was displeased, exceedingly so. Captain Yi was undoubtedly handsome. Wen Yuan, while sipping her soup, casually offered an affirmative response. Then, who among us is more attractive? They chorused in unison, their eyes unwavering. Wen Yuan paused, spoon in hand. Her brow slightly furrowed as she regarded the two individuals whose intense gazes were fixed upon her. This scene felt oddly familiar, as if she had encountered it before. As her thoughts gathered, she glanced between Feng Jin and Yi, struggling to make a distinction, for both possessed their own unique allure, making comparison a futile endeavor. Just as she was about to respond, a voice echoed from outside the dwelling. Is Captain Yi present? He's not. Yi retorted without turning around. Silence lingered for a few moments before the voice continued. Captain Yi, our leader wishes to invite you to discuss some matters. No time. Yi's impatience was palpable. After all, What could possibly be more significant than his lifelong commitment? The voice from outside seemed momentarily taken aback, falling silent again. Soon, the leader Hu Wen's voice rang out. Captain Yi, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. May we meet? Standing outside the quaint wooden cabin, Hu Wen gazed at the firmly closed door, feeling a twinge of unease. He had heard whispers of Ye's fervent interest in the little female he had brought back, even witnessing multiple attempts at flattery, suggesting a desire to bond as mates. It now appeared that there was some truth to these rumors. Day after day, Yi had been frequenting the little female's quarters. Yet, Hu Wen had also heard that she was with child. When she first entered the tribe, her appearance had been so carefully concealed that he had not discerned her condition. The male accompanying her was tall and robust, yet remarkably unremarkable, hardly worth a second glance. Once they were within the tribe, food was no longer their concern. Either Yi delivered a bounty of provisions, or the tall male ventured out to hunt. Beyond that, Hu Wen found it hard to recall the little female's features, though he was certain she was not particularly attractive. Had she been, he would have remembered. Come in. A feminine voice called out, causing Hu Wen to pause momentarily. The door creaked open, revealing the ordinary yet dusky visage of the companion accompanying the female. Apologies for the intrusion, Hu Wen said with a polite smile as he stepped inside. His eyes immediately fell upon the little female, swathed in layers, seated upon the bed, alongside 2 bowls of ice. And there was Yi, leisurely fanning her with a large fan. Hu Wen's gaze narrowed, and he quietly chose a stool to sit upon. Was the female unwell? Why was she so thoroughly bundled? Best to refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you. Feng Jin's sharp gaze turned towards Hu Wen, his tone icy and dismissive. The female's dark skin appeared thinner than he recalled from their first meeting, though he could not pinpoint what had changed. Moreover, an odd scent permeated the room. The man seemed unremarkable, yet his eyes proved disarming. Hu Wen withdrew his gaze, offering an awkward explanation. I harbor no ill intentions. I'm merely worried she might be unwell. Should she require assistance, the tribe's healer is available. Do not be alarmed, leader. My partner merely tends to my needs. It is nothing serious, just a fragile state due to my pregnancy, and I cannot bear the wind. Wen Yuan emerged at an opportune moment to serve as a mediator, his voice feeble, punctuated by occasional coughs. Hu Wen glanced at the ice basin and then at the fanning Yi, falling into a contemplative silence. Understanding dawned upon him. Subsequently, Hu Wen directed his gaze towards Yi, who appeared disinclined to acknowledge him, and cleared his throat, stating, the tribe will hold a testing ceremony for the females tomorrow, which also serves as a rite of passage. I wonder if we might extend an invitation to the males of the Eagle Jew merchant group to witness this event? Testing ceremony? A test of fertility. It seems another batch of females is on the brink of entering the red zone, but merely as spectators? Eagle Yu furrowed his brow, sensing that the old fellow harbored ulterior motives. Certainly not. Once the females complete their tests, a mate selection ceremony will ensue. And we hope the Eagle Jew merchant group can partake in that as well. Having uttered these words, Hu Wen cautiously glanced at Yi, his eyes darting about nervously. Yi tossed the fan in his hand to Feng Jin, rising to stand before Hu Wen. His height amplified his already imposing presence. Are you scheming against my merchant group? What? Is one tribe not enough for your amusement? Hu Wen's countenance shifted dramatically at these words. What do you mean? I harbor no such intentions. I merely seek to strengthen our relationship. How could I ever dare to covet the interests of the Eagle Jew merchant group? Even if you lent me tenfold courage, I would not. Hu Wen smiled, a somewhat humble grin. After all, the prowess of Yi, a blue tier, was apparent. And how could he, a mere green tier, hope to compete? Not to mention, every member of his merchant group was formidable. Is that so? Yi scrutinized Hu Wen, a smile playing on his lips. Indeed, it is. Hu Wen affirmed with a nod. If you are unwilling, that is perfectly acceptable. I merely thought a larger gathering would be more festive. Chapter 71. Wen Yuan, do not cause trouble. Wen Yuan sat silently on the bed. At that moment, Hu Wen harbored no ill intentions. The females wished to conduct a test, and their desire to involve the Eagle Command Trading Company likely mirrored the thoughts of Yi. Wen Yuan initially believed that Yi would decline, yet to his surprise, this young man unexpectedly agreed with a mere turn of phrase. The extent of retention depends on one's capability. Yi regarded Hu Wen with an amiable smile. Hu Wen, still somewhat taken aback, soon responded with a cheerful grin, saying, What do you mean by that? It is merely a gathering, though I do wonder if Captain Yi will be available that day. If possible, it would be even better if you could attend. Rubbing his hands together, he bore an innocent and honest demeanor, his gentle appearance suggesting he was anything but a villain. Goodness, not only does he have his sights set on the merchant convoy, but he also contemplates ensnaring its leader. Hu Wen certainly possesses grand ambitions. Wen Yuan shifted her gaze towards Yi, who seemed to sense her attention and turned to flash a toothy grin. Subsequently, he turned his gaze back to Hu Wen, his eyes deep and his tone somber. Your appetite is rather insatiable. Do take care not to overindulge. Whatever schemes you may be harboring, it would be wise to keep them buried within, lest you provoke my ire. Ah, understood, Hu Wen replied. his demeanor deflating as he chuckled lightly before departing from the wooden cabin. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded away. Truly, he possesses the remarkable ability to bend, yet not break. Wen Yuan lifted the beast's skin draped over her head, and her assessment of Wen was thus. As the leader of a tribe, his strength was not particularly formidable, yet he was certainly not of a low caliber. However, in the presence of a merchant caravan captain, despite the disparity in rank, she had never encountered anyone capable of lowering themselves to such a degree. Merely a treacherous usurper, Ying Yi seemed quite familiar with Yuan, wary of potential pitfalls. Replacing Ying Yi's provocations, Feng Jin unexpectedly interjected. Yet, with your intellect, it is highly likely you will not escape the tribe. Allow me to congratulate you in advance. There was a hint of schadenfreude in the tone. Ying Yi's fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. You little pretty boy? Looking for a fight? You little chick, do you wish to brawl? I'll make you lose your way. The intent was clear. The two locked eyes, sparks igniting between them. Wen Yuan pressed her forehead, remarking that it was getting late and that Ying Yi should take his leave. The day's incessant commotion had extinguished her initial curiosity. These two truly were adversaries, igniting at the slightest provocation. I shall come to see you tomorrow, Ying Yi said with a charming smile directed at Wen Yuan, before turning to Feng Jin with a menacing grin. Just you wait. Quickly leave. I am eager to close the door, Feng Jin announced, having approached the entrance, leaving it wide open to usher Ying Yi out. Infuriated, Ying Yi nearly succumbed to the urge to retaliate, but ultimately chose to preserve Wen Yuan's impression over exacting vengeance on Feng Jin. Once Ying Yi departed, Wen Yuan reclined on the bed, observing as Feng Jin secured the door. She patted the space beside her, inviting him to join. Care to come up? Feng Jin's gaze deepened in response to Wen Yuan's gesture. As he swallowed, it was evident that he was grappling with more than mere saliva. He approached, lay down beside her, and wrapped his arms around her waist, gently pulling her closer. Wen Yuan, you are with child now. Do not stir up trouble. During pregnancy, one must exercise restraint. As he uttered these words, his eyes seemed almost glued to her, brimming with intensity. Wen Yuan raised her hand, gently resting it upon Feng Jin's brows, tenderly smoothing the furrowed lines of concern. Others may not, but I can. Do you not desire it? Wen Yuan's other hand moved downward, feeling the firmness and engorgement, as anticipated. Wen Yuan, cease your antics. You might hurt yourself. I have told you, I am unlike others. Wen Yuan's hand gradually moved, washing away the cosmetics to reveal a porcelain-like complexion. Her pair of light blue eyes gazing at Feng Jin with a hint of allure. Do not continue. I may struggle to contain myself. Feng Jin's gaze turned crimson as he pressed down on Wen Yuan's restless hand, lowering his gaze to behold her exquisite visage, his breath becoming noticeably heavier. Even a thin sheen of sweat formed on his forehead. Wen Yuan blinked innocently, her expression one of genuine curiosity. Does Feng Jin truly not desire it? In the next moment, seizing the opportunity while Feng Jin was momentarily stunned, Wen Yuan launched a surprise attack, her touch soft and tender, akin to the delicacy of jelly. Dear children, please disembark. This is the vehicle of an experienced driver. Expectant mothers, do not emulate, for not everyone possesses the gift of childbirth. With a silent prayer, Wen Yuan felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, for her, safeguarding the child while embracing joy was of utmost importance. Feng Jin's gaze was profound, his countenance flushed, veins prominent, a sheen of sweat glistening upon his brow, accompanied by the heavy rhythm of his breath, mingling with the sensation upon his lips. The defenses had been utterly shattered. It was as if a dam had burst, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming force, surging forth with unbridled strength, crashing through barriers with a relentless vigor. In an instant, the floodgates had opened, mist rising in a vaporous embrace. The sound of flowing water oscillated between crescendos and lulls, a continuous, undulating symphony. As dawn broke, Feng Jin tenderly carried the now dry Wen Yuan back to the bed, his movements gentle and nearly imperceptible. Once Wen Yuan lay down, Feng Jin reclined beside her, carefully encircling her waist. Breathing in her familiar scent, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, early in the morning, Ying Yi, bearing a bounty of spiritual fruits, arrived only to be met by a shut door. His expression soured as he glared at the tightly closed entrance, stubbornly waiting, perhaps believing that Wen Yuan had merely not yet risen. The commotion from the previous night had been far more vigorous than usual. Who would argue otherwise? That darkly handsome male, though unremarkable in appearance, proved unexpectedly formidable in such matters. The sounds lingered until the break of dawn. Yet, this was of little consequence. I heard whispers that the female of that household was indeed pregnant, and such reckless abandon was exceedingly careless. Surely, it was excessive. How could the beast god bestow offspring upon one who disregards their progeny? The murmurs faded into the distance, yet Ying Yi's expression darkened further. His cold gaze fixated on the wooden cabin, as if attempting to penetrate the door and strike directly at Feng Jin within. Damn it, Feng Jin, you fool. During her pregnancy, Wen Yuan found it hard to resist certain temptations. The more Ying Yi thought about it, the more his expression darkened. However, Considering Wen Yuan's well-being and sensing her steady breaths, he ultimately departed with an assortment of fruits in hand. Feng Jin, do not let him catch you, otherwise he will surely skin you alive. No sooner had he arrived home than Wen appeared with several males, inviting Ying Yi to attend the females' testing ceremony. Wen, did you leave your ears behind? I never said I would go. Ying Ye's dark eyes were icy, his emotions exceedingly volatile, and he felt a strong urge to lash out. Ahem, why is our leader so agitated? Isn't this the year that you just came of age? I knew you didn't want to attend, but that young lady has been pestering me for quite some time. Thus, here I am once more. After all, she is my only family. Wen stood at the doorway, his words tinged with melancholy. I refuse to go, Ying Yi replied without a moment's hesitation. But you said you promised her you would attend her coming-of-age ceremony. Wen pressed. Do not entertain such thoughts, Wen. It could lead to dire consequences. Ying Yi warned, his smile unwavering. Yet Wen dared not speak further. He hurriedly departed with his companions, their urgency palpable. Greedy fools. Ying Yi muttered as he placed the fruits on the table, expressing his discontent toward Wen. Boss, this Wen is quite amusing. Does he really think he can keep you here? With his strength, he stands little chance. Perhaps he had a shot in the past. But now your heart is wholly devoted to that little female named Wen Yuan, leaving him no opportunity. He is courting death. As a thought crossed his mind, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Ying Ye's eyes. Should we? No need to concern ourselves with that. Ying Yi waved his hand, and my kin nodded in understanding as he departed. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that Ying Yi finally sought out Wen Yuan, who had just finished washing up. Feng Jin sat nearby, preparing their meal, but unlike before, his face radiated an unmistakable joy. Wen Yuan, do you feel unwell? Ying Yi asked, his concern evident as he stepped through the open door, placing the fruits down and surveying her from head to toe. What is it? Wen Yuan inquired, puzzled by Ying Ye's unusual demeanor. Meanwhile, Feng Jin's previously joyful expression faltered upon seeing Ying Yi. Is the captain of the merchant caravan so idle all day long? Silence. I will settle accounts with you later, Ying Yi retorted, casting a shadowy glance towards Feng Jin, his murderous aura palpable. Feng Jin paused in stirring the soup, his expression becoming serious. I am always ready to oblige. However, you are not welcome here. Wen Yuan is free, and I have every right to be here as her partner. You are unworthy. The word stung, igniting a firestorm of fury within Ying Yi, who felt an overwhelming urge to dismantle the man before him for not cherishing Wen Yuan. Feng Jin, provoked by this declaration, sprang to his feet, his eyes gradually turning red as flames surged in his palms. Wen Yuan gazed at the two individuals who had once again become tense, furrowing her brow and remarking, Eaglewild, on what grounds do you cause such an uproar? You barged in without a word, immediately targeting Feng Jin. This is utterly unreasonable. Feeling unjustly accused, Eaglewild was filled with indignation, a surge of anger rising within him. Faced with the fierce demeanor of the female he admired, he found it impossible to direct his ire towards Wen Yuan, and instead turned his hostility towards Feng Jin. You pitiful wretch, are you unaware that a Yuan is pregnant? To act recklessly during her pregnancy, is it her life you seek? If I do not eliminate you today, I shall not be called Eaglewild. With that, he rose, ready to take action. However, Wen Yuan, seated at the bedside, was momentarily taken aback. The flames of fury that had engulfed Feng Jin were extinguished, his expression frozen in anger as both gazes shifted towards Eaglewild, their expressions turning peculiar. Goodness gracious, Captain Eagle, you move so swiftly. How can this old body keep up? An elderly male, gray-haired and hunched, pushed open the door, panting heavily and glistening with sweat. Upon noticing the lack of response, the old man's gaze fell upon Wen Yuan, her silver locks framing a delicate face, rosy and pale, with her burgeoning belly rendering her even more fragile, yet astonishingly beautiful. My apologies, I must have taken a wrong turn. My old eyes aren't what they used to be. With that, the old man grasped his white beard and turned to leave. Eaglewild, interrupted mid-gesture, was about to speak when he noticed the old man had already exited. As he walked away, the old man mumbled, how did I go wrong? That little female was quite stunning, but I feel I've never seen her before. Just a few steps later, my kin, standing at the door, seized the old man by his collar, perplexed by the tribe doctor who had entered and exited in such a manner. You old man, what is going on? The boss called for you to examine someone. Why did you just go in and come out? The old man looked utterly bewildered. Didn't I take a wrong turn? He had only glimpsed the female brought back by Captain Eagle from a distance, noting her frail arms and legs and waxen skin, indicating malnourishment. The stark contrast between her and the one he had just seen was astounding. What do you mean, a wrong turn? My kin tugged him back. My boss is right in there, did you not see? The old man was completely flummoxed. Should I go in again to check? Or else? My kin frowned. Shall I toss you in? That wouldn't be necessary. The old man chuckled awkwardly as he stepped back through the door, this time immediately spotting Eaglewild standing at the threshold. The journey had indeed taken the tribe doctor a considerable amount of time. Eaglewild leaned against the doorframe, smiling as he watched the returning physician. There's nothing to worry about, and the little one is developing splendidly. The physician, Removing his hand from in front of Wen Yuan's belly, confidently stated to Eagle Wild, "How could it possibly be nothing? You must check again." Eagle Wild's expression darkened as unsettling thoughts crossed his mind, causing his demeanor to sour. This change alarmed the old man. If the examination showed nothing amiss, why did Captain Eagle's expression shift? Did that imply he wanted the old man to assert that there was an issue? The old man grimaced as he reached out again, and after a moment withdrew his hand, glancing at Wen Yuan, then at Feng Jin, and finally fixing his gaze on Eagle Wild, squinting as he tentatively inquired, "Is there a problem?" Upon hearing this, Eagle Wild immediately glared at Feng Jin, who also appeared somewhat anxious. "Is it still nothing?" The question resulted in Eagle Wild's face turning dark. Through gritted teeth, he retorted, "Is the tribe doctor treating this as a jest? If I say there's nothing wrong, do you not believe me?" The tone carried a hint of grievance. "Whoever doubted your word?" Feng Jin interjected, "This tribe doctor seems unprofessional." Among those present, perhaps only Wen Yuan, the expectant mother, remained the most composed, albeit awkward. She was acutely aware of her physical condition, especially with the little one thriving. There was simply no possibility of complications. The child was perfectly healthy and developing well, and she anticipated the time of birth within days. The old man's remarks successfully rekindled tension between Feng Jin and Eagle Wild. Meanwhile, the old man curiously scrutinized Wen Yuan, increasingly astonished by her beauty, which would surely rank among the finest in the entire Sangua forest. He pondered how Captain Eagle had come by such a remarkable female. Indeed, those of strength seemed to effortlessly garner the admiration of females. His gaze shifted to Feng Jin, and the old man couldn't help but express his admiration for this male as well. Eagle Wild, blocking the old man's view, personally escorted him outside, saying, "You've lived many years. I trust you understand what should and should not be said." "It was merely a routine examination. What could I possibly disclose?" The old man chuckled, "But it's getting late. I must return, as the chief awaits my presence for the testing ceremony." The old man nodded with a smile, turning to depart under Eagle Wild's watchful gaze. "Boss, is this person reliable?" Mike entered, observing the old man's hunched figure retreating. "He is merely old, not senile." Eagle Wild replied, pulling his gaze away. "Compared to Hu Wan, he may even be the more astute. Hu Wan was nothing but a greedy fool. Perhaps I ought to clarify something." Wen Yuan regarded Eagle Wild, who now resembled her initial arrival at the tribe, with waxen skin and slightly sunken cheeks. Her silver strands were tightly wrapped in animal hide. Eagle Wild, observing Wen Yuan as she approached, pursed his lips but silently stepped aside. Watching the proud demeanor of his leader, who seemed almost glued to Wen Yuan, my kin squinted his eyes, feeling a sense of distaste and instinctively distancing himself to give the two some privacy. Even the grim-faced Feng Jin, smeared with dark paint, shifted to another side to keep watch. "I sincerely apologize for what transpired earlier. I was in the wrong." When Yuan spoke earnestly, her eyes filled with sincerity. She truly had not anticipated that Eagle Wild was upset over the matter, which left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. In this instance, she had indeed misjudged others and treated a kind gesture as a betrayal. "Do not presume that this will earn you my forgiveness," Eagle Wild scoffed. His voice tinged with grievance yet softened, the fiery tempest within him extinguished in an instant. His mood shifted from a storm to a clear sky. Wen Yuan smiled awkwardly, hoping to prevent any similar incidents in the days to come. She then offered a brief explanation, skillfully employing the notion of divine femininity. "Really?" Ingyi clearly expressed skepticism. "What would I gain by deceiving you? Moreover, didn't the clan physician you brought earlier conduct an examination as well?" Wen Yuan, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, offered an awkward explanation. "All right then." Ingyi, rubbing his nose, his gaze flickering, remarked, "Well, I too am at fault. I should not have acted so impulsively. Yuan wouldn't hold it against me, would she?" He spoke cautiously, with a hint of trepidation. "No, she wouldn't. Then shall we reconcile?" When Yuan extended her hand, and Ingyu eagerly grasped it. Noticing Feng Jin's murderous glare across the table, he could not suppress his smugness and raised his voice. Yuan took the time to explain it to me. I couldn't be happier. Then, turning to Wen Yuan, he muttered softly, "Besides, I'm not actually angry with you." "What?" Wen Yuan failed to catch his words. "Nothing." Yuan, come on. I gathered a good number of spirit fruits today, all fresh, just for you to taste." With that, Ingyi pulled Wen Yuan along and stepped into the small wooden cabin, followed closely by Feng Jin, whose expression was as stoic as ever. This insufferable hawk is truly annoying. Just as Feng Jin was setting the lunch on the table, Ingyi was shamelessly trying to mooch a meal. Feng Jin resolutely refused, and Wen Yuan sat to the side, observing their playful banter, indulging in a life of spectator. Suddenly, chaos erupted. "Boss, something's wrong," came Lu Ji's flustered voice from outside the cabin. "What are you shouting about?" Ingyi swung open the door, eyeing the sweat-soaked Lu Ji with discontent. "In such a panic, what have I taught you?" Lu Ji bent over to catch her breath. After standing upright and surveying the surroundings, she leaned closer to Ingyi and whispered a few words. In an instant, Ingyi's expression shifted noticeably. "I see. And then what?" "What do you mean, and then what?" "Huh? What do you mean, huh? Just go away, and let me eat." After casting a glance at my kin, who nodded slightly in response. Yu turned and re-entered the house, though a hint of gloom lingered on his face. What happened? Wen Yuan inquired, curious about the commotion. Presumably, it was that scoundrel who had taken an interest in him. As Feng Jin served Wen Yuan some dishes, he cast a knowing smile at Yi, his calm voice reverberating like thunder. Is it as she thinks? My goodness, is the beast realm truly so uninhibited? Though her thoughts might have been a tad impure, it was still somewhat understandable. After all, Yi was undeniably handsome. Handsome men tend to attract more admirers, she thought, finding herself in agreement. Upon hearing Wen Yuan's praise, Yu shot a sidelong glance at Feng Jin, then straightened his posture, declaring, it is certainly true that I am handsome. However, some people's thoughts can be beyond merely impure. As he spoke, Yi's emotions grew complex. Be careful, it's hot, Feng Jin said, placing a plate of sliced roasted meat in front of Wen Yuan, successfully redirecting her attention. You must understand that sometimes being handsome is a burden, as it inevitably invites covetous glances. Wen Yuan advised earnestly. Having met Hu Wen, she acknowledged that he was somewhat lacking in appearance, yet his courage was admirable. Reflecting on this, Wen Yuan remarked, even though Hu Wen's looks are somewhat wanting, that does not mean we should indulge him. We must be clear that affection cannot be forced. Feng Jin paused in the act of removing fish bones from Wen Yuan's dish, looking at her in confusion. Yi's hand, which was serving soup to Wen Yuan, froze. Seeing both of them staring at her in unison, Wen Yuan blinked. Is there something wrong? Could it be that Yi harbors some feelings for Hu Wen too? Wen Yuan rubbed her arms, and lo and behold, goosebumps appeared. Indeed, a couple must possess good looks to be truly appreciated. As the saying goes, a pairing may be obscure, but it must not be unwholesome. That seems to be incorrect. Feng Jin pressed her lips together, striving to stifle a laugh, as she placed the meticulously deboned fish before Wen Yuan. Yi, in that fleeting moment, he felt nauseous. Ah Yuan, Hu Wen is male, and I am also male. How could he possibly have feelings for me? As Yi uttered these words, a wave of revulsion washed over him, leaving him utterly uncomfortable. It was Su Yu. She had become Hu Wen's partner. Wen Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment, yet she could not suppress her curiosity. Who is Su Yu? 5 years ago, Yi found himself lost in reminiscence and candidly recounted to Wen Yuan. At that time, he had just led a team and was filled with youthful arrogance. He unwittingly fell into a trap set by the beast hunters and narrowly escaped, losing consciousness in the wilderness. It was Su Yu, a gatherer, who saved him. At that time, Su Yu was still a minor, having lost her parents at a young age, and was raised by her uncle, who happened to be Hu Wen. Su Yu brought him back to the tribe, nursed him back to health, and sought the tribe's healer's assistance. Gradually, he recovered. To repay Su Yu's life-saving grace, Yi gifted her a purple beast crystal, his most treasured possession, representing all he owned. Once he regained his strength, he even hunted for her for 3 consecutive days. With this debt of gratitude fulfilled, he intended to leave. However, Su Yu implored him to stay in the tribe for a few more days. Simultaneously, her uncle, Hu Wen, also urged him to remain. And Yi, not wishing to refuse, agreed to extend his stay for a couple of days. Unexpectedly, during this time, Yi uncovered a shocking secret. Chapter 74. The revelation: Su Yu's parents, who perished while hunting, were murdered by Hu Wen. This tragedy stemmed from a clash of ideologies between Hu Wen and Hu Qiu. In a fit of rage, Hu Wen killed Hu Qiu and his partner, subsequently disguising the act as a hunting accident, leading to Hu Wen's ascension as the leader of the Quanai tribe. Thus, the daughter of the younger brother became the partner of the elder brother? Wen Yuan's mind swirled. Such a union was forbidden in her world, deemed as taboo. Perhaps Hu Wen's true intention was Yi. Feng Jin looked at Yi and stated, I once promised Su Yu that if she were ever in peril, I would surely save her. Yi frowned, his tone far from pleasant. So, was it possible that Su Yu did not genuinely wish to choose Hu Wen as her partner but was coerced into it? It seemed likely there was more to the story. Yi furrowed his brow, hoping that it was not as he feared. No matter the turmoil, if it endangered Wen Yuan, I would kill her. Feng Jin regarded Yi, his tone devoid of jest. Do you need to say that? Yi shot Feng Jin an irritated glance. Wen Yuan remained silent, for this was a private matter concerning Yi. As the meal came to an end, the three of them harbored their own thoughts. Just as they stepped out of the house, they were confronted. Yi, brother, Su Yu appeared somewhat flustered, her hair disheveled and complexion pale. Her eyes gazed longingly at Yi, tears rapidly accumulating in her reddened orbs. It's Su Yu. How long has it been? Yi straightened his posture, adopting a serious demeanor. It has been a while, brother Yi. A stream of clear tears traced down her cheek. Her voice choked with emotion. Her petite frame appeared frail, her pallor stark, and her hair a dull yellow, making it evident that Su Yu had endured a difficult time in recent years. Su Yu parted her lips, on the verge of speaking. When Yi cast a glance over his shoulder, his tone icy, let us go. Any matters can be discussed later. Su Yu glanced at the open wooden house behind Yi, her gaze flickering before she softly acquiesced. He won't come to harm, will he? Wen Yuan, supporting her waist, and Feng Jin, aiding Wen Yuan, stood behind the door, observing the pair as they walked further away. Yi, though appearing somewhat simple-minded, was, in truth, not foolish. Feng Jin assisted Wen Yuan to sit by the bed, his voice softening. There is no need for concern if he cannot handle such matters. He would not have led the merchant convoy for so many years. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan nodded. Speaking of which, Wen Yuan, how can you still have the leisure to concern yourself with that fellow? Feng Jin squatted down, holding Wen Yuan's hand with a pitiful expression, asking, was I not diligent enough yesterday? Observing the familiar gaze, the familiar gestures, and the familiar tone, Wen Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment as she recalled the absurdity of the previous night, compounded by Ing Ye's recent actions. Why the silence? Was it possible that as long as she served him well, he would no longer seek the company of other males? Perhaps she should exert herself a bit more tonight. Wen Yuan, on the following day, I did not see Ing Yi, but instead received a delivery from someone. After finishing a meal and biting into a beast crystal, a familiar pain surged through me, and I realized that the time for my labor was approaching. Sure enough, moments later, the sound of the little ones echoed, affirming my thoughts. Beep, beep, beep. Entering labor mode. Please prepare yourself, host. Feng Jin, close the door. I am about to give birth. The waves of pain made my voice falter slightly. Feng Jin, holding half-peeled fruit, dropped it with a thud, causing it to roll several times on the ground. Do not fear, I will fetch the clan doctor, he said, his voice trembling, his hand shaking as he touched mine. At that moment, Feng Jin appeared more anxious than I, his brow furrowed tightly. As he stood up, I caught his arm. You must not go. Rest assured, I will be fine. Just guard the door, I insisted. Feng Jin hesitated, clearly disapproving of my decision. He understood my reasons, but my safety was of utmost importance compared to the imminent danger. Ultimately, he succumbed to my resolve, refusing to leave my side. He gently removed the hairpin from my head and secured it in the wooden door. Then, he fetched a basin of warm water, dampened a piece of beast hide, and carefully wiped the sweat from my brow. Labor mode activated. Assistance in delivery has commenced. Music is now playing. Countdown for delivery, 30 minutes. Please regulate your breathing and follow the rhythm. It was almost humorous, despite the pain coursing through me. I remained more composed than Feng Jin, almost feeling a sense of familiarity with the process. Here, drink some water. Do not worry, I am here with you. Feng Jin's palms were sweaty, his anxious gaze fixed on me, occasionally offering water for hydration. His eyes drifted to my prominently rounded belly. A mix of anticipation and frustration as he observed my struggle, wishing to alleviate the burden from within me. By the riverside, Ing Yi leaned against a tree. Observing Suyu as she sat on the ground weaving flower crowns, his gaze deepening. Her innocent smile seemed genuine. Boss. My kin rushed over, his expression frantic. Brother my kin. Suyu exclaimed, rising with delight at his arrival. My kin politely waved at Suyu, then leaned closer to Ing Yi, whispering a few words. Suyu stood quietly, watching the two with a smile on her frail face, yet she was not curious about their conversation, intentionally taking a few steps back. I apologize, Suyu, but I must leave for a moment. My kin, please escort her back. Understood, boss, my kin nodded, blocking Suyu's attempt to reach Ing Yi. Suyu, you must be tired from playing. Let me take you home. I do not wish to return. Fear flickered in Suyu's eyes as she gazed at Ing Ye's retreating figure, biting her lip. Did something happen with the merchant team? You need not worry. Since the boss has already warned who won, he will not dare to act against you. My kin reassured her with a smile. All you need is to find a companion for protection, and then my boss can leave the tribe with peace of mind. Suyu lowered her gaze, concealing her emotions. Softly murmuring, is that so? Of course, my kin turned to the shimmering water. The merchant team still requires the boss, and once you are safe, he will depart. I will find a companion soon, Suyu replied, her eyes brightening with a smile. That would be best, my kin nodded. Since you do not wish to return, I will stay under the tree. Just do not wander too far. All right. Thank you, brother my kin. Her voice was sweet and melodious, her petite form bouncing with energy, seemingly filled with an inexhaustible vitality, despite her fragile appearance radiating sunshine. My kin leaned against the tree, closing his eyes, using Suyu's voice to gauge the distance. In the distance, Chief, can Suyu truly manage? What? The Suyu I have meticulously trained is inadequate? Are you any better? Hu Wen glared at Liliana, his tone unfriendly. Not at all, Liliana, feeling guilty, complimented. Suyu is indeed superior, being your pupil. I merely worry that this little girl might think she has found a protector and become disobedient. Hu Wen retracted his gaze, smiling lightly. She would not dare. Hearing Hu Wen's certainty, Liliana fell silent. Yuan. Ing Yi hurriedly approached the small wooden house, intending to enter, but was met with a formidable force blocking the door. Recognizing it as Feng Jin's power, he could only wait anxiously at the entrance. Congratulations, host. You have successfully given birth. A total of 4 offspring have been detected. Details are as follows. Gender, 3 females, 1 male. Names, none. Species, Fiery Golden Phoenix X2, Snow Ferret X2. Ranks, Fiery Golden Phoenix Orange level high. Snow Ferret Orange level medium. Ability classification, Fiery Golden Phoenix Fire type, Snow Ferret Wood type. Enhanced skills, 100 increase in awakening and fission ability chances. Rewards for childbirth are as follows. Points, 8,000. Lottery draws, 4, milk powder, for cans. Bottles, 4, lifespan, 103 days, total. Ding. You have received a surprise childbirth gift pack. You have worked hard. Feng Jin trembled as he carefully bundled the 4 children and set them aside. Leaning closer to Wen Yuan, he kissed her gently, saying, "You should rest for a while. And you must be looking for the clan doctor outside. Let me clean you up before calling them." Wen Yuan opened her mouth, as if to speak, but was interrupted by Feng Jin. "I understand your intentions. Do not fear, for I am here." "All right," Wen Yuan nodded. This time, she truly felt somewhat fatigued. Closing her eyes, she allowed Feng Jin to take charge. Unwrap the surprise package. During the unwrapping process, congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards: a package of rice seeds, an encyclopedia of planting, 10 uses of mobile housing rights, 20 bottles of spring mineral water, a new solar-powered electric vehicle, and an indestructible mountaineering backpack. Wen Yuan was taken aback. How astonishing it was that electric vehicles and houses had made their way into the beast realm. Did this mean she could now be considered a person of means, possessing both a home and a car? A sense of inexplicable emotion washed over her. Alas, the rights to the house were limited to merely 10 uses. How wonderful it would be if they were permanent. As long as the host diligently pursued the act of childbirth, all would eventually be hers. The cold voice of the many offspring carried a hint of seduction. Wen Yuan, excellent. The little one is becoming increasingly adept at seizing opportunities. The lottery has been fully drawn. Congratulations, host, you have activated the fire type ability, granted at the orange grade level, with the ability to upgrade autonomously. Furthermore, congratulations on acquiring the upgraded function of the protective cicada attire, now at level 2, which can defend against all attacks below the green grade. With an active duration of 2 hours and a silent period of 10 hours, and it can be further upgraded. Congratulations on obtaining the princess's wardrobe, which contains an abundance of garments. There is nothing you cannot acquire, a permanent item that cannot be upgraded. You have also received a mysterious egg. Please nurture it with love and care, and when it hatches, it will yield unexpected results. This time, Wen Yuan was exceptionally pleased with the rewards. She had not anticipated acquiring a fire-type ability. The powers she possessed were vastly superior to those contained within her partner's mark. The princess's wardrobe intrigued her, and she yearned to explore it immediately. However, exhaustion soon overtook her, and she fell into a deep slumber. Rest assured, this little female is in good health. There is no cause for concern. A few days of proper rest and some nourishing food will suffice. The elderly gentleman's words brought a sigh of relief to the anxious Feng Jin and Yi. After glancing at the 4 little ones peacefully slumbering in the cradle crafted by Feng Jin, the old man hurriedly departed. Having heard that other females of the tribe were also giving birth, and he needed to attend to them promptly. When she awoke, it was already dusk. In the small wooden cottage, she found herself alone, with her 4 children quietly sleeping in the cradle made by Feng Jin. During her pregnancy, Wen Yuan had entrusted Feng Jin with various responsibilities, including the use of bottles and formula, for once she ingested the restoration elixir. She would no longer be able to produce milk. Exchange for the restoration elixir. Exchange successful, deducting 10 points, leaving a balance of 8,320 points. Looking at her remaining balance, Wen Yuan felt a sense of comfort. "I implore you, please let me a brother Yi." As Wen Yuan ventured out for the first time after her confinement, she was met with an unexpected display of reverence. Before her knelt a girl, tear-streaked and resembling a weeping pear blossom, whose name, if memory served, was Suyu, the very female destined to be chosen by Hu Wen as a companion. "You have mistaken me," Wen Yuan gently clarified, embodying the utmost patience and kindness towards the girl, sharing a bond of womanhood. After all, life was not easy for women in this world. With that, she attempted to step past Suyu, only to find her foot ensnared by the girl's swift grasp. I know he is not your partner. My dear sister, let me remind you once more, you have the wrong person." Wen Yuan cast her gaze downward, maintaining a smile. "Thus, release me. I understand that seeking you may be unreasonable, yet I find myself with no other recourse but to approach you. Brother Yi is unwilling to accept me. I believe that if you would only convey to him that you do not harbor feelings for him enough." Wen Yuan crouched down, meeting Suyu's gaze. The girl appeared indeed pitiable, too pitiable, for even her new beast-skin skirt could not conceal her emaciated form. Her hair was a lifeless yellow, her cheeks sunken, a stark contrast to the vibrant charm described by Yi. Yi is a person, not a soulless entity. If you have affection for him, pursue it. There is no logic in seeking my assistance in this matter. But he does not wish to. His desires are his own to choose, and they hold no relevance to me. At this point, Wen Yuan's patience was evidently waning. This girl was utterly unreasonable. If you refuse him and make it clear that he can never be your partner, he will see me. Suyu clung desperately to Wen Yuan's foot, her expression a blend of stubbornness and yearning. She was pleading with her. "I have not yet acquiesced to him. He does not see you. And even if I were to reject him, he still would not see you. Why? Are you truly willing to watch me perish?" Suyu's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice rising, drawing the attention of many onlookers. It must be noted that her kneeling alone was already a spectacle, and her heightened volume only invited more blatant scrutiny. Upon hearing this, and feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes, Wen Yuan's tone turned frosty. "As a fellow female, I extend you courtesy. But that does not imply I am easily trifled with." A gust of wind cut through the air like a sharp blade, inflicting a wound upon Suyu's hand as she held on to Wen Yuan. Crimson droplets cascaded down her skin. Still unwilling to release me? Wen Yuan rose. Looking down upon Suyu, her smile vanished. Chapter 76. I warned you not to seek Wen Yuan. I bear no ill will. I merely wish to speak to Brother Yi. Before the sentence could conclude, another gash appeared on Suyu's hand. Do you dare to test my resolve? Wen Yuan's voice pierced Suyu's heart like the frigid winds of winter, causing her to instinctively loosen her grip. By the time she regained her senses, Wen Yuan had already distanced herself significantly. Suyu stood there, bewildered, gazing at Wen Yuan's retreating figure for what felt like an eternity, unable to gather her thoughts. Wen Yuan believed she had adequately warned Suyu, and by the stunned expression on the young girl's face, she presumed that Suyu would no longer seek her out. However, she underestimated the girl's determination and courage. As Suyu boldly entered her home while the door was ajar, Wen Yuan's countenance darkened considerably. Please, I beg you. Upon seeing Wen Yuan, Suyu immediately knelt down, initiating her tearful plea. Her pitiable demeanor evoked sympathy. Should we throw her out? Feng Jin glanced at Wen Yuan. Seeking her counsel. Yes, Wen Yuan nodded, tossed her far away. Understood, Feng Jin replied, moving to Suyu's side, ignoring her struggles. He wrapped her hands in animal hide and effortlessly lifted her, exiting the door. Let me go. Suyu wriggled, attempting to scratch him. But Feng Jin distanced himself with a look of disdain. You are intentionally harming a female. Suyu continued to shout, trying to attract the attention of those nearby. She succeeded, though regrettably, none were inclined to assist her. Feng Jin had gained considerable notoriety within the tribe during this time. Known for his ruthless efficiency and his ability to hunt numerous prey with minimal words, the males were both intimidated and drawn to his formidable prowess. What is this? Eagle Wild approached, observing Feng Jin as he extended his arm, carrying the struggling Suyu. Eagle Wild, woo-woo, they are bullying me. I just wanted to be friends with Sister Wen Yuan, but I never imagined she would dislike me so much. Saying she felt disgusted at the sight of me and ordered this big brute to throw me away, furthermore, to toss me far. Eagle Wild, please rescue me. Her face was streaked with tears, a pitiful sight. Eagle Wild merely cast a cursory glance at Suyu, disappointment evident in his eyes. Take her to Huwen. No. Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Eagle Wild, panic setting in. Not going to happen, Feng Jin interjected, smiling as he remarked, too far. I can't be bothered to walk. Ultimately, Eagle Wild took Suyu from Feng Jin, cheerfully stating, make sure to prepare extra for dinner. None for you, Feng Jin replied. His tone resolute. I want to eat what I make myself. Pretty boy, don't force me to speak to Wen Yuan about certain matters. What do you mean? For instance, when you were young, waiting for your meal, Feng Jin quickly interrupted, cutting off Eagle Wild's words. All right then. With a victorious grin, Eagle Wild handed over the item in his possession to Feng Jin, saying, this is for Wen Yuan. Tell her I'll be back shortly. Reluctantly, Feng Jin accepted it. Muttering an acknowledgement before turning to leave, Eagle Wild, holding Suyu, walked cheerfully towards Huwen's abode. Eagle Wild, please set me down. This is quite uncomfortable. Suyu protested, her complexion paling. Recalling their earlier conversation, where Eagle Wild had referred to Wen Yuan with such warmth, Suyu's expression darkened further. Eagle Wild. He gently placed her down, smiling as he regarded her. What is it, Eagle Wild? Suyu feigned a display of her injured wrist, looking at him with feigned innocence. I remember warning you not to seek out Wen Yuan, and you agreed. Eagle Wild's tone was gentle yet firm. However, Suyu felt an inexplicable fear. Cautiously observing Eagle Wild. I truly only wanted to talk to Sister Wen Yuan. I wish to be friends with her, nothing more. Eagle Wild, please don't be angry. I will not bother her again. After all, she does not welcome me. I will keep my distance and never trouble her again. Even if she calls me an unwanted wild child. So please, do not send me to Uncle. Suyu implored, her eyes filled with desperation. Yet, the next moment, Eagle Wild's words sent her into a panic. Suyu, I am kind-hearted, not foolish. He looked at her coldly. Do not think to play me for a fool. Return and inform Huwen that if you are used to scheme against me again, I will end him. Suyu hurriedly attempted to explain. But Eagle Wild was not interested in her words. Mike-in, boss. What is it? Mike-in, having set aside his duties of overseeing the merchant caravan, shifted his gaze between the boss and Suyu. Take her to Huwen. Understood, boss, Mike-in nodded. Please proceed. Suyu's face turned pale. She opened her mouth to say something, but Eagle Wild turned away, uninterested in her protests. If you do not leave, I shall have to resort to certain measures with you, which I doubt you would prefer, Mike-in threatened with a smile. Suyu glanced at Mike-in, lowering her head and obediently moving forward. A Yuan, I assure you that my connection with Suyu is entirely innocent, apart from our initial encounter. This marks the second time we have met. We have cleared the air between us. As Eagle Wild carefully placed food into Wen Yuan's bowl, he spoke cautiously. I can see that, Wen Yuan sighed. However, your indifference does not imply that she harbors no feelings for you, from what I observed. Suyu seems to genuinely admire you. I once considered taking her away and promised to deliver her to a safe tribe. But she refused to listen and fell out with me over Huwen, simply because I mentioned that Huwen was the one who had murdered her parents. Reflecting on past events, Eagle Wild sighed. Perhaps you have not considered that she may have her own reasons? Wen Yuan mused. Or perhaps she possesses some leverage over Hu Wen. Of course, she might have other motives, Feng Jin interjected. For instance, to eliminate Hu Wen or to use your influence to escape the tribe. If she wishes to leave, she can speak plainly to me. Eagle Wild shook his head in disapproval, then turned to Wen Yuan, assuring her, do not worry. I will have someone keep an eye on you in the coming days. Whatever her intentions, I will not allow her to approach here again. Indeed. Wen Yuan merely shook her head, pondering, perhaps, as Eagle Wild said, this girl's feelings for him may involve more than mere affections. There could be deeper intentions at play. As for what those intentions are, only Suyu knows. At Hu Wen's residence. The sight of Suyu kneeling in silence made Hu Wen's expression exceedingly grim. Returned by Eagle Wild's men, could it be that he has grown weary of you? Liliana stood beside Hu Wen, narrowing her eyes as she observed the submissive Suyu below. Chapter 77. Disobedient children require discipline. Suyu remained silent, adopting a familiar demeanor of resignation. Useless wretch. Hu Wen raised a wooden bowl and hurled it at her, the impact resonating sharply as it struck the ground. I am useless? Suyu finally lifted her gaze, meeting Hu Wen and Liliana's eyes with a cold smirk. Then why don't you send her up? Perhaps she wouldn't even get close before being crushed by Eagle Wild. I suspect. Mockery and derision. Slap. Liliana waved her hand dismissively, looking down at Suyu. Little girl, do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. If you wish to control Eagle Wild, you must possess the ability to ensnare him. However, it appears that you are not to his taste. He would rather pursue an unattractive and slender female than accept you. Even if you present yourself in disarray, it only elicits pity. Suyu raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, her beaten cheek swollen and rapidly turning red. A sharp sting coursed through her, akin to the prick of a needle. I cannot endure this, can you? She retorted defiantly. At least I can evoke a modicum of sympathy. What about you? Liliana raised her hand, poised to strike, but Hu Wen's calm voice interjected, enough. Liliana spat in disdain at Suyu before stepping beside Hu Wen. Suyu, lift your head. Suyu raised her gaze, locking eyes with Hu Wen, a shadow flickering in her depths. What now? Is this beyond your grasp? Hu Wen continued, do not forget your fervent declarations before me. Perhaps you have also forgotten your hatred. With a cold scoff, Hu Wen added, do not attempt to dismiss your meager affection to overshadow the enmity. If this grievance goes unavenged, I doubt my poor brother will find peace. Suyu froze, recalling certain events, her expression darkening. Ingyi mentioned that his injury occurred during his first visit to Sangwei Forest. Suyu's voice was muffled, her head bowed, rendering her expression invisible to Hu Wen. Humph. Hu Wen sneered, Liliana, she is yours to manage. Disobedient children always require discipline. Hu Wen rose, hands clasped behind his back as he departed. Understood. Liliana observed Suyu, pitifully kneeling on the ground, her fists clenched in anticipation. Ultimately, she picked up a nearby wooden stick, weighing it in her hands. Suyu, tell me, does this stick hurt when it strikes your body? Liliana advanced closer, while Suyu remained silent, her hands tightly gripping. Thwack, thwack. The wooden stick struck her emaciated frame, producing a harsh sound. Suyu bit her lip fiercely, resolutely refusing to make a sound. Wretched female. I wonder how long you can endure this. Time and again. She swung the stick until Liliana was drenched in sweat, finally halting her assault. Discarding the stick carelessly, she glanced at Suyu, who lay unconscious on the ground, and spat before turning to leave. Cough, cough. Once the two departed, Suyu trembled as she propped herself up, her dry, disheveled hair sticking to her skin. Sweat mingling with blood, both foul and repugnant. One side of her face was grotesquely swollen, a pitiful sight. Straining to stand, she staggered away. Those outside the tribe, upon seeing Suyu's disheveled state, were unfazed, continuing their own affairs. After Suyu was returned, Hu Wen ordered her to be confined within a house and beaten. When she emerged, she could barely maintain her footing. Observing the reactions of others, it seemed that Suyu's beatings were a commonplace occurrence. Maikin relayed the intelligence he had gathered. Pack your belongings. We depart tomorrow, Ingyi said, rapping his fingers on the table, brow furrowed. He glanced at Wen Yuan, who nodded in response, then addressed Maikin. Inquire if Suyu wishes to join us. Understood, boss. I will go at once, Maikin replied, turning to leave. Should she be willing, he would ensure her safe passage to another tribe. If she declined, they would part ways as strangers. By the riverside, Maikin intercepted Suyu, who limped along, murmuring, the boss is leaving. Suyu's downcast eyes widened momentarily, a fleeting glimmer of resolve flashing within. He asks if you wish to come with us. If so, prepare your belongings tonight and gather at the tribe's entrance tomorrow morning. As he spoke, Maikin noticed the bruises adorning her body, his gaze tinged with sympathy. Alas, the boss was not inclined. Suyu remained silent, clutching a bundle of dry sticks, and hobbled past Maikin, watching the young girl's frail and desolate figure retreat. Maikin sighed and shook his head. The following day, as dawn broke, Wen Yuan and Feng Jin arrived at the tribe's entrance, laden with their belongings and children. The sweltering heat rendered the early morning the only respite from the heat. The four little ones, having consumed their milk, slept soundly, occasionally pouting as if still dreaming of delicious treats, their faces blooming with rosy softness, shedding the initial redness and wrinkled appearance. A Yuan. Ingyi arrived with a large entourage, his voice booming as he spotted Wen Yuan, waving enthusiastically. Are the little ones asleep? He asked, trotting over. poking a finger at their tender cheeks, lowering his voice. Feng Jin swiftly swatted Ing Ye's hand away, visibly displeased. What, do you not have your own children? Feng Jin glared at Ing Ye, malice gleaming in his eyes. You wretched little thing. All you do is utter nonsense. Ing Ye scoffed. I, along with the Yuan, shall have a multitude. In due time, my children will outnumber yours. Wen Yuan felt a sense of offense. The oaf spoke as if Feng Jin's child were merely a foundling. Upon hearing this, Feng Jin cast a peculiar glance at Ing Ye and disdainfully exclaimed, Fool. Ing Ye, infuriated, was on the verge of challenging Feng Jin to a duel of 300 rounds when he was interrupted by Mike Yin. Boss. We've searched the surroundings and found no sign of Suyu. Ing Ye paused, surveying his surroundings, and then called out, Everyone, check thoroughly. She must have left. A Yuan. It's a bit of a trek. You should take the lead. Ing Ye patted the ox cart beside him, which was constructed from a simple wooden plank. The edges were barricaded, and it featured a rudimentary cover, with 2 rudimentary wheels beneath, hollowed out and secured with 2 finely polished wooden boards. In front, a beast resembling a yellow cow pulled the cart. To ensure comfort, Feng Jin produced several pieces of animal hide and placed them upon the wooden plank. He also neatly folded a soft piece of hide and laid it at the front, ensuring a more comfortable experience whether reclining or sitting. After gently arranging the 4 children, Wen Yuan climbed onto the plank and settled beside them. Feng Jin and Ing Ye took their seats at the front of the cart. Crack. The whip lightly cracked against the yellow cow, which began to pull the cart forward at a slow pace. The uneven ground caused a slight jolt. Reminiscent of Wen Yuan's past journeys to the market with her grandmother on a small 3-wheeled cart, where the bumpy dirt road left one feeling dizzy. Chapter 78. Sister is wonderful brother Ing Ye. As the majority of the merchant caravan had exited the tribe, a figure stumbled toward Ing Ye. Brother Ing Ye. I've made up my mind. I want to go with you. Siyu's face was flushed from running, yet the exposed skin bore unsightly bruises, a rather alarming sight. One foot was awkwardly propped against the hide, with 2 sticks wedged inside, causing her to limp as she walked. Made up your mind? Ing Ye halted the cart and regarded Siyu with curiosity. Yes. Siyu glanced at Wen Yuan, slightly lowering her head, and replied earnestly. I can no longer endure this place. Whether you take me to another tribe or keep me by your side, I simply cannot remain here. Moreover, Sister Wen Yuan, I must apologize. It was my fault earlier. I momentarily lost my sense of right and wrong, but I now understand. I just wish to leave this place. Which led to my momentary confusion. Siyu's fingers nervously twisted together as she shyly looked at Wen Yuan, cautiously adding, Sister Wen Yuan is so gentle and kind. Surely. You cannot hold it against me, can you? Wen Yuan, the assessment is complete. The visitor harbors ill intentions. Sitting beside Ing Ye, Feng Jin observed Siyu murmuring to Wen Yuan with evident displeasure in her eyes. Ing Ye furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. How could I possibly blame you? Wen Yuan leapt from the vehicle, affectionately grasping Siyu's hand with a warm smile. After all, you are merely at the threshold of adulthood, just old enough to choose a beast husband and to become an AMU. How could I bear to hold you accountable? Ing Ye and Feng Jin exchanged glances, inexplicably feeling a sense of ease. Siyu's smile faltered slightly. Sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate the reason, I always knew Sister Wen Yuan was the best. Indeed, Wen Yuan replied, gently patting Siyu's hand with a soft smile, you have yet to witness the best of me. May I join you as well? Siyu inquired. Noticing Ing Ye's furrowed brow, her heart sinking in disappointment. Biting her lip, she added, I meant no offense, it's just that my legs are a bit sore. And I fear walking might delay everyone. You may certainly join. Wen Yuan interrupted Ing Ye's words, directly pulling Siyu into the car and then making some room for her to sit down. Thank you, Sister Wen Yuan. You are truly kind, Siyu murmured. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze shyly averted from Wen Yuan. She curled up her slender frame, wrapping her arms around her legs, cautiously huddled in the corner. How can you thank me? This is not mine. If you wish to express gratitude, it should be directed towards Ing Ye, Wen Yuan replied, her smile unwavering, exuding an air of amiability. Her gentle eyes were tenderly fixed on Siyu, reminiscent of a sister's affectionate gaze upon her younger sibling. Siyu appeared momentarily stunned, before biting her lip and turning to Ing Ye, softly uttering, Thank you, brother Ing Ye. Yet there was an unmistakable distance in her tone, and upon closer inspection, one could even detect a hint of fear. She was afraid of Ing Ye. No need for thanks, Ing Ye said, his brows furrowing once more as he cast a questioning glance at Siyu. Noticing Wen Yuan's gaze upon him, he cleared his throat and added, Cough, behave yourself. Once we arrive at the next tribe, I will ensure you are well taken care of. Upon hearing this, Siyu lowered her head even further. And after a few seconds, she emitted a faint, almost inaudible, Wen Yuan observed in silence, watching the departing procession, while Liliana, filled with reluctance and indignation, exclaimed, Chief, are you truly allowing that girl to escape? If she gets away, all our efforts will be in vain. As the caravan gradually faded from view, an indescribable feeling welled up within Liliana. What do you wish to follow? Wen asked, standing on the cliff with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze fixed on the receding merchant convoy, his tone devoid of emotion. How could that be? Liliana's eyes flickered, and she quickly retorted. I merely believe that we should not permit that girl to leave. She is already uncontrollable within the tribe. Once she departs, how can we expect her to obey? Wen turned away, heading back toward the tribe, his voice cold. Siyu's greatest asset is not her abilities, but rather her imaginative mind. Over the years, she has long regarded Yi as the murderer of her parents. I have merely provided her with a justification to forge that belief. Rest assured, she will accomplish her task. Liliana turned her gaze toward the direction of the vanished caravan, her eyes deep with contemplation. She did not believe that Suyu was the compliant and easily manipulated individual that Wen suggested. However, such thoughts seemed irrelevant at this moment. Chief, wait for me. Liliana gritted her teeth and hurried after him. According to Yi, after departing from the Quanah tribe, their next destination would be the Lion-Tiger tribe, the territory of the Lion-Tiger beastmen. He intended to deliver Suyu to the Lion-Tiger tribe and stay there for 3 days, awaiting the completion of the transaction before continuing westward. This coincided perfectly with Wen Yuan's own destination. Try this, the freshest sheep's milk, Yi said, approaching with a bamboo tube to present to Wen Yuan. Thank you. After politely expressing her gratitude and accepting the tube, she noted the gamey scent, though it was undeniably fresh. Let me handle it, Feng said, taking the sheep's milk, warming it slightly over the fire before pouring it into bottles and busying herself with feeding the young ones. What is this? Suyu, leaning against a tree trunk, could no longer restrain her curiosity. Having seen this item several times during their journey, she remained unaware of its purpose. However, it was indeed quite convenient for feeding the young. Such things are commonplace in the western regions, Yi replied, his tone unremarkable. I see, Suyu nodded, retreating back into her thoughts, as if her previous curiosity had merely been a fleeting whim. Wen Yuan cast a lingering glance at Suyu before proceeding to prepare lunch. Here, have some food, Mikan offered, presenting the perfectly roasted chicken to Suyu. The golden bird sizzled, still glistening with oil, its aroma enticing. Thank you, Brother Mikan. Suyu replied cautiously, only daring to accept it afterward. Observing her hesitation, Mikan sighed, as long as you refrain from causing a scene like before, the chief will ensure your safe passage to the new tribe, considering your past act of saving his life. So, do not fear or worry. We will not abandon you along the way. The young girl looked pitifully frail, curled up beneath the grand tree. Although the bruises on her body had faded somewhat, traces remained. Suyu nodded earnestly, instinctively glancing in Yi's direction before stating, Brother Mikan, rest assured, I harbor no other intentions towards brothering Yi. I merely wish to live well. Mikan's eyes flickered, and he chose not to respond further. Thank you, Brother Mikan, Suyu murmured softly. You're welcome, he replied, shaking his head as he turned to leave. Suyu allowed the chicken to cool before taking small bites of the tender meat, her downcast brows and eyes exuding a delicate vulnerability. Accidentally lifting her gaze, she caught sight of Wen Yuan laughing and chatting with Yi, prompting her to lower her eyes once more. Surely, this woman possessed many valuable things, didn't she? Chapter 79. Yuan, I am very well behaved. If I could obtain them, would Brother Yi look at her more often? No, Yi is an enemy. He harmed Amu and Amma in such a tragic and cruel manner. How could he deserve to live? He deserves to die. Or perhaps he knows what she wishes to do, intentionally keeping her close to cast her off or even kill her. No, as long as Yi remains alive, she cannot perish. Yet, Siyu's gaze swept over Yi again, her eyes brimming with hope. Perhaps, just perhaps, Brother Yi simply wanted to have her by his side? Or did he harbor feelings for her? Thus, her expression shifted from icy to fervent. Siyu, something is amiss, Feng Jin frowned, sensing the gaze behind him. He paused in his playful antics, casting an annoyed look at Yi. Must you insist on bringing her along? Would it not be easier to leave her behind? Observing her seemingly obedient demeanor, he wondered what scheme she might be concocting in her heart, tirelessly putting on a facade day after day. Feng Jin's discontent was unmistakably evident in his words. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan's lips curled in disdain. Indeed, no one understands the art of pretense better than those who excel in it. The player Feng Jin, worthy of the title of a cinematic master, could easily see through someone as naive as Suyu. After all, who could outshine him? Did I not know? Yu sighed, pondering the plight of the young girl, who had been severely tainted by Wen over the years, her thoughts shrouded in confusion. Had he been more resolute in taking her away back then, a bright and cheerful young lady would not have transformed into her current state. What, have you finally come to your senses and taken an interest in her? Feng Jin seized the opportunity to taunt Yi in front of Wen Yuan. What nonsense! Yi glared fiercely at Feng Jin, gritting his teeth. Do not think that just because Yuan is protecting you, I am powerless to deal with you. Have I struck a nerve, discovered your guilt? Feng Jin, cradling the last child, raised the milk bottle in his hand with a cheerful smile directed at Yi. I'm fed up with this. The atmosphere here could fill volumes with harmonious discourse. Why? Because it cannot pass review. Yi, enraged, raised his hand to strike Feng Jin, only to have the latter effortlessly evade him, further aggravating Yi, who pursued Feng Jin with fervent blows. The members of the caravan had long since grown accustomed to the antics of their leader and Feng Jin, engaging in conversation, enjoying meals, and reveling in camaraderie. They would even regard the leader's eccentricities as delightful topics for casual banter. Wen Yuan calmly added a pinch of salt to the bubbling fish soup, exuding a tranquility that surpassed that of anyone else amid the back-and-forth exchanges between the two. Suddenly, a piercing wail interrupted their playful banter. "For the sake of this little one, I shall show mercy today," one exclaimed. "As if you could ever defeat me." Hawkeye shot a murderous glare at Feng Jin. With gentle eyes, Feng Jin gazed at the child in his arms, softly patting him as if embodying the essence of parental affection. "What are you staring at?" A male without offspring could never comprehend such feelings. A lethal blow. Hawkeye fell. Wen Yuan chuckled. "Have you two had your fun? How old are you? Acting like little children?" "Ah Yuan, that scoundrel Feng Jin is utterly intolerable." Ingyi approached Wen Yuan and sat beside her, gazing intently at her. "So, Ah Yuan, when will you become my partner? I have truly had enough of these days, being ridiculed by Feng Jin for not having offspring. Ah Yuan, I promise I will be a good husband. Will you please accept me as your mate?" Wen Yuan paused momentarily while ladling the soup, casting a glance around the room. Numerous discreet gazes were directed towards her, with some individuals even dropping morsels from their mouths in astonishment. It was evident that many were taken aback by Ingyi's remarks. "Ah Yuan," Ingyi, with his pointed ears flushed crimson, grasped Wen Yuan's hand, his voice meandering like a winding path, as he playfully whined. The members of the caravan instinctively fidgeted, their skin prickling with goosebumps. "This little chick, though not quite on par with me, possesses some merit, Wen Yuan. Accepting him would not be a loss. However, I must stipulate that I shall be the foremost beast master." Feng Jin set the child back onto the cart behind him, then sat down to assert his position. Wen Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. This first beast husband was indeed somewhat lacking. When considering the matter, it should rightly be Zeta. However, Eaglewild could also be a suitable choice. He possessed strength, a commendable character, and most importantly, he was strikingly handsome. Eaglewild. A piercing scream abruptly interrupted what Wen Yuan was about to say. Frowning, she turned to the source of the sound, her expression far from pleasant. "What is it?" Mackin, who was responsible for watching over Suyu, rushed over at once, only to discover it was merely a harmless spider. "It's all right. It's not venomous and won't bite. Don't be afraid." Mackin waved the spider away, offering Suyu a few token words of comfort before nodding at Eaglewild and returning to his position. Regaining her focus, Wen Yuan looked earnestly at Eaglewild and continued. During this period, Eaglewild. Suyu's voice rang out once more, causing the expectant Eaglewild to become somewhat exasperated. This was the second interruption. "Why are you making such a fuss?" he snapped, his tone less than amiable, clearly displeased by the disruption of his anticipated response. Suyu seemed startled. Her foot, which had been inching toward Eaglewild, retreated once more. "And no, it's nothing," she murmured, her voice barely audible as she cast her gaze downward. Eaglewild furrowed his brow, casting a few irritated glances before turning back to Wen Yuan. Speaking in a gentle tone, "Ah Yuan, please continue." Wen Yuan guarded her gaze and smiled, saying, "Once we reach a safe place, let us become partners." Eaglefield. Why an entire realm of happiness enveloped him. Then, the lion-tiger tribe? Eaglefield's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Wen Yuan. "All right." Wen Yuan nodded. During this time, Eaglefield had been exceedingly attentive to her, tirelessly bringing her everything good, whether it was useful to her or not. On several occasions, he would rise early to venture out into the wilderness to gather fresh fruits, solely to receive her praise of their deliciousness. Due to the demands of 4 children, Feng Jin found himself somewhat overwhelmed. However, Eaglefield would feign complaints, yet never once failed to lend a hand. Every word and deed of his did not escape Wen Yuan's notice, including his sentiments regarding Suyu. Had it not been for the fact that he had indeed survived due to Suyu's healing all those years ago, she would not have allowed Suyu to accompany them. Though Eaglefield's words might be harsh and his temperament seemingly fiery, he was, in truth, the most gentle. Like Bai Xiao, he harbored a persistent kindness towards Suyu. Wen Yuan observed the exuberant Ingyi, who was reveling in his triumph alongside Feng Jin, before shifting her gaze to Suyu, who hung her head low, lost in her own thoughts. Her eyes bore profound depth. One could only hope that this unfortunate little female would not squander the kindness that Ingyi had extended towards her. Being mired in a quagmire was not inherently wrong. Rather, the true folly lay in bitterly biting back at those who sought to rescue her from such a predicament. If that were the case, such individuals deserved to remain in the mire for eternity, caught in a cycle of suffering. The following day, as the caravan prepared to depart, Maiken approached the still Suyu, who had her head bowed, and raised his voice slightly, saying, "Suyu, do not slumber any longer, rise and prepare to leave." Chapter 80. Suyu's poisoning. Suyu remained utterly motionless, seemingly oblivious to his words. "Suyu?" Maiken furrowed his brow and raised his voice further, attracting the attention of several onlookers. Yet, Suyu remained unresponsive. Maiken crouched beside her, lifting a hand to gently pat her shoulder, only to inadvertently cause her to topple to the ground. "Boss, something is amiss." Maiken shouted for Ingyi while placing his hand beneath Suyu's nose to check for breath, relieved to find a faint sign of life. "What has happened?" Ingyi hurried to Maiken's side, gazing down at the unconscious Suyu, and inquired. "I am unsure. She won't awaken, and it appears she has fainted," Maiken replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. It was his duty to keep an eye on her, yet now it seemed she was slipping away. Wen Yuan crouched down and lifted the animal hide that covered her, revealing a serpent as thick as a finger, which shot forth like a slingshot, aimed directly at her face. In an instant, a dagger appeared in her hand, and with a swift motion, she severed the snake in two. Its writhing body fell to the ground. Having been bitten, a lingering fear gripped Wen Yuan, and she seized a nearby stone, striking the serpent's head with force, pinning it firmly to the earth. It was said that certain snakes could still strike even after being decapitated. Is everything all right? Feng Jin's heart raced. His anxiety palpable as the abandoned child on the cart wailed. I'm fine. Wen Yuan exhaled a breath of relief, sheathed the dagger at her waist. Grateful for her quick reflexes that spared her from succumbing to venom. The thumb snake, Yi observed the serpent's tail still coiling, his expression darkening. Upon hearing its name, information flashed through Wen Yuan's mind. The thumb snake, a diminutive creature in adulthood, rarely exceeding the thickness of a thumb, predominantly gray and black, thrived in damp and shadowy locales, and was highly venomous. Once bitten, survival lasted merely 24 hours unless an antidote was procured within that time frame, which required the flame flower from the red fire abyss. Given the distance to the red fire abyss, not to mention the time, even if she had just been bitten, 24 hours would hardly suffice. My kin gritted his teeth in frustration, acknowledging his oversight. The group recalled Su Yu's startled cry from the previous night, their expressions shifting uneasily. It was likely that she had been bitten at that very moment. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan remained still. Although she possessed detoxifying pills, each required 600 points. I will seek out my brothers to inquire if they have any flame flowers. My kin felt a twinge of regret. This predicament was his responsibility, and he must bear the consequences. If all else fails, he would venture into the crimson fire abyss. No need for that, and you called out to my kin, retrieving a small wooden vial from a leather pouch at his waist. This is flame flower powder. Mix it with water and administer it to her. My kin accepted the vial, casting a grateful glance at Yi. Thank you, boss. This is my fault. I should have kept a better watch over her. Yi gazed deeply at Su Yu, then rose to assist Wen Yuan. It is not your fault. Just give it to her. My kin nodded and mixed the flame flower powder with water, administering it to Su Yu. After a moment, Su Yu slowly awakened. Perhaps due to the glaring light, her eyes squinted into narrow slits. Upon noticing the people surrounding her, her pupils contracted, clearly bewildered, and her voice trembled slightly. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Her voice was faint, imbued with timidity, struggling to rise. She leaned against a tree trunk and bowed to Yi and the others. Thank you for saving me. So, you were aware last night that you had been bitten, weren't you? Wen Yuan inquired expressionlessly, observing Su Yu's flustered demeanor. Su Yu's face turned pale, her lips devoid of color, and her frail body seemed as though it could topple in the wind. In response to Wen Yuan's question, it was evident that Su Yu was at a loss for words. Well, I simply did not wish to disturb you, Su Yu stammered, her voice dwindling. It is all my fault. I am truly sorry. Her fingers clutched the hide of her clothing, her head bowed low. Soon, tears began to fall to the ground, her shoulders trembling as she wept. Sister Wen Yuan, I'm so sorry. I didn't want to interrupt you, Su Yu gasped between sobs. Her pitiful appearance evoked a sense of compassion from many of the males present. Wen Yuan felt an impulsive urge to lash out. Keep an eye on her, said Yi, pulling Wen Yuan's hand as they turned to leave, while behind them, my kin nodded in farewell. Feng Jin remained silent, merely casting a glance at Su Yu. Once the group was a considerable distance away, Su Yu, with tears welling in her eyes, turned to my kin and asked, My kin, do you think I have done something wrong? Looking at Su Yu's tear-streaked face, my kin sighed and replied, The thumb snake possesses deadly venom. He then placed a bowl of water before her and added, It's getting late. Tidy up and return to the platform. Su Yu stared at the water in front of her and then at the departing my kin, softly murmuring, Could it be that my very existence is a mistake? What are you thinking? Lu Ji, passing by, furrowed her brow at Su Yu, seemingly unable to comprehend her words, and even expressed strong disagreement. Every beastman has a reason for existing. How could it possibly be a mistake? Su Yu was taken aback, gazing at the boy who had crouched down to her level, momentarily at a loss for words. His eyes sparkled with purity and clarity, and his handsome face radiated warmth, like a little sun when he smiled. Su Yu bit her lip, realizing he was Lu Ji, Yu's little follower. With a flicker of hope in her gaze, she pitifully replied, But they all dislike me. Who? Lu Ji inquired. Big sister Wen Yuan, big brother Yi, Su Yu counted on her fingers, her tears flowing more freely with each name. Lu Ji reached out to touch Su Yu's forehead, a look of confusion on her face, and said, I heard you were poisoned, but your forehead doesn't feel hot at all? What? Why are you saying such nonsense? Su Yu responded. Lu Ji glanced at the leader helping Wen Yuan onto the cart and, with admiration, remarked, My leader is the best, and my sister-in-law is so gentle and considerate. They're a perfect match. Su Yu's expression stiffened, and her urge to cry diminished. It's just that my sister-in-law's other partner isn't that great. However, on the other hand, considering that both the leader and the sister-in-law are such good people willing to take you along, it signifies their fondness for you. How could you misinterpret their intentions? If you're not ill, then refrain from speaking nonsense, or else you may upset the sister-in-law and the leader. Lu Ji muttered to herself, entirely oblivious to Su Yu's increasingly distressed expression. It was only when Yi called out for departure that she returned to her place. And before leaving, she specifically reminded Su Yu, when we leave, Be sure to thank the leader and the sister-in-law. Once you communicate openly, you will understand they do not mean it that way. Su smiled stiffly. I will. Lu Ji's words had indeed vexed Su. Wen Yuan glanced in Suyu's direction and remarked with a gentle smile, that boy truly lacks tact. Remembering Lu Ji, Yingyu couldn't help but complain. I apologize. Wen Yuan, I will handle this, Yingyu said, looking at the approaching Suyu with a hint of concern in his eyes. Chapter 81. Heed my warning, it seems you are aware. To risk one's own life is an audacious act. Yingyi, are you certain you can withstand it? Wen Yuan spoke with a calm demeanor, as though engaged in casual conversation. Feng Jin cast a glance at Yingyi, opening his mouth but ultimately refraining from speaking. Yingyi, with his tempestuous temperament, often grappled with inner turmoil. This uncertainty might one day lead to his downfall. Yet, without experiencing hardship, one cannot grow wise, nor earn the right to be Wen Yuan as partner. I will ensure her safe departure, Yingyu sighed. Wen Yuan, I apologize. I know I have acted impulsively, but I truly believe that the Suyu of yesteryear, bright and vivacious, has not been entirely tainted. Wen Yuan, 1,000 words remain unspoken. Upon noticing that Wen Yuan was indifferent to him, Yingyi felt a twinge of anxiety. However, as Suyu approached, Yingyi found it difficult to voice his thoughts. Throughout the following day, Suyu distinctly sensed an unusual tension between Yingyi and Wen Yuan. Sister Wen Yuan, you are not upset with brother Yingyi for saving me, are you? Suyu hesitantly inquired, treading carefully with her words. Wen Yuan leaned back, her gaze shifting from the scenery to Suyu. Her eyes, as tranquil as still water, fixed intently upon Suyu. I truly did not mean to, Suyu stammered, swallowing hard as she cautiously cast a glance at Wen Yuan, then instinctively recoiling in apparent fear. If you are angry, you can hit or scold me as you wish. But please, do not take your anger out on brother Yingyi. He is innocent. Yingyi, holding a branch, froze momentarily before turning to glare at Suyu. What the hell are you saying? He snapped. Suyu, do not force me to throw you off this carriage. Suyu's eyes brimmed with tears. And just as she was about to speak, she met Yingyi's gaze, which was laden with a warning. Ah Yuan, Yingyi. Yingyu turned towards Wen Yuan, his voice dripping with a pitiful tone. She hasn't spoken to me all day. By what right do you speak to me? Wen Yuan replied with a faint smile. Are you a mere admirer of Yingyi? Or perhaps a suitor? I have chosen Yingyi as my partner. My feelings towards him are of no concern to you. And certainly you have no standing to comment. Furthermore, even if I were to reject him, do you truly believe you could claim him for yourself? Wen Yuan retracted her smile, leaned closer to Suyu, and, lifting her hand, pinched her slightly pointed chin, whispering coldly into her ear, Suyu, heed my warning. You cannot provoke Yingyi, and you certainly cannot provoke me. Out of respect for him, I shall not harm you. But should you create a disturbance akin to last night's, I would not hesitate to send you to meet the beast god. Be obedient and do not squander Yingyi's goodwill. Having finished her admonition, Wen Yuan donned a smile once more, seemingly oblivious to Suyu's pale countenance. She gently ruffled Suyu's hair, adopting a tender tone. Do you remember? Suyu first glanced at Yingyi, but upon noticing his gaze was not directed at her, she averted her eyes and murmured, I remember. Good girl, Wen Yuan replied with a grin, retracting her hand as if she were a warm and caring older sister. However, only Suyu was aware that in that fleeting moment when Wen Yuan had approached her, there was a genuine intent to kill. This was her first encounter with such palpable malice. Previously, even that beast, Wen, had merely tormented her without any intention of murder, as he still needed her. But Wen Yuan was different. Suyu hugged herself tightly, lowering her head in silence. Yingyi gazed intently at Wen Yuan, witnessing her formidable demeanor for the first time. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he saw Wen Yuan close her eyes, evidently wishing to ignore him. Serves him right. Feng Jin seized the moment to interject with sarcastic remarks. This time, however, Yingyu surprisingly did not retort, his vacant expression betraying an unknown contemplation. After 2 days of travel, the Yingzhou merchant caravan successfully arrived at the Lion-Tiger tribe. The Lion-Tiger tribe spanned a vast area, characterized by a homogeneous population, and was regarded as the most united faction within the Sangwei forest. There were nearly no other races of beast men within the tribe. The caravan was received by the tribe leader, Shiling, a middle-aged man with a square face and a bushy beard, known for his straightforward and easygoing nature. He and Yingyi engaged in lively conversation, displaying a camaraderie that felt quite familiar. Is this the little female who will be staying? Shiling approached Wen Yuan with a beaming smile, extending a polite greeting. Hello, I am Shiling, the leader of the Lion-Tiger tribe. Welcome to our community. Hello. I am Wen Yuan, she responded courteously, stepping aside to reveal Suyu, who stood behind her with her head bowed. This is the female who will be staying. Her name is Suyu. Oh, my apologies. I'm truly sorry. Shiling laughed heartily to mask his embarrassment, subsequently introducing himself to Suyu again. Yet she remained silent with her head lowered. It seems she is not one for conversation, he chuckled. I will have arrangements made for your accommodations. You can rest easy. Yingyi, Shiling assured, patting his chest confidently. I trust you completely, Yingyi replied with a smile. Since that is the case, why not stay with us for a few days? Last time you left in such a hurry, we didn't have a proper gathering, Shiling remarked, casually draping an arm around Yingyi as though they were old friends. Yingyi chuckled and agreed, introducing Wen Yuan and Feng Jin along the way. When he spoke of Wen Yuan, the tips of his ears turned crimson, and a hint of pride crept into his tone. Good lad, you were quite the catch. How did such a beautiful female take a liking to you? Shiling teased, playfully slapping Yingye's shoulder as they walked, erupting into hearty laughter. What are you talking about? What is wrong with me? Yingye bristled. TSK, compared to the female beside you, I dare say you fall somewhat short. Feng Jin chimed in, cradling a child in one arm, his mouth running idle. Wen Yuan cradled her two children. Watching the two individuals who seemed on the verge of another quarrel, unable to suppress a bemused shake of her head. This petite female, please step this way. Shimu approached Suyu, politely gesturing for her to follow. Where are we going? Suyu snapped back to reality, staring blankly at the male before her. The chief has arranged accommodations for you. I shall escort you there. Shimu endeavored to soften his smile, wary of startling the fragile-looking Suyu. She appeared so slight that even a gentle breeze could whisk her away. Her frailness made one ponder the hardships she must have endured in the past. It was unfathomable which tribe could so mistreat a female. All right. Suyu nodded, recalling the male's courtesy, biting her lip in gratitude. You're welcome. It is my honor to assist you, Shimu replied with a smile. Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Studying Shimu with newfound seriousness before lowering her gaze and obediently following him. Observing her once more with her head bowed, Shimu inquired, What is your name? Suyu. Are you of age? Yes. If you encounter anything in the future that feels unfamiliar or confusing, do not hesitate to seek me out. Chapter 82. The Beastman Academy and the Female Academy in the uninhabited area of Sangwei Forest. Yuan, wait for my return. Feng Jin gently reinserted the crimson bamboo hairpin into Wen Yuan's hair, his gaze filled with reluctance. The day after their arrival at the Lion Tiger tribe, Feng Jin received news from Wudong Island. The Beast Hunter clan had invaded Wudong Island, resulting in heavy casualties. As the sole heir of Wudong Island, Feng Jin was compelled to return immediately to take charge of the situation, transforming into a magnificent phoenix, his black-red plumage shimmering with golden hues. Feng Jin lowered his head and nuzzled Wen Yuan gently. All right. Wen Yuan nodded, casting a reluctant glance at the child in her arms before placing them into the beast pouch hanging around Feng Jin's neck. To avoid complications, she had allowed the children to shift into their beast forms after leaving the Quanai tribe. The little ones, still unable to control their transformations, could manage with assistance. Take good care of her. Feng Jin spread his wings and soared into the sky. Rest assured, with me around, no one shall harm Yuan unless I fall. After casting one last lingering glance at Wen Yuan, he spiraled in the air a few times before vanishing into the distance, gradually reduced to a mere shadow until he disappeared completely. Yuan, do not worry, I am here. Yingye, filled with a hint of excitement, noted that the bothersome individual had finally departed. Yet, observing Wen Yuan's worried expression, he felt compelled to clarify. I suspect the news is only partially true. Wudong Island is not easily breached. Moreover, while Feng Jin's clan may have few offspring, each is formidable, unlikely to face such devastating losses. Unless, of course, the attackers are not ordinary beast hunters. However, Yingye chose not to disclose that Feng Jin shared the same sentiment. Once Wen Yuan's expression improved, he gently tousled her hair, saying, Let us depart. It is unwise to linger too long. All right. Wen Yuan nodded, diverting her gaze. She was not overly concerned about Feng Jin's safety, given his evident strength. Her greater worry lay with the 4 children. Yet, having the children accompany her would only heighten their danger. Yuan, come here. Yingye transformed into a majestic eagle, crouching down, using both hands and feet. She climbed onto his back, and he flapped his wings, taking off into the sky and swiftly disappearing. Moments later, they returned to the Lion Tiger tribe, where numerous stalls had been erected, bustling with beastmen coming and going, creating a lively atmosphere. Yingye directly transported Wen Yuan back to her lodging, subsequently assigning a few individuals to guard the cave before departing to attend to other matters. Wen Yuan has embarked on the journey of cultivating her extraordinary abilities. Presently, she feels rather feeble. Upon accessing the points marketplace, she navigates to the section for manuals and spends 1,000 points to acquire a tome on the cultivation of wood-based powers. Given her prior experience with wood energy, she possesses a foundational understanding that allows her to grasp and utilize her abilities more swiftly. After 2 days of intense training, coupled with the assistance of her ethereal wood spirit, Wen Yuan successfully advances her wood-based powers to the intermediate yellow tier. Yet, this achievement remains insufficient. It is merely a stepping stone. A mere green tier beastman could easily overpower her. She yearns for a place that would facilitate her growth and training. Perusing the available options and noting her remaining lifespan of over 90 days, she realizes she has slightly more than 3 months left. Is there a location in the beastman world, such as the Cuddle Paradise, that offers opportunities for learning? Some families do organize beastman academies that instruct male beastmen in harnessing their abilities, but these are typically restricted by age and status. Additionally, there are roaming tribes that host beastman academies. However, due to varying conditions, the students and instructors there are not consistent, and the quality of education is certainly inferior to that of the larger families. There are also specialized academies for females, focused on imparting knowledge about reproduction and pregnancy, with a minor emphasis on utilizing the energies of their partner marks. As Yingye crafts leather garments, he educates Wen Yuan on the subject. Can females gain entry into the Beastman Academy? If she could participate there, with the guidance of a teacher, combined with her ethereal wood spirit and the marketplace's resources. She would undoubtedly make significant progress, certainly more than her current state. Ingyi pauses his work, furrowing his brow and inquiring, "Do you wish to go, Yuan?" He is aware of her wood-based abilities. "If possible, I would like to see it," she replies, with the immediate threat to her life alleviated. Wen Yuan seeks to seize this opportunity to enhance her strength. Relying on others can only carry one so far. One cannot depend on others for a lifetime. In the central region of the Sangwei Forest, there indeed exists a Beastman Academy, yet female entrants are typically directed to the female division within that academy. What if I simply wish to enter the Beastman Academy? Wen Yuan presses further. "That is rather unlikely," Ingyi responds, setting down the leather he was working on and taking a seat beside her with a sigh. For females to wield their partner's power is already a considerable feat. There are very few females with extraordinary abilities in the Beastman world. Among these, only those from families with high reproductive capabilities are granted the qualifications to enter the Beastman Academy, rather than the female division. After a moment's contemplation, Ingyi continues. Females possessing extraordinary abilities are more likely to bear offspring that awaken potent powers. When their offspring transform and awaken, the probability of them developing dual abilities increases. My mother was a female with water-based powers, yet tragically, after her abilities were revealed, she fell prey to many male beast men. By the time my father was with her, and I was born, her health had already deteriorated, and it was not long before she departed to meet the beast god. Wen Yuan was momentarily taken aback, pressing her lips together as she replied, "I'm sorry, I am unaware." "It is of no consequence," Ingyi said, wrapping his arms around Wen Yuan and resting his forehead against hers with a smile. "That was a matter of long ago. However, if you wish to learn, I am more than willing to teach you. Alternatively, if you truly desire to pursue it, you may attend the female academy. Yet, revealing your extraordinary abilities to enter the academy for beast men is ill-advised." Ingyi's gaze softened as he continued, "You are remarkable. What I mean to say is, with Feng absent, I fear I may not be able to protect you alone." Although he has approached the threshold of the blue level, he has yet to take that final step. He can easily handle lower-ranked male beast men, but there will always be those stronger than him. Alone, he is unafraid. However, with you by his side, he has found a vulnerable point. "Do you wish to go, Yuan?" Ingyi released her, looking intently into her pale blue eyes. Wen Yuan nodded resolutely, responding, "I desire to grow stronger." This aspiration had long been her wish. Had it not been for her previous precarious state, she would not have delayed until now. "Very well, once I have resolved certain matters, I shall entrust the caravan to my kin," allowing him to escort it back to the west. "At that time, I will accompany you. Can you truly come?" Wen Yuan inquired, her brow furrowing. "Foolish Yuan. I am a male and of considerable rank, a mid-level blue tier at the Orc Academy in the Sangwei Forest. I should be able to blend in as a professor among the orcs, thereby affording you better protection. Are there any prerequisites for entering the female academy?" Wen Yuan asked further. "One must present some game or beast crystals as a threshold for entry," Ingyi replied. "However, you need not worry about this. I shall ensure everything is prepared for you. For the next few days, you may remain at ease in the cave. Should you wish to venture out, seek out Lu Ji. I have entrusted him with your safety. Furthermore, if Suyu seeks you, you need not meet her. I have instructed the orcs assigned to protect you to deny her entry. Has Suyu been well behaved these past few days?" Wen Yuan reflected. She had nearly forgotten him, as since entering the lion-tiger tribe, Suyu had not made an appearance, and even Ingyi had not seen him. The notion of him having changed seemed difficult for her to accept. "He has been getting along well with the members of the lion-tiger tribe," Ingyi remarked with a smile, gazing at Wen Yuan. "I appreciate your understanding, Yuan. She was once a naive and lively little girl whom I regarded as a sister. Sending her here was my way of caring for her, should she remain ungrateful. I shall personally escort her to find her ama." "Indeed," Wen Yuan nodded thoughtfully, hoping he would follow through. She understood Ingyi's intentions and supported his actions. Yet when one poses a potential threat to her life, decisive action must be taken. The debt of gratitude is indeed significant, but having been resolved, it should not warrant repeated concessions. Initially, perhaps due to their shared femininity, Wen Yuan had harbored a measure of goodwill towards Suyu. However, with each of Suyu's actions, that goodwill had dwindled to a mere flicker. Often, she found it challenging to comprehend Suyu's motives. Her feelings toward Ingyi were a complex blend of affection and resentment. As their conversation drew to a close, Ingyi placed a tender kiss on Wen Yuan's cheek before returning to his work, engrossed in crafting leather garments. He had plucked a considerable number of feathers from his own body, intending to embellish the attire, aiming to create a unique leather skirt for Wen Yuan. Due to the demands of the caravan and interactions with the Lion Ridge, it took Ingyi 5 days of diligent effort to finally complete the leather skirt. By the time Wen Yuan donned it was already the evening of the 5th day. "What do you think?" Wen Yuan twirled on the spot, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at Ingyi. It must be said that Ingyi's craftsmanship was exquisite. The leather was tanned to perfection, soft and breathable, devoid of any discomfort or irritation. "It is beautiful," he declared, seated on a stool, his chin resting on his hand, his eyes captivated by Wen Yuan, as if they could not bear to part from her. "You crafted it exceptionally well," she replied, examining the skirt with satisfaction. "I am delighted that you like it, Yuan." In the future, I shall make you more whenever time permits, Ingyi said with a smile, attempting to cover his flushed ears. Very well. Wen Yuan replied with a smile and a nod. On the stone slab bed, the sweltering weather rendered the night somewhat stifling, although the cave was cool. The entrance was draped with a leather curtain, blocking the breeze. To soften the hardness of the stone slab, multiple layers of leather were laid upon it. Despite 2 large ice blocks placed at the bedside, the heat was still oppressive. Wen Yuan shifted slightly, attempting to find a more comfortable position. Yuan, do not move. Came a husky voice from behind, accompanied by a palpable change that pressed against her gentle back. This sudden sensation rendered her momentarily rigid. In her drowsy state, she had completely forgotten that another person was present behind her. She initially assumed he wished to form a romantic bond, yet to her surprise, upon lying down, he merely embraced her from behind, remaining obediently still until she drifted off to sleep. Wen Yuan had inquired about the reason, to which he responded that he wished for a situation where both Wen Yuan and he could feel at ease, allowing Wen Yuan to make a voluntary choice. More importantly, he took into account Wen Yuan's forthcoming intentions to attend a female academy. Wen Yuan understood that this was the respect and care that Ingyi bestowed upon her. Should she become pregnant, it would undoubtedly bring certain inconveniences, and he would not rest easy allowing her to venture forth. I felt the heat. After remaining still for a moment, Wen Yuan found it increasingly difficult to endure. The dry season, akin to summer, was characterized by insufficient rainfall and sweltering temperatures. Occasionally, a brief shower would grace the land. Yet it did little to alleviate the oppressive heat. In this world devoid of air conditioning and fans, the bodies of the beastmen could adeptly regulate their temperature and dissipate warmth. However, if the environment became excessively hot, it would only serve as a temporary remedy rather than a lasting solution. Wen Yuan currently finds herself in this predicament. She is sensitive to both cold and heat. A woman who cannot endure summer without air conditioning or winter without an electric blanket. In winter, her feet resemble icy shards. During her menstrual cycle, the pain is so excruciating that it leads her to question the very essence of life. However, having entered this wild realm, it is rather amusing that in order to survive, she is either pregnant or on the path to pregnancy, and thus the concept of menstruation has become obsolete. Ingyi pulled her closer, feeling her struggle, and whispered hoarsely in her ear, "Do not move." In the next instant, his hand that embraced Wen Yuan gently lifted, and the once stifling cave was suddenly swept by a breeze. The wind brushed against the ice, transforming it into a refreshing chill. The oppressive heat enveloping Wen Yuan swiftly dissipated. After a day of practicing her fire abilities, she felt utterly exhausted and soon drifted into slumber in Ingyi's embrace. Sensing the rhythmic rise and fall of her breathing, Ingyi contentedly pulled her closer, then with a casual wave of his hand, he lifted the animal hide that hung over the cave entrance. As the night deepened and a cool breeze began to stir, it was only when the wind finally flowed into the cave that Ingyi succumbed to a deep sleep. The following morning, when Wen Yuan awoke, a warm breakfast was already set out on the stone table beside her. However, the space beside her was now empty. "Sister-in-law, you're awake?" Luji exclaimed as she stealthily maneuvered 2 large basins of ice into the cave, careful not to make a sound. For waking her sister-in-law might incur the wrath of the elder brother. To her surprise, upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Wen Yuan seated at the stone table, enjoying her meal. "What is this?" Wen Yuan inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity as she regarded Lu Ji, who was holding a basin of ice. "Isn't it obvious?" Lu Ji replied, placing the basin beside Wen Yuan and taking a breath. "It's simply too hot today. The elder brother knows you dislike the heat, so he sent me to bring you this ice basin." "I understand." Wen Yuan gazed at Lu Ji, hesitating to speak. "Sister-in-law, is there something you wish to convey?" Lu Ji took a seat for herself, raising a hand to wipe the sweat from her brow. The heat weighed upon her. Not because the ice basin was too heavy to move, she could easily manage to, but rather due to the oppressive warmth of the day. "Lu Ji, I must inquire. Is there any possibility that you could bring the wooden basin to my place and then create some ice? After all, you possess ice elemental abilities, do you not?" Wen Yuan's words successfully rendered a weary youth momentarily speechless. "Well, I merely wish to engage in some physical exercise." Lu Ji instinctively straightened her posture, then smiled as she raised her hand, clenching her fist in an attempt to showcase her biceps. However, whether her arm was bent or straight, the result was the same. Lu Ji, deflated like a punctured balloon, replied, "I understand now, sister-in-law. I simply didn't react in time." Chapter 84, Confession on the 8th day in the Lion and Tiger Tribe, when Yuan finally grasped the intricacies of her fire-based abilities, elevating her skill to a moderate orange level. While the power was not particularly formidable, it marked a notable improvement. During this time, Ingyi would carve out moments to keep her company, even if it was just for a casual conversation. On the afternoon of the 8th day, when Yuan was visited by Suyu, who she had not seen for quite some time. Initially, she had no intention of meeting, and Lu Ji had even barred her from entering. However, accompanying Suyu was a male companion, rumored to be her partner. "When Yuan, it has been a while," Suyu said, holding hands with Shimu as they followed Lu Ji into the room. "It has indeed been a while," Wen Yuan replied, though it had only been 8 days. Nevertheless, Suyu's transformation was quite striking, offering a refreshing change. The unsettling gloom that once enveloped her had vanished, and even her manner of speaking had shifted to a more normal tone. No more tea to serve. Wen Yuan cast a glance at the imposing figure beside Su Yu. Tall and robust. Since his entrance, his gaze had merely swept the cave before returning to rest upon Su Yu, clearly indicating his profound affection for her. Wen Yuan held a vague recollection of him. He appeared to be the male who had recently arrived at the lion and tiger tribe, escorting Su Yu. Do you have business with me? Wen Yuan inquired, gesturing for him to take a seat. Su Yu clenched Shimu's hand. Her demeanor visibly tense as she regarded Wen Yuan. The latter gently patted her hand in a gesture of reassurance, whispering, Do not be afraid. I am here with you. Lu Ji stood faithfully behind Wen Yuan, her vigilance unwavering as she scrutinized both Su Yu and Shimu, not daring to relax for even a moment. Su Yu bit her lip, summoning her courage to say, I wish to tell you a story. A story? One could hardly doubt that the protagonist might be none other than herself. Wen Yuan remained composed, smiling gently as she said, Please, proceed. There was a devoted couple who, shortly after their union, welcomed a precious offspring, a female, bringing them immense joy. They nurtured her with great care, attending to every need and providing constant companionship. Under their tender guardianship, the little female flourished in happiness. However, when she turned 3, her mother and father vanished from her life, shielded from the harsh realities of existence. She did not comprehend the meaning of seeking the beast god. Days turned into weeks as she waited in vain for her parents. And it dawned upon her that she would never see them again. Subsequently, she was adopted by her kin, who initially treated her with warmth and affection, claiming her parents had perished heroically during a hunt. While she felt sorrow, a flicker of pride also ignited within her. As time passed, the little female saved an injured male during a foraging expedition. Su Yu paused, casting a glance at Wen Yuan before draining her wooden cup. The male was gravely wounded. And with great effort, the little female brought him back to the tribe, imploring her relatives to seek the healer's aid while personally caring for him until he regained consciousness. The male was strikingly handsome and possessed a kind temperament. Upon learning of her heroism, he became exceedingly accommodating, offering her his most treasured possessions. During that period, the little female was elated, for with his protection, no one in the tribe dared to label her as cursed. Yet, this happiness was short-lived. As the male healed and prepared to depart, her kin advised her to devise a means to keep him in the tribe. In truth, she managed to retain him for a few days, but ultimately he had to leave. By then, her adoptive kin had ascended to the revered status of leader. Unwilling to let the male go, her kin threatened her, asserting that if she failed to keep him, they would destroy all that her parents had left her. It was the first time she witnessed their malevolence. Terrified, she once again pleaded with the male to stay but could not reveal the reason, as her kin forbade it. And the male was reluctant to remain for his own reasons. Thus, the little female could not retain him, and the consequence was the obliteration of her parents' legacy. What followed was a harrowing existence. She faced hunger and violence, as her kin's darker nature emerged, becoming increasingly reckless and even coveting her body. Upon discovering the male was the leader of a renowned trading caravan, they harbored ulterior motives, investing heavily to learn of his preferences and grooming the little female to entice him, aiming to fully align with or even absorb his caravan. Year after year, they extended invitations that went unanswered, leading to their growing dissatisfaction with her. On several occasions, they nearly succumbed to their desires, threatening to take her by force had she not fought back fiercely. Eventually, the kin once again invited the male, and the little female felt a surge of joy, eager to see him. However, she was brutally punished by her kin, leaving her bedridden for days. They claimed this would evoke sympathy. When she finally recovered and sought him out, she found him accompanied by a remarkably beautiful female, radiating an almost ethereal charm. Overcome with inferiority, she felt compelled to confront the situation despite her kin's threats, fully aware that the male had already found affection elsewhere. For her survival hinged on winning his heart. Failure would mean death. Ultimately, her efforts were in vain, and she resorted to various tactics, all of which failed. Just as she contemplated surrender, her kin revealed that the male was responsible for her parents' death, even producing a recording of the event for her to witness. Consumed by rage, she longed to exact revenge but felt utterly powerless. Her kin promised to assist her in eliminating him if she could secure his affection, prompting her to follow him at all costs, even endangering herself in the process. She found herself poisoned, teetering on the brink of death, a gamble for liberation, pondering whether fading away unnoticed might be preferable. Yet, the beast god seemed unwilling to accept her, and she survived. Since she lived, she was determined to slay the male, contemplating an attack on the female he favored, but found herself unable to execute her plan. Eventually, she arrived at a new tribe and encountered an astonishing individual, gentle and attentive. He reminded her of the days when her parents had cared for her. He encouraged her that if she felt the truth was obscured, she should seek it rather than remain trapped in self-doubt, emphasizing the importance of self-compassion. Su Yu paused, turning to Wen Yuan, her smile reflecting genuine sincerity for the first time since their meeting. Thus, I have come. The tale was captivating, yet the little female's plight was profoundly tragic. Wen Yuan took a sip of water, looking at Su Yu, however, I regret to inform you that I cannot assist you. Su Yu's gaze fell, her disappointment evident. Yet she persisted, Wen Yuan, I harbor no ill intentions, I merely seek the truth. Chapter 85. Reconciliation and Departure. I am someone who values life above all else and equally wishes for those around me to be free from any danger. Wen Yuan's words effectively served as an expulsion order. Let her have one chance, she is also suffering. Shimu gently squeezed Suyu's hand and turned to Wen Yuan, stating, whatever the matter, I shall offer my life as compensation. Your life holds little value in my eyes, Wen Yuan replied without hesitation. If there were truly an issue, conjuring a thumb-sized snake or administering poison would be of no use. What would Shimu's life amount to then? I understand now. I apologize for disturbing you today, Siyu said, pressing down on Shimu, who still wished to say something, her face pale. Why are you still dawdling? Let us go. Originally, Lu Ji's tone had been relatively mild, but after hearing the entire story, he could not be kind to Suyu anymore. Now he understood why his sister-in-law held such disdain for Suyu and why the boss's attitude towards her was so peculiar. Initially, he had felt pleased to hear that Suyu was the boss's savior, but the truth behind the scenes was quite different. Suyu grasped Shimu's hand and turned to leave. As they reached the cave's entrance, they heard Wen Yuan's voice behind them. The kind of stone you mentioned is called sound shadow stone, capable of recording images and sounds quite clearly. Yet it is exceedingly rare and precious. It is unlikely that Hu Wen, the leader of a small tribe, possesses it. Siyu halted, turning back to Wen Yuan with a look of surprise. However, there exists another stone, known as recording stone, which can also capture images but lacks the ability to record sound. The images are not very clear, merely discernible. I can only say this much. I do not know much about the conflict between you and Ying Yi. I reiterate, you have sought the wrong person. Siyu looked at Wen Yuan, her eyes brimming with tears, and nodded earnestly, her voice choked. I understand. She bent down and solemnly bowed to Wen Yuan, saying, previously, I wronged you. Please forgive me. Siyu sincerely apologized, her cheeks flushed. After all, she had indeed contemplated and prepared to kill Wen Yuan. If she could not eliminate Ying Yi, then she would ensure he tasted the bitterness of losing a loved one. You have not inflicted any substantial harm upon me. Forgiveness is not necessary, Wen Yuan sighed. Calling out to Lu Ji, please take her away. It seemed that Ying Yi would also wish for misunderstandings to be resolved. Alas, even if misunderstandings were clarified, things could never return to their former state. It was like a nail driven into wood. Once removed, the board could not revert to its original form, leaving a deep and sizable hole. Very well, Lu Ji pouted reluctantly, muttering, for my sister-in-law's sake, I will accompany you. So you once again apologized to Wen Yuan, then took Shimu's hand and followed Lu Ji away. As for how Ying Yi handled matters afterward, Wen Yuan was unaware. Ying Yi had murmured a few words to her, but she was far too fatigued to comprehend. From that moment on, Wen Yuan never saw Siyu again. Even the next day, during the farewell party specially held for Ying Yi by the Lion Ridge, Siyu was absent, reportedly having gone foraging with her companion instead. The Lion Ridge, known for its straightforwardness, hosted a rather grand farewell event, attended by most of the tribe, filled with singing and dancing in a lively atmosphere. The following day, Maiken led the trading caravan away, and in the days to come, they would not return to the tribe. The goods brought from the west had nearly all been sold. The caravan traveled westward, bringing back the items they had gathered for a half-month exhibition. After the exhibition, the caravan members would have a brief respite to spend time with their families. Once the caravan departed, Ying Yi finally took Wen Yuan away. Are you going to see them off? On the cliff, watching Ying Yi and Wen Yuan step out of the tribe, Shimu glanced at Siyu beside him. If you wish to send them off, I can take you. We can still catch up. No need. Siyu withdrew her gaze, grasping Shimu's hand with a carefree tone. Let's return. All right. Shimu tightened his grip on Suyu's hand, his eyes softening. Hand in hand, they walked under the sun, their shadows growing closer. The lion-tiger tribe was nearing the northern edge of the Sangwei forest, almost exiting it. Initially, Wen Yuan had intended to head directly to the west. Now, she must retrace her steps to reach the Beastman Academy. Fortunately, Ying Yu could fly, and the two hurriedly arrived at a small tribe on the outskirts of the academy before sunset. The tribe was a mix of various beings, open to anyone, akin to the outer structures of a tourist attraction in the present world, complete with restaurants, accommodations, and other amenities. The streets were paved with stones, and the buildings on either side were neat wooden structures. Though not exquisite, they were vastly superior to the cave. Despite the encroaching darkness, many were still entering the tribe, with a diverse array of beastmen passing by, all bearing serious expressions that hinted at their formidable demeanor. Although it lacked the completeness of the present world, it exceeded Wen Yuan's expectations. Initially, she had envisioned arriving in a primitive world, filled with fantastical elements. Yet it was clear that such a notion did not align with the Beastman continent. This place was more advanced than she had imagined. Let us find a room and order some food. Please bring us 4 of your most distinctive dishes. Ying Yi guided Wen Yuan into a wooden building, choosing a table by the window. Certainly. Please wait a moment, responded an orc, akin to a waiter. The atmosphere here was indeed lively, and the bustling crowd of orcs on the street was enough proof of that. Being close to the Beastman Academy naturally made it more vibrant, though it still paled in comparison to the western regions, as the Beastman Academy by the Sangwei Forest was always of a lower tier. Ying Yi poured a glass of water for Wen Yuan, then lowered his voice to inform her, as it is getting late. Tomorrow I will hunt some prey and take you to the female academy. All right, Wen Yuan nodded, not feeling fearful. Instead, she was curious and excited about the unfamiliar environment. Seeing her like this, Ying Yi felt a swell of pride. She was indeed the little female he had chosen, unflinching in the face of novelty. "Your order has arrived." An orc presented a dish, explaining, "This is the freshest fish, without bones, just caught and steamed to perfection." The service was so courteous that Wen Yuan could not help but express her admiration. "Please enjoy," the orc said cheerfully before departing. "Want to try some?" Ingyi offered Wen Yuan a piece of fish, placing it in her mouth. The fish was tender, but upon closer inspection, it still bore a slight fishy taste. "It's a bit fishy," Wen Yuan remarked honestly. Ingyi paused, trying a piece himself, but found the flavor not particularly pronounced, however. He knew his little female was quite discerning and sensitive to food. "Have some to fill your stomach. Later, I will prepare something for you. No worries. I can eat this. It just has a bit of the original flavor. That doesn't bother me." However, eating it alone felt somewhat awkward, especially for someone accustomed to rice, like a southerner. Even amidst the recent exhaustion, she still sought to indulge her palate. Chapter 86, Disguised as a Male. Entering the academy after their meal, the orc led Wen Yuan and Ingyi to a room on the second floor, thanks to Ingyi's generous spending. The room was bright and airy, with a window overlooking the main street. As lamps lit up, the street remained bustling with activity, with many orcs setting up stalls along the sides, although it was quieter at night compared to the daytime's clamor. Once the orc left, Wen Yuan spent 50 points at the point shop to exchange for a bottle of hair dye, intending to transform her striking white hair into a deep black. The starkness of her white locks was rather conspicuous. "What is this?" Ingyi widened his eyes as he watched Wen Yuan rummage through her bundle, finally extracting a small rectangular box, from which she revealed a bottle containing a pitch-black substance. Its peculiar shape was unfamiliar to him. A mysterious item capable of altering the color of hair, as Wen Yuan explained. "I acquired it from an orc." Ingyi nodded, noting the oddity of the packaging. Nevertheless, it was not uncommon for such products to exist. "Come here and assist me." Lacking a mirror, she had no choice but to call for help. "What should I do?" "Help me apply this evenly to my hair, but be careful not to touch my skin." She had prior experience in dyeing her hair herself. Unable to see the back of her head, the result was not only uneven, but also left her neck adorned with unsightly splotches of purple and blue. "This is simple." Ingyi raised his hand, manipulating the wind to form a barrier that enveloped her skin securely. Wen Yuan felt enveloped by a refreshing sensation, one that was quite pleasant. 15 minutes later, Ingyi raised his hands, darkened like ebony, and looked at Wen Yuan, saying, Yuan, it is done." Wen Yuan shifted his stiff neck, and then his gaze fell upon the two large, dark hands before him. Wen Yuan, alas, it appears she has forgotten something of great significance. "I shall freshen up." Ingyi took a few steps to the side, where a bucket of pristine water and a wooden basin awaited. With a mere gesture, the water from the bucket flowed effortlessly into the basin. Wen Yuan quietly observed as Ingyi placed his hand into the basin, feeling a twinge of guilt as he rummaged through the points mall. "Yuan." Ingyi's astonished voice broke the silence. "My hand. It's black." He stared in disbelief at his darkened hands. The substances he had encountered that could change hair color were not meant to touch the skin without fading. Where had Yuan procured such a thing? Ahem. Well, let me wash it for you. Wen Yuan, feeling guilty, spent 10 points to exchange for a small bottle of vinegar. After applying it to his hands, he retrieved a disposable soap for 5 points. As the thick foam emerged, Ingyi transformed into a curious child. "This smells delightful. So many bubbles. Will this really clean it?" "Should be," Wen Yuan replied, grasping his hand and rubbing it gently. Observing Ingyi's inquisitive expression, he formed a circle with his thumb and index finger, then softly blew. A transparent bubble materialized before them. Ingyi exclaimed in awe. But before he could fully express his astonishment, Wen Yuan pulled his hand into the water. After rubbing it again, while not entirely clean, only a small residue remained, barely noticeable unless scrutinized closely. "This stuff is remarkably effective." Ingyi examined his hands repeatedly before asking, Yuan, where did you acquire this? I should make some trades with him. If this reaches the merchant caravan, it would undoubtedly be a sensation." Wen Yuan comprehended Ingyi's intentions. Yet the orc he mentioned was merely a fabrication of her own imagination. It would be unreasonable to expend points to exchange for him. Thus she pretended to retrieve another from her pack and handed it over to Ingyi. This was the only one she possessed. That orc appeared pitiable. He exchanged 2 pieces of this item for a piece of meat, presumably driven by hunger. "I see," Ingyi nodded. "May I borrow this for research purposes?" "No need to borrow. It's yours," Wen Yuan replied with a smile. After waiting for approximately half an hour and washing her hair twice, her once white locks transformed completely into a deep black. Gazing at her reflection in the water, an audacious thought suddenly struck Wen Yuan. Upon returning to the house, she observed Ingyi, who was busying himself with soap flakes, and lowered her voice. "Ingyi, do you think I could gain entry into the Orc Academy if I disguise myself as a male?" "Huh?" Ingyi looked up at Wen Yuan, bewildered. "The Orc Academy is exclusively for males, and during the term, accommodations are predetermined. Yuan, it wouldn't be safe for you to enter. Moreover, you are too slender. You hardly resemble a male. Isn't it true that immature males also lack resemblance?" Wen Yuan rose to her feet. One need not worry about her appearance. She possessed a beauty that was androgynous in nature. Disguising herself as an adult was impractical, but as a child, she believed she would blend in seamlessly. That could work. If I invest a bit more in beast crystals, you can share a room with me. Shall we give it a try tomorrow? If it fails and you are discovered, I will take you to another academy. All right. The following morning, Wen Yuan arose early to prepare. To enhance her resemblance to an underage male, she cut her hair, which had grown below her shoulders, into a neat bob. She applied a bit of foundation to darken her complexion. Grateful that the ample supply granted by the system sufficed for her needs, she then donned a long, loose-fitting garment made of animal hide, which allowed for ventilation and comfort. Young orcs needed to be cautious as their resistance was often lower, hence the need for such clothing to avoid illness. The challenge lay in concealing her chest, which she managed to bind tightly, ensuring that it was effectively hidden beneath the loose attire. After her transformation, Wen Yuan morphed from a fair and delicate young female into a malnourished, dark-skinned young male. "Brother, let us go," she said, wrapping her arm around Yes. Ingi chuckled, shaking his head in amusement, and affectionately tapped Wen Yuan's head. "Very well." The two departed together. "Hey?" The orc standing at the doorway scratched his head in confusion, observing the duo leaving in jovial spirits, perplexed. He distinctly recalled that the attractive young female had entered with the male orc the previous day. Could it be that he had misremembered? These days marked the enrollment period for the Orc Academy, and a considerable influx of individuals had surged into the small tribe overnight. Ingi guided Wen Yuan to queue for their numbers, which consumed the better part of the day. "Why can't we enter?" The sun blazed fiercely, and the orcs, clutching numbered tags, were drenched in sweat, anxiously attempting to gain entry to the academy, only to be repelled at every turn. "Apologies. But due to an overwhelming number of applicants this year, a trial has been instituted. Only orcs who pass the trial will qualify for entry." The gatekeeper orc stated in a tone that Wen Yuan found familiar. "What? Initially, there was an assessment to enter, and now we cannot even step inside? The accommodations outside will cost a fortune in beast crystals." As they deliberated, the tension among the orcs escalated. However, they were acutely aware of the prestige associated with the Orc Academy, which had produced numerous high-ranking orcs, and dared not act out of line. Chapter 87, Team Formation. Tasks everyone, please return for now. Tomorrow morning, based on the numbers you hold, participate in the trial. Teams will consist of 5 members. Those who fail will be eliminated together, while those who succeed will advance. You may either form your own teams or await assignment. The gatekeeper orc's announcement sparked further discussion among the crowd. "Hey, shall we team up?" A muscular man with bronze skin and a long face patted Yi on the shoulder, exuding an intimidating presence. Wen Yuan gazed at the muscular figure before her, swallowing hard. She was not particularly fond of muscle-bound individuals, preferring those with a clean and handsome appearance. A single punch from such a person would surely make her regurgitate her last meal. "What is your rank?" Eagle-Wild did not respond immediately. Instead, he inquired about her level. It mattered little to him whether he could enter or not, but if a Yuan wished to join, some effort would be required. "Green level low," she replied. "Very well." Eagle-Wild nodded. Typically, the orcs attending the Orc Academy would not possess high ranks, especially in such a small locale. A green level low was already quite respectable. "I am called Wahan. Is this person also part of your team?" Wahan frowned, casting a disdainful glance at the slender young male standing beside Eagle-Wild, whose height barely reached his chest. "I am Eagle-Wild. This is my younger brother, Eagle-Source." Eagle-Wild greeted with a smile, stepping slightly towards Wen Yuan to obstruct Wahan's view. "I must bring my brother along. If you are unwilling, that is perfectly fine." "My apologies," Wahan said, looking apologetically at Eagle-Wild before shaking his head. "I am willing. We still need 2 more individuals. Can we join your team?" As soon as Wahan finished speaking, a masculine voice emerged from behind Wen Yuan. The group turned to see the speaker, a pair of twins who looked almost identical. "I am Aruna. This is my brother, Alubi." Aruna gestured to himself and then to his quieter sibling. "I apologize. Alubi has a rather shy disposition and is not adept at conversing with strangers." Aruna addressed Wen Yuan and the others. "It seems your team is in need of 2 members. May we join?" "What is your rank?" Eagle-Wild inquired. "I am yellow level medium, and my brother Alubi is orange level low." After speaking, Aruna felt compelled to add, "Although our levels are somewhat lower, my brother is a healer with light abilities. Welcome aboard." "I am Eagle-Wild. This is Eagle-Source, my brother," Wen Yuan continued. Wahan surveyed the two briefly, then added, "Wahan, where do you reside?" Aruna asked. "In the Many People's house," Wen Yuan replied. She was not exaggerating. The NS name was indeed Many People's house. "Then my brother and I shall move in later," Aruna nodded. "See you soon. I must tidy up as well," Wahan said politely, nodding to the group before turning to leave. Wen Yuan and Yi returned to their abode together, relieved to find that their room remained unoccupied. The original stipulation was that once the Beastmen received their identification tags, they could enter the Beastman Academy, provided their ability level was no lower than orange. Subsequently, they would need to pass a further assessment to be officially admitted into the academy. Most Beastmen had relinquished their accommodations, awaiting the allocation of housing upon entry into the academy. Little did they anticipate that this year, due to an overwhelming number of applicants, a selection process would be necessary. In the afternoon, after the Aruna brothers and Wahan had moved in, Ingi generously treated them to a meal. They agreed upon a departure time for the following morning and engaged in brief introductions before retreating to their respective rooms. Aruna was quite vivacious, while his brother, Alubi, possessed a more introverted demeanor, speaking little but exhibiting polite manners even during meals, consuming his food quietly and decorously. Wahan, on the other hand, was boisterous and carefree, embodying a rugged masculinity akin to that of the lion rich. Didn't you mention your intention to become a professor among the beast men? Surely, that exempts you from the assessment? Wen Yuan inquired. Indeed, one may bypass the examination, Yingyi replied, tousling her hair lightly. However, given the high number of applicants this year, with such a hurdle established, I must ensure your entry. I cannot allow you to face the test alone. It concerns me. Yet, your abilities are clearly too formidable for a mere student. If Wen Yuan recalled correctly, during the issuance of their tags that day, it was stated that the ability level could not exceed blue. She had overheard them mention a specific segment for testing levels and talents, which could prove to be a considerable challenge. As she spoke, her brow instinctively furrowed. Yingyi gently smoothed her brow, smiling as he reassured her. After all, I have led caravans through numerous territories. One must possess some strength to fulfill such a role. Do not fret. I have ways to suppress my power, even to the extent that it will not be detectable by the assessment stones. His tone was confident, almost enigmatic. Are you certain? She questioned, her skepticism evident. I would not deceive you, he affirmed. Now, it grows late, and who knows what tomorrow's test may entail. Let us wash up and retire early. Very well. Wen Yuan nodded in agreement. After a simple wash, Yingyi, as was his custom, gently embraced Wen Yuan as they drifted into slumber, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. At dawn, after a light breakfast, they proceeded directly to the entrance of the Sangwei Beastman Academy. They had assumed they had arrived early enough, only to discover that others had arrived even sooner. Upon their arrival, the area was already teeming with applicants, forming multiple concentric circles. Those who had formed their teams stood in one line, while those without were instructed to line up on the other side to be assigned to groups. Soon, two long lines emerged. This is your task, announced a male beastman clad in a white beast-skin skirt as he handed a wooden plaque to Yingyi. His gaze swept over Wen Yuan standing in the queue, furrowing his brow slightly, yet he did not comment further. Having received their assignment, Yingyi and the others moved to a more open area. What is it? Aruna was the first to inquire. To hunt a yellow level, tier 3 beast, Yingyi replied. And at that moment, the expressions of the other three turned somber. Only Wen Yuan remained unperturbed, fully aware of Yingyi's true capabilities. For him, battling a yellow-level tier 3 beast was akin to crushing an ant, despite his outward display of strength being only that of a mid-level green. The tier 3 yellow level was a mere step away from green. Aside from Yingyi and Wahan, the others' levels were somewhat lacking. Wen Yuan's current ability level in the wood element has reached mid-yellow, just one tier shy of high, while his fire element lags behind at mid-orange, significantly inferior to his wood abilities. As for the Aruna brothers, their orange level is utterly insufficient to contend with even the yellow tier 3 beasts. It seems your task is quite formidable. At that moment, a masculine voice resonated, and the group turned to see a man with flamboyant red tousled hair and a charming smile adorning his handsome face. Let us depart. Yingyi had no intention of engaging with the man, tucking away the wooden tablet and preparing to leave with his companions. However, the red-haired man dashed forward, blocking their path. Chapter 88. I am here to join you. Why the haste? The red-haired man brushed aside his bangs, his gaze scrutinizing the group with evident disdain. Do not obstruct our way. Yingyi furrowed his brow, addressing the red-haired man in a low tone. What do you mean by obstructing? Hagen retorted angrily. I am here to assist you in overcoming your challenges. What do you mean? Wahan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively between the man and his teammates. His hands clenched tightly, muscles tensed. Rude, Hagen remarked dismissively, casting a glance at Wahan before stepping aside to face Yingyi. You are the captain of this squad. Are you not? My name is Hagen. I am not here to cause trouble. Rather, I seek to join your ranks. Upon hearing these words, Wen Yuan felt an inexplicable surge of spirit. This prompted her to recall a saying, I am not here to dismantle this family. Rather, I seek to join it. Such sentiments resonate with a harmonious similarity. We are already 5 in number. There is no need for additional members. Aruna hastily interjected, casting an anxious glance at Yingyi. Overall, the strength of their team was satisfactory, with the lowest ranks being occupied by him and his brother, while this man undoubtedly possessed superior prowess. Should Yingyi agree, they would have to reorganize their team. The remaining individuals without a team were generally of comparable strength to theirs, and a group of orange tier members embarking on a mission might not necessarily succeed. You are not the captain. Your words hold no weight here. Hagen glared at Aruna with evident discontent. How dare you two, with such low levels, even consider forming a team? Aren't you afraid of dragging others down? Hagen's remarks were undeniably harsh. Just as Aruna was about to retort, Yingyi placed a firm hand upon his shoulder. My teammate is beyond your jurisdiction. Step aside. Hagen was unrelenting, while Yingyi was even more so. Protecting him? Hagen laughed derisively. It appears I have not misjudged, for it seems these two brothers are irreplaceable. After all, finding another would be cumbersome. Hagen's gaze shifted, ultimately landing on Wen Yuan. This little male, perhaps? He appears to be nothing more than a scrawny shadow. barely fit to confront a beast, and his stature is rather unimpressive, not to mention his appearance leaves much to be desired. Just get rid of him. Through a series of disparaging remarks, Wen Yuan had been reduced in Hagen's eyes to a person devoid of merit. Excuse me, may I inquire who you are? Wen Yuan generally refrained from confrontation unless provoked. Is your face thicker than that wall? How is it that you cannot comprehend human language? Can you not see that our team is full? If you are blind, it would be wise to refrain from wandering about, lest you suffer a fall that proves fatal. With a sudden outburst, Wen Yuan's words ignited a furious blush on Hagen's face, his teeth clattering ominously. You seek death, Hagen exclaimed, raising his hand as flames surged forth. Their scorching heat directed towards Wen Yuan's face. In a swift motion, Yu shielded Wen Yuan behind him, while Wahan stomped his foot, conjuring a wall of earth. Aruna raised his hand, imbuing the earthen barrier with a shimmering golden light, reinforcing it with his golden abilities, rendering it impervious to even the fiercest flames. Meanwhile, the commotion attracted the attention of several onlookers, including orcs still forming teams or accepting quests. I was merely trying to join you. Do not spurn my goodwill. Hagen's fiery spell, Devour, encircled the group, flames rapidly ascending to a height surpassing that of Wen Yuan. The scorching heat enveloped them, intensifying the discomfort of the already sweltering dry season. Quite an impressive level, indeed. A low-level green, Wasan observed, noting the pale green hues flickering amidst the flames. His brow furrowing in concern. Yet, he remained composed, reassured by the presence of Yi, a mid-level green. Are you all right? Yi inquired, glancing down at Wen Yuan, whom he had pulled protectively to his side. I'm fine, Wen Yuan replied, shaking his head. Lowering his voice, he turned to the solemn faces of his companions. Let us engage in something entertaining. What do you mean? Aruna responded, a look of confusion crossing his face. What clever idea do you have? Wahan leaned in. His brows knitted. Even the typically quiet Arubi perked up, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as they all looked towards Wen Yuan. The whispered strategizing, however, remained muffled behind the towering wall of flames. The spectators shook their heads, munching on snacks while discussing the unfolding drama. The orc from the academy merely cast a cold glance, showing no intent to intervene. Conflicts among orcs were commonplace, often encouraged, as combat was believed to accelerate the enhancement of their abilities, just as Hagen reveled in his apparent triumph over his captives. A brazen voice rang out from the head of the squad, Yi. I could release you like a fart, yet you come begging for a beating. I have never encountered anyone so deserving of it. With that, clouds gathered ominously above the flames, and moments later, heavy raindrops began to fall, extinguishing the fire swiftly. How dare you? Hagen seethed, incensed by Yi's words. He raised his hand and unleashed several fireballs into the smoke, only to be met with the sound of anguished cries. Hearing this, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Ah, now you comprehend my prowess? It is not too late to beg for mercy. I am magnanimous. If you kneel and apologize, even oust that hideous creature, I might begrudgingly consider joining your party. Hagen gazed at the mist, adopting an air of superiority. As the flames were doused, smoke billowed from the unburned wild grasses. What an absurd notion, Wahan exclaimed. Unable to contain his disdain, he leaped from behind Hagen, causing the ground to rise sharply beneath Hagen, propelling him into the air. Hagen crashed onto the stony ground below, letting out a pained cry, feeling as though his backside had been rendered unrecognizable. Before he could regain his bearings, a vine silently ensnared his leg, lifting him off the ground. Hagen began to curse, intending to set the vine ablaze, but a fist-sized stone of gold was forcefully thrust into his mouth. The sound of cracking teeth accompanied by excruciating pain. The assailant had applied too much force, and despite his attempts to bite down, he was unable to expel it due to the vine's grip on his mouth. His hands were bound tightly by the vine, forming a deadlock. Aruna observed the scene, then reached out to envelop the vine in a layer of glimmering gold, creating a dazzling spectacle as the vine suspended Hagen in midair, resembling an oversized light bulb in the sunlight. The brilliance was blinding. Ugh! Hagen groaned in agony, his brow furrowed. He attempted to curse, but found himself unable to articulate his frustrations, resorting to kicking with his free leg in a futile effort to break free from the vine's grasp. When Yuan tightened her grip, the vines ensnaring Hagen constricting instantly, causing tears to well in his eyes. How ugly, Yi remarked seriously, shaking his head beside Wen Yuan. Let's go, Hagen exclaimed. Yi grasped Wen Yuan's hand and led the way forward. Wahan shot Hagen a glare before following suit, while the Aruna brothers hurried past without a glance at Hagen. Chapter 89. Cooperation. Once Wen Yuan and the others departed, the onlookers gradually withdrew their gazes. Nevertheless, many continued to regard the suspended Hagen with mocking expressions. This beast man, who had sought trouble only to be humiliated, was a target for ridicule and disdain among all. Hagen's face flushed with anger, loathing the group that had embarrassed him. Yet, in the next moment, a faint tearing sound echoed. A dreadful thought emerged as Hagen, sensing something amiss, forcefully glanced down at his lower half. To his horror, the once secure animal skin skirt had developed a tear from the bottom upwards. The wind whistled through it, and as Hagen's terrified gaze lingered, the opening grew larger until it rested at the top of his thighs. Hagen exhaled in relief, but the spectators around him seemed to lose interest. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and the animal skin skirt fragmented, leaving his lower body completely exposed. Ugh! Hagen's eyes bulged in despair as he bent over like a catfish, desperately trying to cover himself, but his hands could not reach. Well, gasps arose from the crowd, with several females from the tribe staring in stunned fascination. In the next instant, excitement lit their faces as they surged forward, eager to claim Hagen as a partner. With a roll of his eyes, Hagen fainted, bringing the spectacle of his humiliation to a close. Meanwhile, Wen Yuan and her companions had entered the Sangwei forest, commencing their search for suitable beasts for their task. Caw! At that moment, the cry of an eagle resonated from above. Wen Yuan looked up and spotted a familiar figure circling in the sky. Wasn't that Ingye's pet? Just as Wen Yuan anticipated its descent, the eagle spiraled a few times before flying off into the distance. Simultaneously, a smile crept onto Ingye's face, indicating his excellent mood. What mischief have you been up to? Wen Yuan inquired, leaning closer and lowering her voice. Ingye suppressed his smile, adopting a serious demeanor. What are you talking about? Don't wrongfully accuse me, Xiao Yuan. It's best that Yuan remains unaware of such matters. It could tarnish my image. We cannot continue searching like this. Wahan interjected, furrowing his brow. I've heard that only the first 50 teams to complete their tasks can enter the Beastman Academy. Is that so? Wen Yuan responded, surprised. This rule was mentioned when we accepted the task. Wen Yuan recalled that she was certain she had not heard the orc issuing the mission mention such a requirement. Xia Yuan, perplexed, inquired further. Wohang, with an air of mystery, explained, this is known as an elimination system. Their silence is intended to assess the operational efficiency of our teams in the absence of explicit instructions. Wen Yuan nodded, seemingly convinced by the reasoning. Then let us act swiftly. However, Aruna sighed, we have yet to find any suitable beasts, so a quick resolution may not be feasible. Presently, it was the season of withering. During the day, beasts seldom roamed, emerging only when the night brought cooler temperatures in search of sustenance. Wohan interjected, in light of this, we indeed face a dilemma. Since we cannot find them, we shall lure them instead. After Eagle Wild spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Yuan, who nodded in agreement. Lure them? Wohan was taken aback. How do we accomplish that? Aruna inquired. Have you heard of beast-attracting powder? Eagle Wild revealed a small vial from within his cloak. This is no ordinary substance, Wohan remarked, his distaste evident. It can attract beasts of all kinds. But it also poses the risk of summoning a horde. Aruna concurred, voicing his disapproval of such a method. This aimless approach not only consumes time but may not yield the desired targets. Wen Yuan, seizing the opportunity to contribute, contemplated for a moment before suggesting. Perhaps I possess a solution that satisfies both needs. The group turned their attention once more to the petite Wen Yuan, while even the seemingly indifferent Aruna cast a glance her way. 5 minutes later, all present had their nostrils stuffed with material, rendering their expressions rather grim. After a mutual nod, Aruna sprinkled the beast-attracting powder onto a captured large rat, even going so far as to make a small incision on it to enhance the effect. He then secured the injured rat to the base of a grand tree with a rope. Once everything was in place, the 5 retreated to various trees. Wohan subsequently cast a handful of earth mixed with the powder into the air. All that remained was to wait patiently for the opportune moment. 10 minutes elapsed. And aside from the oppressive heat of the sun, the rat, bleeding, squeaked and scurried in a futile attempt to escape. 15 minutes passed, and silence reigned. Just as Wen Yuan began to despair, Wohan suddenly exclaimed, they are coming. The ground trembled, and soon footsteps echoed in the distance. Wen Yuan gestured towards several individuals, who all nodded solemnly in response. The beast tide soon approached, a throng of figures converging towards this location. Before long, they reached the spot where the rat was tethered. The first to pounce was a wolf dog, baring its teeth and drooling as it swiftly devoured the rat whole. The scent diminished by half, leaving only the beast-attracting powder strewn across the ground. The once orderly formation began to descend into chaos, with numerous wild beasts losing their bearings and rampaging about. Engage, commanded Ingyi, prompting the group to spring into action one after another. Wen Yuan, the first to act, summoned tendrils of wood-based powers that ensnared the target, rendering it immobile and collapsing to the ground. Following swiftly, Wahan conjured earthen clods that coalesced into a square box, enveloping the prey. Next, Aruna, with a shimmering golden aura akin to Wahan's, manifested a gilded box that rested atop Wahan's earthen enclosure, further fortifying it. Lastly, Ingyi enveloped the structure with a delicate, transparent layer of water, effectively sealing it. In perfect synchrony, they collaborated to ensure no unforeseen mishaps occurred, successfully capturing a significant number of creatures, including 2 or 3 emerald tier beasts. A Xiao Yuan, that is sufficient. Do not be greedy. Ingyi called out to Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan, upon hearing the sound, hesitated momentarily before ceasing her actions. The individuals following her swiftly contained the last wild beast. The 4 exchanged nods and then dispersed in 4 different directions, leaving the highest-ranked eagle to guard the prey. Each held a pouch of beast-attracting powder, with only a small opening torn to release its scent, before they plunged into a frantic run. The previously chaotic beast suddenly seemed like a child searching for its mother, fervently in pursuit. With a sharp cry, an eagle soared above. Little Chi, follow closely and ensure her safety, the eagle instructed softly. With a call, the eagle darted in the direction Wen Yuan had fled. Meanwhile, in another team, chaos erupted. What the? Run! A male beast man exclaimed, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. leaping 3 feet in the air. What are you panicking for? The leader scolded, turning to find that their hard-won target had vanished without a trace. Damn it. Forget the beast. The beast is coming. The male beastman shouted in terror, quickly climbing a large tree. Stop with the exclamations. Hurry up the tree. The leader, initially impatient, found himself shouting instead. The remaining 3, bewildered but influenced by the reactions of their companions, scrambled up the tree as well. Chapter 90. Entering the academy just after climbing the tree, a petite figure dashed past. What was that? Isn't that the male from the team that argued with Hagen? He's not important. Look behind him. The 3 ceased their conversation and gazed back. A multitude of beasts surged together, pursuing a single direction. What has he done to provoke such a horde of beasts? Even blowing up a beast's den wouldn't incite this level of frenzy. Why are we just standing here? Isn't this a prime opportunity? The leader, filled with frustration, leaped down from the tree, seizing the last of the longhorn pigs with determination. Where is Xiao Yuan? Aruna tiptoed, glancing in the direction Wen Yuan had departed, her face etched with concern. Could she have been eaten by the beasts? The thought terrified Wohan. And he grimaced in fear, noticing the eagle nearby, who cast a piercing gaze in his direction. Here she comes, Arubi, who seldom spoke, announced. Indeed, in the distance, a small figure was racing toward them, and soon they recognized it was the very Wen Yuan they had been worrying about. Why did you take so long? The eagle approached, restraining the urge to reach out, scanning her from head to toe, and only after confirming she was unharmed did he exhale in relief. One could only imagine the anxiety he felt during her absence. The torment was beyond expression. I encountered a minor issue, Wen Yuan said with an awkward smile. Did you catch the prey? All secured, Wohan replied, clenching his fists and pointing to the vine-bound string of captured beasts. Let's go. We're heading back. The eagle chuckled resignedly. Let us proceed. The group, leading a line of subdued prey, hurried back to the academy. By then, 2 teams had already returned to the academy entrance, having successfully completed their tasks, claiming the first and second positions in this trial. The once desolate entrance was now bustling with numerous students, curious about which beast men had managed to pass the trial. How could the first team return so swiftly? It's only been half an hour. Who is the leader of that team? They are incredible. Clearly someone unfamiliar with him. A slender-faced male interjected. That's Lan Yu, the brother of the first professor at Sangwei Academy. He is remarkably powerful, barely an adult, already a high-level green rank. It's said he has the potential to advance to blue rank but has been holding back, aiming to accumulate experience before entering Sangwei Academy. Impressive. So his brother is Lan Su. No wonder he is so exceptional. With this revelation, the crowd's understanding deepened. Lan Su had been a formidable presence when he entered the academy. Whispers circulated, primarily revolving around Lan Su and Lan Yu. Here comes another team. The students this year are impressive. Each team demonstrated formidable strength, with many boasting green rank capabilities. However, our team aimed to test their cooperative skills, which was why they had devised this grouping method. Goodness, this team is astonishing. 1, 2, 20, 10 live beasts. How is this possible in such a short time? And 3 of them are level 3 green ranks. As this exclamation echoed, many turned their gazes toward the approaching team led by the eagle, momentarily overshadowing Lan Yu. Beastmen primarily revered strength, and with absolute power came undeniable authority. You've completed the task admirably. Please hand over the prey. You may register for the academy now. Rest over to the side until it's time to enter, instructed the registering beastman, casting a surprised glance at the long line of live beasts behind the eagle. After all, the first 2 teams had returned with deceased creatures. Thank you, Wen Yuan nodded, as Arubi took the vine from the eagle's hand, leading the prey to the designated beastman for collection. Time ticked away until noon. When the first 50 teams successfully gathered, the remaining teams were left with 2 beastmen for notification that the trial had concluded. Those who passed were led into the academy. The entrance, constructed of earthen bricks, appeared modest, even exuding an ancient charm. Yet, stepping inside, the vastness of the interior unfolded, stretching endlessly before the eye. Indicative of the academy's expansive grounds. The Sangwei Forest region was not particularly developed. If the academy were this spacious, one could only imagine the scale of more prosperous areas. Form a line, approach one by one, and register your names along with your ability classifications. Afterwards, gather in the Great Hall to the right of the Academy Square. Your second test awaits you there. Only upon passing the second test will you truly be regarded as students of the Academy. Having delivered this directive, the leading beastman departed. Wen Yuan and a few others ranked third due to the order of completion, thus securing a relatively early registration. What is the name? Ingyi. What is the category of their supernatural ability? Water affinity. Very well, take your badge and proceed to the next. In addition to the registered beastman, there was another beastman standing by, holding a pale green wooden plaque, inscribed with a name in golden supernatural energy. The light golden name stood out prominently against the brown wooden plaque. When Wen Yuan reported his abilities, he only disclosed his affinity for the wood element, concealing another. Much like Ingyi, even if the testing stone were to reveal multiple abilities, it mattered little. One could simply claim ignorance or downplay that particular power. Essentially, one could present the second ability as less prominent, suggesting that, despite possessing it, they were unable to activate or cultivate it due to insufficient skill. After all, Many beastmen could detect a latent second ability, yet few could truly harness it. This could be considered a form of hidden talent. However, only a select few, such as AMU, who possessed innate abilities like Ying Yi, could cultivate their powers normally. Let us proceed. Once all 5 members of the team had completed their registration, they gathered to head towards the grand hall mentioned by the beastman. The structure, made of earth and adorned in a warm, yellow hue, exuded brightness. The hall had a higher ceiling and a more spacious interior, capable of accommodating at least 300 individuals. Ying Yi led Wen Yuan and the others to a corner where they settled down, waiting for all the beastmen to finish their registration. Eventually, 3 males clad in white beast skin robes entered from the front of the hall. Oh my beast god! I cannot believe I am witnessing the living Blue Su. Just look at him. He is truly formidable. If only I could possess even half of his prowess. My father and AMU would no longer dare to strike me with that wooden stick. Wen Yuan, initially indifferent, found her curiosity piqued by the incessant chatter surrounding her. Regrettably, their position in the corner rendered her view limited to mere backs and heads, obscuring any clear sight of the blue orc. Chapter 91. The Test. Alas, if she could not see, then so be it. It was not particularly remarkable, especially when the descriptions from those nearby painted a picture of either burly men or muscle-bound figures. It was not that she held disdain for these types, but rather, when Yuan found herself less inclined towards them, the aesthetic of sheer muscle did not meet her standards. Eagle Yu gently patted Wen Yuan. Observing her cessation of restless movements as she relinquished the desire to jump up for a better view, he instinctively exhaled in relief. That Lan Yu had inexplicably instilled a sense of foreboding within him. The lad was indeed striking in appearance. The trials were to be conducted in teams. With the location set in the mist marsh adjacent to the Sangwei forest, perpetually shrouded in white mist, teeming with venomous serpents and ants, alongside many toxic flora unseen in the outer woods. The mist marsh was also home to numerous beast-hunting tribes, presenting peril at every turn. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences, and the Academy had no intention of endangering lives during this assessment. Now presented with an opportunity, those wishing to withdraw could do so, but once they entered the mist marsh, their survival would hinge on their own abilities. Lan Su's voice resonated with a firmness tinged with gravity. Would they die? In previous years, the Sangwei Academy had never escalated matters to such extremes. Was it truly necessary to orchestrate such a grand affair for a mere student recruitment test? Goodness, the mist marsh wasn't that a place even green tier orcs tended to avoid? For those of them who hadn't even reached the yellow tier, venturing there felt akin to courting death. Should they perish within, it would be an unimaginable loss. Lan Su's words ignited a flurry of discussions. Many debated whether the choice of the mist marsh as a testing ground by the Sangwei Academy was excessively audacious. What sort of place was the mist marsh? Wen Yuan felt utterly bewildered. How had she never heard of it? It appeared that the encyclopedia of the beast world had failed to document it as well. Or perhaps she had overlooked it during her reading. The mist marsh was perilous. Eagle Yi furrowed his brow, lowering his voice to explain to Wen Yuan. The area is perpetually enveloped in thick fog, with towering trees obscuring sunlight, making it difficult to discern day from night in certain wooded sections. Furthermore, it harbors man-eating soil, once one steps into it. Even a green-tier orc may struggle to escape without leverage. Aruna interjected, visibly paling as he spoke. After all, his strength was merely at the orange tier. There were also numerous venomous creatures lurking about. A single bite, if unnoticed, could lead to a silent demise, leaving one dead without a trace. Arubi, who had remained silent for a while, pressed his lips together, his expression mirroring his brother's concern. Moreover, the most formidable danger lay with the beast-hunting tribes residing within. Wahan frowned. Those beast-hunting tribes that can survive in such an environment possess a robustness far beyond ours, and this is their territory. If we are discovered and deemed as prey, we would be in grave peril. Therefore, Xiao Yuan, the odds of our team surviving this expedition are quite slim. Eagle Yi cast a glance at Wen Yuan, stating matter-of-factly. Wen Yuan comprehended his meaning. If he were alone, perhaps it would pose no issue. But should he bring them along, their safety would not be guaranteed. After all, there are always moments when one cannot attend to all matters. It appears that everyone harbors some concerns. Lan Su's voice interrupted the murmurs. I shall allow everyone some time to deliberate. I will inquire about your opinion shortly. Of course. You may also submit your wooden tokens to the registration desk and depart directly. No one will mock you for it. Having spoken, Lan Su exited. In the vast hall, only the registrants remained. With his departure, the discussions grew noticeably louder, with several individuals expressing dissatisfaction regarding the venue for this examination, clamoring to demand an explanation from the Academy. For those of a younger age, opting out might be a simple choice, with the possibility of returning the following year. However, for those of us who cannot enroll in the Academy next year, does this not seem profoundly unfair? Indeed, should we miss this opportunity, we may never enter the Academy again. Yet, if we participate, we cannot even ascertain whether we will survive the ordeal. Is this not a perilous gamble? I came here to acquire knowledge, to elevate my extraordinary abilities, not to court death. We must demand an explanation from the Academy. Why must this year's examination be so arduous? Yes, well said. With one voice comes another, and soon a throng of individuals grew agitated, clamoring for accountability. They even contemplated advancing to confront the instructor. What about you? Have you made your decision? Wen Yuan cast his gaze upon the brothers Wohan and Aruna. I am indifferent. After all, it is merely a life at stake. If I must perish, I shall drag a wretched beastman down with me, Wohan declared, thumping his chest with an air of nonchalance. This also served to convey his intentions. I apologize, Sha Yuan, Ingyi, Wohan. My brother and I are simply not strong enough, so we have decided not to participate, Aruna said, his expression filled with regret. After all, this trial required the entire team to participate, and survival was the only measure of success. Should they depart, the team would be incomplete. Yet Aruna understood that their presence would not contribute meaningfully. They might even require protection, becoming a burden instead. They were still young. They could always reapply next year. Surely, not every annual trial would be so arduous. Very well, Ingyu nodded, a look of understanding crossing his face, accompanied by a sigh of relief. In order for Wen Yuan to gain admission to the Orc Academy, he had to partake in this trial, and bringing along the brothers Aruna would not guarantee success. He couldn't voice this concern. Their voluntary withdrawal was, in fact, the best outcome. All right then, may our paths cross again. Wen Yuan nodded. Although the brothers lacked strength, their synergy was commendable. However, as they had stated, departing might indeed prove more advantageous than remaining. Thank you, Aruna smiled, and may fortune favor you. We shall wait for you outside for 3 days. If you have not emerged by then, we will depart. Should you succeed, we shall treat you to a meal. It's a promise. Wohan laughed heartily, relishing such camaraderie. Agreed. Both brothers nodded in unison, then promptly made their way to the exit. With one departure, others soon followed. Many lower-ranked beastmen chose to leave. No one wished to court death at a young age. The grand hall grew noticeably emptier. Thus, for those remaining, are you truly resolved to enter the mist swamp? Lan Su's voice resonated once more. The tense atmosphere shifted momentarily, and numerous gazes turned forward. Due to his height, Wen Yuan still could not see, relying solely on attentive listening. To those who have remained silent, I shall take it as your consensus, Lan Su remarked with a smile. What consensus? Although there are many beastmen enrolled in the Sangwei Academy this year, is it truly necessary to employ such terrifying tactics? A voice rose in protest. Indeed. Entering seems no different from courting death. We came here to learn, not to sacrifice our lives. 1, 2, 3 voices echoed, embodying a spirit of revolt. Since these individuals were dissatisfied with the trial, it was likely they harbored grievances towards the academy itself. They ought to be escorted out. Chapter 92, Passage of the Test. What does this mean? Are we not allowed to voice our concerns? Precisely. If you dare to act, then why not allow us to speak? This is inherently unjust. Adding another layer to the test is one thing, but introducing such a trial is another. Those in the know understand you are enrolling students. Those unaware might think you are collecting lives. Please leave. 2 beastmen pushed through the crowd, approaching the dissenters with solemn expressions and a tone that remained courteous. Step aside. On what grounds do you demand our departure? The aggrieved individuals reacted as if deeply wronged, their voices raised in fervor, fearing that a softer tone would diminish their resolve and render them vulnerable. Just as everyone expected yet another farce, several wooden vines surged forward, swiftly striking the men before them, eliciting cries of pain and revealing crimson streaks upon their skin. The vines then coiled around their necks, lifting them high into the air. The men found themselves utterly defenseless, akin to fish at the mercy of their captors, suspended above, their feet thrashing in vain against the tightening grip of the vines. Wen Yuan furrowed her brow. This method could not be deemed anything less than ruthless. Swift and decisive indeed. Immediately following, the cold voice of Lan Su resonated. The Sangwei Academy will not tolerate such audacity from a few. Mutung's grip tightened, the faces of several individuals turning a shade akin to that of liver, visibly on the brink of despair. It was only when the formidable figure standing beside Lan Su interjected that the situation was halted. Lan Jiaoxiang, a lesson is sufficient. Do not go too far. Lan Su cast a dissatisfied glance at the beastman before waving his hand. Muting advanced, seizing the offenders and expelling them from the academy. Thus, do any among you harbor further objections? Lan Su's gaze swept across the grand hall, his eyes radiating an oppressive force that instilled trepidation in the onlookers, most of whom were still youthful and lacking in strength, naturally feeling a sense of fear, except for Lan Su's younger brother, Lan Yu. Silence enveloped the hall. If you wish to leave, now is your opportunity. I shall grant you 1 more minute. Those who desire to depart may do so now. Should any further disturbances arise, even if you have the noble Jiaoxing plead on your behalf, I shall not hesitate to execute you. Lan Su's tone was grave and earnest. No one dared to assume he jested. Noble Jiaoxiang, observing the scene, merely furrowed his brow but did not intervene excessively. Instead, he addressed the crowd with a resonant voice. Lan Jiaoxing speaks with conviction. Those wishing to depart may do so now. For those choosing to remain, prepare to depart tonight. What? We are to set out tonight. The danger of nightfall was palpable. Indeed, we are in the season of withering. The sun blazes during the day, driving beasts to emerge only under the cover of night. Venturing out now would surely lead one to encounter such creatures. But does the misty marsh not blur the lines between day and night? This renders the situation even more perilous. The crowd murmured, and several of the more timid beastmen could no longer endure the pressure. Ultimately, they chose their lives over the academy, leaving with their tails tucked and faces downcast. In the end, no more than 100 beast men remained. Wen Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The standards were indeed stringent. From an initial cohort of several hundred, the numbers dwindled to just over 200 in the classroom, and now they had been reduced by more than half. Those who remained had clearly made a resolute commitment. Their gazes were resolute and unwavering. Many of the orcs had even mentally prepared themselves, ready to embrace their fate should they fail. In such a tense atmosphere, unexpectedly, Lan Su greeted them with a beaming smile. Congratulations to all of you. You have successfully passed the test. From today onwards, you are officially members of the Sangyue Academy. The orcs responded with disbelief. What is happening here? Many were still in a state of disbelief. After all, the radiant smile and mellifluous voice of Lan Su at this moment bore no resemblance to the solemn and decisive demeanor he had just displayed. The contrast was indeed striking, akin to the astonishing outcome Lan Su had just described. Were we not meant to venture into the Misty Marsh? A male orc standing at the forefront cautiously inquired. Ha ha ha, venture into the Misty Marsh? Do you truly believe we are the type to act recklessly? Nuo Jiaxiang, observing the bewildered expression surrounding him, couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Our Sangyue Academy is not the kind of institution that indiscriminately endangers lives. It was evident from Nuo Jiaxiang's expression and words that he was thoroughly delighted. Wen Yuan, why does it sound so implausible? After all, these individuals were embroiled in violent conflict just moments ago, and now their sudden display of tenderness and care leaves many, including Wen Yuan, feeling incredulous. Is it possible that we have gone too far? Have we overwhelmed these students? Nuo Jiaxiang observed the still skeptical and disbelieving expressions of the orcs and nervously touched his nose. He had been the first to raise his hand in approval of the test questions. Could it be that he had indeed overstepped? Have the mental fortitudes of today's youth deteriorated to such an extent? Due to the decreased numbers, the diminutive Wen Yuan was able to see clearly the figures ahead. His gaze landing upon the central figure, Lan Su, causing a momentary flicker of admiration. However, upon entering the classroom, he would assume the role of a teacher. With his unwavering principles, Wen Yuan believed such a relationship was inappropriate. Thus, he only admired without harboring further intentions. Nonetheless, the test appeared to be genuine, albeit somewhat absurd. It seemed they intended to assess courage, akin to passing an interview for picking up litter. Let them all in. Nuo Jiaxiang raised his voice, calling out towards the entrance. The crowd turned in confusion, soon spotting the previously expelled orcs, battered and bruised, as they entered, each grimacing and pale-faced. Wen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Having thoroughly unraveled the situation, these individuals were likely mere actors, collaborating to evoke fear. Is everyone all right? Nuo Jiaxiang inquired with a grin, only to be met with a few disdainful glances. Nuo Jiaxiang pondered their well-being, feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, he had deceived them using several beast crystals, and seeing someone in such a state made him somewhat uncomfortable. However, he had not anticipated that Lan Su would strike with such ferocity. With that thought, Nuo Jiaxiang cast a fierce glare at Lan Su, infused with a hint of accusation. Wen Yuan was taken aback, realizing that this injury was indeed genuine. Assuming it was merely for show, she had acted impulsively. Lan Su was truly ruthless. The wound was gory, raw, and excruciating to behold. Nuo will double what I promised you, and additionally, collect a high-grade treasure from the medicinal hall, Lan Su said with a smile. Thank you, Lan Jiaoxiao. The expressions of the beaten few transformed instantaneously from that of sorrowful victims to joyous grins, vividly demonstrating the contrast between despair and delight. Now, do you all believe that this was merely a test? Lan Su's gaze fell upon the orcs in the grand hall, patiently elucidating. What we seek to assess is your courage and your determination to enter this academy for learning. Without these two attributes, it is unlikely you possess the perseverance and tenacity to master the knowledge presented here. Chapter 93. The testing sphere. Upon hearing these words, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. The Academy's assessment was indeed quite innovative. The orcs who passed the test were arranged for accommodations. Due to the large number of participants, the lodging changed from pairs sharing a cave to groups of 4. Given Wen Yuan's special status, Ingyi managed to secure a 2-person cave using some beast crystals. The cave, located on the left side of the academy, was modest in size, featuring a shared area in the center with 2 separate caves on either side, each equipped with a stone bed. Isn't a Yuan going to stay with me? Ingyi, watching Wen Yuan neatly make the bed, felt a pang of disappointment. Without a Yuan to embrace at night, the experience lacked its charm. Even if it's just for show, there should be some semblance of a facade, right? Wen Yuan replied with a smile, after all, I am now a proper male. If it were discovered that we shared a cave and a bed, what would that imply about our relationship? That's a fair point, Ingyi said, scratching his head awkwardly before stepping forward to assist Wen Yuan in smoothing the animal hides. In the evening, orcs designated for food delivery brought fresh ingredients, a whole fish and a slab of pork belly with skin. As for the preparation, one had to rely on their own ingenuity. Every individual's study time was precious, and there was no concept of a chef here. Gazing at the pork belly, Wen Yuan was reminded of stir-fried pork with bell peppers. Unfortunately, during her time here, she had yet to discover any plant resembling peppers. The points shop did offer them, but at an exorbitant price of 500 points for 150 grams. The little ones were notorious for deducting points. and vegetables in the shop were generally pricier than meat. After a simple dinner was concluded, Yi stepped out for a moment. Upon returning, he carried 2 wooden basins filled with ice. Once the two had tidied up, they drifted into a peaceful slumber. After a long day, Wen Yuan slept soundly. The next morning, just as dawn broke, she arose to find Yi preparing breakfast. Wen Yuan rose and walked to the entrance of the cave to freshen up. In the haste of their arrival yesterday afternoon, he had not taken the time to observe his surroundings. Outside the cave stood a grand locust tree, its branches lush and its foliage dense, providing the perfect shelter from the heat. Encircling the area was a ring of wooden stakes, connected by a brown leather strap, enclosing the patch of land in front of the cave, which belonged to Wen Yuan and Yi, perhaps due to its long abandonment. The ground within was overgrown with weeds reaching half a person's height, save for a narrow path that remained somewhat clear, allowing for passage into the cave. At the edge of the wooden stakes stood a large post, from which hung a sign bearing the names of the two, ensuring that all were aware of their habitation. The testing venue was situated in the largest square of the academy. By the time Wen Yuan and his companion arrived, a considerable crowd had already gathered. In the center stood the newcomers awaiting their assessments, while a number of students donned in white leather garments surrounded them. It was the same group of instructors as yesterday, led by Lan Su. Rumor had it that the head of the academy had been called away on business, taking with him 2 higher-ranking instructors, leaving Lan Su to manage all affairs in their absence. Do not be anxious, Lan Su reassured the crowd. This assessment is merely to ascertain your ability levels and classifications, as well as the potential for activating hidden attributes. Consequently, these findings will inform your educational assignments. Rest assured, any deceit or misrepresentation regarding your abilities will not be tolerated and will result in expulsion from the academy. The process was straightforward. Submit your identification plaque. Approach the testing sphere, place your hand upon it, perceive your intrinsic abilities, and release your powers, focusing on precision rather than quantity. The crowd organized itself into an orderly line as the testing commenced. With a cheerful smile, the instructor returned to his seat on the wooden bench. Besides Lan Su, 3 other instructors occupied the elevated platform, with he and Lan Su seated centrally. It is merely a formality, Wen Yuan remarked, but due to our differing attributes, it is likely we will not be assigned to the same learning group. Wohan, following closely behind Yi, spoke with a hint of regret. With distinct abilities, our studies will inevitably diverge, and our assigned locations and instructors will differ. We may occasionally share knowledge, but I quite enjoy the company of the brothers Yi and Yuan, he concluded. Indeed, the academy is not vast, and we will surely find time to gather. Yi replied with a smile. Wohan chuckled and ruffled his hair. In that case, do not be displeased by my noise. Never, Wen Yuan responded, turning back with a grin. As they conversed, the first male beastman stepped onto the stone steps and ascended to the platform. At the center stood a colossal statue of a beast man, exuding an air of solemnity and authority, its eyes gazing downwards, instilling an unspoken sense of pressure. Beneath the statue rested a massive stone sphere, embedded with 7 differently colored stones, each representing a distinct level. Flanking the sphere were 5 stone pillars on either side, resembling the fingers of the Tathagata Buddha. If Wen Yuan's intuition served him correctly, these pillars symbolized the various types of abilities. Upon closer inspection, each pillar bore an inscription, although the engravings were somewhat obscured by the light. The realm of beastkind possessed 10 classifications of abilities: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, thunder, light, and darkness. The male beastman first submitted his identification plaque to the attendant responsible for registration, then nervously approached the statue, bowing reverently before it. After wiping his palms, he cautiously placed his hands upon the stone sphere. Moments later, the pillar inscribed with the character for metal illuminated brilliantly, and among the 7 small spheres above, the orange one shone forth. This indicated that the beastman's ability level was classified as orange level metal. The registrar, having compared the findings with the initial assessment records, nodded in acknowledgement. Standing beside the registrar, a male beastman exclaimed, "Orange level metal, Kex, has passed," with a fleeting glimmer in her eyes. Wen Yuan discerned that this trial was designed to test the honesty of the beastmen. One after another, they stepped forward, most possessing similar levels of ability. Though occasionally a higher-tier green-level individual would emerge, having labored diligently in their small tribe to reach this stage on the cusp of adulthood. Soon, a beastman ascended the platform. His long, grayish-brown hair loosely tied back with a wooden hairpin, the top adorned with 2 tender leaves, exuding a fresh and elegant aura. His round, full earlobes were embellished with a delicate pink flower, and his skin, smooth and warm, resembled fine jade, embodying the quintessential Asian complexion. His refined features bore an air of cool detachment, his pale lips pressed together, projecting a temperament that was both gentle and somewhat aloof. Reflecting on yesterday, Wen Yuan recalled her first impression of him. He was an entity meant for distant admiration, not for frivolous interaction. He resembled a luminous pearl, exquisite and captivating. Yet one hesitated to touch, fearing the disruption of such beauty. This was Lan Yu, the younger brother of Lan Su. It was rumored that his abilities transcended the level he outwardly displayed, With such an exceptional elder brother, he might have even surpassed the blue tier. Chapter 94. The Triumvirate of Powers. Lan Yu, given his remarkable talents, one might wonder why he ventured into the Sangua forest at all. Surely, he could remain at home, learning under the tutelage of his brother. Indeed, our presence here is a rare opportunity. Few can afford to come, and he, born into privilege, seems to have little need for this place. Yet, one must consider that his brother is among the most esteemed instructors in Sangua Forest. The first to ascend from student to mentor. Perhaps Lan Yu aspires to emulate his brother's success as a beastman. Such logic is sound. Let us remain silent for now. My curiosity lingers. Just how exceptional is this prodigious beastman? The murmurs ceased the moment Lan Yu placed his hand upon the stone sphere. Numerous male beastmen cast their gaze upon the platform, their admiration for the strong swiftly giving way to envy. Wen Yuan also turned her gaze in that direction. She beheld the once dim orb glowing brightly. It was blue. Lan Yu had ascended to the blue tier. Wen Yuan was somewhat taken aback. According to Ning Yi, Lan Jie possessed ample qualifications to become an esteemed instructor at the Sangwei Academy, so why did he feel the need to join in the student festivities? Soon, however, Wen Yuan's mind was drawn away from such thoughts as the stone pillars behind him began to exhibit signs of imminent illumination. Gradually, the first to glow was the pillar representing wood-based abilities, radiating a vibrant green light that was so intense it appeared almost black. Many spectators below revealed expressions of envy. It was common knowledge that the deeper the color of the stone pillar, the greater one's innate talent for cultivating that particular ability, thus allowing for ascension to higher ranks. But that was not the end of it. Beside the green pillar, the one representing earth began to shine with a yellow hue, which deepened into a rich brown. Both talents were of the highest caliber. The registrant, an orc, gazed in admiration. Truly, Lan Jie's brother was impressive. As he prepared to record the results with a charcoal pencil, a male orc beside him called out, "Lan Yu." Yet, his words were abruptly halted mid-sentence. Just when everyone thought the display was over, the stone pillar on the right side of the orb began to stir, slowly illuminating the pillar that represented wind abilities. Unlike the warm yellow light of the light attribute, the wind's glow was pure white, strikingly bright. The entire pillar emanated a soft white aura. Though the color was not very deep, one could only gaze directly at it by squinting. Nevertheless, it was ample proof that this attribute held potential for cultivation. If it were a hidden attribute that could not be cultivated, it would only flicker briefly like the previous individuals, lacking lasting brilliance. My beast god. Truly, Lan Jie's brother is remarkable. Not only is he extraordinarily handsome, but he also possesses abilities across 3 attributes, each showcasing impressive talent. How enviable. What of it? I still believe Lan Jie is somewhat more formidable. After all, he is the sole possessor of 4 attributes at our Sangwei Academy. That is truly impressive. Have you considered the age difference between the 2 brothers? If Lan Yu reaches the age of his elder brother, he might even surpass him. Lan Yu's extraordinary talents ignited a fervor among the onlookers, sparking animated discussions. Most praised Lan Yu. But the commendations were ultimately directed towards Lan Su for having such a remarkable brother. Indeed, it was only fitting that he should possess such exceptional prowess. Lan Yu, with 3 elemental abilities, wood, earth, and wind, registered with a primary ability tier of blue low. Approval granted. The orcs diligently recorded this, and upon completion, the excited orc returned the wooden plaque to Lan Yu. Thank you, Lan Yu acknowledged with a detached nod, polite yet distant. Very courteous, the orc remarked, slightly embarrassed. Proceed. Lan Su commanded, not even glancing at his brother, maintaining a composed demeanor. In response, Lan Yu lowered his gaze and stepped down from the platform, obediently standing in the area designated for those who had completed their tests. His eyes occasionally drifted towards Lan Su. There remained 10 orcs ahead of Wen Yuan, including Wahan and Ning Yi. Due to the number of orcs present upon their arrival, they found themselves positioned further back in line. Wahan approached the stage and swiftly completed his test. Wahan, earth-based abilities. Green tier, medium. Approval granted. Next, it was Ning Yi's turn. I'll go first. Wait for me over there. Ning Yi intended to ruffle Wen Yuan's hair, but given Wen Yuan's current masculine form, he settled for a gentle pat instead. His soft tone and tender encouragement, coupled with the significant height difference, made it resemble an older brother's earnest advice to his younger sibling. All right, Wen Yuan nodded. Ning Yi followed suit, stepping onto the platform and placing his hand upon it. Soon, both the stone orb and pillar reacted. The water-based pillar shone with a deep, almost black blue, indicating a high talent level. The wind pillar emitted a faint white light, somewhat brighter than Lan Yu's, though still requiring squinting to see clearly. The stone orb gradually illuminated a deep green. This individual is truly impressive. The talent for water abilities is remarkably formidable. Could it be that his true form is that of a water beast? It seems so. If he were a land-based creature, how could his water abilities be so potent? Have you only noticed the water attribute? I find the wind attribute quite remarkable too. It appears even deeper than Lan Yu's. However, it's evident that it has been cultivated. Had both awakened and trained together, their talents would not differ so greatly. Talent can be enhanced through cultivation and effort, but it cannot be entirely transformed. Rather, it exhibits cumulative effects. If one can cultivate, their talents will not be vastly disparate. Thus, it seems this wind attribute is indeed a hidden ability. Ning Yi, possessing water and wind abilities. Primary ability tier green high. Approval granted. Ing walked forward to collect his plaque and, with a playful glimmer, made an okay gesture towards the audience, one only Wen Yuan could decipher. Wen Yuan responded with a smile. She had initially harbored concerns about any potential slip-ups on his part, for she had witnessed his adept use of wind-based abilities, which were on par with her own water-based powers. Both were classified as advanced blue-level abilities. Now, with Ing leading the charge, her anxiety dissipated. After all, she possessed fire-based abilities as well. She was reluctant to reveal this fact, thus ensuring that Ing took precautions. In an effort to reassure her and to guarantee a foolproof strategy, Ing positioned himself ahead of Wen Yuan, ensuring that any unforeseen circumstances would not implicate her. Wen Yuan ascended the stage, presenting the wooden plaque to the registering orc. Subsequently, he approached the statue of the beast god, inhaling deeply before gently placing his hand upon the stone sphere. As he prepared for the examination, he held his breath and focused intently, attuning himself to the latent powers within his body. Meanwhile, the orcs below gazed up at the slender, dark-skinned youth on the platform, their hearts filled with profound curiosity. Has this young male reached adulthood? Has he attained the age requisite for entering the academy? Wen Yuan closed her eyes, completely absorbed in her thoughts, oblivious to the murmurs below. In the waiting area, Ing observed Wen Yuan with a mix of nervousness and anticipation, casting a discerning glance at those who spoke ill of her, taking mental note of each disparaging remark. Just as Wen Yuan infused her wood-based abilities into the stone sphere, a long-dormant electronic voice resonated. Special energy detected. The system will automatically optimize the host's constitution, enhancing the host's charm. Chapter 95. A multi-talented prodigy. What on earth is this? Wen Yuan was taken aback, exclaiming, "System, what on earth is happening?" In response, there was only a profound silence. Just as Wen Yuan was grappling with confusion, a sudden warmth enveloped her palm, akin to a searing sensation, causing her to instinctively retract her hand. Meanwhile, the registering beast frowned and cautioned, "Little male, refrain from moving. Such erratic movements could disrupt the words hung in the air, abruptly silenced. This was due to the stone pillars flanking the spherical object illuminating one after another. First, the pillar representing the metal affinity shone brilliantly, its radiance blinding. Subsequently, the pillars for wood, water, and fire followed suit. This unforeseen transformation left the crowd utterly bewildered. The once cacophonous venue fell into a profound hush. Countless mouths gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld the sequentially illuminated pillars, each revelation more staggering than the last. Even Lan Yu, who previously seemed indifferent, cast a glance over, his eyes clearly reflecting shock. The transformation of the physique was complete, and the system declared, "Congratulations, host. You have achieved 100% attraction. Here, I shall omit a multitude of words." Wen Yuan cursed vehemently, leaving Zai Duo in stunned silence. Observing the bewildered gazes around her, Wen Yuan cautiously swallowed, her face unable to summon a semblance of a smile. That cursed system, which typically offered no assistance in attracting attention, now chose this moment to cause trouble. Zai Duo's intentions could be temporarily interpreted as a response to the overwhelming presence of males, particularly with the likes of the high-ranking Lan Yu brothers and Ing in attendance. At this moment, when she was already in distress, this fellow decided to stir up chaos, attempting to allure the higher-ranked males with innate talent. Did he not consider the appropriateness of the occasion? Fortunately, she was currently dressed as a male. Had she donned female attire, she would have been snatched away in no time. Ing rushed to the stage, positioning himself protectively in front of Wen Yuan. "What is happening? How was I unaware of your myriad of abilities?" he whispered, gripping her hand tightly. His entire body was tense, prepared to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Wen Yuan shook his head at Ing, indicating that he too was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the crowd gradually regained their composure, casting astonished glances at the petite and frail Wen Yuan. Where could this individual possibly have come from? Despite his youthful and slender physique, he possessed an astonishing reservoir of energy. My heavens! Such a remarkable aptitude across all attributes. The earlier display by Lan Yu paled in comparison to this young man. Indeed, one might say that even Lan Su would appear dim in the presence of this young brother. The registering orc, trembling with trepidation, inscribed the words "all attributes" with great care. The orc standing nearby, still enveloped in doubt and astonishment, remained momentarily stunned but eventually shouted, "Ing Yuan. Superior aptitude across all attributes. Medium level, yellow grade." As the orc's voice resonated, many remained in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the revelation of a being with superior aptitude across all attributes. After all, throughout the entire continent, no one had ever heard of the existence of an all-attribute orc. Ing led Wen Yuan to the registration desk to retrieve his wooden plaque, but at that moment, Lan Su, seated nearby, interjected, "Wait." Wen Yuan's outstretched hand froze. Her sixth sense warned her that this individual's words heralded no good tidings. "Lan Jiaoxiong." Wen Yuan cleared her throat, striving to deepen her voice to a more gravelly tone. A genius with exceptional attributes and superior talents. Such a being was unheard of by Lan Jiaoxiong. Lan Su rose and began to stroll toward Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan was about to speak when Ing gently squeezed her hand, stepped to the left to shield her, and gazed at the approaching Lan Su, saying, "What does this mean, Lan Jiaoxiong? The test revealing a full attribute talent was conducted on your academy's testing platform. Are you implying a lack of faith in your own institution? Not at all, Lan Su replied with a faint smile, his tone cool. Yet, his gaze frequently drifted towards Yingye's back. However, due to Wen Yuan's petite stature, the towering Yingye completely concealed her, leaving her invisible. Unaware of his own talent earlier did not constitute deceit. Yingye let out a sigh of relief, grateful that reason prevailed, and stepped aside to reveal Wen Yuan, whom he had been protecting. He was so anxious that he momentarily forgot that at this moment, a Yuan appeared in a masculine form. Even if a full attribute talent were revealed, it would cause little more than envy and jealousy. Indeed, Lan Su acknowledged with a slight sound, then added, "Let him take the test once more." Wen Yuan nodded and once again approached the testing orb, applying the same method as before. Soon, the familiar and awe-inspiring scene unfolded once more, with vibrant hues of light illuminating the surroundings, dazzling the eyes of many. It was indeed a manifestation of all-encompassing talent. Lan Su furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping across the stone pillar. He then stepped closer to inspect the pillar, revealing no irregularities. Lan Su cast a lingering glance at Wen Yuan, before silently returning to his seat. Meanwhile, Wen Yuan successfully joined Yingye in the waiting area. As they descended the steps, Wahan, suppressing his voice in excitement, exclaimed, "You truly are remarkable. Though appearing slender and frail, you possess extraordinary prowess. To have all attributes is something beyond imagination. Such a phenomenon has never been heard of across the entire continent." Wahan's tone was predominantly one of admiration and congratulation. Wen Yuan curled her lips in surprise, expressing her unexpected feelings. She even felt a tinge of frustration towards the system. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind, and this was no jest. The exposure of the system not only drew attention to her but also invited a tempestuous storm, leaving her vulnerable to the possibility of being toppled with a mere misstep. Yingye, on the other hand, harbored concerns, for numerous male beast men were eager to challenge Wen Yuan. Competing against those stronger than oneself would undoubtedly foster swifter progress. A practice permitted by the academy. Indeed, it was impressive. The aloof Blue Yu suddenly spoke up. And Wen Yuan raised her gaze to meet the man who had turned to stand before her, politely responding, "Thank you for the compliment." While it was indeed a positive development, the revelation of her abilities was less than favorable. Fortunately, there remained room for maneuvering. Once outside the academy, no one would recognize her as Wen Yuan, nor would they associate her with Ying Yuan. After all, it was quite rare for a female to possess her own unique abilities. Blue Yu regarded Wen Yuan with an intense gaze, yet he chose not to elaborate further. With the presence of Wen Yuan, a prodigy of all attributes, subsequent displays of talent would pale in comparison. The testing continued until the afternoon. Ying Yuan, Blue Yu, and Wang, we shall descend together, Blue Su declared, casting a glance at Wen Yuan before turning to leave. What did this mean? Wen Yuan, being new, found herself perplexed. Was this an invitation to become a disciple? Each year, outstanding newcomers were selected to follow the teaching beast men, who would nurture their skills with care. Blue Yu turned back, explaining in a calm tone, "This is the process. Is there any other distinction?" Wen Yuan seized the opportunity to inquire. Yingye merely observed Blue Yu without uttering a word. Wahan, however, perked up his ears, remaining attentive. The academic learning was no different from that of other beast men. However, every 5 days, one would visit Blue's teaching sessions for guidance and instruction. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Blue Yu nodded towards Wen Yuan, denying her the chance to inquire further, as he prepared to depart. Chapter 96. He was uninterested in those deemed unattractive. Greetings. I am Wang Ji. At that moment, a figure dashed over, playfully hooking Blue Yu's neck while grinning at Wen Yuan and Yingye. Wen Yuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Hello, I am Ying Yuan." "Yingye," he added. "Ah, I am Wahan." Wahan chuckled, scratching his head. "Let go." The only discontent perhaps came from Lan Yu, whose complexion soured, veins bulging with frustration. It was evident that he had a strong urge to strike. "Ah, my apologies." Wang Ji released his grip, raising his hands in a gesture of contrition. "I tend to be a bit overly enthusiastic, my apologies." Lan Yu shot Wang Ji a glare. Storming off in anger, Wang Ji lowered his hands, feeling somewhat awkward as he watched Lan Yu's departing figure. It seemed he had inadvertently created a problem. After all, Lan Yu was the younger brother of Lan Su. Would he become a target? "I will take my leave. Define me when you have time." Wahan patted Yingye on the shoulder, nodding at Wen Yuan before departing first. "If there is nothing else, we shall be on our way too," Yingye remarked, successfully bringing Wang Ji back to reality. "Oh, sure. See you tomorrow," Wang Ji replied with a smile. Observing the departing figures, he raised an eyebrow, finding them intriguing, as they appeared rather difficult to engage with. His gaze shifted to the youth named Ying Yuan, eyes igniting with a fierce fighting spirit. The academy had allocated learning spaces according to the unique abilities of the beast men, akin to the colleges of contemporary universities. Each department focused on different subjects. Yingye was naturally in the water department. However, he occasionally needed to check in on the wind department, hoping to stimulate his training. The most unfortunate was Wen Yuan, who had classes in the wood department in the morning and the metal department in the afternoon, alternating with fire and earth departments every other day. It was simply overwhelming. Gradually, she had traversed the entirety of Sangwei Academy. She knew the locations of peculiar stones, the sturdiest trees, and the shortest paths like the back of her hand. Yet, this was not the gravest issue. The most pressing concern was that she had become a highly sought-after presence, one whose name was called out by every instructor during class, effectively eliminating any chance of her skipping attendance. While it was manageable when called upon in the wood and fire departments, she genuinely lacked the proficiency in the abilities of the other 8 departments. She had obtained her 2 abilities through a lottery system, which was quite the predicament for her. Fortunately, the academy was relatively humane. Due to her young registered age and her persistent inability to awaken further abilities, she was exempted from the other classes, leaving only the wood and fire departments. This alleviated her burdens considerably, allowing Wen Yuan to finally catch her breath. Since Lan Yu was also in the wood department, their paths inevitably crossed during classes, and due to their shared genius, they were frequently summoned by instructors for demonstrations. At times, they were required to spar, which was indeed a bit challenging. Lan Yu, being quite resolute, would not hold back and would strike her mercilessly, resulting in her being bruised in various places 3 days out of 5. This issue had led Yi to confront Lan Yu multiple times, and they had engaged in several private bouts. Ye's level quickly became apparent to Lan Yu, yet the latter chose to remain discreet about it. In fact, upon discovering the reasons behind Ye's fervent desire to confront him, he intensified his treatment of Wen Yuan, making it a point to leave her bruised but not bloodied. This prompted Yi to retaliate every few days. Ironically, this exchange of blows led Yi to directly break through to the low purple level. For him, this was undoubtedly good news, as it meant he could better protect Wen Yuan. There were not many purple-level beastmen in the vicinity of Sangwei Forest, allowing him a certain degree of dominance. Attending lessons from Lan Su every 5 days, the latter merely sat, assessing knowledge points, pointing out deficiencies, or allowing the group to engage in free-for-alls or duels, while 2 others observed. Aside from that, there was minimal hands-on guidance. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, each participant made varying degrees of progress. Yi elevated his level to low green, while Lan Yu made little advancement, remaining at low blue. The higher stages proved increasingly challenging to ascend, as not everyone was fortunate enough to be on the brink of promotion like Yi. Wen Yuan originally ranked as a mid-level yellow tier, but has swiftly ascended to a low-level green tier, marking him as one of the fastest in advancement, albeit from the lowest rank. Wang Ji possesses a gold element ability and has progressed from a mid-level green tier to a high-level green tier, representing a step forward. A fortnight has passed quietly. Many outlying beastmen have returned, and the school has become bustling with activity. The returning beastmen were tasked with missions, and upon reaching sufficient levels, they could opt to team up or venture out alone for training. Tasks must be obtained from the mission hall, and completing these missions yields corresponding beast crystals. There are even rare materials that can be exchanged, though they require task points for redemption, which increase with the difficulty of the missions. However, choosing beast crystals means forfeiting the points. Moreover, tasks are categorized by levels. There are missions to collect herbs needed for studying light element abilities, tasks to hunt down malicious beastmen, group extermination missions, and quests for gathering rare materials, among others, with a plethora of tasks refreshing daily. Recently, the school has been particularly lively. A man with black hair spoke clearly, dragging a large black bull behind him. Indeed, it is said that 2 prodigies have emerged, one possessing 3 attributes and the other all attributes. Silvery hair billowing, golden eyes twinkling with mirth. Is that not just a fayade? A red-haired individual retorted with flair, a long braid cascading over his shoulder, wiping the still-drying blood from his face. I have never heard of any existence with all attributes. Uncertain, a blue-haired individual with curls remarked, but I have heard that they are rather unremarkable, dark and scrawny. Thinking this, his brow involuntarily furrowed. He held no interest in those deemed unattractive. The first 3 men exchanged knowing glances, unable to comprehend the latter's fondness for beauty. Enough of this discussion, let us proceed. The number of beastmen is on the rise. The ones ahead are mine. With a rush of wind, his figure vanished in an instant. Those on the left are mine. The silver-haired individual soared into the air, dark clouds gathering above the group, and in the next moment, bolts of lightning as thick as a wrist surged downward, exuding an overwhelming aura. The right side belongs to me. The braid was flung behind as he leapt into action. The sound of snapping fingers igniting flames that warped the very air with their searing heat. I will handle this group of ugly creatures. Without expression, Yuan turned to face the horde of arrogant beastmen behind him, his brows knitting in distaste. With a mere gesture, a flurry of icy needles encircled the beastmen, emanating a chilling aura, shooting forth from his clasped palms. The densely packed needles formed a vast net, ensnaring them within, rendering escape impossible. Chapter 97. Accepting the task. Are you certain you wish to undertake this task? The old man with a white beard regarded the children before him with a smile. Isn't the marking on this simple enough? Wang Ji stared at the simplistic 2 characters on the plaque, utterly perplexed by the old man's repeated inquiries. Was a straightforward task truly deserving of such scrutiny? The old man merely smiled and remained silent. Old man, is there some hidden secret to this? Wen Yuan earnestly questioned the elder, reasoning that if there were no such matters, there would be no need for repeated inquiries. A simple task could not conceal much, typically involving gathering herbs or picking fruits, which were quite straightforward. Han, with a louder voice, gestured for Wen Yuan to not worry. Since you all have made your decision, I shall entrust this to you. The old man waved his hand, and an invisible wind lifted the wooden plaque, placing it in the hands of the foremost, Lan Yu. The task plaque has been accepted, and no returns are permitted. The deadline is half a month. With rewards and task details hidden on the back of the plaque, concealed beneath a layer of delicate bark, read it for yourself. Being newcomers, the old man exhibited exceptional patience. But after his explanation, he reclined in his chair, swaying like a rocking chair, closing his eyes as a bark book flew up to rest precisely on his face. Clearly, he was refusing further communication. The words that had been on the tip of Wen Yuan's tongue were swallowed back. Lan Yu extracted the translucent bark from the small hole at the back of the plaque, revealing a line of small characters inscribed upon it. Upon reading it, Lan Yu's brow involuntarily knit in concern. Even Ying Yi, who merely glanced at it, wore a grim expression. "What is it?" Wahan inquired. A hint of urgency in his tone. Wang Ji stood on tiptoe, straining to catch a glimpse. Yet, Lan Yu quickly grasped the bark, whispering, "Let us move. And we'll discuss it as we go." With that, he led the way out of the hall, and Wen Yuan and the others had no choice but to follow. Once the five departed the hall, the scattered individuals within began to murmur. Although this task was marked as simple, not a single beastman had successfully completed it thus far. Who can argue with that? Another chimed in. If the hall master had not been reluctant to upgrade the task, it would not be rated as simple. At the very least, it would be categorized as difficult, with some even considered hellish or unsolvable. What difficulty? This is practically unsolvable. How many beastmen have taken on this task, and have you seen anyone succeed? Although their team comprised individuals who were currently in the limelight, their strength and talent were mismatched. No matter how high their talent, without adequate strength, completing this task would be a tall order. In my opinion, if that quartet were to take on the task, they might stand a chance. Are you referring to those four? Who else could it be? Each one is a reckless daredevil. Just look at how little time they spend in the academy. They are almost always out on missions because of them. There are significantly fewer tasks available. The chatter was lively, yet it barely affected the old man, who was blissfully asleep in his chair. His rhythmic snores became a unique feature of the hall. What is happening? Once they exited the academy, they found a place to eat and requested a private room. After the food was served, Wang Ji, who had been holding back, finally dared to speak. One good piece of news and one bad piece. Which would you prefer to hear first? The speaker was Ying Yi. Wang Ji grew anxious. He despised when people played coy. However, unable to overpower him, he could only force a smile and say, "I prefer to hear good news first. Please share." Ying Yi leisurely placed a cup of water in front of Wen Yuan before turning to Wang Ji, who was visibly anxious. "The good news is that upon completion of this task, each member of our team will receive 1,000 points. My goodness." Wang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? 1,000 points is no trivial matter. That would equate to a significant amount of beast crystals. Upon hearing this, even the typically composed Wahan began to rub his hands together, eager to participate. Wen Yuan remained impassive. From her understanding of Ying Yi, this matter could not be so straightforward. Furthermore, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Something must be given to obtain an equivalent reward. Sure enough. The next moment, Ying Yi remarked, "Why the excitement? There is still bad news to consider." With a calm smile, he gazed at the overly enthusiastic Wang Ji. "Why don't you say it, then? I'm not familiar with the Misty Marsh." Ying Yi shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "What on earth is the Misty Marsh?" Water sprayed from Wang Ji's mouth with a sudden puff, prompting Wen Yuan, seated across from him, to instinctively lean aside. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Ying Yi conjured an invisible barrier before Wen Yuan, effectively shielding him from the oncoming spray. Just as the water was about to fall, a mound of earth materialized abruptly, absorbing every drop without a trace of splash reaching Wen Yuan. Wang Ji chuckled. Well, this is quite the game. Apologies for my excitement, Xiao Yuan." With a beaming smile, he offered his apology. He then turned his gaze towards the perfectly synchronized Ying Yi and Lan Yu, remarking, "No wonder you two have been secretly training together. Your synergy is unparalleled." Lan Yu and Ying Yi exchanged glances, only to simultaneously avert their eyes. A flicker of disdain evident within them. Their mission required them to venture to the fringes of the Misty Marsh, in search of a rare treasure known as the Lingxiao flower. The Lingxiao flower? Wen Yuan's voice was cool and composed. "I have never heard of it," Wang Han replied, shaking his head. "The Lingxiao flower features broad green leaves adorned with thorns, which are toxic. Its stem is straight and smooth, yet exceedingly fragile, breaking at the slightest touch. The blossoms are predominantly trumpet-shaped, mostly red with occasional orange hues, and the long, tender yellow stamens are speckled with brown-red dots. This flower is a remarkable antidote, capable of counteracting dozens of poisons, particularly those from venomous insect bites. While both its stem and leaves exude lethal toxins, contact with them results in immediate death." Wen Yuan opened the encyclopedia and recited what was written within. Fortunately, she was quite familiar with the name. After all, there exists a flower called the Lingxiao in the contemporary world, albeit distinctly different from the one here. "Xiao Yuan, you possess such extensive knowledge," Wang Ji exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at Wen Yuan. Wahan nodded in affirmation. Eagle Yi, brimming with pride, declared, "Of course. Just look at whose family she belongs to." While fervently asserting his loyalty, he couldn't resist casting a smug glance towards Lan Yu. The latter, in turn, regarded Eagle Yi with disdain, thinking him rather peculiar. Even if he were her brother, such remarks seemed inappropriate. However, a hint of appreciation surfaced in her eyes as she turned to the slender figure of Wen Yuan. This individual was considerably more reliable than his brother and possessed a wealth of knowledge. Thus, in order to collect the flower without direct contact, they would require the aid of their supernatural abilities, specifically a special wooden box infused with wood-based powers, which posed no issue. Lan Yu continued, momentarily pausing in silence. To add, the flower is remarkably striking. Even amidst dense fog, it can be easily located, and harvesting it is rather straightforward, provided there is someone with wood-based abilities in the team. However, should it sustain any damage, the flower's medicinal value would rapidly diminish. Eagle Yi passed a piece of meat to Wen Yuan, smiling as he elaborated, in other words, it must remain completely intact. Otherwise, we would have to start over. Chapter 98. Entering the foggy marsh thus, the task was indeed not difficult. As long as they possessed wood-based abilities and proceeded with caution, they could effortlessly obtain the Lingxiao flower. However, the location was in the foggy marsh, situated on the periphery, where typically no beast-hunting tribe would linger. Hence, the task was deemed simple. Yet, a dilemma arose. If the beast-hunting tribe were to act contrarily and wander near the edge, would they then be left to their unfortunate fate? Of course, if there were only one or two, even if formidable, their numbers would afford them an advantage, enabling them to confront the challenge. Even if the enemies were numerous, should they lack skill, they could still attempt to engage, for strength determines all. But what if the opposing force were both numerous and powerful? This did not even account for various unforeseen circumstances, such as venomous snakes or insects, should one strike. They might as well have preemptively used the Lingxiao flower and not need to bring it back. Wang Ji rambled on, increasingly convinced of the task's difficulty. I truly cannot comprehend why your brother assigned us this mission. Moreover, the danger level of this task is far beyond simple. It is clearly at least difficult. We are but novices, and novices should only undertake simple tasks. Harvesting tasks indeed fell under the simple category, as they could always flee with what they had gathered if they were unable to fight, without the requirement to bring back the carcass of a beast or any symbolic objects from the beast-hunting tribe. Han, observing Wang Ji's incessant chatter, felt a vein throbbing at his temple. This person was exceedingly noisy, like two individuals in one. Is it possible for us to harvest elsewhere and bring it back, thereby reducing the risk? Wen Yuan proposed. Not very realistic, Lan Yu replied, shaking his head. Lingxiao flowers only appear in the foggy marsh. Wen Yuan choked slightly. Indeed. Given the environment in which they grew, it perfectly matched the descriptions of the clematis flower found in the Beast World Encyclopedia. Enough of this chatter. Rather than lamenting our predicament, it would be more prudent to indulge in some sustenance and later deliberate on our strategies. Eagle Yi meticulously cut the meat into small pieces, adding some leafy greens, and placed them before Wen Yuan. The other side, their attention drawn to Eagle Yi's thoughtful actions. Han looked at Wen Yuan with envy, exclaiming, Eagle Yi truly treats you well, little brother. Wang Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't this a bit too generous? Which brother helps cut meat for their sibling? He then cast a suspicious glance at Eagle Yi, only to be met with a sharp stare in return. Lan Yu merely glanced at the plate and quietly lowered his head to eat, concealing the melancholy in his eyes. It dawned upon him that a brother could indeed be tender and considerate towards a sibling. After finishing their meal and discussing some strategies, the group ventured into a small settlement outside the academy to procure necessary supplies, bringing along some dried meat and water before directly heading towards the Misty Marsh. The Misty Marsh was quite a distance from the academy, and although walking would take time, the transformation of the beastmen allowed them to traverse the terrain much more swiftly. By the time they reached the Misty Marsh, evening had descended. For safety's sake, they cautiously chose to rest on the outskirts of the marsh, finding a relatively spacious area to lay down some animal skins and make do for the night. To stay alert, they took turns keeping watch. The night passed without incident, though there were numerous mosquitoes. Despite Eagle Yi trying to fend them off with the wind, Wen Yuan woke to find several large welts on her arms. Fortunately, her previous rural experiences had endowed her with resilience to toxins. Typically, a mosquito bite would only leave a small red dot without swelling. Yet, she couldn't escape with just 5 unsightly welts. The unexpected gifts brought her a fleeting moment of joy, particularly during the scratching. After applying a bit of herbal ointment and consuming a small portion of meat, they prepared to enter the Misty Marsh. The previous night, the marsh had not seemed particularly menacing, as the moonlight was dim and visibility was limited. Even with night vision, all they could see was a dense thicket. However, now, the atmosphere felt stifling, an oppressive sensation stemming from the unknown. It resembled the primitive forests depicted in videos she had seen before, akin to the Shenanjia or Ileo mountains. Towering ancient trees obscured the sunlight, shrouded in white mist, overgrown with wild grasses, devoid of any human presence. A sense of dread, anxiety, and fear of the unknown enveloped her. The trees were lush and sprawling, with trunks so robust that even the smallest would require 2 people to embrace. Their bark was adorned with thick green moss, and tendrils of green vines occasionally intertwined between the branches. The morning mist was dense, resembling a scene from a celestial realm. Should they proceed now? The fog seemed excessively thick. Perhaps they ought to wait a little longer. The group rested for nearly 2 hours until the milky mist visibly thinned. allowing them to finally step into the misty marsh. Watch your step, proceed carefully, and follow my lead without straying, Lan Yu instructed, taking the lead. Followed closely by Wang Ji, then Han, with Wen Yuan fourth, and Eagle Yi bringing up the rear. As they entered the marsh, a chill enveloped them, the dampness hitting them like a wave. The air was saturated with moisture, and before long, the animal skins covering their faces and hair were beaded with water droplets. Which direction are we headed? Wang Ji whispered, cautious not to disturb anything lurking nearby. His eyes darted around, filled with trepidation. Marking your position isn't as simple as you think. It's been said that brightness draws attention. Proceed slowly, came Eagle Ye's voice from behind. Wang Ji fell silent, understanding the need for discretion to avoid unnecessary troubles. They hoped to collect the flowers and leave without incident. Fighting in an unfamiliar place posed significant risks. The group navigated carefully, skillfully avoiding several marshy spots, relying on Lan Yu and Wahan's earth-based abilities to sense the unstable ground beneath them. Visibility was limited, and the ground was dark from years of being deprived of sunlight, interspersed with scattered weeds and wet, decaying branches, all coated in a layer of foul-smelling, rotting leaves that assaulted their senses. Is it over there? Wen Yuan called out, halting the advance of her companions as she pointed towards the right. A flash of red, vibrant even amidst the mist, caught her eye. However, the shape was indistinct. Only the color was discernible, and it was not a solitary bloom but a cluster. Wind technique. Disperse. Eagle Yi commanded, raising his hand, and a gentle breeze swept through, swirling around the concentrated colors, effectively clearing the fog. In an instant, the scene became clear. A cluster of radiant red flowers bloomed vibrantly, their petals glistening with dew, forming a breathtaking sight. Indeed, the colors and shapes match perfectly. It's the clematis flower, Wang Ji exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Having nearly stepped into the marsh, he felt an overwhelming urge to snatch the flowers and retreat from this cursed place at once. Chapter 99, Sudden Change of Events. Keep it down, will you? Wahan admonished, covering Wang Ji's mouth, wishing he had something to gag him with. Wang Ji complied, nodding obediently. To reach the flowers, they would have to cross the treacherous black soil. Otherwise, they would have to take a longer route. Lan Yu's gaze fell upon the dark earth just a few steps ahead. This stuff is hard to pull out once stepped on. Wang Ji muffled his words. I've heard it devours the unwary. It might consume anything that ventures too close. Wen Yuan, with a sense of helplessness, elucidated, this is a swamp. The abundant water accumulation leads to dense fog, which results in a perpetual absence of light. Consequently, the air is saturated with moisture, and the soil becomes excessively wet, rendering it soft and unstable. The orcs find it nearly impossible to maintain their footing. The depths of the swamp are equally treacherous, extending deeper than an orc's height. Thus, once one becomes ensnared, lacking any leverage, they will only sink further, making it quite challenging to extricate oneself. It is not a matter of being devoured. Attempting to traverse through will undoubtedly pose some complications, and carelessly stepping in can be perilous. While our numbers may prevent fatalities, the process of extrication will be time-consuming. Having imparted this knowledge, he managed to alleviate some of the fear visible on Wang Ji's face. Subsequently, Wen Yuan softly inquired, what about taking a detour? That is not feasible, Blue Yu was the first to oppose. Noting Wen Yuan's puzzled gaze directed at him, Blue Yu patiently explained. I have utilized my wood and earth abilities to assess the area. This swamp is quite expansive. If we were to attempt a detour around it, we would need to navigate through the depths of the fog-laden swamp. Although it is not at the heart of the danger, it remains perilous for you all. Wen Yuan, Wahan, and Wang Ji fell into a contemplative silence. Leave it to me, Eagle Yi said, stretching his slightly sore joints. Do you have a plan? Lan Yu inquired. Has elder brother thought of a solution? Wen Yuan exclaimed, filled with surprise. What kind of plan? Wang Ji, ever straightforward, asked. With a sigh, Eagle Yi transformed. His skin turned to feathers, and he shifted from human form to that of a beast. A majestic eagle materialized before them, its robust body and expansive, lush wings resembling intricately woven black silk, edged with a sharp silver sheen. The piercing eagle eyes sparkled like two brilliant gemstones, deep and cold, but upon seeing Wen Yuan, the icy demeanor melted away, revealing a warmth akin to the gentle spring breeze, a tenderness as soft as water. Wang Ji narrowed his eyes slightly, a sense of discomfort creeping in. He couldn't quite articulate why the bond between the two brothers felt excessively intimate. Meanwhile, Lan Yu suppressed his envy. Although Eagle Yi was quite irksome, his devotion to his younger brother, Wen Yuan, was undeniably commendable. Never mind, there are no ifs here. I can carry two people at once. Who will go first? Xiao Yuan, wait above. Lan Yu, you two hold on for a moment. If Lan Yu remained on the ground, even in the face of danger, he could swiftly return. Eagle Yi's yellow beak opened and closed, producing a sound strikingly similar to his own voice. Even for those accustomed to witnessing beast transformations, it was somewhat jarring. This imposing figure, regal and fierce, was indeed her man. In the past, such a dream of intermingling species would have been unthinkable, yet here it stood, a reality. It seems there's no choice in the matter. I say, Yi Ge, you could be more direct next time. I am quite willing to cooperate. Wang Ji declared with a grimace, dutifully wrapping his arms around Eagle Yi's left leg. I shall also comply. Wahan nodded in agreement, moving to the right leg and securing his embrace. Very good, quite perceptive, Eagle Yi remarked. with a powerful thrust of his legs. He spread his wings and soared into the air. As the wings flapped, mist swirled, allowing Wen Yuan and Lan Yu to discern their surroundings. Soon, they had traversed a third of the marshland without incident. Wang Ji and Wahan clung tightly, their eyes scanning the vicinity with vigilance. Fearing that some creature might spring forth from the shadows. Wu Ge, is there something stirring within that black mud? Wang Ji asked, his eyes wide with intensity. Straining to see through the gusty winds that dried his eyes and brought tears. What could possibly be there? Wahan replied. Glancing down into the hazy depths where only indistinct patches of dark soil and green vegetation were visible, devoid of any discernible movement. Could it be my imagination? Wang Ji muttered, feeling a sense of relief as he remembered Wahan's earth-based abilities. If anything were amiss within the mud, he would be the first to sense it. With that thought, Wang Ji relaxed, shifting his legs from their tight grip around Eagle Ye's feet to a more natural position. Just then, a creature erupted from the inky soil, sending mud and water flying in all directions. A massive maw opened wide, aimed directly at Wang Ji's legs. Wang Ji, pull back your legs, Wahan shouted. He wished to assist, but his hands were firmly clasped, for any miscalculation could send him tumbling down as well. What? Wang Ji exclaimed in confusion. As he instinctively glanced downward, he was met with the sight of a gaping mouth, sharp teeth gleaming menacingly close. Hold tight, Eagle Yu urged. Flapping his wings vigorously to ascend, Wang Ji retracted his legs at once. Meanwhile, Wen Yuan and Lan Yu, both on high alert, noticed the anomaly and watched in horror as a colossal creature leaped up, its enormous jaws wide open, intent on devouring the figures above. Wood elemental technique, entangle. Wind elemental technique, windblade. Wen Yuan and Lan Yu launched their attacks almost simultaneously. From the verdant ground, roots and vines surged forth, swiftly ensnaring the monstrous creature with remarkable speed. The beast, now bound, halted its ascent, its teeth barely grazing Wang Ji's foot as it recoiled. Bring it down. Wen Yuan commanded, exerting force as the vines tightened, forcibly dragging the massive creature downward, causing it to plummet rapidly. An invisible blade of wind sliced through the air and struck the monster, yet it inflicted no harm, merely stripping away some mud to reveal a hue akin to that of the earth gray. Before they could discern the true nature of the creature, it crashed into the swamp with a thunderous roar, splattering mud and water in all directions. What is that? Wang Ji's heart raced, his trembling legs still entwined. Beast god, must you subject me to such peril? Uncertain, he cautioned himself to remain still and not lower his legs further. Wahan, equally shaken, recalled how close Wang Ji had come to being devoured right before him. We're almost there. Just hold on a little longer, echoed the voice of Ying Yi. Can we ascend a bit higher? Wang Ji fearfully inquired. No, visibility is too low, came the reply. We can't see the obstacles ahead, below. We can only make them out by the wind stirred from our flapping wings. We must avoid making large movements to prevent alarming other beasts. Tears welled in Wang Ji's eyes, leaving him feeling helpless. He could only pull his legs closer to himself. Here it comes again. Before he could gather his thoughts, Wahan's voice rang out again. You must be joking. Is it targeting me alone? Wang Ji glanced down, and indeed, there it was, the familiar sight of a mud-coated creature. Its gaping maw lined with jagged, razor-sharp teeth. If he were to be caught in that maw, it would signal the end of his lower half. Chapter 100, Coordination and Injury. Hold tight, Ying Yu urged, propelling them upward. The leaping creature was swiftly ensnared once more by the vines, which yanked it down forcefully, sending mud flying. Wahan, pull your feet in. Still shaken, Wang Ji shouted, his eyes wide with alarm. Instinctively, Wahan retracted his feet. But one of his shoes was caught in the beast's grip, and Ying Yu plummeted downward with great force. What is happening? Ying Yu struggled to flap his wings, summoning all his strength to ascend. Unfortunately, the weight of the creature below, combined with the burden of 2 passengers, proved too great, and he could only maintain a precarious balance. Wahan, instinctively trembling, kicked fiercely at the creature's head with his other foot, exerting all his might. Yet the beast refused to relent. The beast's leather-like jaws were tenacious, and Wahan soon felt the painful bite on his foot, blood rapidly seeping forth. Due to the vast distance and the enveloping fog, Wen Yuan and Lan Yu were unable to strike with precision. Fortunately, the vines soon ensnared their target, and the wind blades enveloped the tendrils, piercing through the creature's form, resulting in a splatter of blood. The monster, sensing the pain, immediately released its grip and crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound. Unfortunately, Wahan's shoes did not escape unscathed, revealing his bloodied instep. This was untenable. They were in grave danger. Wen Yuan squinted, striving to gain clarity, yet after the hawk had flown past, the dissipated fog quickly regrouped, rendering them effectively blind. I will manipulate the wind. You attack, Lan Yu declared. However, my grasp of wind-based abilities is still fledgling, and my level is too low. Dispersing the fog will not last long, so you must act swiftly. No problem, Wen Yuan nodded. Even if we cannot kill it, we can at least drag it down. Not good, here they come again. Oh no, there are 2 of them. Wang Ji's shouted exclamation successfully captured the attention of Wen Yuan and Lan Yu. The 2 nodded in agreement, synchronizing their efforts. Wind technique, disperse. With technique, entangle. One beast after another was pulled down, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The commotion attracted numerous creatures, predominantly those dwelling in the swamp. If Wen Yuan's instincts were correct, these creatures were likely crocodiles, due to Wahan's injured foot. The scent of blood drew many beasts, 2/3 of which headed towards Wahan, while the remaining third naturally sought to devour Wangji. Fortunately, the two could still occasionally wield their abilities. Otherwise, it would have been arduous for Wen Yuan to rely solely on the vines. Moments later, the hawk finally ensured the safe passage of the two to the opposite side. Given the perilous circumstances, the hawk had communicated with Wen Yuan and Lan Yu at the first sign of an attack, advising them to gather what they could and then use their wood-based abilities to nurture it, which should pose no problem. With the distance between them, they were effectively shrouded in fog. Neither could see the other, nor could they hear even a whisper. Wen Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. Among the three of them, Yingyi possessed the highest capabilities. The other two, while competent, were hampered by Wahan's injured foot. Beasts are exceptionally sensitive to the scent of blood, and even the faintest whiff of it could draw them near. Do not worry, your brother is not incompetent, Lan Yu remarked. Observing the restless Wen Yuan pacing back and forth, his tone somewhat stiff, revealing his lack of aptitude in offering comfort. I am not concerned about Yingyi. My worry lies with Wahan, whose foot is injured. No matter how capable Yingyi may be, he can still safeguard himself. Bleeding in such a place is far from ideal. Upon hearing Wen Yuan's words, Lan Yu fell silent, clearly in agreement. At that moment, a muffled sound suddenly echoed from the opposite side, akin to something colliding forcefully against a tree trunk. Wen Yuan came to a halt. Her gaze filled with concern as she looked towards the opposite side. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted, startling even Lan Yu into a frown. This is not good. I must think of a solution, Wen Yuan murmured. She then accessed the points mall with her mind, sifting through various options until her eyes fell upon the stinky bomb. Beneath the dark object, there was a minuscule annotation, stinky bomb, an unimaginably foul odor. Use with caution, as it may incapacitate your enemies. This is it. 300 points for redemption. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have redeemed one stinky bomb, deducting 300 points. Remaining points, 6,960. The system's voice echoed in her mind, and in that instant, an object appeared in her hand, previously hidden behind her back. Lan Yu, lend me a hand. Disperse the fog as much as possible. I need to deliver this to Yingyi, Wen Yuan instructed. Lan Yu paused, momentarily taken aback by the dark object in her hand, hardly noticing that she had called his name directly. All right. Utilizing his wind abilities to their fullest extent, Lan Yu swiftly blew away the fog in front of them. The fog, now pushed to the sides, formed a barrier that prevented it from spreading further. They could now vaguely discern the situation of Yingyi and his companions on the other side. Countless crocodiles surrounded them, their muddy bodies making it difficult for Wen Yuan and Lan Yu to see where Yingyi and his companions were located. A surge of alarm coursed through Wen Yuan, prompting her to hasten her actions. She wrapped the stinky bomb tightly in Beast's skin and used her wood abilities to create a wooden spike ball, encasing the bomb within. She then ignited a stick, using the charred end to inscribe the words ignite onto the white beast's skin before affixing it to the exterior of the wooden spike ball. Now, Lan Yu called out to Wen Yuan. At a signal, she hurled the wooden spiked ball forward, then crouched down. Her eyes fixated on it as a few tendrils emerged from a nearby patch of lush vegetation. The vines quickly grew, weaving together to form a small basket, catching the descending wooden spiked ball and tossing it forward. As the next location sprouted more vines to catch it again. The crocodiles of the swamp mistook it for prey and leapt from the mud, eager to bite. The wooden thorns emerged, pinning them in place. Lan Yu acted swiftly, expertly controlling each beast. The two worked in synchrony, and Wen Yuan finally delivered the item to the other side. Perspiration forming on her forehead due to the intense concentration required to manipulate the vines over such a distance, demanding a significant amount of her abilities. Fortunately, she was still able to manage. The vines held high, ensuring the safety of the contents within the basket. Here, Wangji shouted, clinging to a tree trunk. Upon seeing the vines, he recognized the handiwork of Wen Yuan and Lan Yu, and it seemed there was something concealed at the top of the vines. However, despite his shouting, the vines floundered like a headless fly, failing to find their direction. Wangji grew anxious. Shouting won't help. They can't hear you. Wahan shook his head, drenched in sweat, yet his hands remained steady. Clumps of earth coalesced, crashing down to thwart the beast attempting to leap onto the tree to attack them. What should we do? Wangji raised a hand, hurling a large gold block downward, striking the beast and causing it to stagger, dazed. Cover me. I'll go get it, Yingyi declared. Dispatching one beast with a kick and another with a swift strike, though he was somewhat busy, the beast seemed endless, no matter how many were slain. More continued to emerge. With a resounding explosion, a most indescribable stench wafted through the air, accompanied by a thick gray mist that shot skyward. The once formidable beasts were left helpless, rolling onto their backs, foam spilling from their mouths, stripped of their combat capabilities. The group hurriedly covered their mouths and noses as they fled the swamp. What was that? How did it make those beasts flee? Big brother, I feel so dizzy. Voices began to emerge from the swamp but quickly faded away, likely victims of the noxious fumes. Once out of the misty swamp, they infused their wooden boxes with wood abilities, hastily tidying up before returning to the academy. By the time they reached the mission hall, it was already afternoon, with the sun setting in a blaze of crimson hues. Back so soon? Surely you must have failed the task and come to withdraw it. The misty swamp was no place for just anyone. Despite their talents, they were still young and inexperienced, making it reasonable for them to be unable to complete the mission. Clearly, no one had faith in this fledgling team, even with the genius Lan Yu and the all-attribute yet low-level Wen Yuan among them. After all, many had attempted this task, and some were undoubtedly more capable than they, yet still failed. I cannot allow task withdrawals here. The old man remarked with a smile as he surveyed the 5 weary individuals before him. Withdraw? Grandpa, are you looking down on us? Wang Ji replied with a grin. Standing tall, we're here to claim our rewards. Upon hearing this, the old man set down the bark book in his hands and sat up. Casting his eyes over the group. Show me what you have. Lan Yu handed over the rectangular box, which radiated a faint green glow. The old man opened it to reveal a pristine and intact Lingxiao flower nestled within. My goodness, you truly succeeded, he exclaimed. Those voracious beasts. I can recall their appearance even with my eyes closed. While they weren't particularly formidable, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. And the hidden beastmen in the black soil were especially ambush-prone. The seemingly endless onslaught of beasts was a torment, but the element of surprise was crucial. The vibrant red flower was flawless, and everyone gathered around to admire its beauty. Is this specimen acceptable, old man? If not, I have more, Wen Yuan offered. Retrieving another wooden box from her pocket and presenting it to the elder. Upon opening it, another brilliantly vivid Lingxiao flower lay quietly inside. You picked 2? The old man's voice wavered slightly. I was concerned it might not be enough, Wen Yuan nodded, explaining her rationale. Making the journey is no easy feat. So I prepared for contingencies. If the first one failed, I would have a backup. If given the chance, she would wish to procure more to store in her space. For this flower was indeed valuable. Its petals could detoxify, while its leaves and roots contained potent toxins. As Wen Yuan's words fell, not only was the old man astonished, but even the surrounding onlookers were equally taken aback. Their gazes towards Wen Yuan and the others shifted noticeably. Indeed, the old man nodded. A cheerful smile gracing his face as he accepted the 2 exquisite Lingxiao flowers. He then kindly remarked, considering the excellent quality and the quantity of the 2 flowers you have gathered, I shall award you with 2,000 points. With a twinkle in his eye, he continued. In 3 days, I shall personally deliver the rewards to you. As Wen Yuan and her companions departed amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, they nodded in acknowledgement. Having fulfilled the tasks assigned by Lan Su, they finally looked forward to a well-deserved respite. However, unlike others, Wen Yuan was not inclined to rest. Her time was limited, and she aimed to accumulate as much knowledge as possible within that constraint. Thus, her relentless efforts soon became the talk of the town. The 4 members of Zeta returned to the academy at a leisurely pace. Upon entering, they were enveloped by discussions among the orcs, all revolving around the same topic and individuals, with a certain youth named Wen Yuan mentioned most frequently. It was said he was slender and dark, yet possessed remarkable talent. Having ascended from the intermediate yellow rank to the intermediate green rank in a remarkably short time, an impressive feat indeed. Wen Yuan is certainly making waves lately, Shilian remarked. Flicking his braid. Daring to outshine me, I must meet him. Try to tone it down a bit, Wen Yuan replied nonchalantly. What? Are you envious of my prominence? Shilian sneered. Well, not everyone is as popular as I am. Not envious at all, Wen Yuan said, lazily raising an eyelid. Your fame has certainly attracted the attention of the females from the academy. I have no objections, but I am curious about Xiao Yuan's thoughts on the matter. Shilian fell silent, along with the others, their expressions turning grave. After a few days of much-needed rest, Zeta broke the silence. We shall resume our activities in 2 days. The Academy's elder mentioned that we are invited to a conference tomorrow. Bai Xiao pondered aloud. What conference? Zeta countered. Surprised he had not received any notification. It seems several academies wish to hold a competition, and they likely want us to participate, Bai Xiao explained. Are you interested in attending? Zeta inquired. Shilian shrugged. I'm indifferent. It's up to you all. However, I must return to the Linju tribe tomorrow regardless. Facing formidable opponents could indeed foster our growth, but it depends on which academies are participating, Bai Xiao added. Wen Yuan remarked indifferently, I have no qualms. As long as they're unattractive, I can handle it. Zeta and Qilian exchanged glances, and Bai Xiao cleared his throat, trying to suppress a laugh. Though accustomed to Wen Yuan's peculiar preferences, they still found it difficult to comprehend. The remaining trio had no objections. Yuan. Young Ying just sent word that in a few days, several elementary academies will unite for a competition. I suspect the elder's reward for our tasks is the opportunity to participate, Ying Yi said while tending to the fire and roasting chicken. A competition among academies? Wen Yuan mused, intrigued. Will there be rankings? Can we decline? Naturally, one can refuse if they wish not to attend, Ying Yi reassured her with a comforting glance. The specific list of participating academies is unclear. We may have to wait until tomorrow. However, Yuan, perhaps we should consider participating. Why is that? Wen Yuan questioned. While competitions may consume valuable study time, you have acquired so much knowledge, it would be a rare opportunity to put it into practice. We cannot always rely on tasks, which require teamwork. If it were anyone else, I would hesitate, but Lan Yu is taciturn, and it's hard to gauge his thoughts. Such individuals are often the most challenging to deal with, so it's wise to limit our interactions, Ying Yi analyzed, unable to resist throwing in a jab. As the conversation unfolded, the allure of the upcoming competition lingered in the air. Wen Yuan listened attentively and pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What about the team?" "It seems there are no restrictions on the number of members," Ingyi replied honestly. Wen Yuan contemplated that it was indeed prudent to minimize contact with them, as her identity must remain concealed. After reaching a consensus, she tidied up and then retired for the night, experiencing a dreamless slumber. As dawn broke, as Wen Yuan stepped outside, she encountered Lan Yu, who was standing by the fence, gazing at the dewdrops clinging to her hair, indicating that Lan Yu had been waiting there for some time. "What brings you here? Are you looking for Ingyi? What do you need from me?" Ingyi approached swiftly from behind, standing beside Wen Yuan, a cheerful smile gracing his face as he regarded Lan Yu. "Lan Su has instructed me to inform you that in 20 days, the 5 of us will form a team to participate in the academy competition, representing Sangwei Academy." Lan Yu's voice remained as cold as ever. It seemed she was merely delivering a message, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "We 4 are required to participate, but Ren Yuan retains the right to choose. To receive guidance and further skills from Lan Su, one must complete the tasks he assigns." This was made clear to them in advance. They all nodded in agreement, after which Lan Su began to impart his teachings. "Don't worry, we can ask later. If he is unwilling, we shall seek alternatives." Ingyi wore a serious expression, clearly displeased, while Lan Yu cast a doubtful glance at him before averting her gaze. "Everything is fine," Wen Yuan reassured, gently patting Ingyi's hand in comfort. The cosmetics provided by the system were undoubtedly of superior quality. Unless she used the corresponding makeup remover, they would not budge, which bolstered her confidence as she entered the academy. As long as she ensured no one touched her body, she would be safe. In competitions that involved the display of supernatural abilities, the majority of attacks were ranged, utilizing powers to overpower opponents. So this was not a significant concern. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility of a few individuals favoring close combat. As they walked, they soon arrived at the gathering point, where several beastmen had already assembled, clustered together in groups of 3 or 5. As Wen Yuan and the others came to a halt, they fortuitously encountered Wahan and Wang Ji, and immediately inquired for their opinions. The latter, filled with delight, readily agreed. After all, securing a spot to participate was indeed a rare opportunity, and engaging in a duel was one of the most effective means of self-improvement. After a brief discussion, the quintet was once again complete. "Silence," bellowed a middle-aged orc from the lofty platform, with a square jaw, a bushy beard, and a crew cut. He exuded an air of stern authority. "That is the hall master," Lan Yu whispered to the group. Wen Yuan and the others nodded in agreement. "This time, our academy has reportedly produced a remarkable batch of talents, omitting 1,000 words in brevity." Wen Yuan felt a yawn creeping upon her. After all, listening to such routine dialogues early in the morning was rather soporific, akin to a lullaby. In a daze, she was transported back to the school assembly days, where the principal's speeches were incessant and ornate, serving as the quintessential hypnotic melody. In 20 days, the esteemed institutions of Sangwei Academy, Grace Academy, Junino Academy, Sarah Academy, and Hushu Academy will jointly host the 10th competition of Sangwei Forest. Each academy shall dispatch 2 teams to participate, and unlike previous years, the team size has been expanded from 5 to 8 members. The currently designated participants include the following orcs: Lan Yu, Ingyi, Wahan, Yuan, Wang Ji, Zeta, Bai Xiao, Qilian, and Ing Yuchuan, totaling 9 individuals, leaving 7 vacant spots. Orcs wishing to participate may register with Shuejiaxiong. As in previous years, aside from the designated slots, should the number of applicants exceed capacity, a competition will be held to determine the strongest contenders. Following the announcement of these key details, the head of the academy began to meander into various topics, predominantly encouraging everyone to diligently hone their skills in hopes of securing a place in the competition. After all, with 20 days remaining until the event, there was still ample time to prepare. Wen Yuan was rendered utterly speechless, her mind reeling at the mention of the 4 names: Zeta, Bai Xiao, Qilian, and Ing Yuchuan. Instinctively, she glanced around, scanning the vicinity, yet found no familiar faces. Could it be mere coincidence that they shared the same names? But what were the odds of such a fortuitous alignment? All 4 names matched, and they were together in one place. Yet, the reality remained that Wen Yuan searched in vain, unable to spot any recognizable figure. Perhaps she was merely overthinking it. What was she truly seeking? Were there acquaintances of Xiao Yuan within? Ingyu leaned in and softly inquired. Wen Yuan nodded and then shook her head, smiling as she said, "Perhaps I misheard. We'll discuss it later." "All right." Ingyu nodded, remaining silent. By the time the hall leader finished speaking, an hour had already passed. Due to their inclusion within the quota, Wen Yuan and his companions directly proceeded to Lan Su's residence, commencing a day of rigorous training. Meanwhile, Wahan embarked on his specialized training, determined to avoid falling behind during the competition. Due to an overwhelming number of registrants, the academy initiated its contest on the 3rd day, hosting 1 match in the morning and another in the afternoon. The battles on stage were electrifying, captivating the audience to the point of exhilaration. In an instant, the academy was enveloped in an atmosphere of fervent learning. The corridors were devoid of idle individuals, as everyone was either diligently working or striving hard. Indeed, it was during such times that the youthful spirit of competition truly shone. The headmaster, observing the scene with delight, chuckled in satisfaction. "It's the same every year," remarked Lan Su, who stood nearby. "What has become of the all-attribute orc?" The headmaster inquired of Lan Su with a serious demeanor. Recalling Wen Yuan, Lan Su rarely allowed a smile to grace his face. His talent is remarkable, and he is quite diligent, hardly ever missing a class. At such a young age, maintaining such resolve is indeed commendable. Make the most of your time training him. If we can fully harness his potential, our anxieties will be greatly alleviated. Headmaster, I was just about to discuss this. Lan Su furrowed his brow. Wen Yuan, despite all attempts at stimulation and instruction, can only utilize Wood-type abilities. There seems to be a hint of fire-type capabilities emerging, yet other attributes remain stagnant. Is there something you cannot manage, Lan Su? The headmaster teased, then resumed a serious tone. Our time is limited. Nurturing one genius is a boon. Nurturing another would be an even greater fortune, as it would significantly reduce potential casualties. Is it already at that stage? Lan Su's brow tightened, his tone growing grave. It is more serious than you might think. Prepare yourself mentally. It may not be long before we face it, the headmaster sighed. Once the competition concludes, I shall need to venture out again. The academy will be in your hands. Oh, and do not overlook your brother, Lan Yu. He is also a promising talent. It would be unwise to favor one over the other. He is indeed working hard. Children require encouragement. Even in capturing wild beasts, one must offer some incentive first. Especially when it comes to a younger brother, wouldn't you agree? As for the others, we can afford to be strict. It is ultimately for their own good. The headmaster's words were wise. Lan Su nodded, replying earnestly. The academy's competition spanned 10 days, ultimately determining a victor. By that time, Wen Yuan and his group had already received their fourth task. Be cautious. This task could be perilous, warned the elderly man assigning the tasks, his expression grave. Grandfather Su, do you know how it could be deadly? Wen Yuan inquired, drawing near with his usual charm, sweetly addressing the elder while presenting homemade dried fruits. Ah, young Yuan, you are quite endearing. Sudu deftly accepted the fruits, stowing them away, then glanced around before lowering his voice conspiratorially to Wen Yuan's ear. What did that old man say to you? Upon exiting the academy, Wang Ji, ever the impatient one, was still fuming. He and Sudu had a contentious relationship. The elder remained unyielding and refused to offer even the slightest hint, yet he seemed particularly fond of young Yuan. It's infuriating. ISNT it? Next time, try being a bit more cordial and sweet-tongued. Perhaps then you might catch the old gentleman's favor. Ingyi observed Wang Ji's agitated demeanor and did not hold back in his retort. Wang Ji rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat sheepish and remaining silent. When Yuan tugged at Ingyi's hand and remarked, "It is not exactly a great secret. I have heard that this is the territory of the rogue beast men. If we wish to accomplish our mission, we must confront him." Rogue beast men, Wahan exclaimed. A muscular figure who seemed to harbor a hint of trepidation towards this species of beast men. Wang Ji quickly cast a disdainful glance his way. What is this? You, a brawny male beast man, are actually afraid of a rogue beast man? What do you understand? Wahan shot back. It's not the rogue beast men I fear, but rather their reckless fighting spirit. We all have our concerns, but the rogue beast men are different. They are unencumbered, with no ties or companions. When they encounter an opponent, they fight with a ferocity that knows no bounds. If one can manage to get along with that individual, it would be fortunate. Otherwise, it could prove to be quite troubling. I suspect that those beastmen who failed their missions previously did so for this very reason. Moreover, Sudu added, many beastmen have perished over there. The rogue beastmen are ruthless. They leave no corpses intact, rumored to dispose of the remains in the misty marshes as fodder for wild beasts. Upon the conclusion of Wen Yuan's remarks, an enveloping silence fell upon the small group. For a moment, it seemed as if everyone had succumbed to a thoughtful hush. We must exercise caution this time. A single misstep could prove fatal, Lan Yu cautioned. Understood. The destination of the mission lay to the east of Sangwei Forest, a half-day's journey from Sangwei Academy, and not far from the Misty Marsh. Otherwise, the wandering beast men would not have discarded their corpses within. Upon entering the territory, the group grew vigilant, speaking very little. The task required them to eliminate 3 beast-hunting clans that had taken refuge in the domain of the wandering beast men, slay them, and retrieve tokens symbolizing their identities to bring back to the academy, thus completing the mission and earning their reward. As the withering season approached its conclusion, the sun had shone for months, rendering the entire forest seemingly devoid of vitality. Dryness prevailed everywhere. Had it not been for the occasional rain, the ground would surely have cracked. The trees, accustomed to the climate, had not perished, yet their leaves turned a desolate yellow, rustling in the wind. This was the voice of nature. Golden leaves cascaded from the trees, twirling gracefully in the air before forming a thick carpet on the ground. Each step upon it elicited a soft crunch. Thus, even in their careful movements, the group could not escape making noise. As nightfall approached, they sought a shaded spot to rest. Nearby, a gentle stream flowed, its water cool and crystal clear, seizing the moment before the sun dipped below the horizon. Wen Yuan joyfully dashed barefoot into the stream, reliving the simple pleasures of childhood, catching numerous small fish, shrimp, and crabs. The thrill of turning over stones to find crabs was perhaps a joy only understood by those who, like her, had grown up in the countryside. However, in those days of hunger, she had entered the water out of necessity, seeking sustenance. Unless absolutely necessary, it was wise to refrain from playing in the river. For many had perished in such waters each year. A campfire was kindled, and Wen Yuan prepared a simple fish soup, followed by stir-frying the fish and shrimp. Recently, she had discovered a plant that could serve as a substitute for chili, dark and unappealing in appearance, but rich in flavor. The group's appetites were whetted, and they devoured more than usual. The exuberant Wang Ji was the first to give Wen Yuan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Xiao Yuan, with such skills. Why didn't you showcase them sooner? I've been gnawing on jerky for so long." Wen Yuan took a sip of the soup and sighed, "Our mission is pressing. We hardly have time to fuss over these matters. It's a rare opportunity to rest by the stream, and I thought I might indulge a bit." To my surprise, there is indeed something edible here. "Oh, it's delicious. Xiao Yuan, I'm resolute. I shall certainly follow you from now on," Wang Ji exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Raising his hand to pat Wen Yuan on the shoulder, only to be swiftly intercepted by Yi. "Eating is one thing, but why must you be so handsy?" Yi remarked, rolling his eyes. The others, meanwhile, unabashedly laughed at Wang Ji, who appeared pitifully flustered yet dared not express his indignation. Wang Ji's gaze flitted between Wen Yuan and Yi, and just as they both felt a twinge of concern, suspecting he might have noticed something, this fellow polished off 2 more bowls of fish soup. As he relished the meal, he unwittingly ignited his inner foodie, sated in content. They found a rare moment to engage in conversation. Wandering beastmen are not necessarily mad. As long as we refrain from provoking them, they're unlikely to attack us first, Wen Yuan suggested. The mention of wandering beastmen conjured the image of Qi Lian's flamboyant red hair and his capricious temperament in his mind. "No. Some wandering beastmen are inherently malevolent," Lan Su countered, the first to express dissent. "I believe Xiao Yuan is right. If we don't provoke them, they should ideally leave us be. That would be best." Wahan concurred. "That may be so, but let us not forget the old man's words. These wandering beastmen are responsible for numerous lives," Wang Ji interjected, reflecting on their sinister nature, reminding them not to expect any mercy from them. Yu nodded in agreement. "Tomorrow, Lan Su and I will keep watch while the 3 of you search for others. Let us resolve this quickly. It's getting late. We should rest early for an early rise tomorrow." "Agreed." Yi laid out a beast hide for Wen Yuan and then reclined beside him. Wahan simply lay down, while Lan Su found a tree to sit upon. Wang Ji, glancing about, mimicked Yi's actions and prepared a simple bed for himself. In the depths of the forest, in a pitch-black cave, a pair of green eyes slowly opened. It seemed that this land had attracted a few unwelcome guests. The following morning, after a light meal, they divided into 2 teams to commence a thorough search. With their numbers being limited, dispersing would be too perilous. In the wilds of Wen Yuan, the Eagle and the Wang Ji, along with the Lan Yu clan, were situated not far apart, close enough that a shout could easily be heard. This area bore the scars of countless battles. As we traversed, remnants of conflict littered the ground, making the search for a few beast hunter tribes exceedingly difficult. Wen Yuan furrowed his brow, surveying the chaotic surroundings. The fallen trees and disarrayed underbrush, coupled with a layer of fallen leaves, created an overall scene of disarray. Just as Eagle was about to speak, he was interrupted by a shout. "Eagle, Xiao Yuan, come here quickly." It was Wang Ji. "Let us go take a look. Hold on tight." Eagle swiftly hoisted the person onto his back and quickened his pace towards the location of Lan Yu and the others. "I can't take it anymore." Wang Ji covered his mouth and nose with animal skin, yet tears brimmed in his eyes from the stench. "You two are quite fast. What happened?" Wen Yuan inquired. "You two should go in and see for yourselves," Wang Ji suggested, gesturing behind him. "I have no desire to enter again. Wahan and Lan Yu are waiting for you inside." The 2 nodded, preparing to step inside, only to be halted once more by Wang Ji. Wait. Are you just going to go in like that? What else should we do?" Wen Yuan replied, puzzled. "The odor inside is quite overwhelming. I recommend taking a piece of animal skin to cover your mouth and nose, or you won't be able to endure it." He kindly offered them the animal skin. Wen Yuan took over and felt a surge of curiosity towards the cave ahead. What a trivial matter. Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Why would we need animal hides for such a scene?" All right. You are impressive," he continued with a teasing tone. "But let's see if you end up expelling everything you consumed last night." As he spoke, Wang Ji suddenly dashed a little farther away, propping himself against a great tree while clutching the animal hide, and began to heave violently. His efforts seemed almost desperate, as if he wished to expel his very stomach. Observing Wang Ji's distress, Wen Yuan felt a pang of foreboding, his expression darkening slightly. "Are you certain you don't want to reconsider?" he asked, knowing full well that the scene within the cave was unlikely to be pleasant. "It's fine. Perhaps you should wait for me outside," Yi suggested, shaking his head. Having traveled far and wide, he had encountered countless horrors. "I wish to see for myself." "Very well. Stay close to me." Wen Yuan nodded and followed Yi into the cave. The entrance was overgrown with tall grass, rising higher than Wen Yuan herself, though the withered season had rendered it a desolate yellow. A path had been trampled through by those who entered before, including Lan Yu and a few others. As soon as they stepped into the cave, a pungent stench assaulted their senses, an indescribable sensation. Without pausing, Yi continued onward, and Wen Yuan hastened to keep up. The cave was modest in size, approximately 5 meters in diameter and barely 3 meters wide. Due to its low elevation, sunlight could not penetrate, casting the cave into a dim darkness, with the ground notably damp beneath their feet. The sound of water was distinctly audible, once their eyes adjusted to the gloom. What lay before Wen Yuan was utterly shocking. Leaning against the stone wall was a heap upon heap of white bones. Further inside, the foul odor intensified, seemingly permeating through the animal hides, invading their nostrils and leaving them lightheaded, even nauseous. "Come and see," Lan Yu's voice sounded muffled through the hide, while Wahan stood beside him, brow furrowed, also holding a piece of animal skin. As they reached the end, the bones were piled together, stacked to a height of at least 3 centimeters. Ingye's expression remained calm as he crouched down for a closer inspection and remarked, "These are the bones of beast men." "Bones of beast men? All of them? If this entire cave is filled with them, how many lives does that account for?" Wen Yuan was taken aback. Yet the mental preparation she had undertaken before entering the cave somewhat steadied her emotions. However, the foul stench and the parched, dark ground induced a sense of discomfort, provoking an involuntary wave of nausea. It was not solely the repugnant odor, there was also the presence of wild beasts. Ingye shook his head, instinctively observing Wen Yuan's pallid countenance, feeling a twinge of sympathy for her. He regretted allowing her to enter. The beast hunter tribe deserved their fate. Lan Yu spoke in a low voice, standing sideways with half of his face shrouded in shadow. Subsequently, Ingye tossed an object towards Lan Yu, who caught it effortlessly. It was a weathered wooden plaque, beginning to rot. The name inscribed upon it was no longer legible, but it was clear that it belonged to someone from the academy. Though it was uncertain which unfortunate soul had ventured on a task, Lan Yu tucked it away. Even a fragment to bring back would suffice, serving as a token of solace when placed beneath the beast god statue. Wen Yuan composed herself and said, "We cannot continue searching aimlessly like this. Such a directionless pursuit will only squander our time. We need to devise a plan." "Indeed," Ingye concurred. "Let us step outside and assess the cave." The beast-hunting tribe must have vacated this place long ago, as evidenced by the absence of fresh bones. The four exited the cave, the lingering stench of humanity still clinging to their nostrils. It was only after they had ventured further that the unpleasant odor finally dissipated. "We must take the initiative. We cannot afford to search passively any longer. Does Xiao Yuan have a plan?" Lan Yu inquired, glancing at Wen Yuan with an expectant gaze. "Actually, I do have an idea." "Gather closer," she beckoned. The three moved nearer. "We shall proceed like this, then that. It is bound to succeed." "I disagree," Ingye interjected. His brow furrowed and his tone grave, the first to voice opposition. He looked at Wen Yuan with a hint of reproach in his eyes. "Why are you so anxious?" Lan Yu countered disapprovingly. "Xiao Yuan is quite capable and observant. His smaller stature may actually be advantageous." This revelation even surprised Wahan, who had known them for some time. It was the first instance he had witnessed Lan Yu genuinely praising someone. After a moment of contemplation, Wahan remarked, "Although Xiao Yuan may be slight of build, I still cannot entertain this notion. Do not even consider it. I adamantly disagree." Ingye glared at the two, then turned to Wen Yuan, softening his voice slightly. "I understand your intentions and find the method plausible, but I must prioritize your safety. How could I stand by and watch if it poses a threat to you?" Wen Yuan wished to argue, but found herself at a loss for words. Ingye's concerns were valid. Lan Yu observed Ingye, noting the worry radiating from him, and chose to remain silent. Wahan scratched his head, also falling silent. After all, it was natural for Ingye, as his younger brother, to be protective. "The idea is commendable, I cannot deny that," Ingye said, lifting his gaze to the two. "Let us consider a change in personnel." Lan Yu and Wahan exchanged glances, neither deeming the other a suitable candidate. One was robust and muscular, while the other exuded an aura of formidable strength, as though eager to emblazon the words "I am powerful" upon himself. To use such individuals as bait would be sheer folly. "Why not you take the role?" Wahan and Lan Yu replied in unison, a rare moment of agreement between them. "That could work," Ingye responded, "as long as it does not involve Yuan. I am open to suggestions." When Yuan raised her hand, and the three turned to her in unison. "Do you have a different opinion?" Wahan asked. "Not exactly," she replied. "I merely wish to point out that Wang Zhi is missing." In their fervent discussion about who would serve as bait, they had overlooked the fact that Wang Zhi had remained outside and not entered the cave. Just moments ago, she had scanned the surroundings. There was no sign of Wang Zhi, nor any trace of a shadowy figure. It was unlikely that he would be foolish enough to leave on his own. Thus, there remained but one possibility: he had been captured, either by the rogue beasts or by the beast-hunting tribe. When Yuan shared his thoughts with the others, this fellow, complaining about the overpowering stench of the cave, claimed he could not endure it and needed to step outside for fresh air, yet he still ended up captured. Wahan scratched his head, pondering the absurdity of it all. Even if he were to pull out all his hair, he could not fathom the reasoning behind such a predicament. How could a perfectly healthy male be apprehended? Did he not realize the consequences of his loud outbursts? Their hearing was quite sharp. Any noise would not go unnoticed. Moreover, did he truly need to wander far for fresh air? Should we split up the search? When Yuan glanced at Lan Yu, and then at Ingye, Lan Yu nodded, acknowledging that this was their only option at the moment. "Then I shall accompany Lan Yu." Wahan volunteered, positioning himself beside Lan Yu. For some inexplicable reason, the bond between these two brothers felt so intimate that it left him feeling like an outsider. Very well, if the information they had was accurate, the location of the wandering beast men should be a cave to the west. As for the beast-hunting tribe, they might have to lure them out and then devise a strategy. Sending us to search would likely complicate matters. After a brief discussion, it was ultimately decided that Wen Yuan and Ing Yi would seek out the beast-hunting tribe, adhering to the original plan Wen Yuan had proposed. Meanwhile, Lan Yu and Wahan would swiftly scout the cave, and whoever spotted Wang Ji first would blow the whistle Ing Yi had provided. Be cautious, Lan Yu advised, casting a glance at Wen Yuan and Ing Yi before departing with Wahan. Once he confirmed that the two had gone far enough, Wen Yuan retrieved a blood packet. Is this your brilliant idea? Ing Yi exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment and intrigue at what Wen Yuan had produced. The moment it appeared, a faint metallic scent filled the air. This is blood. Of course, I am not foolish enough to inflict harm upon myself, she thought, regretting her lack of self-destructive courage. All right, I will follow closely behind you. Ing Yi nodded, visibly relieved. Initially, she had opposed this plan because it required Wen Yuan to be injured. Without the allure of fresh orc blood, the beast-hunting tribe would not easily fall for their ruse. You should keep your distance, Wen Yuan advised. If we are discovered, it will be much harder to succeed later on. We must achieve this in one attempt. Understood. Seeing the determination in Wen Yuan's eyes, Ing Yi clenched her teeth and agreed, then transformed into a hawk and soared into the distance. Wen Yuan proceeded to slice open the blood pouch. With one hand, he tore his garment, placing the pouch deep inside, creating a small incision that would release its contents with the gentlest pressure. As noon approached, the sun blazed fiercely. A slender male stumbled through the thicket, dashing forward while glancing back, as if a ferocious beast were in pursuit. In his wake, a trail of crimson marked the ground. Help! Someone! Please save me! His desperate cries resonated clearly in the serene woods. Boss, there is a solitary male here, and he is injured, exclaimed a man with yellow hair, perched atop a tree, clutching the trunk with one hand. His expression one of rapturous greed as he fixated on the struggling male rushing towards them. Be cautious, it could be a trap, the man, referred to as the boss, cautioned, shaking his head. Let us not forget those wretched orcs from the Sangwei Academy. They seek to eradicate us. Though they may be overconfident, we must remain vigilant. A misstep could cost us our lives. The younger companion scratched his head in confusion, his eyes still glinting with avarice, fixated on the fleeing figure as he swallowed hard. Boss, you're so formidable. Why fear them? This is our territory. After a moment's thought, he continued. If any of those little brats from Sangwei Academy truly ventured in here, we wouldn't even need to intervene. The one in the western cave would surely take action. He harbors a significant disdain for those from Sangwei Academy. The boss's eyes flickered as he pondered, hesitating before saying, let us wait a little longer. All right. I'll heed the boss's words. Although the younger companion was nearly drooling with desire, he managed to restrain himself. Wen Yuan sprinted forward with fervor, pursued relentlessly by a ferocious beast, its speed astonishing. Help! Save me! She cried out as she ran, pressing her hand against the blood pouch on her chest, attempting to elicit a trickle of blood. This was to create the illusion that the bleeding was uncontrollable. The blood pouch produced by the system bore an uncanny resemblance to real human blood, nearly indistinguishable in both hue and scent. This realism emboldened Wen Yuan to display her ruse in front of the keen-nosed hunting tribe. Boss, that beast is no illusion. If we hesitate any longer, we won't merely miss the broth, but we'll be left with naught. As she witnessed her desired prey stumble, the predator was perilously close, even opening its gaping maw, eager to devour the quarry it had set its sights on. In that moment, her companion could hardly contain himself. With a roar, the striped tiger lunged as if driven mad, its massive jaws agape, revealing sharp fangs as it leapt high, aiming for Wen Yuan's head. Wen Yuan held her breath and silently counted down in her mind. Hidden in the shadows, Ing Yi clenched his fists, unsure of how much restraint it took to refrain from striking. This was their last untouched territory. If nothing was achieved here, frustration would surely ensue. Damn it! You dare to snatch the prey I have set my sights on. Get away from me. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a tall and lanky figure appeared, kicking the hefty striped tiger away with a single blow. What are you doing? Didn't I say to wait a moment? Upon seeing his subordinate rush out, the leader immediately grew anxious and erupted in a torrent of curses. Boss, I was only thinking of our provisions. The subordinate, reprimanded, shrank back, feeling quite aggrieved. With a roar, the striped tiger, having been kicked into a tree trunk, rose to its feet, shook its head, and charged at the two once more. It was only when it was eviscerated that it collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. Boss, we've struck gold this time. Upon witnessing the tiger fall, the subordinate grinned and sought to claim credit. Enough with the chatter. Bind the beast and bring it back. The leader snorted coldly, choosing to overlook the earlier incident. Thank you for saving me. Wen Yuan, leaning against the tree trunk to stand, pressed her other hand against her chest, quietly applying pressure as blood bubbled forth. Chapter 106. Threats. The subordinate's eyes widened in astonishment, saliva uncontrollably pooling in his mouth, yearning to taste the flesh immediately. Yet, he held back, as the leader had yet to speak. No need for thanks. The subordinate waved his hand, smiling cheerfully. Just come back with me. Back? Wen Yuan feigned ignorance, her face a mask of confusion. I have my own home. I merely got separated from my family, which led to this unfortunate encounter with wild beasts. Why waste words? The leader grew impatient. Just tie her up. What are you doing? Let me go. My family is nearby. If they find out you dared to capture me, you will face dire consequences. Struggling and cursing, she resembled a juvenile beast, evoking a sense of false security in the two men, who did not believe her claims of family nearby, likely just a ruse. Then, the two found themselves battered and bruised, lying motionless on the ground. See? I told you my family was close by. Why didn't you believe me? Wen Yuan looked down at the two individuals with an air of superiority, reminiscent of a fox wielding the power of a tiger. Was it this hand that had just touched her? As he spoke, he stepped down forcefully, accompanied by the ominous crack of bone, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from the subordinate pinned beneath him. No, please. Spare me. It was not intentional. We saved him. We saved him. The subordinate wept, his tears and snot mingling in a pitiful display. Ing Yu snorted coldly. So, the beast hunters no longer feast on beast men? Have you turned to a vegetarian diet? The subordinate fell silent. Even his sobs ceased. You little brat, knowing who we are, you dare to strike? Be wary, or I shall consume you alive. The leader, still under Wen Yuan's foot, maintained an aggressive stance, spitting out threats with fervor. Perhaps you should stand up first before making such claims. Wen Yuan jabbed the wooden stick forcefully into the man's leg, resulting in a piercing scream that resonated painfully in the air. Please, don't strike. The leader's eyes brimmed with tears, his bravado faltering as he spoke. What do you intend to do? Do you mean to devour us? His voice trembled, stripped of its former arrogance. The leader's words triggered a vivid recollection in Wen Yuan of the gruesome scene within the cave, bloody and repulsive. Have you captured any beastmen today? She inquired, the stick circling ominously around the leader's leg. Why, yes. He stammered, fear evident in his quivering form, responding without a moment's thought. Are there others in your lair? Ing Yu pressed down slightly harder on the subordinate's foot, causing his face to flush as he stuttered. Why, yes. There is one more. Ing Yu glanced at Wen Yuan, who nodded and turned away. With a swift, silent motion, the leader's head was severed by an invisible blade of wind. Its trajectory adjusted to ensure a spray of blood drenched the subordinate. The warm blood splattered all over him, rendering him grotesque and terrifying. Did you witness that? Ing Yu effortlessly lifted the man. Should you disobey, you shall accompany him. The nonchalant tone of his words instilled fear, prompting the subordinate to nod vigorously. Lead us to your dwelling. Wen Yuan stepped forward, eyeing the trembling subordinate with a smile. If you dare to play tricks, I shall have him slice you into pieces. And no, I wouldn't. The subordinate shook his head fervently, a resolute declaration of his intent to comply. He dared not defy them. The scorching blood of the leader had splattered all over him, and the lifeless eyes of that severed head still seemed to glare at him. The leader had been of the blue rank, reigning supreme in this territory, save for the wretched beast men. Otherwise, he would not have followed him. But now, with two hunters having effortlessly dispatched the blue-ranked leader, how could a mere green-ranked subordinate like him dare to resist? Everyone wished to survive the day, and he was no exception. Under the leadership of the wandering beast men, Wen Yuan and his companion navigated through twists and turns until they finally laid eyes on a cave. Your leader has been resurrected. Wen Yuan leaned closer to his junior, his voice dripping with an unsettling chill. What? The junior instinctively turned back, his mouth agape to speak. Gulp. A round, slippery object swiftly entered his mouth, melting before he could expel it. What was that? What have you made me eat? The junior, still shaken, clawed desperately at his throat, even contemplating inducing vomiting to rid himself of the unknown substance. Alas, it was futile. He could only glare resentfully and cautiously at Ing Yu, silently pleading for an explanation. There's nothing to worry about, Ing Yu reassured him, patting the junior's shoulder with a smile. You see, I am inherently distrustful of people. To prevent you from suddenly changing your tune and causing me unnecessary trouble, I employed a minor tactic and administered a poison that will wreak havoc on your insides. Don't feel too relieved, this poison affects the beast men as well. Rest assured, should you dare to disobey my instructions, you will undoubtedly meet your demise within half an hour. Of course, if you are not afraid of death, then I have nothing more to say. Ing Yu shrugged, indicating that the fate of the junior lay firmly in his own hands. Do not fear, do not believe his ominous words. Wen Yuan's voice was soothing. Upon hearing this, the junior looked at Wen Yuan, his eyes filled with a flicker of hope, yearning for a different answer from her. He speaks only half-truths. Wen Yuan smiled gently, her expression softening as she patted the junior's shoulder. This poison is far more terrifying than he describes. It will inflict unbearable pain upon you. The agony will begin in your feet, ascend through your internal organs, and eventually reach your neck and head. Do you know why it begins at your feet? Why? The junior swallowed nervously, inquiring anxiously. Because this poison contains several insect eggs that thrive in contact with the ground. They will settle in your feet and absorb your nutrients. Once they hatch, they will hunger, starting from your feet and consuming you from within. During this torment, you will be unable to die, as these insects secrete a healing liquid that rapidly closes your wounds, allowing them to consume you further until they reach your brain. At the peak of your suffering, they will devour your mind and crawl out from your skull. By then, you will be utterly dead. So you see, it is not overly terrifying. Disobedience 1T matter. Do you feel an itch beneath your feet? That signifies the insects have already latched onto you. Of course, if you obey, I can also provide the antidote. for I alone possess the means to do so. As the junior absorbed her words, he instinctively wiggled his toes, and Wen Yuan observed this action with keen interest. I will listen. I will certainly do as you say. The junior stammered, shaken and drenched in cold sweat, his speech trembling as his legs involuntarily shook. Unable to still themselves. Good, Wen Yuan nodded approvingly. Obedience is all I ask. Now go. Remember what we discussed? Yes, I remember. The junior fervently nodded. Before stumbling out at their behest, rushing toward the cave. Once he was close enough, he began to shout at the top of his lungs, emergency. A sea, help. Quick. Help me. From the dark cave emerged a stout male beast man wielding a sharp stone knife. Asan, what has happened? Have you been sneaking food behind my back? You are covered in blood. Don't you fear that our leader will flay your skin? Asi grumbled as he angrily twirled the stone knife in his hand. Unable to tolerate Asan's supposed betrayal. And no, how could I possibly be sneaking food? Can't you tell from the blood on me whose it is? The junior stuttered. A mix of fear and indignation in his voice. He almost blurted out the truth but held back, recalling the two demons lurking behind him. What? Asi was perplexed. Seeing Asan's terrified demeanor, he leaned in closer, sniffing the air. Soon, he furrowed his brow and seized Asan's arm, glaring fiercely. Is this our leader's blood? Where have you taken him? Wasn't he with you? Our leader is dead. Asan sobbed earnestly, lamenting his own fate. The poison coursing through him, and the impending doom that awaited Asi. What? Asi's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you joking? Our leader is already at the blue level. How many waves from the Sangyu Academy have tried to kill us? Weren't they all easily crushed by him? Ultimately becoming our food? How could someone so formidable possibly die? Asan, tears streaming down his face, replied, he is truly dead. If you had asked me an hour ago, I would have never believed it either. Our leader has led us to feast on so many beast men without a hitch. Who could have anticipated encountering these two demons? They are not from the Sangyu Academy. With their mere abilities, how could they ever rival our leader? They are only fit to be our food. As Asan spoke these words of denial, his eyes brimmed with tears, his limbs quaking in fear. Hoping Asi might notice something amiss. He thought that if Asi discovered the truth himself, perhaps they could devise a plan to deceive the two demons and survive. Otherwise, should they fall into the hands of those two, they would have no chance of escape. Yet, blinded by anger, Asi failed to detect the discrepancy. Instead, he tightened his grip on Asan's arm, his fury unabated. If it isn't those fools from the Sangyu Academy, then who else could it be? After uttering this, Asi fell silent, a strange thought crossing his mind. Could it be? Asan gasped, pulling his bruised shoulder free and indignantly declaring. You guessed correctly, it was that wandering beastman from the west. He has been eyeing us with disdain for a long time. We had an unspoken agreement to avoid conflict. Yet he seized the opportunity to attack from behind while our leader and I were hunting. We fought desperately, but you know how terrifying that wandering beastman is. In the end, our leader died protecting me. I'm so sorry for him. However, he paid a price for trying to kill us. I managed to sever one of his arms. Now is the time to seek revenge on that wandering beastman for our leader. Asan spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Tears streaming down his face as he spoke. Asi, utterly convinced, hurriedly followed Asan, clutching a stone knife in his hand. Would these two encounter an explosion? Wen Yuan cautiously voiced her thoughts while observing their frenzied retreating figures. Wait a moment. Ingyi shook his head, signaling Wen Yuan to remain silent. After a few minutes, when the two had not yet returned, Wen Yuan and Ingyi ventured into the cave. The cave bore a striking resemblance to the one they had seen that morning. With piles of white bones stacked against the walls and animal skins scattered about, exuding a putrid stench. A stone pot at the entrance of the cave bubbled vigorously, the flames beneath it burning fiercely. Meanwhile, the missing individual, Wang Ji, was bound and suspended deep within the cave. His body was filthy, with a gash on his foot. Blood dripping steadily into a wooden basin below, which had already collected a considerable amount. Wang Ji's face was ashen, as if he could succumb at any moment. Wake up, Ingyi said, stepping forward to gently pat Wang Ji's face. Wen Yuan swiftly bound the gash on his foot tightly with his own hand. He then proceeded to check his wrist, and upon detecting a pulse, he finally sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Wang Ji, who had been struck, slowly regained consciousness. He felt as though he had dreamed of someone familiar. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of the Ing brothers, Ing Yi and Ing Yuan. One tall and the other short, both gazing at him with evident concern. Am I hallucinating? Or have I perished? Oh, if I were to die. Why would I not be graced with the appearance of two beautiful females, but instead, I am confronted by these two brothers? This thought brought tears streaming down Wang Ji's face. Wen Yuan silently averted her gaze, expressing her inability to watch. Eaglefield. Perhaps it would be wise to set him down for now. I suspect this fellow's mind has been compromised. Very well, Eaglefield replied, his eyes fixed on Wang Ji. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions, as if he were gazing upon someone of diminished intellect. Wang Ji found himself unbound from the leather ropes that had restrained his hands, only to be hoisted onto Eaglefield's shoulder, exiting the cave with haste. As they dashed forward, Wang Ji, now firmly on the ground, seemed to finally grasp the reality of their presence, his dazed demeanor resembling that of a simpleton. Wen Yuan and Ing Yi exchanged a glance, both rendered speechless. You see, I told you he was left in a daze, Wen Yuan remarked. her words bearing a semblance of wisdom. Hey, Wang Ji, move your feet. He grimaced in pain, his expression contorted as if pierced by needles, feeling both numb and icy. Do you two treat me as if I were air or blind? Can't you see me? You were so impatient to mock me right in front of my face. Aren't you even the slightest bit embarrassed? Apologies, perhaps for others, Yi replied, fixing his gaze upon Wang Ji, shaking his head with a sigh. But for you, I truly feel none. Pray tell, as an orc leader, how could you let yourself be so carelessly exposed out here? If Yi and I had arrived any later, your blood would have been drained, and your flesh and bones would have turned into a mere broth. Wen Yuan expressed her frustration, lamenting his reckless nature. Wang Ji, wishing to retort, found himself at a loss for words. Never mind, have you regained your strength? Can you move? Wen Yuan asked as she carefully bandaged Wang Ji's wounds, tying a butterfly knot. I'm all right, just a bit dizzy, he responded reluctantly, having lost over half a basin of blood. It would be strange if you weren't feeling lightheaded, Wen Yuan remarked, rubbing her forehead. Let us hold on. We must hurry. If the situation over there falters and doesn't escalate, those two beast hunters might circle back, and we'll have to engage. It was not that they couldn't handle it, but if the two factions reached an understanding, it would indeed pose a problem. Wang Ji nodded earnestly. Like a chick pecking at grain. Let us go. Yi approached to assist Wang Ji, and the trio intended to find a secure location to tend to the weak and injured party before regrouping with Lan Yu and the others. Ideally, they could incite the wandering orcs to confront the beast hunters. Although the remaining two were not formidable, one was injured and the other of low rank, this region was not limited to just these three wandering orcs. According to their subordinate, 3 more had recently been dispatched by the leader to capture orcs and were not present. However, they should be returning shortly. Be cautious. Scatter. Suddenly, as they walked steadily, Lan Yu's voice echoed from a distance. Before the trio could react, a multitude of droplets appeared around them, glistening and transparent, encircling them completely. The wind stirred fallen leaves, which, upon contact with a droplet, exploded with a resounding pop, transforming the leaves into mere fragments in an instant. Wen Yuan, the sensation of being encircled by bombs is far from pleasant. The 3 individuals remained poised, rigid, and motionless. What element technique? Bind. Enormous vines erupted from the ground, lunging towards the towering tree before Wen Yuan and the others. However, droplets of water materialized from thin air, instantly shattering the vines into fragments. TSK, mere trivial skills. A chilling voice, imbued with a hint of sickly timbre, articulated disdain to its fullest extent. You think you can rescue someone from my grasp? You are still too inexperienced. The voice emanated from the tree, yet its source remained unseen. Wen Yuan furrowed her brow, examining the tree trunk with a scrutinizing gaze, her expression marked by concern. Could it be that the opponent possesses the ability to become invisible? Lan Yu bore a gash on his shoulder, a gruesome wound that extended from his left shoulder to his lower right waist, blood gushing forth, flesh laid bare. The sight was harrowing. His lips were pale as he leaned against the tree, standing a short distance from Wen Yuan, his gaze fixed intently on the massive tree. While behind him lay Wahan, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Eliminate them. They have trespassed into your territory, intent on your demise. These 3 individuals were indeed his accomplices, audacious and reckless. The male brandishing a stone knife shouted boastfully, his face smeared with blood, his body marked by whip scars. Do you really need to waste your breath? Suddenly, Ox appeared, his long green hair cascading over his shoulders, golden earrings swaying as his gaze shifted downwards, landing on the raucous male, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Though it appeared to be a smile, it exuded an unsettling aura, devoid of warmth. A sea, filled with indignation yet unable to voice it, clamped his mouth shut, knowing he was outmatched and had no choice but to yield. It was all that wretched Asan's fault, who sought to save his own skin at the cost of dragging him down as well. Ox's gaze flicked back to the group, his crimson lips curling into a perfect smile. Let me see how to deal with this little bunch. Yi frowned, gesturing towards Wen Yuan with a hand behind his back. Given his current strength, he could hold his own. Yet, these wandering beasts were not to be underestimated. Their aura of violence was palpable, indicating they were anything but ordinary. It would be prudent to flay them alive. Such cunning beasts, if left unchecked, would surely become a future menace. If they were released, who knew how they would retaliate when they grew stronger? A sea, unwilling to relent, spoke up again, his eyes darting towards Ox, and upon seeing that Ox remained silent, he felt a weight lift from his heart. Ox sat languidly on the tree trunk, his legs swinging playfully. What's the matter with you, Asi? At that moment, several figures burst forth. Having been dispatched to capture the beasts, 3 hunters of the beast clan. You've returned. Asi exclaimed, his surprise palpable, his voice rising several octaves. He quickly recounted the events, and the 3 others wore expressions of indignation as they glared at Wen Yuan and her companions, their eyes gleaming with a desire to rend and devour. What? Ox turned to the enraged trio, a playful smile gracing his lips. Are you 3 attempting to snatch my prey? Faced with Ox's gaze, the trio instinctively took a step back. Help me. Please, save me. At that moment, a voice cried out from behind them, filled with dread yet tinged with hope. Please, someone, save me. Isia, filthy and desperate, stumbled forward, hindered by the ropes binding her wrists, managing only a few steps before being yanked back. In the instant she was pulled back, a Wu kicked her in the stomach, sending her sprawling to the ground, pain contorting her features as sweat poured from her brow. Behave yourself. Now that you're in my hands, you think you can escape? A Wu spat, contemptuously hurling saliva onto Xia. If you can take them all down, we would be pleased, but if you dare to let them go, I swear we will avenge our leader with our lives. He pressed his foot onto Xia's head, brutally pinning her to the ground, heedless of her cries of agony. Ha! Ox scoffed, his finely articulated hand lifting as droplets of water coalesced, forming a lustrous water whip. With a swift crack, the whip descended upon a Wu, severing him in half. The once transparent whip now stained crimson with his blood, which dripped down in thick rivulets. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Xia's tormentor was no more. She gazed in awe at the striking figure seated upon the tree, her heart racing. What does this mean? Alu stepped back, warily observing Ox. We reside in the same territory. Should we not assist one another? Are you truly going to show mercy to those who wish to harm you? Annoying. Ox frowned, waving his hand dismissively, and Alu's head was abruptly severed, blood spraying forth as he met his demise. The remaining two hunters, though discontent, dared not utter a word. Ox. When Yuan tentatively spoke, her voice reverting to a softer, more feminine tone, no longer straining to lower it. Her delicate voice held an air of uncertainty as she struggled to recall the name of this individual, despite a sense of familiarity. It was as if she were searching for an item she once remembered placing somewhere, yet could not quite recall where. Fortunately, her mind proved sharp at this critical moment. Ox narrowed his eyes slightly, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice, his swinging feet coming to a halt. Eagle Yi frowned, perplexed. Did a Yuan know this individual? Yet, Ox's expression did not suggest recognition. Eagle Yi warily observed the wandering beast, preparing to engage, however. The beast moved with astonishing speed, appearing before Wen Yuan in the blink of an eye. Eagle Yi instinctively sprang into action, summoning a gust of wind that forcefully pushed the surrounding droplets aside, creating a path as he rushed to shield Wen Yuan. Ox tilted his head, observing Eagle Yi's protective stance with an expression that quickly soured. He lifted his hand, conjuring the water whip once more, aiming it directly at Eagle Yi. Obstructive fool. Seeking death. Wait. Wen Yuan, disregarding the droplets, reached for Ox's icy hand, and as their skin made contact, a violent explosion ensued. Her skin erupted, blood gushing forth, the scent of iron permeating the air. Wen Yuan instinctively cried out in pain, and in that very moment, Ox's whip halted, dissipating into nothingness. Even the dense droplets vanished completely. A Yuan. Eagle Yi, in a state of panic, rushed towards her. Ox lowered his gaze, grasping Wen Yuan's hand, lifting it gently as if he were a devoted acolyte, and delicately licked the bloodied wound upon her skin. Wen Yuan instinctively sought to retract her hand. Fear not. It is painless, a deep voice resonated, causing her to pause. The icy sensation soon dissipated, and before her eyes, the blood vanished, as the wound healed at an astonishingly visible pace. Wen Yuan, does this fellow possess such capabilities? Ox, I am grateful to you. I am well now. Wen Yuan expressed her thanks, lamenting her slow reaction, for otherwise, there would not have been so many complications. Ox was momentarily taken aback, his pale visage bearing a hint of grievance, his voice deep and melancholic. A Yuan has finally remembered me. The tone conveyed a sense of unspoken sorrow. I sigh. Wen Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment, particularly upon witnessing Ox's forlorn expression. A Yuan is indeed fickle, having found a new love. She seems to have forgotten her past affections. It is I who suffer, yearning for you day after day. As Ox spoke, his fingers gently traced Wen Yuan's cheek. Eagle Field furrowed his brow, realizing that the two were indeed acquainted. Moreover, he sensed that this individual possessed greater strength than himself. Just moments ago, he had narrowly evaded him, almost failing to react in time. As Wen Yuan encountered the piercing gaze of Ox's fixed upon her, she instinctively averted her eyes, diverting the conversation. What brings you here? Oh, just a minor inconvenience, Ox's replied nonchalantly. The pallid hand, veins prominently visible, grasped Wen Yuan's, squeezing it tightly, as the ferocity of his murderous intent was momentarily quelled. I apologize. I was unaware that you were also A Yuan's partner. Ying Yi stepped forward, offering a sincere apology. Ox's cast a sidelong glance at Ying Yi, remaining silent. Ying Yi remarked, you seem rather proud, don't you? This little one is quite devoted to you, under such circumstances. I suppose I can tolerate him. Although Ox's tone was indifferent, the intensity of his gaze upon Wen Yuan conveyed a potent possessiveness. Ying Yi advised, endure. Just endure a little longer. Do not stoop to the level of the dim-witted. It is best not to provoke him, given his extreme disposition, after all. His every action suggests he is quite unhinged. He is even more loathsome than Feng Ji. Well, ahem, you two have thoroughly exposed me, Wen Yuan lamented, nearly in tears. What a farcical display of vying for affection this was. It seemed that her masculine facade was about to falter. After all, those present were keenly aware of the unfolding drama. Wang Ji observed with an expression of realization, his gaze flitting between Oxus and Ying Yi before finally giving Wen Yuan a weak thumbs up. Lan Yu stood frozen, staring blankly at Wen Yuan, now encircled by the two, seemingly still grappling with the revelation of her transformation from masculine to feminine. How could his teammate, with whom he spent every waking moment, turn out to be such a delicate little female? How had he remained oblivious? Wahan fainted outright, completely unaware. Upon hearing Wen Yuan's name, Xia finally noticed them. Her attention previously fixated on Ixis. Upon seeing Ying Yi, she regained her composure. This scrawny, dark-hued male was indeed the little female brought back by the caravan leader. Ying Yi? Moreover, it appeared that Ixis, the male, held quite an affection for her. Xia lay on the ground, clutching her abdomen, her eyes veiled with reluctance. The two beastmen stood rooted in place, unsure whether to stay or leave, both scrutinizing Wen Yuan, assessing her appearance. This little male hardly resembled a female. Were all these beastmen blind? Ying Yi, momentarily taken aback, turned to Lan Yu, who lowered his gaze in silence. Ultimately, Lan Yu merely shook his head gently, prompting Ying Yi to exhale in relief before turning his attention back to Xia and the others, his demeanor no longer as placid as before. Ixis was not one to engage in reasoned discourse like Ying Yi. He declared flatly, since you are aware of secrets that ought to remain hidden, let us eliminate you all. After all, you are merely unsightly creatures, of no use whatsoever. His tone remained unruffled, even while uttering such deadly words. When Yuan cast her gaze upon the two beast-hunting tribes, ultimately resting her eyes on Xia, her expression cool and detached. Xia, filled with fervor, exclaimed, how could you be so heartless? Are you truly going to turn against your own kin? It is forbidden for a male to slay a female. Struggling to sit upright, Xia lamented Wen Yuan's cold-bloodedness while casting a pitiable glance at Ying Yi and Oaks. Will you simply let her run rampant? Wen Yuan replied, this person is most likely a fool. It was not I who declared the intent to kill her. Moreover, if I recall correctly, in the Quanai tribe, this individual has often spoken ill of me behind my back. For someone like her, knowing my secrets, it would be prudent to eliminate her. One must look after oneself. I have no desire to be hunted down by the Sangwei Academy over someone so inconsequential. The admission of a female into the Orc Academy is strictly forbidden. Ying Yi, without sparing Xia a glance, swiftly advanced to pursue the two fleeing beast hunters, effortlessly dispatching them without restraining any of his power. Wang Ji stood in astonishment, realizing just how formidable Ying Yi truly was. Turning to the composed Lan Yu, Wang Ji's eyes brimmed with tears. It was evident that he had been kept in the dark. How regrettable it was that he had been the only one injured in this world. Had he known of Ying Yi's prowess, they could have simply stormed the den and eliminated the threat without all this fuss, thus sparing themselves unnecessary suffering. The two beast hunters lay motionless on the ground, their eyes wide open. Oaks grasped Wen Yuan's hand, guiding her slowly toward Xia. In his verdant eyes, there was not a hint of sympathy or remorse. His indifferent demeanor sent chills through the air. No, please don't kill me, Xia cried, her feet scrambling backward. I am a female of the Quanai tribe, captured against my will. We are both orcs of the same kin. You cannot kill me, Wen Yuan. Oaks remained unmoved, while Wen Yuan averted her gaze, silent. Please, spare me. I can do anything. Xia's voice rose in desperation. I possess exceptional reproductive capabilities. I can bear many offspring for you. Oh, what concern is that of mine? Oaks paused, his eyes narrowing at Xia, a faint smile playing on his lips. Xia widened her eyes in disbelief. How could a male not care for progeny? It was inconceivable. How can this not concern you? Trembling, she managed to rise, a faint smile breaking through her pallor. If you spare me, I would be willing to be your mate. You must know I have superior reproductive abilities. Together, we could produce many strong and healthy offspring. As she spoke, she glanced at Wen Yuan. She is merely a bit more beautiful than I. She cannot compare to my exceptional fertility. Please, spare my life, and I will commit to you alone. Her excitement escalated with each word. What Wen Yuan cannot achieve, I can. Oaks remarked, his gaze glinting with amusement. A life as fragile as paper, yet aspirations as lofty as the heavens. Such a vile creature cannot possibly be compared to my cherished one. With that, he raised his hand, summoning the water whip once more, poised to strike her down. Yet none present interceded on her behalf. Among the orc kin, their hearts were as ruthless as they were unyielding. As Xia's mind raced, she cried out at the moment the whip was about to descend, I am a divine female. You cannot kill me. The whip halted above her head, mere inches away. Her heart raced wildly, a cold bead of sweat trickling down her cheek. Oh! Oaks quirked his hand, causing the water whip to vanish, looking down upon the disheveled Xia. How will you prove that? When Yuan released her grip on Oaks and calmly walked to his side, casting her gaze towards Xia. She was indeed curious to see how Xia would substantiate her claims. Ying Yi shook the blood from his hands and approached Wen Yuan from the other side. The unconscious Wohan had awakened, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he was met with sensational news. The term divine female exploded in his mind. Was the much-discussed divine female truly a reality? Lanwei remained silent, merely pressing on the arm of his companion, quietly stepping forward, while Wang Ji and Wohan, both injured, supported each other as they moved closer. This spectacle was not to be missed. The divine female is characterized by her exquisite snow-white hair. I am she. Xia spoke nervously in response to the surrounding gazes. However, this alone may not suffice. Ying Yi interjected, suggesting perhaps we should just eliminate her. No. Xia fervently shook her head. The divine female possesses remarkable beauty. I may not embody the rumored perfection, but I can be considered quite lovely. The divine female is known for her exceptional fertility. I possess superior reproductive capabilities, even beyond those of an ordinary female. The divine female is the daughter of the beast god, with the highest affinity to him, and I possess fire-related powers that are typically absent in ordinary females. Therefore, I am the divine female. With each word, Ixia grew more confident, her gaze resolute, and a hint of pride emerged in her demeanor. Intriguing. Oaks took hold of Wen Yuan's hand and stepped back, toying with her delicate hand, indicating his intention to refrain from intervening. Yingye's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. If that is the case, there is indeed a semblance of truth. Is this female truly the divine female? Wohan, weakened by his injuries, spoke in a voice softer than usual, though his astonishment was evident. Wangji silently scrutinized Ixia, taking in her appearance without uttering a word. The legend of the divine female had surged a few months prior, with numerous formidable male beast men appearing in the Sangwei forest. The sounds of combat were frequently heard, purportedly to vie for the divine female. Yet, despite the passage of time and the departure of those male beast men, none could accurately describe the divine female's visage, only that she possessed striking silver-white hair. Beyond that, nothing more was known. The divine female is a mythical entity. For centuries, no credible sightings had been reported. Lanwei frowned, clearly skeptical. Mrs. Xia, the title of divine female is not one to be taken lightly, Wen Yuan remarked softly. Aware that Ixia viewed this as a means of survival, Wen Yuan hesitated. The identity of the divine female could bring horrors far worse than death. What then constitutes a good identity? Ixia shot a cold glare at Wen Yuan, her eyes filled with venomous resentment. Are you afraid upon learning my identity? Jealous, perhaps? Indeed. With a mere wave of my hand, countless male beast men would eagerly submit to me. Now you fear me. Had you not deceived me into losing Xu Yue, I would not find myself in this predicament. Xia's expression twisted with rage. Were it not for their actions in taking Xu Yue, how could she have attracted the attention of Hu Wen, the pervert? He had initially set his sights on Xu Yue. Had it not been for his interest in her, how could she have been compelled to flee the tribe? And without leaving the tribe, how could she have fallen into the hands of the beast hunters? Thus, all of this was the fault of Wen Yuan, that wretched female. Now, she was risking everything by impersonating the divine female, driven to it by them. What does this have to do with Xu Yue? Wen Yuan frowned. She had nearly forgotten about that character until now. Ah, you took Xu Yue. So Hu Wen turned his attention to me. Ixia expressed her disgust. I did take Xu Yue, but I did not deliver you to his stone bed, Wen Yuan replied, exasperated. If you claim that I am malicious for wanting to kill you, your hatred for me is understandable, but how can you blame me for Hu Wen's interest in you? Ixia was about to retort when she met the gaze of cold, green eyes. A sudden chill engulfed her, silencing her words. So, how shall we proceed with this female? Wang Ji inquired, looking to Wen Yuan, genuinely surprised to learn that she was a female. If this information were to spread and reach the academy, it could indeed lead to significant trouble. I am the divine female. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, the beast god will not forgive you. You will all perish. Ixia hastily added. The divine female, of course, must be taken back, Yingye stated matter-of-factly. What do you want from me? Oaks looked up, a playful smile on his face. Do you wish for me to crush her? Indeed, her appearance was somewhat pitiful. Wang Ji rubbed his nose, aware that this was not someone to be trifled with. Lanwei observed Oaks, hesitating to speak, noticing his tight grip on Wen Yuan's hand and the furrow in his brow that had yet to ease. The divine female is merely a legend. Lanwei glanced at Wen Yuan, firmly holding on to his viewpoint. Wen Yuan is female, and this secret must not be divulged. Otherwise, both she and her companion may face repercussions. What if it is true? Yingyi turned to Lan Yu, smiling gently as he suggested. I believe it would be prudent to bring her back to the female academy. With careful observation over time, we shall discern the truth. Perhaps another assessment of her fertility would yield clarity. Yisha shook her head defiantly. No, I will not accompany you. If I go to the female academy, I will be exposed. Despite Isha's reluctance, she was ultimately escorted back to the female academy. Oaks insisted on following Wen Yuan, even transforming himself into a miniature lizard to perch obediently atop her head. Yingyi, witnessing this, remained silent, willing to accept whatever pleased Yuan. Wang Ji and Wahan had no objections but instinctively distanced themselves from Oaks, hesitant to approach Wen Yuan due to the lizard's piercing gaze. The only dissenting voice was Lan Yu, who harbored negative views towards wandering beast men and refused to entertain Oaks' request to accompany them. Eventually, Oaks was taken aside for a reprimanding, and Wen Yuan could not intervene. During this time, the two engaged in furtive conversation, with Lan Yu casting several glances at Wen Yuan before ultimately falling silent, tacitly agreeing to Oaks' presence. However, he firmly insisted that Oaks not appear in his human form, prompting Oaks to shrink his form and settle on Wen Yuan's head. On their journey, the group's casual demeanor towards Isha, even in the face of her shouting and insults, emboldened her further. She began to act with increasing arrogance. Wen Yuan, hand over what you have, Isha commanded, lounging against a tree as the cool evening breeze rustled the dry leaves. Why should I? Wen Yuan chuckled at Isha, noting how her audacity had grown significantly in recent days. Initially, her animosity towards her could be somewhat suppressed. But ever since Oaks entered his dormant state and Yingyi and Lan Yu ceased to curtail her behavior, she had become increasingly overbearing, her hatred for her adversary unmistakable. Wen Yuan perceived that, were it not for the presence of several individuals from the Eagle Wild faction, she would be hesitant, her courage not yet fully fortified. This girl undoubtedly harbored intentions of eliminating him. After all, she was not the sole contender who aspired to be the partner of Eagle Wild. Since Xia could not win his affection, she had resorted to slandering him, seeking to tarnish Wen Yuan's reputation among the females. Hoping that Eagle Wild would recognize her true nature and subsequently scorn her, ultimately turning to embrace Xia instead. Regrettably, her ambitions went unfulfilled. After receiving warnings from those close to Eagle Wild, she ceased her covert machinations. I am the divine female. You, a mere common female, ought to relinquish all that is good to me. The fruit in your possession. How could such a lowly trinket be worthy? The more Xia spoke, the more she felt justified, her demeanor exuding an air of unassailable conviction as she gazed at Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan remarked, this person is undoubtedly unhinged. It seems they have truly lost their senses. Have they momentarily indulged in the illusion of being a noble being? She resolutely declared, I shall not yield. With that, she took a decisive bite, the juice bursting forth, the fragrance of the fruit enveloping her palate. Why should she relinquish the fruit that Yingyi painstakingly procured for her? Even if she were indeed a divine female, it would be out of the question. Do you dare to refuse? Xia exclaimed, her eyes wide, her voice piercingly sharp. I am a divine female, and if you do not seize this opportunity to curry favor with me, know well that there shall be no place for you by my side in the future. If you appease me, perhaps I might even be persuaded to grant you a male beast or two. But with your current state, possessing nothing but a pretty face, how could you possibly compare to me? As Xia spoke, she began to scrutinize Wen Yuan with a critical gaze, her eyes filled with disdain, as if she were observing something utterly unworthy of her attention. Wen Yuan, it seems she is gravely ill. In fact, narcissism is a form of illness as well. Truly, one should consult a tribal healer. Perhaps early treatment might yield results. Wen Yuan gazed at Xia with pity. If it gets any later, I fear there may be no cure. Xia, in a frenzy, exclaimed, what do you mean? She has bullied me so, and you do nothing about it? Xia glared resentfully at the several silent onlookers around her. Wang Ji looked at Xia with suspicion, but upon meeting her furious gaze, he quietly averted his eyes. Apologies, but he had no desire to converse with the madwoman. If he were to catch her madness, it would be disastrous. Wahan clenched his fists, veins bulging, struggling to ignore Xia's outrageous remarks. Every muscle in his body seemed to scream for him to retaliate. Taking a deep breath, Wahan silently reminded himself, she is female, she is female, she is female. Perhaps she is truly a divine female, and thus must not be offended. Lan Yu did not spare Xia a glance, quietly roasting a wild chicken. Yingyu furrowed his brow, managing to suppress the urge to strike. This woman still held some usefulness. Xia's gaze swept across the crowd, her expression growing ever more grim. Ultimately, seeing that no one acknowledged her and that Wen Yuan had consumed the fruit, she could only huff in irritation and fall silent. At night, Yingyu stealthily slipped out. Such incidents occurred repeatedly on their way back to the academy. In such a short span, Xia had caused quite the ruckus several times. Fortunately, they finally returned to Sangwei Academy. Upon entering, they were met with a large crowd. Is this the divine female that Yingyi and the others brought back? She is truly beautiful. Her silvery white hair matches the rumors precisely. My goodness, divine females really do exist. If only I could become her partner. How wonderful that would be. Thankfully, I tidied myself up today, so I won't lose face in front of the divine female. With such looks and figure, she seems destined for motherhood. Indeed, she is a divine female. This was the chatter among the male beast men. One by one, they pushed forward uncontrollably, vying for attention in front of Xia. Had it not been for the presence of the teaching males and Yingyi, they might have rushed forward to seize her, their eyes gleaming with excitement and their faces flushed. So this is the divine female? Who knows if it's true? Without the beast goddess confirmation, anyone can claim to be a divine female. I suspect she is a fraud. Just look at her dark face, no matter how white her long hair is. She is utterly unattractive. She cannot compare to Zuna. Yes, Zuna is the most beautiful female in our female academy. In contrast to the exuberance of the male beast men, the female beast men of the academy were more critical and mocking. Originally, the purpose of establishing the female academy at Sangwei Academy was to allow females to select satisfactory male partners during their studies, to form partnerships and breed high-quality offspring. Everyone was eager to find an exceptional partner to enhance their chances of birthing superior offspring or even elevating their own status. However, the arrival of a legendary divine female was not necessarily a positive development for the females. The abilities of a divine female surpassed all ordinary females, even those with superior fertility. Consequently, the outstanding male beastmen of Sangwei Academy would undoubtedly prioritize becoming partners of the divine female, disregarding the females among them. This posed a significant threat. The male beastmen were elated, while the female beastmen were filled with sorrow. A stark contrast emerged. Is this the divine female? The academy had observed Xia with a smile, inquiring of Yingyi and his companions. I'm not sure, Yingyi replied, shaking his head. We encountered her while on a mission. She was captured by the beast hunters. It was her own claim that she is a divine female. We considered leaving her alone in the Sangwei forest, but that seemed unwise, so we brought her back. If she truly is a divine female, she must be well protected. As Yingyi spoke, he stepped aside, fully revealing Xia to the teaching males. Lan Su cast a fleeting glance at Xia, remaining silent. The other teaching males, however, gazed at her with eager eyes, practically itching to initiate a conversation with her. Seeing that the surrounding beast men could hardly contain their excitement, the academy head promptly declared, Lan Su, escort her to the female academy and make the necessary arrangements. Yes, Lan Su nodded, then turned to Xia. His gaze still indifferent. Follow me. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Xia's formerly anxious heart suddenly eased. Upon seeing the exceptionally handsome Lan Su, her spirits soared, and she proudly followed him with her head held high. Before departing, she did not forget to cast a fierce glare at Wen Yuan. Should these fellows attempt to poison her, she would surely expose Wen Yuan's secret in front of everyone. A lowly ordinary female daring to attend the Beast Academy, such an affront to the rules, it's simply outrageous. But it matters not. Now everyone believes her to be a divine female. If she bides her time, she will find a way to deal with Wen Yuan. If she can win over a few of the beastmen around her, all the better. If not, she would seek out even stronger allies to eliminate them all. Now that she is a divine female, the male beastmen of Sangwei Academy will all be at her disposal. No, that's not right. Xia smirked. She should say that all the male beastmen of the entire beast continent will be at her disposal. When the time comes, eliminating Wen Yuan will be as simple as crushing an ant. The more she thought, the more excited Xia became. They arrived. Lan Su stood by the door of a small wooden house, turning to see Xia approaching him, still lost in her own world. He furrowed his brow slightly but remained silent until she bumped into his chest. His Lan Su let out a muffled sound. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Xia instinctively bowed in apology, her small face paling with fright, utterly flustered. It's all right. Lan Su's voice was deep and gentle. Incredibly pleasant to hear. Just be more careful next time. He continued, asking, Are you injured? No, not at all. Under the gentle treatment, Xia became somewhat flustered. Her face shifted from pale to red, her fingers fidgeting, bashfully gazing at Lan Su, her speech slightly stammering. This beast man named Lan Su is truly gentle. He is handsome. Perhaps I could begrudgingly consider him for a mate. Xia thought, her face growing even redder. You're truly not hurt? Lan Su frowned slightly, wanting to raise his hand to check, but then thought better of it and restrained himself. No. This time, Xia was no longer stammering. That's good. Lan Su nodded, then pointed to the small wooden house behind him. From today onward, you will reside here. Shortly, a teaching male from the female academy will come to arrange things for you. You need only follow the arrangements. If you have any questions, you can also come find me. My name is Lan Su, and I am a teaching male at the Beast Academy. You may call me Teacher Lan. Do you have any questions? No, none at all. Xia shook her head, her face burning crimson, her eyes fixated on Lan Su without blinking. Very well. Lan Su, unaware of Xia's unease, assumed she was simply shy and timid. If that is the case, you should rest for now. I will take my leave. Okay. Xia nodded, waving goodbye to Lan Su. Watching his retreating figure, she felt an overwhelming sense of determination. The male orc, a distinguished instructor at the Orc Academy, exuded an air of formidable prowess. Should he be subdued, who would dare to harass her? With this thought, Xia felt an overwhelming urge to confront Lan Su immediately. Yet, upon feeling her somewhat parched hair and the dirted state of her garments from her journey, she quelled her excitement and entered the small wooden cabin to freshen up. Meanwhile, even in Xia's absence, the lingering excitement at the Orc Academy was sufficient to spark lively discussions over tea and meals. A number of audacious souls even contemplated visiting the female academy to catch a glimpse of Xia, striving to capture her attention. Several instructors began to stir with ambition as well, for they were not significantly older and, in both psyche and capability, surpassed the younger, more rash contenders. They believed themselves to possess a greater chance of success. Thus, a fervent admiration for the divine female Xia swept through the Sangwei Academy, to the extent that even training sessions and classes saw a noticeable decline in orc attendance. Furthermore, the news of the divine female's emergence spread, attracting numerous male orcs who willingly paid a handsome sum to join the Sangwei Academy, all for the sake of a closer look. In no time, the academy was abuzz with activity. Is it true that the divine female has appeared? An elderly man seated on a polonia would chair-cradled two plump, rosy-faced infants, playfully engaging one and then the other with a gentle countenance. The infant in his arms, with tiny hands reaching out, inadvertently grasped a tuft of the old man's gray beard. Ouch! The old man winced, tears brimming in his eyes, yet he could not bring himself to release the child, exclaiming, My dear grandchild, please let go. Grandfather's beard is at your mercy. Where did you hear this news? Feng Jin inquired from a lower seat, where two small wooden carts were positioned, each containing a sleeping, rosy-cheeked cherub. Everyone is talking about it. The elder finally managed to free his beard from his granddaughter's grasp. Had you not already had children and a partner, I would have encouraged you to join the fray. You're getting old and rambling, Feng Jin replied, narrowing his eyes at his father. Have you heard what the divine female is called? What's this? Have you truly taken a liking to her? The elder retorted. I merely jest. If you dare pursue her, I shall break your legs. Bringing home a daughter-in-law is one thing, but leaving it to an old man like me to raise children is simply outrageous. I see you are quite eager, Feng Jin countered. As for a daughter-in-law, it is not yet the right time. Some matters must be resolved before she can be brought back. At this, the elder fell silent, before glancing down at the child in his arms, remarking softly, "Let her be dealt with as you see fit. After all, it is a matter of lineage. Let there be no harm done." "Very well," Feng Jin nodded. Soon, the hall was filled once more with the sounds of the elder playfully entertaining his grandchildren, accompanied by the delightful coos of the infants, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. After entrusting the remaining two children to their grandfather, Feng Jin exited the hall, making his way towards the Polonia forest. "Young master, the divine female is named Ixia, her true form being that of a rabbit. Discovered in the Sangwei forest and personally brought back by the sole heir of the Ying family, Ying Yi. She is currently residing in the Sangwei forest." "Have there been any movements from other families?" Feng Jin inquired, his brow furrowing. Ying Ye's intentions were commendable, but he hoped he would not overstep. "They have all set out. We shall create some obstacles to impede their progress." "Understood." Chapter 113. This young male is quite appealing. Ixia's life in the female academy was far from easy. It even sparked numerous conflicts. However, it seemed that the outcome always favored her. Many male orcs were willing to assist her, demonstrating that under the weight of absolute power, even black could turn to white. Yet, this only made interactions between Ixia and the other females in the academy increasingly challenging. As days passed, Wen Yuan and her companions hurried to complete another task, soon arriving just 3 days before the competition. The venue was set at the Punino Academy, a 2-day journey from Sangwei Academy. Look at that quartet ahead. Their strength is formidable, with the lowest rank being intermediate blue level. "This is merely their strength revealed a month ago," Wang Ji remarked as they walked. "They often undertake dangerous missions, making their appearances in the tribe quite rare. Had it not been for this competition, we might not have encountered them at all." Wohan nodded in agreement. Upon encountering the familiar faces once more, Wen Yuan felt a pang of awkwardness. Goodness, it truly is them. After all, even with the possibility of sharing names, it is improbable that every one of them would. "Have you all gathered? Please take a moment to introduce yourselves to one another, and then we shall proceed to form groups." Lan Su, as one of the team leaders for this competition, is responsible for personnel arrangements and ensuring safety. "Greetings. I'm Wang Ji." Wang Ji eagerly approached, his eyes brimming with excitement as he gazed at Bai Xiao. "Hello, I am Bai Xiao." Bai Xiao politely nodded in acknowledgement towards Wang Ji. When Yuan felt a mix of embarrassment and curiosity, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Zeta and his companions. Given her current appearance, they likely would not recognize her, would they? However, in the next moment, she was struck by the undeniable charm of the young man before her. Qilian approached, bending slightly to draw closer to Wen Yuan, flashing a broad smile that revealed his sharp teeth. His tone was gentle, suffused with warmth, and his vibrant red hair added to his exuberance. "Ah, thank you for the compliment," Wen Yuan replied, fidgeting with her fingers. It seemed Qilian must have poor eyesight. With her dark, slender frame, it was quite a feat to describe her as attractive. Clearly, Qilian had a keen eye. Ying Yuchuan stepped forward, surprisingly echoing Qilian's sentiments. "I too find this young male quite appealing. When did your tastes align so closely with mine?" Zeta, unwilling to be outdone, moved forward to separate the two. "Since our perceptions are aligned, might we have the honor of joining your team?" Bai Zhao's voice was soft, his pale golden eyes gazing affectionately at Wen Yuan. "Well, you all have such discerning tastes," Wen Yuan said, feeling both amused and exasperated. Those around them regarded the four with a mixture of bewilderment and intrigue. The diminutive, slender female before them hardly seemed deserving of the term attractive. Or perhaps their formidable prowess rendered their aesthetic judgments extraordinary. Had they known this earlier, they could have forged better relations, perhaps even basking in their glow. Meanwhile, the onlooking females were left in a state of shock, wishing they could be the center of such attention, filled with envy and jealousy while simultaneously reflecting on the possibility that Zeta and his companions genuinely favored someone like her. Yet, the fact remained, he was still a male. No matter how small, he was undeniably a male. Yingyu cast a brief glance over the group before silently turning his attention back to Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan nodded with a hint of unease. Yingyu remarked, "Ah, yet another rival in love. Day after day, it seems endless. However, it is only natural. Given how stunning Yuan is, it is to be expected that she attracts the attention of multiple suitors. Moreover, her unique status means that should her true identity ever be revealed, having an additional partner would provide an extra layer of protection." Thus, Yingyu contemplated this slowly, ultimately persuading himself. Wang Ji observed this and that, his curiosity unmistakable. Then, as if he understood instantly, he placed his hand on his abdomen and cautiously gave a thumbs up to Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan remarked that it was not particularly impressive, considering that there was still one person absent. When reflecting on this, it seemed that the child's father was rather numerous. The thought of them gathering together and confronting her maid Wen Yuan instantly quelled her imagination, feeling an overwhelming apprehension. Lan Yu, however, maintained a calm demeanor, subtly stepping back behind Wen Yuan. Lan Su observed this with a slight furrow of his brow but ultimately refrained from speaking up. "Do you know each other?" Shui Jiaoxiong inquired, seemingly detecting an unusual atmosphere, as he craned his neck for clarity. "We've just met," Bai Xiao replied with a faint smile, while the other three nodded in agreement. Only Wahan exchanged puzzled glances with others, particularly noticing Wang Ji's face lit with excitement, feeling utterly baffled. "All right, enough reminiscing. It's time to proceed, Shui Jiaxiong announced loudly. We will now divide into groups, and you may choose freely. After selections are made, Lan Jiaxiong and I will make minor adjustments. As soon as Shui Jiaxiong concluded his statement, the four from Zeta instinctively positioned themselves behind Wen Yuan. This collective and tacit action drew the attention of all present towards the group. Wen Yuan found herself the focal point of attention, feeling somewhat bashful. Lan Yu furrowed his brow at the sudden presence of several males beside him and took a step forward in discontent, only to be met with the unwavering gazes of four pairs of inscrutable eyes. For a fleeting moment, Lan Yu's body stiffened. Ying Yi, sensing the subtle movement behind him, discreetly edged closer to Wen Yuan. Yet, what did it matter if they all stood behind her? He alone was the one standing shoulder to shoulder with her, the closest in proximity. Soon, Ying Yi was met with four pairs of piercing eyes. He thought to himself, why does it feel as though my back is on fire? Calm down, I must maintain my composure. Wang Ji, noticing the scene, eagerly rushed to stand behind the quartet, while Han observed the now congested group of 8, pursing his lips as he stepped closer to Wang Ji. Then, everyone could see that behind Wen Yuan, the line was growing longer. The remaining individuals, upon witnessing this, almost unanimously retreated, resembling a queue rather than a grouping for a competition. In this team formation, it seemed everyone wished to align themselves with the strong. Lan Su frowned, casting a glance at the front where Wen Yuan stood, his eyes flickering, before shifting to his brother, Lan Yu, with a hint of dissatisfaction. Shui Jiaxiong chuckled amiably. Though Wen Yuan is a multifaceted genius, exceptionally talented, this competition is organized into teams, and with everyone forming a single line, it appears somewhat inappropriate. As he spoke, the line straightened even further, as if in fear of being singled out. So, this is Wen Yuan? It's my first time seeing him. It's a pity we couldn't attend the last grand test. Who could disagree? But such a small stature, he seems hardly of age. Yet, to be so formidable. Although he appears a bit dark, thin, and short, I am willing to wait for him, given his talent. What do you mean by willing? Just look at yourself. A female of average breeding capability cannot possibly be deemed worthy of a genius like him. If I'm not worthy, what makes you think you are? With those layers of flesh, one might mistake you for a sibling of a horned pig. Chapter 114. I want to join Wen Yuan's team. You. To say I resemble a horned pig, are your eyes not functioning? Enough. What good does your quarrel do here? You might as well seize the opportunity. It is easy to say, yet I can see that Xia's gaze is practically glued to him. With her status as a divine female, there is no room for us. Upon uttering this, numerous females directed their stares at Xia, their hostility palpable. What are you staring at? Xia retorted, her brows knitted in annoyance. These female beastmen only know jealousy. None of them are worthwhile. Even if you are a divine female, competition should be fair. Indeed, a male as exceptional as Wen Yuan must have more than one partner. Yes, we all have a chance. Wen Yuan? Xia's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded the females chattering excitedly, feeling utterly perplexed. Do these people have a mental lapse? Would she ever consider Wen Yuan? That would be impossible. She merely wished to eliminate her, not harbor any affections. Such a foolish lot. The more she pondered, the more disgusted she became, rolling her eyes before glaring fiercely at Wen Yuan. This female dared to steal the spotlight that rightfully belonged to her. She was the one who deserved to be the center of attention. What was she, after all? However, this wretched female possessed the rare ability of full attributes, an utter waste. If these abilities were hers, perhaps she could rightfully claim the title of divine female, rather than living in constant fear of exposure. With this thought, her hatred was replaced by excitement and anticipation, her gaze towards Wen Yuan burning with fervor, wishing to usurp her immediately. Yet such a look led the other females to mistakenly believe it was a fierce competition for Wen Yuan's favor. The females, unwilling to concede, cast smoldering glances at Wen Yuan. In an instant, a chill ran down her spine. Wen Yuan shuddered, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. Ying Yi observed the fervent gazes surrounding them and instinctively pressed a hand to his forehead. He then turned slightly to shield himself from some of the scrutiny. Even the composed Lan Yu, upon witnessing such a scene, could not help but show a subtle change in expression, promptly following suit to obscure a significant portion of the intense stares. The remaining 4 exchanged glances, their expressions filled with resignation as they turned to Wen Yuan. Despite the dark makeup, her diminutive and delicate figure, and even the change in gender, their dear Yuan remained irresistibly charming, a charm so potent it bordered on overwhelming. Given this, they proceeded directly with the allocation. Shui Jiaxiong, along with Lan Su and another member, whispered amongst themselves for a moment before continuing. Ying Yi, Wen Yuan, Zeta, Bai Xiao, Qi Lian, Wen Yuan, Wang Ji, and Han shall form one team. The rest would automatically be designated to another team. No. Lan Yu instinctively protested upon realizing her name had not been called. It was only when the curious gazes of her companions fell upon her that she became aware of her outburst. Glancing at her brother Lan Su, she noticed his furrowed brow, prompting her to bite her lip and avert her gaze. I want to be in the same team as Wen Yuan, Lan Yu declared suddenly, just as Shui Jiaxiong announced that there were no objections and was about to set off. Her voice, though soft, was sufficiently audible for all to hear. Everyone was taken aback, first glancing at Lan Yu before their collective gaze settled squarely on Wen Yuan. Truly, she was a prodigy of every attribute. Not only adored by the females desiring to be her partner, but now even the males were enamored, eagerly vying to be her teammates. It was quite evident that she was immensely popular. Wen Yuan, in truth, the sensation of being the center of attention is rather overwhelming. Be quiet. Lan Su furrowed his brows, his tone far from pleasant. It was evident to all that he was displeased. If I cannot team up with Ning Yi, then I shall withdraw from the competition. For reasons unknown, Lan Yu was resolute in disregarding his brother's wishes this time. He yearned to follow his own inclinations. Lan Su fixated on Lan Yu, observing the latter's refusal to meet his gaze, his expression growing increasingly grim. The atmosphere in the room turned noticeably heavy. Upon witnessing Lan Su's agitation, Yi Xia felt a pang of anxiety and subsequently cast a resentful glare at Wen Yuan, blaming her for the discord. Receiving the accusatory look, Wen Yuan appeared bewildered. How had she provoked that troublesome woman? Ever since her enrollment in the female academy, their paths had diverged significantly. This is hardly a pressing matter. Is there anyone willing to exchange with Lan Yu? Shui Jiaoxiong cheerfully broke the silence, turning his attention towards Wen Yuan's team. While Han surveyed the individuals before him, paused in contemplation, then raised his hand. Shui Jiaoxiong, I am willing to swap with Lan Yu. After all, it seemed he possessed the least capability among them. Better not to hinder the team and perhaps join another. Very well. Shui Jiaoxiong restrained the words that were about to escape Lan Su's lips and nodded with a smile. Shui Jiaoxiong. Lan Su's tone was sharp, his dissatisfaction palpable even in his lowered voice. That child, Lan Yu, is exceptionally talented. The headmaster has stated that Lan Yu has matured. As his elder brother, you should allow him some space to grow, to develop his own perspectives. Otherwise, can you truly protect him for a lifetime? Moreover, if that team's strength is augmented by Lan Yu, it merely enhances their chances of securing first place. What is there to be upset about? Lan Su glanced at Lan Yu, who, in contrast to his usual somber demeanor, wore a faint smile this time. Do not fret so, he is grown up. As his brother, you must understand when to let go. This time, Lan Su chose to remain silent. The team soon set off, as they needed to embark early due to the considerable distance ahead. The Pianino Academy was situated beside the Sangwei Forest. Within the smaller Nino Forest, which was merely a third of the size of Sangwei Forest, Pianino was an elementary academy, significantly smaller than Sangwei Academy. When they finally arrived, the other teams had already gathered, as only Sangwei Academy was the farthest from Pianino. To accommodate the competition, Pianino had expanded its grounds, constructing temporary straw huts and even creating an open area for the event. On the first night of their arrival, Wen Yuan and her companions were assigned to 2 spacious caves, ample enough to house an entire team. That night, as the campfire crackled and they had finished their dinner, Wen Yuan found herself under the scrutiny of several intense gazes. Xiao Yuan, don't you think you owe us an explanation? Qi Lian spoke slowly, his smile taking on an unsettling quality in the flickering firelight. Wen Yuan chuckled softly, finally arriving. Taking a deep breath and contemplating the system within her, she beamed a broad smile and remarked, everyone harbors secrets. Mine is one of necessity that compelled me to depart. After speaking, the little cub remained silent, prompting Wen Yuan to instinctively exhale in relief. Zitai and his companions treated her with utmost care. Yet, reality was harsh. She did not wish to perpetually bear children, to be reduced to a mere vessel of reproduction. However, as long as there were cubs around, she could not evade this fate. Chapter 115, Warning to the Host, Do Not Develop Affections. If she sought a moment's respite, she could only pursue increasingly powerful beasts to bear offspring. Take, for instance, Feng Jin. After giving birth to 4 cubs, she was granted over 100 days of life, allowing her a breath of relief instead of feeling like a mere breeding machine. Though, it seemed, that was indeed the case. Speaking of Feng Jin, he had hastily departed due to family troubles, and she wondered how he was faring. During her recent visits to the palace, Gao Qian had grown suspicious of her. Perhaps it was best not to meet him again until matters settled, allowing her to maintain her composure. As 400 barbarian cavalry lined up, they brought with them the howling winds from the north. The night passed in silence, and by dawn, Su Lin rose early, calling for David to return to Ning'an County together. Tingmer Mountain cast a surprised glance at him before casually grabbing a handful of seeds from Anbois, which he had taken from the uncle. Although they saw nothing, an inexplicable sense of something drawing near lingered in the air. Liang Cheng gestured and began to feel along the wall, while the others formed 2 lines, following Liang Cheng's rhythm as they cautiously moved inward. The torches, possibly doused in gasoline, ignited with a loud pop, bursting into flames. Su Lin contemplated that, since he seemed unable to go anywhere for the next few days, meeting Hammer might not be a loss. Regarding the matter with Bai Shu, Yin Yi did not conceal it from Su Guangxi. He appeared nonchalant, yet maintained composure, rarely losing control. A vacant-headed vase was he. For what other means could he garner attention without resorting to trending tactics? Zhen Lu shared a similar sentiment. Upon entering the room, he showed no intention of releasing Gu Linger, pulling her roughly to the foot of his bed. With a swift motion, she stumbled onto it. Long Linfei pounced upon Gu Linger like a ferocious beast, pinning her mercilessly beneath him. The idol Ziyun Long suddenly yearned for his disciple and lover, Tang Jiayao, and traced him to Sichuan. There, he borrowed the body of Tang Kethan, swiftly returning with Tang Jiayao to the deep mountains outside Dayu village. Zhang Yanzu smiled at Lei Dingting, who shot him a glare, not for any other reason, but because she sensed Zhang Yanzu had entertained that thought, likely refraining from voicing it out of consideration for her finances, thus feeling a twinge of resentment at his apparent aloofness. It seemed the other side had employed some skill, plunging into a chaotic radiance, rendering it impossible to discern friend from foe. Furthermore, a nagging feeling suggested that many human racial skills, long forgotten, might lead to the complete collapse of this situation. Chen Changsheng and Su Yurong found themselves lost in the exquisite lines of their chapters, oblivious to the passage of time. Last night, they checked in at 8 and departed at 11. After Tian Lily finished speaking, she began touching up her eyebrows with cosmetics, standing upright, responding cooperatively to each inquiry. Thus, Su Yuan advised Su Jiling that should the assassination fail, she must be prepared to face the various tribulations from Long Lin Fei. My phone is an iPhone 6, able to locate you without a signal, Tang Long. I am already aware of your association. Do you understand my meaning? Qin Bo's voice rang out loudly. Bai Ying and Bai Bin exchanged glances filled with excitement, both nodding eagerly as they entered. I grasped the possibility that if genetic beings could submit to another species, it could only indicate that the conditions for domestication were met. The Shamat youth, Su Chong, spoke incessantly, casting a murderous gaze upon the 40 malevolent employee cannon fodder. Chapter 116. Caring for you is out of willingness. Dark attribute? Yingyi muttered, then continued. Yuan tested positive for dark attribute talent during the assessment, and the talent level is quite high, though it has yet to be activated. We are here because of the individuals backing Yuan, Zitai stated, revealing their speculations. Upon hearing this, the group's expressions grew somber. Meanwhile, Wen Yuan had already succumbed to sleep amidst her agitation. Long Lian exchanged a knowing glance with her father, and Huazhi soon understood, instructing all the eunuchs and the dancers, along with a few sycophantic ministers, to vacate the fuel palace to avoid disturbance. He grasped my hand, unbuttoning his shirt to reveal a well-defined chest. As before, the wound had healed, leaving only faint scars. After a moment of silence, I addressed Su Banzian and the scalpel wielders, asking Master, if the time of reckoning arrives and Dream Xian has yet to purge the zombie poison from me, would you spare me and end my life? I do not wish to burden anyone. From a distance, the city walls were lined with a multitude of demon army soldiers standing ready. As a torrent of players surged toward the city gates, they remained ajar for the moment. While returning to the Jinling Command Center, Chief Li smiled at us, saying, Major Liu, Major Zhang, this Sky City seems remarkably well preserved. Did you discover anything inside? At that moment, Lin Jingying's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Father Meng. Puzzled, Lin Jingying wondered why Father Meng would call so late. Could it be that something had gone awry with the Dragon Clan? What curse? How can it be unraveled? He pondered. Centuries? Perhaps he truly has his reasons. If I could assist him, it would be my pleasure, especially since I have long sought help. Feeling a kinship in our shared plight, she was unconcerned for herself, merely anxious about Hu Qiyan. Since he was not at the Emerald Club, where could he have gone? This matter should not be prematurely revealed. Wang Chun would not be easily dealt with, and we needed to prepare. The crow, having achieved its aim, smirked slightly and addressed Jiang Ran. Lin Wanshan, seeing my hesitance, pulled me into the Guozijian, unable to restrain herself from trying to gain favor with Yan Ming. In the heat of the moment, he had indeed overlooked the situation, uttering Sun Wei without much thought. Had it not been for the others being alert, there might have been casualties among the team by now. Without a doubt, he had likely sneaked out. Rumor had it that today, his academic workload was overwhelming, perhaps to the point of extinguishing all lights in the households, making it improbable for him to have leisure for a stroll in the fragrant gardens. If the master were to learn about this matter, he would undoubtedly ramble on for quite some time. This is a precursor to the young heir's practice, as the damage conversion system not only transforms damage values, but also aids Han Xianluo in digesting even the most common toxins, albeit in a rather unseemly manner. It remains unclear whether bamboo binding green is truly exceptional among its kind, or if all demon beasts of this caliber possess similar traits. Nevertheless, it has certainly broadened Yan Ning's horizons. Thunder can be understood as a formidable energy, a notion we all grasp. The crux lies in this method. However, reflecting on her actions towards her son and her demeanor towards herself, the second concubine was unable to contain her frustration. Tu Qi, 10 years older than Ling Qiong, had slightly darker skin, yet his features were quite appealing, making him a handsome figure in any setting. Yes, I shall take my leave. The coach quickly retreated from the arena, fearing that this moment would haunt him for the rest of his life, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Perhaps it was due to age, or had I simply not shared a bed with a man in far too long? Being held by Fan Yi evoked an inexplicable sense of intimacy within me. Chapter 117. The match begins. 5 platforms, spacious enough to accommodate 30 individuals without difficulty, were surrounded by wooden barriers. The first round was a free-for-all, with 20 participants from both teams entering the fray. Falling off the platform constituted a loss, and the team with the most remaining members at the end of the 30-minute duration would emerge victorious. Prepared? Han exchanged a glance with Wen Yuan and the others before stepping onto the battlefield. It was simple, now that it was of use to them. They recalled what they had been doing then. Tell me, what were you all doing at that time? Yin Yunlong bellowed in the conference room. Upon reaching their doorstep, they were greeted by the blaring music from the neighboring party and the haphazardly parked cars on their lawn. This was not Joe Garden, there were no restrictions on levels. Even though the opponent was at the pinnacle of the concealed realm, they were no match for a star-gathering realm cultivator. This day was a rare fine weather in the dead marsh, with the warm sunlight dissipating much of the previously veiled atmosphere. Everything was merely a ploy by Zheng Ping. His twisted interpretation of hiding wealth among the people yielded the desired outcome. Shameless scoundrels, may you all perish. Li Kailian's furious shout resonated painfully in the dark night. With a swift gesture, the exquisite sword emitted a resonant hum as it soared towards the illusory moon cave in the back mountains. Shang Mingqi's complexion turned pale and feeble. He had merely intended to visit Qiu Shaozi out of goodwill, unaware that his past would bring forth perilous consequences. Since I had arrived, I was determined to uncover the truth. I approached the jade chair, ascending the stone steps leading to it, and after a moment of contemplation before the peculiar chair, I turned and seated myself upon it. Jia Hichu had already departed from Yinjing. What could the other four do? Moreover, the outside world was rife with rumors that the 5 uniques of Yinjing had fractured due to Yishua. The sensation of pain gradually faded, revealing only the blood above me, resembling a desperate escape towards the water's surface, flowing in great torrents. Thus, the battle with those obstructing my path continued. With Gu Jinmeng advancing to open the door and investigate the room, Bai Ling cleared a path with a knife taken from an unknown assailant. Liang Sha stood calmly, occasionally dispatching enemies charging towards him, and Su ran in with a single shot. When a player's main profession conflicted with his other pursuits, he would naturally not choose to prioritize the player role. Lin Hansui paused momentarily, never considering whether he might frighten others. He only knew he should repay kindness, believing that providing was sufficient. To Lei Tai's astonishment, the back garden was filled with a diverse array of flowers, including some that were notoriously difficult to cultivate. It was merely a matter of arranging an examination through a back door. He did not see any issue with not directly purchasing a driver's license from them. Her expression was not particularly pleasant, and Peng Shi did not press further, simply acknowledging her. Song Yu also said little, hastily exiting and then calling Tang Su's company. Had Kaya Yang decisively dealt with the 2 bodyguards today, his merits would have been unparalleled. Instead, he found himself overshadowed by Proloth. Previously, he had been akin to a lone deity, but now, following Jean Chanzi's efforts and the irreparable state of the Lioli lamp, the entire force of the Curtain General was tainted by demonic energy. Even the mud clinging to the Earth Dragon's body erupted at that moment, revealing the earth-toned skin beneath the black sludge. Yuxian gazed at the surrounding space, perplexed by the intentions behind the mountain's demeanor. Su Ruochu's exquisite beauty was an irresistible temptation to men, akin to how her home-ess Xing had plunged headfirst into the gentleness she wove, remaining ensnared for 7 years. Chapter 118, Mockery. At Sangyue Academy, the opponent this time was Hushur Academy. Oh, we've drawn my academy. It seems Sangyue Academy's luck isn't particularly favorable. Hushur Academy's leader chuckled, his words dripping with unmasked glee. It appeared that an entertaining spectacle awaited. However, it remained uncertain how long Sangyue Academy's youngsters could endure. One could only hope they wouldn't suffer a humiliating defeat. Otherwise, Sangyue would face ridicule. Speaking of which, though Nanshui Ling and the others resided on Yuanong Mountain, they were not members of Yuanong sect. When traveling, they would refrain from proclaiming the sect's name. Thus, even as they were true incarnates of the primordial spirit, they still encountered considerable troubles. Just as he hesitated to act, a gentleman unexpectedly approached and selected one of the 3 targets he had been eyeing. What do you think, my 2 junior brothers? After viewing the options, Yunyan inquired of Yunyi and Yunfan. Li Luo cast a glance at the speaker, whose appearance was obscured by mud. Yet he could discern a gallant gentleman of around 30, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, seemingly awaiting something from Li Luo. Given the current state of affairs, there was no longer a need for the defense of Xianyi Island. Huan Xing, seething with indignation, ultimately issued a retreat order, fleeing from Xianyi Island. With the spiritual veins being drained in abundance, even the mightiest of its Songhai formation could no longer sustain itself. The seawater being drawn and lost its support and plummeted downwards. Among the guests, numerous discussions arose, clearly astonished by the emergence of the multicolored spirit jade. Yu Chifeng, begrudgingly led by the old man Wang, was brought to the mountain master, where he was shown off and received much praise from his senior brother. Only then did Wang Lingyu leave with Yu Chengfeng, satisfied. Flying Eagle could sense the hidden fury beneath Black Eagle's seemingly composed expression. Li Luo let out a muffled grunt, as the riverbank was strewn with exposed rubble and dead wood. Li Luo, seemingly oblivious, exerted himself to climb over, rummaging in the darkness until he grasped a thick, hollowed-out tree trunk, which had been eroded by wind and rain, and crawled into the river with Lushang, who remained unconscious on his back. What are you thinking? You are right beside me. How could I eavesdrop? Our forensic specialists determine whether the deceased was a virgin based on their pelvis. The forensic expert cannot ascertain from the pelvis whether the deceased was a virgin. Such claims are mere fabrications. It is essential for the attendant to understand that the death was a homicide, not a suicide resulting from distress. The youth nodded, his demeanor awkward as he struggled to articulate his affection for the young lady. He produced his treasured peach blossom wine, intending to drink to oblivion with Liang Fan. I possess wealth. How much do you desire? Zhang Shuxin spoke these words with genuine intent. If the other party was willing to accept money, he was prepared to relinquish everything to secure peace, not only for himself, but also for his son. He understood that Zhang Xiaoyang would find no solace until he saw him prior to entering the operating room. It appears that the investigation into your sister's death must be thorough. Regardless of the circumstances, the police must leave no stone unturned. Tang Long has reached a resolution, awaiting the attendant's response. Since the sect leader has spoken, I shall accept this disciple, Zhu Sansi, after careful consideration to ease the tension between the two factions. Despite the disciple's mediocre qualifications, the crowd was astonished. It seems that Dong Zhuo is not merely a warmonger, but rather possesses insightful and courageous young individuals among his ranks. During Zhang Liang's moment of injury, he had initially relished in his misfortune, deeming it deserved. However, upon witnessing him successfully endure the trial of the sword stone, he couldn't help but feel a surge of apprehension. The first sip of alcohol ignited a fiery sensation throughout her body, invigorating her spirit. Though they contemplated expelling it, they felt it would be a shame. Upon swallowing, a rush of sweetness enveloped their taste buds, followed by an explosion of fragrance that brought immense satisfaction. Chapter 119. Allowing Wen Yuan to practice. Wang Ji stood at the edge, occasionally delivering a kick to the approaching male beast men, his mouth making a clicking sound. Observing these individuals, who exhibited a heart of beasts and indulged their companions without restraint, he deemed them to be exceedingly unfortunate. Xiao Yuan, shall we give it a try? Zeta remarked, addressing Wen Yuan, reverting to the original name due to the presence of outsiders. Wen Yuan nodded, eagerly preparing for action. Taking a step forward, she observed Zhang Yu's speed, which exhibited no hint of arrogance or mockery, rivaling even that of the peeping shadow realm. In approximately 5 minutes, they arrived at the site of the ruins. Seizing this opportunity, the elder of Yaoqi quickly placed a premium spirit stone into the formation's core. Feeling reassured as she returned to Yaoqi's headquarters. Attention! A guiding signal has been detected at the 2 o'clock position. A VS-3 dual-seat armed helicopter, flying at a slow pace, had the rear seat pilot communicating with the front seat pilot via the onboard communication system. The sinner understood and would find ways to persuade his elder brother to lead the vanguard into the third circle. In order to ensure the survival of his clan, Tomioka Hidetaka had to make a trip. At this moment, Hao Yun's eyes were blood red, filled with a frenzied glare, as spiritual power surged through him and flowed into the great sword he wielded. Ling Yin despised himself, questioning why his mother could be so powerful while he could not even condense a basic martial spirit. His yearning for strength surpassed that of anyone else, and it was this hatred and desire for power that gradually calmed him. Now, with the addition of Zhang Yu, a disciple with the potential for sanctification, the might of the Qi Tianxiong lineage had reached a staggering level. With just a proclamation of their name, who would dare challenge them? Monstrous creatures such as giant pythons and crocodiles would occasionally emerge from the river, joining the assault of the indigenous army, making the Eastern Jin forces appear nearly defenseless. Lu Biao, displaying his newfound wealth, was bound to flaunt his might further. Did the Lord truly wish to seize Nanyang, a territory guarded by the formidable General Huangzhong? Bosco could invoke earthquakes. Dawu wore a face of scheming success, and Bosco made no move as the earth began to tremble, deliberately restraining his power to avoid calamity upon the school. The water turtles stumbled slightly underfoot, only to be flung away by Bosco. It was then that he realized. Although Ma Ying was youthful, she paled in comparison to the meticulously groomed Su Rui. Young Master Ning briefly displayed an awkward expression, while Su Qingji felt relieved that he had not yet reached a point of no return. Even if there were documents requiring parental signatures, their homeroom teacher would directly contact her parents rather than allowing her to bring them home. Xiao Kitchen, who had been pressing down on her, also looked up. His eyes devoid of intoxication, yet a hint of intrigue lingered at the corners of his lips. Observing the child who remained silent and downcast, Gu Xingyin pondered whether his earlier declaration had not been sufficiently candid. Such strength, even within the entirety of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, could be deemed among the most formidable. Bai Yunjin could not help but embrace her tightly, invading her mouth with fervor. Following this, Yun Feili and Wen Tingzhan exchanged respectful gestures, a sign of greeting. While Mo Qin welcomed everyone to take their seats, the more this transpired, the greater his fear grew. He felt an ominous premonition regarding Xiao Moan, sensing that the situation was grave. Naturally, Master Tsong Song nodded, contemplating taking Li's elder brother back to the mountain to establish his foundation. thus fulfilling the elder brother's wish to soar through the skies. Even the formidable Duke Heishi fell prey to unexpected circumstances. Had he not been a top-tier powerhouse of the Sea clan, the assassin strike would have claimed his life. What if I must visit the Hakurei shrine today? Though not believing that Raimu would be defeated in his absence, Remy still expressed a desire to witness the commotion, inquiring of her sister. Chapter 120 can also be taken back for warmth. The academic failures were so severe, yet they still had the energy to concoct such frivolous matters. Let us strike with resolve and eliminate this little creature before addressing the others. All right. The 5 male beastmen, full of vigor, prepared to charge forward. Just then, without warning, the 5 men collapsed. The thud echoed loudly. Meanwhile, battles on other platforms were nearing their conclusion. Grace Academy, true to its reputation, was indeed impressive. Behind the glass, Beck puffed out his cheeks, offering a peculiar smile, perhaps mimicking a character from a film. With the praise and comforting voices of his older brothers, Jingu, who had initially paid little heed, specifically sought out 744, with a slightly vain intention to admire himself. Mrs. Han and Mrs. Ming remained skeptical, but at this point, they could only tentatively place their trust in her. In truth, manufacturing processes evolved from simple to complex. Robots initially performed monotonous actions dictated by a program. Observing from a distance, Jingu nodded. The Black Panther, with its clever visage, possessed eyes far more animated than the others. This was the most primal connection of kinship and friendship, and thus, Nancy intentionally overlooked many things. This young man, a disciple of the Cold Moon sect, named Yu Hong, though somewhat arrogant and dismissive, possessed formidable strength. His prowess at the later stages of divine power allowed him to contend against peak divine power and even those on the brink of nirvana. The corpse continued to twitch. And without hesitation, he dealt 2 more strikes. The body lay still. He believed he had shown mercy, alleviating her suffering. Elderly Feng, as a master of divine power, how dare you ambush a junior? You truly have the audacity. Unfortunately, your intentions are already clear to me. Wen Yuan smiled faintly, his palm outstretched, emitting a blinding white light, revealing a resplendent treasure. As he contemplated the loss of his hair, he realized it bore a striking resemblance to those afflicted by radiation in this world. As for Tang Yu, seated in the passenger seat, Yin Weiming had noticed him as well, but merely cast a fleeting glance without much concern. Haha, I told you my grandson is remarkable. It's wonderful that someone has come knocking, the old lady exclaimed with delight. Chen Xingquan, Mao Gang, and Dong Hao were well acquainted, sharing a deep understanding of one another. The design department was not like other departments. Clever minds abounded, and many were quite shrewd. It was now evident that the former deputy director might harbor ulterior motives. She wanted to ascertain what the Rong family intended to do and where her tolerance for their actions lay. Having completed his training, Tang Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. He had yet to break through. He could sense the barrier clearly, and each training session felt as though he could shatter it at any moment. Yet he always fell just short. Such bashful words, stammered by the girl, truly left me feeling mortified. Deputy General Xia, how could it be possible to complete a design of this caliber today? It seems rather unreasonable, suddenly interjected Han Fu, who had remained silent until now. The head steward, Ma Zhou, hurriedly arrived. At this critical moment, as one of the few males in the Tao family, he remained composed and collected. At this time, they felt a peculiar closeness to Gu Jianhao, harboring an inexplicable sense of superiority. Go play with your mother. You're insane. When Xiaoxin rubbed her reddened palms, her eyes glistening with anger. On the hospital bed, Su Qingfang's face, distorted by a stroke, was indeed gradually regaining its normal form, even as her complexion began to flush with color. With some time remaining before the Eastern expedition, and fueled by curiosity about Qinglong Island, they strolled about, guided by Zhu Zhou, to learn more about the practitioners residing there. Chapter 121. Cruel methods. Could a primary school like Lake Master Academy possess such capabilities? Wang Ji furrowed his brows. The Hushur Academy occupied a rather small area, being the least expansive among the 5 academies in terms of hunting and jurisdiction. His limitations do not signify the inability of others. Ying Yi crossed his arms and leaned against the wall behind him. Are you referring to the Grace Academy? Wen Yuan interjected, lowering his voice. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji was struck with realization. The Grace Academy indeed. Will you not emerge on your own? Xiang Su retorted, exasperated. If the Luocha blade can autonomously enter his body, it surely can exit on its own as well. The mandala, which thrives in the western regions, is a slow-acting poison. Prolonged consumption poses a life-threatening risk to those who ingest it. Regarding my English level 6 score, I registered, but it seems quite challenging this time. The outcome remains uncertain, the bespectacled individual continued. Glancing at the 7 or 8 plates beside him, he cleared his throat. Song Sini stepped aside, effectively blocking his view. My disciple, even with the poorest spiritual roots, remains your grandfather. Miao Yi responded. Lu Tong held a composed demeanor, yet the smile on his face was unmistakable. After all, he was still young and could not conceal his emotions. Yi Fei scoffed. I have stood here before your arrival. If anyone is to leave, it should be you. Why should I depart? Moreover, This piece of Xianhuang Ziqi stone was unearthed by me from this mountain. If you desire it, there are plenty more in these mountains. Perhaps you could excavate one yourself. She wished to restore her former beauty. Without his presence, she still desired to look splendid. He longed to accompany her, but realized that chance had slipped away. Observing the anxious expression on Ma Mingrong's face, Li Yidao found himself at a loss for words. Out of approximately 15 to 1600 participants, fewer than 300 succeeded in passing the first round of the sect competition, marking the lowest success rate in history. Zhang Daozong and Yu Hao surveyed the crowd before them. The overwhelming majority bore injuries, with only a few appearing unscathed. This contract is no ordinary agreement. It is an unequal pact, which means that even in the event of Duan Xiu's demise, it cannot be nullified. The river they stood beside was entirely shrouded in darkness, akin to a thick mist flowing through the realm, with faint glimmers of white light emerging from the black waters. The young man beneath the tree had only missed a few days. Every time they visited, they were generally able to see him. Elder Jean's words were nearly tantamount to blatant falsehood. Everyone discerned the veiled protection he offered to the Nine Nether Palace. In an instant, many eyes flickered, and various thoughts raced through their minds. The chubby one meant to say, your grandeur still persists, and he remarked upon the majesty of his majesty. You too possess such vigor, Grandpa. However, sensing some taboo, he refrained from speaking further. Long Tianwei hastily mediated, noting the pitiable state of the chubby one. He figured that if Elder Long uttered another word, the latter would be frightened into a stupor. The disciples of the Qiling sect, witnessing the dissolution of the second style of slaughter, gradually withdrew their spiritual energy, merely sustaining the existence of the protective barrier. The Nine Nether Ice flame blazed fiercely, resembling a city of flames, emanating an intensely cold aura that shielded Yi Feng and the bone spirit flower behind him. Although Yin Tianzheng possessed similar abilities, he did not flee, as he had come to engage in combat. It was precisely this difficulty that rendered success increasingly elusive. One might as well expend their savings rather than save them. Such was the prevailing sentiment. Moreover, centuries of uncertainty had solidified the social hierarchy, with mobility between classes resembling flowing water. Of course, it can be done, I declared, handing the mysterious cold stone to the hands of the master artisan, Oyezi. Observing the aging Sarutobi, I refrained from speaking, yet an uncontrollable sense of nostalgia surged within me. Once a figure of unparalleled might who led an era, the indomitable ninja King Sarutobi Sasuke had, unbeknownst to him, succumbed to the ravages of time, now reduced to this state. Chapter 122. His ambitions are not small. Is this merely a trivial injury? The head of the Sarah Academy pointed at the blood-soaked ground on the stage, sternly exclaiming, is the head of the Grace Academy blind? Can't he see? Severed limbs can hardly be deemed a mere injury. If recovery is poor, their lives are essentially ruined. Head of the Grace Academy, do not go too far. How am I being excessive? The head of the Grace Academy leisurely lifted his gaze, smiling benignly at the head of the Sarah Academy. It is merely a normal competition. If such injuries are, how much? Qi Ji's primary concern upon hearing the robot's recommendation was this very question. Having not sought out Sun Hu and Chong Wanli, Hua Yan also refrained from patrolling the outskirts and returned directly to Baisha Town to inquire about An Huang. Noticing that Zhang's family saw Hua Xianger being called out by Hua Yu, and upon returning with some items, she entered the main house. Fearing she might be at a disadvantage, also followed her in. Hua Lei recalled Boss Cheng's words at Tiangang Mountain, where he mentioned that after drinking the water from Tiangang Mountain, he could no longer pass on his bloodline. He voiced this concern. Yet now, her eldest son's condition compelled her to ponder deeply. The longer the time passed, the more she feared Yongjia would truly be ruined. After a hasty wash and a change of clean clothes, Wang Tingting led several individuals into the research room. Wang Ba, with a grin, produced a long sword. Although it was of inferior quality, it was still commendable, rich in spiritual energy, sharp-edged, worth 100 spirit stones. She then turned and walked to the pavilion, extending her hand to catch the raindrops cascading from the eaves. Li Siyu felt resentment, lamenting her presence in such a place and her association with these individuals. Hua Lei was swayed by the two's words and wished to speak, but upon seeing Hua Yan lost in thought, he closed his mouth. However, considering the positive side, this could lead her to be more loyal and considerate towards him, which was not entirely a bad thing. In the shop, Shui Wuliang was also taken aback by this sudden turn of events, although he found it peculiar. Witnessing the young sect disciple succumb to poisoning from the elixir and exploding was an undeniable reality. The altar swayed for a moment before gradually stabilizing. The blood-red barrier shimmered without any signs of damage, bringing a sense of relief to Liu Bing and Yin Baijiu. Fool, without the bloodline of the Yi ancestor. No matter how diligently you cultivate, breaking through to the divine realm may take decades, Mu Qin stated helplessly. The primary distinction between inferior sand and quality sand lies in the minimal presence of impurities in the latter, making it an essential material for pouring reinforced concrete. However, Master Chen addressed him directly, yet his demeanor and speech indicated that he hardly regarded him with any respect. Carl subtly adjusted his breathing, dispelling the magical enhancement state. While such a state was advantageous, it also had the drawback of high consumption. Fortunately, Da Vinci did not require magic power, and Archer was not engaged in battle, leading to minimal magical depletion. Otherwise, problems would surely arise. The volume of my telephone receiver was somewhat high, allowing my companions to overhear the conversation between Yuan and me. The three Dragon Kings exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment, when the four Golden Crows led the charge against the Fox Demon. Only the heavenly soldiers and the likes of Ao Tingxin and Gui Qingxiang accompanied them, and only they were privy to the reasons behind the events that transpired. It was then that Qinyo appeared relaxed, leaping as he brushed past the blade's aura, with the trajectory of his spear remaining unchanged as it pierced into Yen Xing's right arm, sending a spray of blood into the air, accompanied by Yen Xing's anguished cries. Mo Fei glanced at her before lowering his head to sip his tea. The tea was a vibrant green, with a fragrance that wafted alluringly through the air. Although Mo Shengjun had little experience with tea, he found the aroma somewhat overwhelming. Nevertheless, he sipped it and smiled, seemingly amused. He offered no resistance as the constables prepared to take him to the prison, thinking only of escaping under the cover of night, accepting his misfortune with resignation. I, too, entertained thoughts of my own. Perhaps the connection between my spirit and this body was insufficient. After all, this was not my original form. Yet, was there any remedy for this predicament? Wu Lei inquired. Chapter 123. The Black Pill. The Hall Master had instructed that during the afternoon match, should they encounter the Beastmen from the Grice Academy, they were to show no mercy. Shui Jiaxiong glanced at Wen Yuan and the others, whispering his caution. Understood. Wang Ji nodded first. I've long been intolerant of their arrogant demeanor. Be cautious, they may have tricks up their sleeves, Shui Jiaxiong added with a smile, still concerned despite Wang Ji's righteous indignation. This pair were both exceptional beastmen from the academy, yet unfortunately, the unknown toxic smoke proved formidable. Before they could advance a few steps, they staggered and collapsed to the ground in unison. In the midst of the turbulent waters, the three-tiered pagoda, constructed of golden tiles, remained utterly unscathed, steadfast against the chaos, while the surrounding ground had already turned sodden, with even the nearby rubble swept away. Initially, they felt no discomfort, but after several days without visitors, anxiety began to gnaw at their hearts. Lu Qinyuan muttered incessantly, and as his thoughts meandered, a flicker of inspiration struck him, recalling his previous world of flesh and blood. On the battlefield, the ninjas stood in shock, gazing at the distant explosion, momentarily lost in thought. As he observed, Lu Qinyuan saw countless Dragon Clan masters and legendary figures on his side, arrayed in grand formations, their collective might clashing in an instant, all reduced to ashes. Not a drop of blood spilled. Very well, we shall return first tomorrow. The matters here are settled. Li Yingji expressed her dissatisfaction. Tsunade was well aware of Uchiha Fugaku's strength,